Button Press presents The Blessing Giver, Book 1 in the Blessing Giver series, written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2023, Button Press. Prologue. Elora cradled her firstborn child against her chest, a daughter with rosy cheeks and a dark shock of hair. She was perfect. The midwife tucked a feathered quilt around them both before shuffling to the door and opening the door for Caius. Her husband peeked into the room and swallowed hard, then roamed in to stand next to the bed. He lifted the white muslin draped over the babe's cheek. "She's healthy?" Elora nodded. Even through the cramps in her abdomen, she couldn't help but smile. "Your daughter needs a name. The blessing companions will be here soon." "I thought you had a name in mind." Caius brushed his thumb across the child's velvety head. "I thought you disapproved." Caius frowned, still inspecting every inch of the child. "I didn't say that." Elora smirked. His opinions had certainly softened after hearing her groan in labor for the past 20 hours. "Rayelle. That's the name." Caius nodded. "Rayelle." The corners of his mouth lifted. "I accept." He took a seat in the chair next to the bed as the midwife bustled around, piling dirty rags and sheets into pails and directing servants to wipe down the room to prepare it for their special guests. The occasional footstep and soft bump against the door told them someone was already waiting in the hall. Normally, Elora would have been horrified at complete strangers entering her home under these circumstances, but she'd been a blessing giver for 4 years now. She knew the importance of binding the magic as soon as possible after birth, and she'd personally been in dingier rooms than this. A maid knocked on the door. The midwife leaned into the hall, then tucked her silver hair back into her cap and turned to the two of them. "They're here. Are you ready?" Caius drew a deep breath and Elora nodded. She took in Rayelle's pouted pink lips and the gentle slope of her dainty nose. She dreaded removing the sleeping babe from her chest, but hoped she was exhausted enough to stay quiet and still. The midwife opened the door and ushered Shamir into the room. Her violet eyes shone as she strode forward with an excited smile. Elora beamed at her childhood friend, and gratitude swelled in her chest. Shamir had been wise to listen to her, to put her questions aside and accept her assignment in the south of Aerith. Yet, even though they saw each other almost weekly now, this morning felt brand new. As if another layer had been peeled from the lives they'd been living and revealed fresh pink skin underneath. Moments from their life in the northern mountains pulsed through Elora's consciousness. 2 girls, born and raised in one of the most unforgiving environments in the realm, and yet they'd made it out, together. And now look at them. Elora had married a blessing giver, and Shamir would be the one to bless their firstborn child under the order. Elora's expression clouded as another woman followed on Shamir's heels, tall and brooding with long silver hair slicked against her head. This was the balancer. Her dark charcoal eyes roved over the tiny child in her arms, as if thirsting for a taste of the child's soul. Elora suppressed the urge to roll over and hide her from the woman's sight. How could an infant so innocent and fresh to the world have a dark aura? Her own curse had brought her nothing but pain. The Order of Ariadne still required a curse be given on Blessing Day, but she'd never been shy about her opinions on the subject. The practice was outdated and barbaric, carried out in the name of tradition, a tradition she hoped to bury someday. "You're glowing." Shamir placed a gentle hand on Elora's cheek. Her touch was cool, and Elora leaned into it. While Shamir hadn't given birth to any children of her own, she'd seen plenty of beleaguered mothers, and that meant she was more than qualified to comment on her post-birth visage. Elora drew back the blanket. "This is Rayelle." The name still felt foreign on her tongue, like it didn't quite belong to anyone yet, like she was playing house. "It is time." The midwife gestured for the balancer to approach, and Elora stiffened. Caius scraped his chair across the floor to sit closer to the head of the bed and open up space next to it. Shamir stood regally, then pulled a crystal vial from inside her forest green robe. She removed the top and poured a drop on her index finger. Elora shifted Rayelle with care, adjusting the blanket so she didn't expose her bare chest. When the infant faced toward the sky, Shamir dabbed the elixir in the space between the babe's eyes. The cloudy liquid shimmered, then absorbed into her skin. Rayelle's eyelids twitched. Elora gasped as light burst from the child. Her aura swirled and expanded, illuminating the room as if the curtains were flung wide and the sun floated at noonday. It felt as if Rayelle still fluttered in her womb. Before taking leave as blessing giver, Elora had attended many blessings but had never seen an aura as brilliant as this. Could her perception be skewed because this child was her own? Based on Shamir's dilated pupils and slightly open mouth, Elora wasn't imagining things. Shamir gathered herself and extended her hands to hang in the air next to both sides of the babe's tiny head. Rayelle Aberdo, today I give you 2 blessings, binding under the order of Ariadne. These blessings will guide you and serve as a compass as you seek to become whole and move beyond the passage realm to the goddess mother. Shamir drew a breath and closed her eyes. Her brows drew together in concentration. I bless you that in a moment of great personal risk, you will choose to save a life. Shamir inhaled sharply and her eyes flew open. Her violet eyes shone like gemstones through the swirls of light. Elora held her breath. What did her friend see? I bless you, Shamir continued, her breath barely a whisper, that you will restore that which was lost. You will turn the people of Ariadne to a past they have forgotten and lead them to truth they have corrupted. She dropped her hands and stepped back as if waking from a trance. Elora struggled to catch her breath. Restore? Lead? Her mind bubbled and overflowed with possibilities. Perhaps she wouldn't be the one to change the minds of those who clung to old traditions. Her daughter, instead, born of pure blood, was chosen by Ariadne to push the blessing givers into a new era of truth. The balancer cleared her throat, and it was as if someone poured a bucket of ice down the back of Elora's dressing robe. She pursed her lips and refused to look up, then bit down on her tongue as the woman anointed her daughter just as Shamir had moments before. This time, nothing changed. She blinked, wondering if she'd catch a glimpse, even a tendril of darkness. But blessing givers couldn't see dark auras, no matter how much she wished she could today. Light continued to swirl around Rayelle, but Elora's heart thumped heavily as she waited for the balancer to speak. She braced herself. Everyone had propensity for darkness, of course, but it was cruel to bind them to it. This was one of those truths that stood corrupted, she was sure of it. A truth her daughter could bring back to the light. Rayelle Abordeaux. The balancer's voice was low and silky as she extended her hands next to the babe's temples, just as Shamir had. A curse I leave with you, binding under the order of Ariadne. The woman paused and opened her mouth, then closed it again like a guppy. The balancer's eyes were closed, and Elora risked a glance at her face. Then the woman's eyes snapped open. Elora gasped as the woman's eyes of liquid smoke stared directly into hers. The balancer spoke. You will open your heart. You will feel deeply. And you will be betrayed by the person you love most. Elora's nostrils flared as tears pricked her eyes. She blinked and lowered her head as the balancer glided away from the bedside. How could someone, especially someone under the order, deliver such a fate? As if it was nothing. She pulled Rayelle protectively against her chest and swallowed her tears. This child would lead. She would restore. That was all that mattered. Book of Ariadne. Words of Josephine, prophetess under the order of Ariadne. Chapter 2, verse 6. And I give unto you a warning, that upon the day my fount is polluted, ye shall know the great and formidable day of Sidoni is near. Chapter 1. The inner sanctum of the temple was a place for the holy and the worthy. Rayelle had never been either of those things, and yet here she sat. She was 3 years older than she'd planned. Blessing givers were normally consecrated by 18, but she made it. A year later than her younger sister Sophonia, but still. A ray of sunlight streamed through the stained windows of the temple of glass and splayed a kaleidoscope of color on the stone next to her fabric-draped knees. She wore the dress her mother had commissioned from the most skilled seamstress in Aerith, and it fit perfectly. For months she'd stared at the gauzy cloth hanging in the middle of her wardrobe and wondered whether it would suit her. She needn't have worried. The soft cream set off her tanned skin, and the fit flattered her hips. Now, kneeling in this sacred place today of all days, the tiniest bit of hope sprung up within her. After everything she'd done wrong, perhaps there was still a chance of living up to her mother's title. She tamped the feeling down as she fingered her dark braid and tucked a loose strand of hair back into the woven plaits. Hope was dangerous. Even if she made it through today without messing up, tomorrow she'd be back to regular Rayelle. Best not to wish for a different version of her reality. Her eyes wandered past the vase of flowers on the pedestal and landed on the faded images ahead, depicting the creation of the passage realm. In the beginning, there was Ariadne and Sidoni. She followed the carvings etched into the stone wall. Two sisters bound in magic, rulers of Rayelle, the realm of the gods and goddesses, admiring their creations and finding joy in their children who worshipped at their feet. In the next frame, Ariadne descended from her throne, frolicking with the creations she loved with every beat of her infinite heart. Rayelle's heart sped as she imagined what it would be like to see the goddess with her own eyes. It had happened before. The scriptures were rife with examples of visionaries who'd experienced a visitation. Guilt niggled at her as her mind wandered. It was prideful to imagine oneself in a position of grandeur, she imagined her mother saying. Rayelle pushed the thought away. She wasn't pretending she could ever be like the great prophetesses, but she had seen things. Once she'd been excited to share the images and stories she witnessed blooming in the air, but after receiving strange looks and chastisements, she didn't discuss them openly anymore. Her mother was convinced she had a fanciful imagination and encouraged her to focus more on her lessons. Her peers accused her of attention-seeking. The only person she shared her illusions with now was Shamir. Rayelle turned to the next panel on the wall. Ariadne stretched her arm from Rayelle and touched the passage realm, gifting pieces of her magic to her creations. Sidoni was notably absent. Ariadne taught her children, helping them understand how to draw from the fount. They grew in the magic, and all was peaceful until Sidoni realized what her sister had done. Sidoni raged at Ariadne, accusing her of breaking the laws of the gods. Magic was not meant for their lesser creations, especially not humans who didn't have the capacity to use it selflessly. Ariadne fought back, arguing that all life deserved a chance to know the fount and become part of the magic. All life deserved to progress toward the fount. Sidoni stretched forth her arm to envelop the passage realm with the dark swath of her cloak. Ariadne drew on all her power to strip her sister's dark magic from the land until... Soft fur brushed against her hand and Rayelle jumped. "Abis!" she cried, then rolled her eyes and scratched under the feline's chin. His fur felt like silk under her fingertips. Rayelle spun the cat's collar, admiring the inset, oddly shaped violet stones. "You have more valuable jewelry than I do." "You're here early?" Rayelle smiled. "And you're late." She turned to meet her friend's eyes. Shamir clicked her tongue. "One is never late to the temple." "Mother would beg to differ." Rayelle stood and smoothed the fabric of her dress as Shamir's cat purred and rubbed against her leg. Shamir stepped forward and placed a hand on Rayelle's cheek. "You look radiant, child. As you should on your consecration day." "I'm not a child anymore." Shamir smirked and leaned closer, her violet eyes piercing Rayelle's soul. Shamir was old enough to be her mother, but somehow the lines on her face made her look youthful. The creases around her mouth told the story of 1,000 smiles, and the crinkles in the skin near her eyes teased of playfulness and wonder. Shamir pulled her hand back and set it on her hip. "Interesting that you chose to sit here before your consecration." Rayelle exhaled. "I needed a reminder." "Of what?" "Of where I came from, where I'm going." Rayelle's stomach swooped. Showing up to the temple early was her best attempt at making sure today ran smoothly. Even as a grown adult, She was maddeningly consistent about disrupting her mother's perfectly laid plans. She had a sinking feeling that they'd all looked forward to this day far too long. There was no way it could live up to their expectations. Shamir's eyes sparkled. Your sight will give you access to understanding, both of those around you and of yourself. I'm interested to see how that authority manifests in you, considering Ariadne has already blessed you with visions. Rayelle scoffed. Not visions, Shamir. That word made her uncomfortable. The things she saw were strange, definitely, but nothing that could be considered spiritual or holy. Though there had been that one time when they'd visited the gorge. Had she been 10? 11? She'd looked at Soraya, a girl in her class, and an image had bloomed over her head, showing her plummeting off the edge. Rayelle stayed close to the girl for the next hour just in case, and when a stone gave way under Soraya's foot, she was there to grab her hand. Shamir was convinced that experience alone proved she had a gift, but Rayelle wasn't so sure. Blessing givers received sight after consecration, but didn't have magical abilities beyond that. They could feel the fount, then learn to hold it and understand it, but only after consecration did it offer them extra insight into the world around them. She'd seen hundreds of illusions that didn't amount to anything. Her fanciful imaginations were more a distraction than a help. Shamir ignored her rebuttal and opened a drawer to retrieve a dust rag. She ran it over the windowsills as Rayelle reached down to pet Abis. She'd hoped for this day for 5 years. 5 years of training to be a blessing giver. Since the day her parents recited her blessings and she'd been old enough to understand them, she'd fought to find a place here. Your parents will be here soon. Anything you'd like to talk about while we're alone? Shamir winked. So many things, Rayelle sighed, but she didn't know where to start. Though consecration had always been her goal, a part of her had doubted she'd make it. Many people with bloodline ties to the order chose to abscond, and truthfully, not everyone was cut out for a life of dedicated service. Her parents' hesitation where she was concerned had been justified. She'd grown up here in the enclave, yet touching the magic had never come naturally to her like it had for her sister. Even though she was 2 years younger, Syphonia moved through her lessons with ease, while Rayelle struggled to draw even a trickle from the fount. No matter how she practiced, it never became seamless for her. Her parents had naturally expected more, given the words from her blessing. Along with the stories of crime and corruption, of darkness growing in hidden pockets of the Passage Realm, there wasn't time to waste. The Enclave needed strong vessels for the light, and her performance hadn't been promising. Rayelle had carried her parents' disappointed glances around like a sack of rocks for years, but today, she'd finally be able to set them down for good. Today, she would receive her sight. The words her parents had spoken to Syphonia would finally land on her head. Their proud smiles, their speech about how she'd wrap her thread into the tapestry of life in the Passage Realm. She'd heard it more times than she could count at this point, but today, they'd be speaking to her. Rayelle's stomach fluttered as the weight of it settled on her shoulders. Shamir set the dust rag on the counter, then took Rayelle's trembling hand in hers and led her out of the inner sanctuary to the vaulted ceilings and arched windows of the chapel. Abis jumped from the window, collar sparkling, and fell in step next to them. Rayelle paused to slip on her shoes, then crossed the threshold and breathed in the familiar scent of incense and old stone. Shamir, you know my weaknesses. What if I can't find the fount and I don't see the right things? What if I give someone the wrong blessings? What if... I'm sure it's all happened before. Rayelle's eyes widened at the blasé comment, and Shamir laughed. You're taking this very seriously. Her voice echoed off the marble columns. Right, I forgot. This isn't the most important day of my life. Shamir waved a hand. Today is merely a day. Rayelle rolled her eyes as the steward marched past the stone steps and disappeared into a small room, hidden behind an archway. When Shamir returned, she held a delicate vial of luminous liquid. Rayelle tisked and shook her head. Mother is going to kill you if you give me that. Shamir put a hand on her hip. You're 21 years old. Your mother shouldn't have a say. Besides, this is not the elixir you know. She stepped in front of her and held it up. This is an old remedy for nerves, and you'd be wise to drink a drop." Rayelle raised an eyebrow. This wasn't the first time they'd colluded to push a boundary or stretch one of Alora's rules. She hadn't been allowed to touch elixirs. No one was before consecration. They were tools to be used, not playthings to experiment with. Each one had a specific recipe and purpose. Mixed improperly, they could physically harm, and used improperly, they could damage one's ability to reach the fount. Rayelle trusted the temple steward implicitly. She was like a second mother to her. But after her actual mother's lecture last night, she didn't want to do anything that could cause the ceremony to go awry. Or, more honestly, incite Alora's disappointment. Again. On the other hand, Shamir was the one who would oversee her consecration, just as she had her blessing day. She wouldn't do something to undermine the magic, and it would be a relief to see clearly through her pounding heart and shaking hands. Rayelle opened her mouth. Shamir expertly poured a single drop of elixir on her tongue, and a comfortable heat diffused over her gums, slipped down her throat, and landed softly in her stomach. Her shoulders relaxed, and she drew a deep, cleansing breath. "Better?" Shamir winked and slipped the vial into the pocket of her indigo robe. "It's our not-so-dirty little secret." Rayelle snorted just as the heavy wooden doors at the back of the chapel creaked open. She spun to find her mother and father entering, followed by her brother Taryn, sister Siphonia, and the rest of the Enclave Council. Her mother strode in, then waited by the furthest pew for Siphonia. Her sister was on leave for the day from her assignment in Aerith. Elora whispered something into Siphonia's ear, and the two of them laughed. Rayelle pursed her lips. She and Siphonia had never been close, but now that they'd both have their sight, it might give them something to build on. Her family looked small within the walls of the chapel. They'd only take up part of a single pew. But this was it. As her heart sank at the realization that she would have no friends attending, she reminded herself she'd wanted it this way. Only family and the council. Most of her childhood friends had received their sight and left long before her anyway. At this point, what purpose would it serve to build new friendships, or, worse yet, a romantic attachment to someone she'd only have to leave behind? No, this was better. Fewer people in her life meant fewer opportunities to be hurt. If she didn't love, she'd never have to feel deeply. She shivered as the words of her curse traced over their permanent inscription in her mind. "You didn't come to my chambers as I requested," her mother chastised as she strode up the aisle holding flowers. Avis bolted for the back room, and Shamir turned to follow, but Rayelle reached out and gripped her hand. Ever since her mother was elected ambassador, she and Shamir had avoided each other. Though neither of them spoke about their falling out, she'd collected enough bits and pieces to suspect it had something to do with a trip they took together after her birth. They'd gone to Calwain, the birthplace of Ariadne's magic. All Shamir's stories about Elora and their friendship ended there. Rayelle had asked her mother about it once when she was younger, but Elora had clammed up so abruptly she'd avoided the topic ever since. Though she wasn't a child anymore, her mother still didn't share the inner workings of her heart. It was easier for everyone if Rayelle dodged around difficult subjects rather than purposely slog through them. Yet, Rayelle couldn't imagine turning her back on such a long friendship over, well, anything. A relationship like Shamir and Elora's was something she'd likely never have. They'd grown up together, left the mountains and settled in the Enclave, been by each other's sides through each of their assignments. Until they weren't. Rayelle couldn't have any of it if she wanted to stay safe. Their friendship was a buried treasure, a fantasy, and they'd thrown it all away. Elora's eyes flitted to the temple steward, then quickly refocused on her daughter. "I assume Shamir has taught you doctrine this morning?" Shamir's lips pinched. "Of course, Mother." Elora's smile was tight. "Well, I guess I can't be angry with a daughter who came to the temple to prepare for her consecration, now can I?" Rayelle smiled and leaned in as her mother opened her arms, only to realize she wasn't moving in for an embrace. "Turn," Elora snipped. "I want to see the back." "The dress. Of course." Rayelle released Shamir's hand and spun obediently as whispers of approval sounded behind her. "It's lovely, Elora. Perfectly suited for her." Camilla, an elderly councilwoman called from the front row. "It is." Elora pulled a small red case from her satchel. She reverently handed it to her daughter. "It is tradition to give a gift on consecration day." Rayelle's eyes widened as she opened the lid. "Mother, it's—" She was speechless. She fingered the ice blue gem that hung on a delicate gold chain. Tradition. Rayelle pushed the word aside and chose to view this as a gift of love and not simply another rule her mother followed. "It was your grandmother's." Elora beamed, then glanced at the clock face hanging on the side wall. "Quickly, we need to get into position." She plucked a stem from the bouquet in her hands and tucked it behind Rayelle's ear, then helped her with the clasp of the necklace. "Is Tara? I haven't heard from her." A film of frustration settled over Rayelle. Flowers. A necklace. Yet her mother couldn't show an ounce of affection for the sister, her aunt, they hadn't seen in years. Tara's attendance would have been the best gift, and her mother knew it. Elora came by her stoic nature honestly, according to Shamir. The two of them were raised in a remote village in the northern mountains where people feared the magic and hated the order. Her parents denied their heritage, and her father was hard on her. Cruel. Even then, leaving her family had been harder. Despite the love of a loyal friend and resettling far from home in a place where she was accepted, the harsh realities of her early life never left her. Rayelle wished she'd heard any of it from her mother's lips. Elora's earlier words finally sank in as the gem settled against Rayelle's décolletage. "Get into position for what?" Rayelle murmured. She glanced at Shamir, but found the temple steward already on the platform with her back turned, readying her supplies for the consecration along the curved half-wall that flanked the rings. Her mother didn't answer her question. "Please take your place, Rayelle, and you too!" Elora whirled and shooed Taryn and Syphonia to their seats on the front row. The council members organized themselves along the second pew as Rayelle obediently climbed the steps and stood inside the 3 rings of colored stone. Breathe. She lifted her head skyward and marveled at the light that shone through the domed glass ceiling and glittered against the walls. If ever there was proof of magic, this was it. Her mother appeared at her feet and meticulously spread her skirt in a loose spiral around her feet, then stepped back to admire her work. Perfect. "Mother, The chapel doors again creaked on their hinges and Rayelle snapped her jaw closed. She gaped as a stream of people entered the temple, all smiles and kisses and waves as they caught sight of Elora and meandered down the aisle. Then they looked up and spotted her, standing above the wide, arcing steps on the platform in front of them, bathed in colored light, on full display. "Mother," Rayelle hissed through gritted teeth. "Yes, dear?" Elora didn't turn. "I told you I didn't want my ceremony announced." "Yes, dear." Rayelle's nostrils flared as she spotted familiar faces. Why are members of my class sitting in the pews? Where had Elora found them was the better question. Weren't they on assignment? Didn't they have better things to do than return to the enclave for a routine consecration? The chapel doors opened again and Rayelle gasped. "Friends from Aerith? Really? Who didn't you tell?" "It wasn't my fault," Elora simpered. "You're the daughter of the ambassador. Everyone wanted to. You could have told them it was a private gathering." If it hadn't been for the slow heat of Shamir's elixir calming her stomach, she was sure she would have been sick on the spot. "Well, I didn't want to be rude," Elora huffed. She straightened her shoulders and descended the steps, leaving her daughter to endure the public scrutiny alone. Rayelle stared daggers into the back of her mother's head, but had the wherewithal to plaster a smile to her lips. She should have known it had been too easy to convince her mother to hold an intimate ceremony. Elora moved through the crowd below, greeting members of the enclave warmly as her father stood at her side. Rayelle sighed in defeat. She couldn't judge her mother too harshly. She was their oldest daughter, after all. Her parents had waited for this day to arrive far longer than she had. Still, when she'd attended consecration days for her cousins, they hadn't been forced to stand like a muse on a pedestal. She'd been too upset at Syphonia's to remember the details. Taryn took pity on her and climbed the steps. "Look this way." He peered at her. "I want to memorize your eyes before they change." Rayelle raised an eyebrow. Her little brother knew how much she hated her brown eyes, but at 16, the only words out of his mouth were either criticisms or sarcastic comments. Her eyes weren't an off-putting color. They were simply too dark, too close to the inky eyes of the balancers. Taryn watched eagerly for her response, but she refused to show him he'd gotten to her. Rayelle sighed. Memorize away. Here I thought you were coming to save me. Taryn laughed. I am. You've got the whole enclave fawning over you. Someone needs to keep your head from growing too large. She scoffed. Fawning? Is that what we're calling it? For weeks, everyone she passed had one piece of advice. Her head was so full of do's and don'ts, she thought it might explode. Taryn leaned close. I bet Colin wishes he was here. Rayelle coughed to disguise her laugh, then scanned the pews to make sure he hadn't shown up. Colin is a tradesman. You know I'd never attach to someone who wasn't dedicated. Colin was one of her oldest friends, and though a relationship had occurred to both of them during their teenage years, they'd accepted their roles. He didn't have bloodline magic, and Rayelle did. That was that. Now, they chatted amiably when he brought shipments in from the dock his parents managed, and she was fairly sure she'd seen him with someone the last time she went to market. Taryn waggled an eyebrow. I've heard people attach to Masani all the time. Rayelle scoffed. The dedicated do not marry outside the bloodlines. Besides, people don't have Elora as their mother. Oh, you're right. You should do something far more drastic. Maybe on your first blessing, you'll meet a balancer who— Shh! She hissed. Taryn, we're in the temple. He grinned, thoroughly pleased with himself. But I made you forget all about your nerves, didn't I? Rayelle reached out to smack him, but he dodged and nearly stumbled down the steps. She snorted a laugh. He deserved that for bringing up the single most controversial topic in their dedicated place of worship. Mixed blood was not a laughing matter, especially for their mother, who spent sun up to sundown working to preserve and protect the magical lines as the laws required. The laws of Ariadne protected the goddess's magic and her creation's access to it. The prophecy warned of time when the fount, the source of all magic, would become polluted. For balancers and blessing givers, it was imperative their blood remained pure. She'd heard tales. They all had. But those who mixed blood corrupted the magic. They were traitors to the order. Some things were up for debate, but this was not one of them. This was black and white. It's almost time. Shamir's voice sounded next to her, and Rayelle started. Taryn skittered back to his seat with a smug grin. Shamir placed a brass bowl on the podium at the front of the curved half-wall and held a wooden striker in her hand. In a moment, we'll begin. Rayelle's stomach lurched. What does it feel like? To receive your sight? That I cannot say. It's different for everyone. Shamir hesitated, then leaned close. When she spoke, her breath tickled Rayelle's ear. Rayelle, I know you question your gifts, but trust your sight. I was there on the day of your blessing. Great things will be asked of you, but remember that this gift serves others, not only yourself. She pulled back and straightened Rayelle's necklace, then resumed her stance next to her, outside the rings. Shamir's eyes flicked to Elora, and the steward stiffened. Things are not always as they seem. With that, she lifted the striker to the bowl. Shamir dragged it along the edges until the singular tone vibrated throughout the chapel, loud enough to catch everyone's attention. What did she mean? Things aren't always as they seem? All day it had felt like Shamir was trying to tell her something, and yet Rayelle failed to grasp it. She sighed. That was a feeling she'd grown used to. The song of the bowl reverberated through the room long after people took their seats, and finally, Shamir put a finger on the brass to silence it. As steward of the Temple of Glass in the city of Erith, I welcome you to this holy place. This morning we gather to celebrate the consecration of Rayelle Aberdo, daughter of Caius and Elora Aberdo, ambassador of the Blessing Givers under the Order of Ariadne. Rayelle shrunk as her mother's title rolled off Shamir's tongue. Sensing her discomfort, Shamir stepped close and placed a hand on the bare skin between her shoulder blades. Rayelle has completed her primary and secondary training, and at 21 years old this month, has been found worthy to receive her sight and consecrate herself as a blessing giver under the order of Ariadne. The tips of Rayelle's fingers tingled. She knew this next part by heart, but now that she was the one who stood inside the rings, the words of the ceremony took on new meaning. Even the elixir couldn't stop her stomach from fluttering now. All her life she'd dreamt of receiving her sight. She'd imagined herself with violet eyes, standing in the place of honor after each birth, speaking words so wise and impactful, the villagers would stand in awe of her, bow to her as she entered a room, whisper to each other as she glided through the streets. Remember, this gift serves others, not only yourself. Shamir stood behind her and gently guided Rayelle's head into a bowed position, then hovered her hands with fingers spread on either side of her face. Rayelle closed her eyes and listened. Rayelle Abordeaux, you have been obedient to the path of Ariadne. You have learned to hold her power and control it. You are prepared to be consecrated as a blessing giver to serve all humankind and bind them to their path, leading into the next life and out of this world of despair, if they choose it. With our goddess's blessing, I command, receive your sight. Rayelle's head felt heavy, and the small hairs near her temples stood on end. Her skin underneath Shamir's hand sparkled like fermented wine, then pulsed, and finally sizzled as a flash of lightning surged into her, striking from the crown of her head to the tips of her toes. Her tongue felt dry and thick, and she was too shocked to open her eyes, too terrified to make a sound. Just as she thought her cheeks would roast to a crisp, the flame within her dulled and retreated, until all she could sense was a strange pressure behind her eyes. The clock ticked on the wall. Had she been able to hear that before? Fabric shifted against a wooden seat. The breath left her lungs in an audible whoosh as she raised her head. She'd barely blinked when the doors to the chapel slammed inward, and a splintering crash fractured the silence. Rayelle gasped in shock, then reeled back as streaks of light erupted across her field of view. Shamir gripped her arm and held her upright as she recoiled. Leather scraped on stone. Metal clinked against metal. Angry shouts pulsed through the air. Was this supposed to happen? Rayelle pressed her hands over her ears to drown the noise out. When her head cleared, she drew a shaky breath and narrowed her eyes, searching deeper into the swirling lights. Shamir, do you see this? Yes, child. Rayelle didn't know if she was relieved or horrified that the commotion in front of her was real and not an illusion. With Shamir holding her steady, she focused on the brightest spot, moving erratically up the aisle toward her. She squinted, and had she not been holding her ears, she would have used her hands to shield her eyes from the painful glare. Why couldn't she see anything? She stared deeper, past the tendrils and bursts and into the heart of the light itself. A man came into focus. His head, covered with dark, wavy hair, hung limply. Two men walked at either side, their strong hands clamped under his arms as they dragged his substantial body forward toward the steps. What is the meaning of this? Elora stood and whirled on the men before they could make it past the front row of benches. Rayelle heard nothing else, because as her mother spoke, the man full of light lifted his head. His face was bruised. Dried blood matted the hair along his left side, and his bottom lip looked as if it had been stung by a hive of bees. He opened his eyes, and Rayelle's heart stopped beating. Staring back at her, piercing the swirls of light, was one charcoal eye of the Balancers, and one piercing and pure, violet, exactly like the Blessing Givers. Chapter 2. The chapel erupted into chaos, and whispers sliced through the air like daggers. The prophecy, mixed blood, an aberration. Each accusation slipped in one of Rayelle's ears and out the other. The scene in front of her faded into the creamy stone, and the harried voices faded into a low hum. The air above the captive shimmered, then rearranged itself and pulled into focus. It was an image of her, Rayelle, wrapped in this man's arms. His face, his charcoal and violet eye gazed down at her. She only wore her underclothes, and he... Her cheeks burned as the image vanished like a puff of smoke, and the world around her, stretched like an elastic band, snapped back into motion. Elora flew forward and demanded the intruders depart. Caius puffed out his chest and looked threatening enough they acquiesced. Rayelle could see the men who held him now, both men with dark eyes, balancers, one large with a balding head and the other smaller with stringy hair that fell to his shoulders. The consecration ceremony was the same for both blessing givers and balancers, same authority, different lines to the fount. Rayelle turned to Shamir. My eyes, are they? Shamir put a hand on her cheek. Violet. Rayelle turned and lifted her skirt to scramble over the rings, then darted down the steps after her parents. Her mind reeled. What had she just witnessed? The image of her and the man was similar to the other illusions she'd seen over the years, but more concrete, like she could have reached out and touched it. Never before had she been shown her own face, and never had she witnessed something so intimate. The men exited a side door, still dragging the sorry stranger with Caius and Elora on their heels. The man was a balancer, and yet his light aura had nearly blinded her. His eyes, what she'd seen in the air over his head. Rayelle burst through the door after them in search of answers. What is the meaning of this? Caius growled. Elora's face was a dangerous shade of red. Balancers are not allowed in the Temple of Glass. Stop your whining. We're doing you a service, the tall balancer spat as he adjusted his grip on the captive. A service? Elora blustered. You have interrupted a sacred rite. 4 temple guards charged through the side door and nearly knocked Rayelle over before they pulled to a stop next to her father. The balancers tossed their captive to the ground. He landed roughly on his hands and knees. The man with stringy hair took a fistful of the man's wavy locks and wrenched his head backward. Open them, he hissed. Rayelle's stomach clenched. She knew what lay behind the man's closed lids. Had her parents not caught a glimpse of his eyes in the temple? She still found it difficult to view his features clearly through the swirls of light. Her teachers had prepared her for this. They'd described in often painstaking detail how auras appeared after receiving the sight. Light was often distracting and disorienting, and it required practice and presence of mind to see beyond it. Even with their warnings, she hadn't been prepared for this. This man's aura obscured those around him. Her mother and father both had auras, of course. So did the balancers. Light auras spoke of a person's connection to Ariadne, their propensity for good. It was a blessing giver's responsibility to use that sight to bless Ariadne's creations. Balancers? Her stomach lurched at being so close to them. They held access to dark auras. They saw the worst in people, felt of their potential for evil and their distance from the true source of light. How could anyone be close to the fount when they were constantly steeped in darkness? Her mother's words ran through her head, and she took a step closer to her parents. Open them! The captive grimaced as the balancer yanked harder on his hair. With gritted teeth, the man finally opened his eyes. Elora gasped in terror, and Caius stumbled back. Neither of them spoke a word as they gaped at his right eye. The bald balancer sneered. We brought this aberration here in honor of our treaty. You know the prophecy? Yes. We of all people know the prophecy, her mother hissed. Rayelle flinched. Her mother had repeated the prophecy to her and her siblings on a weekly basis their entire lives. And I give unto you a warning that upon the day my fount is polluted, ye shall know the great and formidable day of Sidoni is near. She knew it so well, she could probably repeat it in her sleep. Then we leave this creature with you. The balancer nodded to the temple guards before releasing the man's hair. If it were up to our authorities, he'd already be dead. Rayelle gripped the stone on her necklace as she tried to make sense of this. The bloodlines were sacred, and the laws of Ariadne required that they remain pure. All members of the order had access to the fount from birth, but only after consecration by a steward in authority did the magic become a part of them. Receiving one's sight caused a physical change, as evidenced by the color of their eyes. That meant a balancer and a blessing giver? Impossible. But the proof in the man's eyes was irrefutable. He had mixed blood, an impure bloodline. He was the product of two traitors. Two people with blood magic who defied their enclaves, broke the laws of Ariadne. And she'd just seen a vision of herself pressed against his naked body. "Take him to the holding cells," Elora commanded. "Arrange his execution for the morning." The guards tore the man from the ground and dragged him away from the temple. Rayelle's body tingled, and she swallowed hard. How long had it been since they'd put someone in the holding cells, or sentenced a man to death? Something twinged within her as the three balancers disappeared around the corner. Could the image she'd seen have meant something? Usually she shooed away the illusions she witnessed, but she hadn't gone so far as to ignore them completely. She often rolled them around in her head, watching as they bounced and spun. But besides the time at the gorge, she'd never acted on them. She'd never thought much about their meaning after they disappeared because none of them had been as shocking as this. None of them had included her. If she entertained the idea that this one was a message, she had to ask herself if they all had been. Rayelle knew what Shamir would say. She swallowed hard. Had she been ignoring messages from the goddess all this time? Or were these illusions coming from Ariadne? Her blood ran cold at this thought. What were the other options? Elora gripped Rayelle's elbow and turned her back to the temple. "You should have stayed put." "How could I?" Her mother ignored her. "Everyone in that chapel came to see you, and now you've left them scared and alone." She left them? Rayelle had nothing to do with this. The men had interrupted her ceremony, and she had no responsibility to the people sitting in those pews. They were her mother's guests, not hers. Elora forced Rayelle through the door and beamed at the agitated crowd the second they were visible. She spoke through gritted teeth. "Get back up there and finish the ceremony." "It is finished. Her mother squeezed and twisted her arm sharply. It was all Rayelle could do not to yelp. She nodded and retraced her path up the steps unsteadily to stand next to Shamir. "All is well," Elora called out to the crowd behind her. "Please take your seats." Shamir inspected Rayelle as she approached. "All is well?" she mouthed. Rayelle shivered and shook her head as Elora spoke soothing words, promising that the man was in custody and would be dealt with and punished according to the laws. "I thought not," Shamir whispered. Still, she smiled graciously at the pallid faces in the audience as Rayelle stepped inside the rings and again turned to face the onlookers. Shamir leaned close. "You may come talk with me after." Rayelle nodded, but couldn't make her mouth move. When the guests were subdued in the pews, Shamir took a step forward. "Rayelle Aberdo, you have been consecrated as a blessing giver under the..." The steward lifted her voice to conclude the ceremony, but Rayelle no longer listened. Ariadne's fount was polluted. If that man had balancer and blessing giver blood running through his veins and he was now consecrated, that meant he had access to both lines of Ariadne's magic. He had their sight, and the sight of the balancers, light and dark. Why were her parents and the council sitting placidly in their pews? Yes, they had the man in custody, but his existence proved their magic. The magic of the entire realm was at risk. She'd read the prophecies, had studied them since she learned to braid her hair, but never imagined she'd live to see them fulfilled. Shamir blessed her on the day of her birth to lead the blessing givers back to truth, a truth they'd forgotten. How was that possible now that the magic she relied on had been corrupted? Could she pull from the fount without being tainted herself? Her heart hammered against her ribs as the crowd erupted with nervous applause and rose to their feet in dampened celebration. This was it. This was the moment when Elora would ascend the steps and give her speech. Finish the ceremony. Elora stood, but didn't turn toward the platform. Instead, she motioned for her guests to rise and hastily ushered them to the doors at the back of the chapel. Syphonia stood and pulled Taryn from his seat, then looped her arm through her mother's and walked with her down the aisle. Tears pricked Rayelle's eyes as she watched them go. It was done. She was consecrated. The day she'd waited on for years was over, and it already felt like nothing. After walking in procession with her family back to their home, as was customary, Rayelle rushed to her room and changed into slacks and a loose-fitting top. She gazed at herself in the mirror far longer than she'd planned. A quick glance quickly turned into a long moment, admiring her brilliant violet eyes. They were stunning, but felt borrowed, like they didn't belong on her face and would fade by morning. She finally pulled herself away and snuck out the servant's door to run back up the hill to the temple. Her thoughts raced as she pumped her legs faster. Her sandals pressed into the soft earth and the green grass brushed against her ankles. The world clung to the fresh colors of light season, but the winds had already begun to change. The leaves on the trees were edged with gold, and it wouldn't be long before the wood exploded with color. Soon, the morning dew would freeze in glittering gowns draped over each blade of grass, and the deep blue hue would be leached from the afternoon sky. Rayelle could hear the crickets jumping from stems as she disrupted their afternoon songs. A bird called overhead, and she winced as if it had warbled directly next to the shell of her ear. Her teachers had promised that her mind would learn how to filter out all the sights, sounds, and smells eventually, but right now, it felt like her head might burst. The magic was available to anyone of the bloodline, but it took years to learn to access the fount and control it. After consecration, her life was governed by 3 higher laws: sight, sense, and service. The authority Shamir held as steward gave her access to these. Rayelle now had sight, the ability to view light auras and, on birthdays, access blessings to bind individuals to their path back to Ariadne. The magic also gave her sense, heightened awareness of the world around her, the world Ariadne created for their enjoyment. In return, she would give Ariadne service. She would use her magic to serve Ariadne's creations, plants, animals, humans, her brothers and sisters in creation. The man's eyes she'd seen today defied the laws of the order. Blessing givers and balancers were commanded to protect the magical lines, to keep them pure. Ariadne's magic was a gift they, as members of the bloodlines, were entreated to preserve. And yet, nothing that surrounded his appearance in the chapel made sense. His aura was blindingly light. How could both of those things be true? How could he be in direct contradiction to the laws and have propensity for good? How could he be darkness and light? Then there was the matter of what she'd seen above him. As magic had filled her, she'd been given a vision, shown an image of herself in the man's arms. Rayelle didn't spend time in anyone's arms and certainly wouldn't be caught dead in his. Something rubbed against her neck, and she paused to catch her breath as she reached up. Her necklace. She'd forgotten to take it off when she'd changed her clothes. If it flew off here on the hillside, she wouldn't have a hope in Rayelle of finding it. Her mother would kill her. She opened the clasp and slipped it from around her neck, then tucked it safely into the deep front pocket of her slacks. It would be protected there until she could lay it in her jewelry chest. Her breath came in bursts as she finally reached the steps of the temple. She wrapped her fingers around the door handle and paused. This sacred place, her sacred place of refuge and learning, felt different, less safe. Rayelle swallowed the lump in her throat and pushed the door open, then hurried down the aisle. Each step echoed off the stone walls. "Shamir?" "In here." The steward's voice floated from the inner sanctuary. Rayelle rushed forward. She didn't have much time. The banquet was planned for 3 o'clock, and her appointment with the council directly followed. Both events had occupied her thoughts for weeks, but after this morning, every part of her future had fallen down the cracks of her mind. They needed to focus on the prophecy, not a silly celebration. Rayelle had smiled and waved on their walk back to the manor house because it was what Alora wanted. She played her part perfectly, and stuffed down the frustration and fear that boiled within her. All her adult life she'd put on the face of the ambassador's daughter. She had to work doubly hard since her life hadn't gone as she or her parents would have liked. But she'd reached her limit. If they were going to ask her to fake her way through the rest of the evening and pretend nothing happened, she wouldn't take any part in it. The prophecy was too imperative. Rayelle dashed over the threshold to the inner sanctum, then shuffled back and slipped off her shoes, setting them on the mat. She drew a deep breath and held it as she strode forward and approached the altar. Fear wasn't something she typically brought with her to worship, but today it clung to her like a burr. Shamir knelt on the low cushion with her hands folded open in supplication on the marble top, her face tilted up toward the heavens. Rayelle knelt impatiently beside her and lifted her eyes to gaze through the colored glass You will receive your assignment tonight, Shamir murmured. Yes. This was not the topic Rayelle wanted to discuss, but she'd learned from past experience it wasn't wise to disturb Shamir's worship. Your assignment is sacred. Your blessings will be essential for the progression of those you have stewardship over. Without them, they won't move beyond the passage realm. I know. Rayelle's brow furrowed and she pursed her lips. Why was Shamir repeating this? She'd sought consecration for years for this reason. Rayelle was the daughter of 2 blessing givers, both of whom had taken their assignment seriously and perpetually prepared in case they were called upon to give a blessing. Service was their life, their reason to be. When Ambassador Sarah died, the council selected her mother to take her place. The news had shocked the enclave on account of her age and lack of experience, but Rayelle hadn't been surprised at all. From the time she could walk, she'd witnessed her mother's dedication, her unfailing faith in Ariadne and her magic. Now, Elora counseled regularly with members of the enclave who struggled to fulfill their assignments or find their path within the order. While her mother worked herself to the bone, Rayelle snuck here to the temple and spent hundreds of hours studying with Shamir. Snuck, because her mother never would have approved of her spending so much time with the steward, especially if she knew they weren't only discussing doctrine. After all this, how could Shamir, of all people, think she didn't understand the importance of her vocation? Rayelle cleared her throat. I'm not worried about my assignment. Not anymore. The words surprised her as she spoke them. It was as if the intrusion this morning had blown out a candle, snuffed out any thoughts of herself and turned a torch on the fate of the realm instead. Shamir sat back on her heels, then turned to face her. What are you anxious about, child? How could the woman look so calm? Surely she'd seen everything Rayelle had this morning since she stood next to her during the ceremony. Was Shamir going to make her spell it out? I'm concerned about the pollution of our magic. The balancer in the temple had mixed blood. That he does. Rayelle's brow furrowed. How is it possible? How could he have gone undetected for so many years? There are plenty of reasons why a person may not know their true parentage. Shamir shifted on her pillow. Rayelle pondered this. It was true. Not every family was as secure as hers. Wouldn't someone have known? In the past, I mean. Why would they ever remain within the enclave if they didn't abide by the rules? Shamir shrugged. Perhaps this mixing happened many generations ago. Then his parents or grandparents would have shown the signs. Shamir shook her head. Not if they didn't seek consecration. Or, even if they did, they may have presented with typical balancer traits. Charcoal eyes? With mixed blood? Shamir turned on her knees to face her. What color is your hair? Rayelle reached for her braid. Brown? Almost black? Do both your parents have dark hair? Rayelle shook her head and smiled. No. Shamir knew her father had dark hair, but her mother's was more of a chestnut brown. She saw where her mentor was going with this. One trait is stronger than the other. I got my father's dark hair, and so did Syphonia. Taryn got mother's lighter hair. Exactly. If his balancer bloodline was strong, it may have taken many generations for their family line to equalize. Rayelle's brow furrowed. But then there could be others. How could we ever be sure the bloodlines were pure? From the Book of Ariadne, it says, wonderful idea. Shamir pushed herself to her feet and padded to the table that held the book Rayelle knew so well. When she started her training at 14, the temple became her refuge. When she struggled through her lessons and failed miserably each time she attempted to demonstrate in front of her peers, she would yearn for the peace she felt in the chapel. When she felt utterly defeated at the end of her day, she hiked up the hill and sat in the pews. Some people turned to friends or lovers for comfort, but that wasn't an option for Rayelle. Her curse was constantly omnipresent, reminding her to retreat from the connection she often craved. Instead, she turned to worship, the sacred text, to Ariadne. At home, her mother regularly grilled her about her progress, but here, Shamir never asked about her lessons. She went about her business as Rayelle studied. She was always more than happy to answer questions or offer advice, but only when Rayelle asked, only when she needed it. Rayelle walked closer as Shamir turned the worn pages of the gold-gilded book that lived forever on this stand in the temple. She flipped to the section Rayelle knew by heart and smiled. Here we are, the Book of Josephine, Chapter 2. Rayelle began to recite. My magic is given freely, but protected with a purpose, and I give unto you a warning, that upon the day my fount is polluted, ye shall know the great and formidable day of Sidoni is near. Shamir nodded. Continue. That's the prophecy. The prophecy doesn't end there. Shamir motioned for Rayelle to move closer, and she followed the older woman's finger as she highlighted the next two passages. That day when Sidoni shall be loosed upon my people, free to tether them to the passage realm for eternity. Rayelle sighed. I don't need a reminder of the hell that awaits us when she's free. Keep reading, Shamir instructed calmly. Rayelle peered again to the text. But I shall not leave my people unprepared. My power, sealed to their blood, will awaken. Many have I called to gather those that are lost, and they will rise in new power as the bonds of Sidoni weaken. Only when my power is whole will it become a protector. Only when the magic is complete will it fail. Rayelle shook her head. There was a reason she hadn't memorized this part. It made no sense. If Ariadne's magic is supposed to be a protector, why would it fail? It's whole already, isn't it? And how does this help with the balancer that claims our sight? Shamir closed the book. Those are questions I've asked myself many times over the years. Not about the balancer, that's new. Rayelle laughed, giving her frustration a much-needed reprieve. Well, did you find any answers? I did. Shamir glided to the back corner and opened a drawer. What are they? You know my blessings. You know I must. Your blessings are your own. My answers would not help you. Shamir turned and smiled apologetically. She held a small, worn leather book tenderly between her hands. Rayelle, Ariadne gave us scripture so we could seek answers for ourselves, not for others. I've searched, but I haven't found answers. Shamir's eyes narrowed. I said I haven't found answers. Rayelle clenched her fists as tears stung the corners of her eyes. Be patient. Try harder. Study more. She'd been patient for years and given everything she had. She'd put in double the study time of any of her peers, and for what? To barely pass second levels? Nothing she'd done so far had brought understanding. Why would she believe answers were still waiting for her when all she found were more questions? Shamir pursed her lips. Rayelle. No, I've had enough. I'm sick of pouring my heart and soul into something I'll never be good at. No matter how hard I try, I'll never be good enough. Stop. Shamir slammed the book she held on the table next to her. I didn't raise you to confine your mind to the thoughts and expectations of others. Rayelle's mouth snapped shut. She'd never heard Shamir raise her voice. Not when she was a child and tracked mud into the chapel, or even when she played hide-and-seek with her friends in the sanctuary. The sudden silence cracked her resolve to keep her illusion a secret, and tears pricked her eyes. I saw something, Rayelle whispered. Shamir's face softened, but the steward didn't speak. Rayelle drew a shaky breath and continued. The man with the mixed blood. I don't know if it was because I'd barely received my sight and the magic was overwhelming, but his aura was painfully bright. I saw his eyes, and then the image replayed in her memory, and her voice caught in her throat. It was a vision, Shamir. Real. Shamir clicked her tongue. I'm glad you're finally acknowledging your gift. She smiled warmly, and it lessened the sting of her chastisement. What was it? The vision you saw? Rayelle's neck flushed crimson. I'd rather not say. Shamir raised an eyebrow. You don't have to tell me. Though based on the color of your cheeks, I'm extremely curious. Rayelle's eyes widened and she pursed her lips. Shamir laughed out loud. Whatever it was, do you believe it was a message? If that was a message, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with it. I can't. There's nothing. Rayelle threw her hands out in frustration. What she saw went against everything she believed. Her curse promised that she'd be betrayed if she loved. If she refused to love or feel deeply, she would never kiss a man like that. But those arguments were beside the point. Even without her curse, even if she had been looking for a romantic attachment, she would rather be struck dead than sleep with someone who defied the laws of Ariadne. Someone with mixed blood? Someone whose very existence threatened the safety of their magic. It can't be a message, Shamir, Rayelle concluded. It would be impossible. The corner of Shamir's mouth curled up. Impossible information is the best kind. The steward began to pace. Think of it, Rayelle. If you stay within the rules you know, is there ever any need to trust? To have faith? Ariadne would never ask me to break her own laws. Are they her laws, or the laws of the Order? They should be the same thing. Shamir barked a laugh. Should, exactly. But alas, we are imperfect creations, and what the goddess intends is not always what we do. Rayelle planted her hands on her hips. What are you saying? That the Order is misguided? I would never assert such a thing. Shamir's lips drew into a line. But we must always ask the question. Rayelle folded her arms over her chest and bit the inside of her cheek. What Shamir was saying flew directly in the face of everything the enclave, and her mother, the ambassador, believed. The laws of Ariadne were black and white. You either lived them or you didn't. There was no wiggle room, and certainly no questioning. Shamir put a hand on Rayelle's shoulder. I know you're sick of me repeating myself, but I believe these visions are given to you for a purpose. Ariadne does not want us to stand where the sun shines. She asks us to hold her hand and take a step into the shadows. Chapter 3. Shamir drew a deep breath, picked up the leather book she'd slammed on the table moments before, and clutched it to her chest. Rayelle, I fear our time here is short. That phrase sent Rayelle over the edge she'd been rocking over all day. Tears filled her eyes and slipped onto her cheeks. She didn't want their time to be short. On her consecration day, she'd expected to feel confident, strong in the magic and ready to set out wherever the enclave needed her. Her experience was exactly the opposite. Questions poked holes in her carefully constructed worldview, and now she would have to leave the one place, the one person she depended on for perspective and understanding. Shamir's eyes shimmered as she took a step closer and held out the book to Rayelle. I want you to have this. Bring it along wherever your assignment takes you. Rayelle lifted a trembling hand and brushed her fingers over the velvet edges. What is it? Shamir motioned for her to lift the cover, and Rayelle reverently pulled it from her hands, then unwound the cords that bound the book tightly together. The Book of Ariadne. Translated by Collodius Linga III. She blinked. Is this? Shamir smiled. It's my personal copy, given to me when I became steward of this temple. But, Rayelle, since you stood this high, you have come to this place seeking answers. When your peers were running in the grass, you were here on your knees. You are the only girl I know who was punished for missing dinner because you took too long to pray. Rayelle laughed through her tears and hugged the book to her. I was the only one who needed extra practice. She sniffed and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Maybe I'll be assigned to the northern farms of Aerith like Siphonia, or to Rayelle, only an hour east. I could still visit the temple. Shamir smiled. Take this book with you. Let it guide you when everything up here is unsure. She pointed to her forehead. Rayelle scoffed. Everything up there is already unsure, and I haven't gone anywhere yet. Her eyes lifted past Shamir and wandered over the images of creation she'd sat in front of this morning. A beautiful beginning that shifted and evolved in a direction Ariadne, even in her divinity, couldn't have predicted. If a plan set forth by a goddess could be corrupted, what chance did she have? The prophecy isn't a warning, Rayelle. It's a promise. The steward put a hand on her shoulder. We can't prevent it. We can only discover our path toward it. But it's our job, to protect the magic, to keep Sidoni's bonds strong. Shamir nodded. The prophecy tells us the magic must be whole. To protect us? And then fail? Rayelle groaned. The prophecy tells us nothing. Shamir dropped her arm, lifted her head, and slowly twirled in a circle with her eyes pointed toward the colored windows. Her long, dark hair hung freely behind her back. The prophecy tells us everything. Rayelle rolled her eyes. She loved Shamir, but her whimsy and cryptic answers were beginning to rankle. Shamir slowed and her violet eyes locked onto Rayelle's. They're going to put the balancer to death. As they should. Shamir raised an eyebrow. You think it wise? Of course she thought it was wise. He was a danger to everything the order stood for. But the way Shamir asked made Rayelle doubt her convictions. She crossed her arms over her chest. What else can they do? Shamir shrugged. How will killing him prevent what's already happened? As long as he exists, the fount is polluted. He has become a part of both lines. What does that mean, exactly? Shamir asked. Rayelle opened her mouth, then snapped it closed. It meant that the balancer had access to both their sites. He'd been consecrated and become a part of the magic on both sides of the fount. But how did that affect their ability to pull from the magic? How did it affect the fount in general? Rayelle's chest tightened as she realized she didn't have those answers. I don't pretend to understand the inner workings of Ariadne's magic, but I believe in the prophecy. Shamir's face softened. As do I. But we, as Ariadne's creations, have a tendency to muddle things up. The prophecy is real, no doubt. I simply wonder if we've missed something in our interpretation. Shamir looked as if she was about to say something more, then paused and looked down at her hands. Your mother and I. We grew up in a township where people understood the prophecy quite differently. Rayelle stilled. Elora never talked about her growing up, never mentioned her family or anything that happened in her life before she arrived in Aerith. Shamir had been nearly as tight-lipped, besides her cajoling to give Elora the benefit of the doubt. Rayelle held her breath and waited, not wanting to break the spell and prevent her friend from sharing more. Shamir looked up. There are many who are disenchanted with the order, Rayelle. This man is not the first I've seen with proof of mixed blood. Rayelle's heart sped. That can't be possible. Shamir frowned. You've heard of the corruption in Trill. You surely know of the heralds of Sidonai. Rayelle shuddered. She'd heard of them. People who walked around with smiles on their faces, then reached for Sidonai's magic behind closed doors. She'd had nightmares shortly after she started her training, worried she may have reached in the wrong direction when seeking the fount, terrified she'd accidentally reach too far and find the wrong sister. But when she asked her mother, she'd replied with an unequivocal no. It wasn't possible to reach Sidonai, and anyone who says they can is a fool. Sidonai is bound, cut off from the magic and cut off from the passage realm. Still, there were those who believed they could, who sought to weaken her bonds and fulfill the prophecy. Even if they were fools, she'd heard rumors. Attacks on members of the order, unauthorized consecrations, unexplained darkness in people's minds. Rayelle drew a shaky breath. They don't exist here. You'd be surprised. Shamir sighed. I don't tell you this to scare you. I tell you because the day of Sidonai draws near. I felt it. Your mother has felt it, though she refuses to acknowledge the signs. All the more important to uphold the laws, then. If those who pursue darkness aren't weeded out, then how can the light increase? You sound exactly like her. Shamir sighed. Rayelle took this as a compliment. Even if the committee let the balancer live, he'd be a pariah. He'd be forced to leave this place, travel far away from Aerith. Even then, he wouldn't be able to run far enough for people to ignore what he was. They'd be doing him a favor by putting him out of his misery. We must follow the laws. It's the only way to protect the magic we've been given, Rayelle concluded. She'd recited the laws of the realm since she was a small child. First, receive your blessings under the order of Ariadne. Second, live up to your heritage and privilege. Third, seek knowledge. Fourth, kneel in humility to the goddess and those who hold her magic. Fifth, serve your fellow being and work for their passage. Sixth, protect the purity of the blood. It was black and white. Shamir's eyes narrowed. Do all of Ariadne's creations deserve to seek passage? Yes, of course. But if they refuse to follow the path, you think the balancer refused? Rayelle bit her bottom lip. Whether of his own fault or that of others, the balancer was a result of direct violation of the sixth law. It doesn't matter if he refused. Someone before him did. And he must pay for their mistake. Rayelle closed her mouth. What if he did? What if he knew his bloodline was impure and he sought consecration anyway? Shamir shrugged. I guess only he could answer that question. I guess we'll never know. Shamir smirked. Yet you stand in violation of one of the laws, in pursuit of upholding another. Rayelle's nostrils flared. She wasn't responsible for this man. None of the blessing givers were. He was a balancer, and his own enclave threw him out. The order demanded that impure bloodlines be cut off. He'll be reborn. He'll have another opportunity to seek passage. Maybe his death is exactly the help he needs. Shamir nodded approvingly. That may well be what Ariadne has planned for him. Many of us need practice. Your vision confirmed this, no doubt. Rayelle's brows pulled together, and Shamir took a step closer. I told you to trust your sight, Rayelle. That includes trusting the things you don't yet understand. She didn't understand her illusions, that was true, but she was faithful. She trusted Ariadne and had done everything she could to serve the goddess. She'd committed to training and consecration and planned to spend the rest of her life serving the order. What more could the goddess want? If she trusted her vision, if she stepped out of line, she would confirm everything her parents thought of her. She would ruin the path she'd worked so hard to create. She couldn't question the balancer's sentence. She definitely couldn't question the laws of the order. Shamir and Alora didn't see eye to eye on most things, and under normal circumstances, a conversation like this would pour alcohol onto simmering coals. After today, it would launch a torch into a hayfield. I need to go home. Rayelle's voice shook as she turned the door. To the banquet? I don't care about the banquet, Shamir, but there's nothing I can do, not here. Maybe if I receive my assignment and serve wherever I'm sent, I'll learn more, receive more. Shamir sighed. You think the goddess will give you more when you don't act on what she's put directly in front of your face? What she put in front of my face doesn't make any sense. Shamir's hand twitched, and she smiled tightly. Then I wish you good favor. Rayelle swallowed hard, and tears again stung the corners of her eyes. She didn't want to leave Shamir on these terms. Thankfully, they weren't out of time yet. I'll find you. I'll tell you wherever they send me. Shamir patted the book in Rayelle's hands before turning and ambling toward the arch that led into the chapel. Oh! She turned back and pulled something from her pocket. For your journey. Shamir held out a single derrick. She placed the gold coin in Rayelle's palm. It wasn't much, but Rayelle was touched at the gesture. Stewards weren't known for their impressive wages. Thank you. For everything. Rayelle curled her fingers around the coin, then threw her arms around Shamir's neck. Shamir gasped at the unexpected embrace and squeezed her tightly. You said you aren't good enough, child. I would ask you who you're not good enough for. The goddess has never lost faith in you, even when you ignore her promptings. You are always good enough for her. Shamir pulled back and wiped a tear from Rayelle's cheek, then turned and walked to the arch leading to the chapel. She slipped on her shoes and quietly disappeared around the corner. Rayelle exhaled slowly, then stalked to the threshold to retrieve her shoes. She carried them to the back door of the sanctuary and stepped outside to put them on. If she trusted her sight. Energy buzzed in her lower abdomen. She couldn't. If she went to her mother and told her she'd seen a vision of the balancer alive and, well, Alora would either explode or laugh in her face. She was already convinced her daughter was strange and incapable of excelling in the magic, despite a birth blessing that seemed to suggest she would be exceptional. But what did all of this mean? He wasn't the first? Heralds of Sidoni? The order was the answer to these problems. The laws were simple. Follow them, and the magic was protected. The prophecy isn't a warning, it's a promise? Rayelle rolled her eyes. The word warning was in the actual verse. She raced down the hill, still clutching the book and coins Shamir had given her. Her thoughts clashed, and along with the crickets chirping, birds singing, and wind blowing, she felt as if a symphony was warming up their instruments inside her skull. She'd gone to the temple for peace and instead had left with more questions than she had answers. Maybe she should talk to her mother. Give her a chance to make sense of this? No. Even if she was willing to embarrass herself, even if Alora by some miracle believed her, there would be no going back on something an ambassador had commanded. There was no point. Rayelle stopped on the hill and collapsed in the tall grass, clutching her chest and forcing herself to breathe. This had nothing to do with her. She had to let these feelings go. She should move on with her own life and her own assignment. She was making something out of nothing. Yet, the balancer had appeared in the temple on her consecration day. She had seen that vision. Could she leave the enclave and pretend none of that had happened? Could she go on with her assignment knowing the prophecy had, at least in part, been fulfilled, and she didn't act on what she'd seen? Should he pay for the mistakes of his ancestors? How was it possible that he was both darkness and light? Why had she seen a vision? What did the magic want from her? The idea of walking to her room and getting dressed for the banquet felt like a prison of its own. She was already a mess. There was no way she'd be able to sit next to her parents and pretend all was well like she had said in the temple earlier. Not with her barrage of questions, and certainly not with the image of the balancer's strong arms wrapped around her body, his hands running up her spine. She shivered, then sat up and screamed in frustration. Her mother was not the place for answers. Rayelle pushed her teeth along her lower lip. But maybe the cell block was. If she went down and saw the balancer again, maybe she'd see something different. Maybe she'd find confirmation that this was the path Ariadne intended for him. Maybe she'd imagined the whole thing, starved herself for so long of male companionship that her mind flared when she received her sight. Maybe laying eyes on him again would produce a different, more palatable image that could take up residence in her head. Him with a rope around his neck? She shuddered. No. How about the balancer lying peacefully in a meadow of flowers as his soul was reborn? That would do it. Rayelle stood and resumed her walk toward the manor house. The cell block was accessible through the basement tunnel. She and Taryn had often played hide-and-seek there as kids. If she could sneak down and pay the prisoner a quick visit, she could hopefully clear all of this up before the banquet even started. She could seek her answers and still fulfill her obligations, so her mother wouldn't suspect anything and snap. She strode toward the servant's door with purpose. She needed a distraction. Gall, her father's dear friend and servant of the enclave for over 15 years, would definitely be posted at the entrance to the cell block. With only one prisoner in residence, she doubted there would be more muscle than that. She would put this book and coin in her room for safekeeping. Then she would find her brother, who was always up for a bit of mischief. Chapter 4. 10 minutes. That's all I need. Rayelle tugged on her braid. She dropped Shamir's book and the coin off in her room before searching for her brother. Taryn leaned against the exterior wall of the ambassador's mansion and let out a sigh. 10 minutes is a long time. Has quite the potential for punishment from the ambassador. I'll take the blame, whatever it is. I'll tell her I put you up to it. Anything goes? Rayelle raised an eyebrow. Don't hurt anybody. I make no promises. Taryn flashed a devilish grin. Rayelle would have laughed had she not been working to bring feeling back to her hands and toes. Taryn stood. Getting a bit rebellious in your old age. Rayelle swatted his shoulder, but he dodged. Seriously, though, what are you going to say to the balancer? Rayelle shrugged. Her mouth was dry, and she cleared her throat. I don't know. He's a balancer, Rayelle, with mixed blood. He's dangerous. Rayelle frowned. She didn't have time to explain the aura she'd seen. her conversation with Shamir, or the confusion she felt about the prophecy. She definitely wasn't going to mention the vision to her brother. She only needed Taryn to make a disturbance so she could get down to the holding cells unseen. Maybe so, she admitted. He's behind bars, and I'll make it quick. How long will it take you to get in place? Taryn pulled the seeds off a stalk of tall grass and rubbed them between his fingers. I've got an idea. Should only take a few minutes to set up. He smirked. You know, if you get caught, you're never going to overtake Syphonia as the favorite child. She would have been mad at that comment if it came from anyone else, but Taryn knew exactly how it felt to play second fiddle. Or in his case, third. Taryn dropped the frond from his hand. Go to the library and count to 100, twice. Then get to the tunnel. Rayelle nodded. Thank you. I'd offer to return the favor, but you'll be in my debt, just how I like it. Her brother smirked, then stalked toward the front of the house. I'll see you at the banquet? Taryn waved a hand behind his back as if her assignment and potential removal from his life were an everyday occurrence. Rayelle rolled her eyes. He didn't have to admit it, but wherever she went, he'd miss her. She wished she could take him along. Taryn, alone with their parents with no sisters to buffer his constant shenanigans, was a disaster waiting to happen. Rayelle's heart raced as she waited for him to disappear around the corner. She strode to the back door, entering the house through the kitchen, and made her way to the lower-level library as Taryn had instructed. She trailed her fingers along the polished wood of the banister. The ambassador's house was a historical landmark, built when the Blessing Givers settled here in the 125th year of the Age of Luce. The old Port of Aerith sat behind its stone walls since the Age of Darkness. Since the Idris River connected the north and south, it was a natural place for a port. But it wasn't until her people chose this as their worship center that it expanded into the thriving township it was today. The Balancers followed, settling their enclave on the opposite bank. Each stone step and tapestry hanging on the walls of the manor was handcrafted by Rayelle's ancestors, and she felt that legacy in her bones. This safe haven was established to nurture Ariadne's magic and cultivate a strong bloodline. It was their responsibility to strengthen its roots. Rayelle exhaled as she tugged the heavy wooden door of the library open and peered into the room. Finding it empty, she slipped inside and dropped into a feathered armchair next to the antiquities. She closed her eyes and breathed in the smell of leather and aged parchment, then started to count. She reached 100 and started over again at 1, careful not to drag or speed through the numbers. It was impossible to get comfortable with her insides bubbling like a pot of stew. In barely over a minute, she'd waltz out the door, brazenly descend the steps into the basement, and walk through the hopefully unguarded tunnel that led to the holding cells. She had 2 exits from that point, back through the tunnel or up into the guard tower. 53, 54. What was she going to say? Possibly nothing. She sent a silent prayer to the goddess, hoping that all she needed was to get another look at him. The foundation of reasonability that supported this endeavor began to crumble as she sat. Why was she doing this again? Was it necessary to get answers to her questions? It would be so much easier to close her eyes to what she'd seen. All of the tightness in her chest and dissonance in her head would disappear if she simply walked back up the stairs and went to her room to prepare for the banquet. The Balancer was in a holding cell for a reason. Like Taryn said, he was dangerous, volatile. 71, 72. Rayelle wiped her palms on her slacks. No, she couldn't go back, not without doing something. She'd made the safe choice before, and what had it gotten her? She was still just as frustrated and confused as ever. If she trusted her sight, like Shamir kept prodding her to do. She sat straight. Maybe that was it? Maybe the vision she'd received was a push, not to help the Balancer, but to find the answer she actually needed. Maybe she would see something in the tunnel that would patch up the cracks in her spiritual walls. Ariadne needed her to trust her sight. Perhaps this was only a test, a hurdle to help her step outside her comfort zone. 100. It was time. With renewed confidence, Rayelle stood from her chair. She was a consecrated blessing giver, not a scared little girl. She would learn to trust her sight and find the answers the magic had for her. Rayelle strode out of the library, then turned left and descended the stairs. She mulled over possible excuses for her presence as she opened the door. Her slippers brushed against the stone steps, and she held her breath until she saw Gall's post abandoned. Thank you, Taryn. With trembling fingers, she ran her hand between the desk and the wall for the extra ring of keys the guards always kept there. They'd discovered this secret as young children and had used it many times to lock each other up during their games. Her fingers brushed cold metal, and she yanked the ring free from the hook. She stood and inspected the cold cast-iron keys one by one until she landed on the one she needed. It was the largest, not difficult to locate. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, then tried twice to insert the key into the lock with trembling fingers. On the third attempt, it clicked into place and turned easily. The hinges creaked as she pulled on the handle and slipped into the dimly lit tunnel. The heavy door fell closed behind her and she dropped the keys into her pocket. The oil lantern flickered as she breezed down the passageway. Her shadow was her opposite, dancing gleefully against the stone without a care in the world. Rayelle hesitated as she reached the fork. Left, and she'd exit through the guardhouse in the courtyard. Right? She steeled herself and turned, then peered into the darkness of the first cell. She should have grabbed a torch. I thought I wouldn't see you till morning. The gruff voice sounded on her left, and she slunk further down the row. Did you miss? The man's growl cut off mid-sentence as she appeared in front of the bars. There was the balancer, hunched over, planted on the lone plank of wood slung against the back stone wall with bolts and chains. His dark, wavy hair hung over his face, obscuring his incriminating eyes. Rayelle whispered a verse of scripture. The swirls of light still encircled him, continued to fold into and around his being. He tilted his head, and her heart jumped into her throat. She shouldn't be here. Even safely behind the bars, the man was terrifying. In the yard of the temple, his strong, muscular body had drooped, but here, he oozed predatory energy. Like a cornered mountain cat, wound up and waiting for his opportunity to pounce. As a balancer, he could see her dark aura as clearly as she viewed his light. She shivered. His kind dwelt in darkness. But he had both. Could he see both her auras at once? Did he have to choose one or the other? Rayelle fiddled with the keys in her pocket and peered at him as blood rushed in her ears. Please. She begged for another illusion to appear. She focused so intently on his aura that for a moment, she forgot there was a man underneath. Until he spoke. Come to gawk at the aberration? The balancer growled as he shot up from the bench. Rayelle jumped, then forced a mask of calm over her face. He was at least a head taller than she was and looked far more menacing standing than hunched over his knees. Yet, the image seared into her memory prevented her from sinking into full-blown panic. She knew what his eyes could look like if they were soft, the way his lips could part in longing, the way his hands. Rayelle shook her head and blinked. The man standing in front of her was a balancer with mixed blood. Living proof of a sin that she was currently fantasizing about repeating. Shame welled within her. She had to get that image out of her head, and yet everywhere she looked, she only saw light, goodness, potential. His aura was bursting with it. How is this possible? She whispered, then clamped a hand over her mouth. She hadn't meant to speak the words out loud. The balancer stepped closer to the bars. Quite simple. My own enclave guards attacked me as soon as my consecration ceremony took place and dragged me across the river. She dropped her hands and cleared her throat. That's not what I meant. He took another step forward. There are bars between us, Rayelle reminded herself, and kept her feet rooted to the dirt floor. The air didn't shimmer. No vision appeared, only light that flowed off the balancer in waves. He ran a hand through his hair, and Rayelle swallowed hard. Maybe if she got him talking? Did you know? She asked. Know what? That you had mixed blood. His nostrils flared. If I knew I had mixed blood, I wouldn't have sought consecration as a balancer. Rayelle raised an eyebrow. Yet, from the looks of your face, you put up a fight when they arrested you. From the looks of yours, you would have done the same thing. Rayelle's expression hardened. I would never fight against the order. Your eyes, what they represent, is fulfillment of prophecy, pollution of the fount. You should be glad to accept the consequences of such a manifestation." His low chuckle percussed against the stones, but his expression darkened. Easier said than done. He stepped into the light, and Rayelle shuffled back, mesmerized by the strangeness of his eyes. The violet seemed to exude all the light the inky black absorbed. Two opposites, set in the same face. The balancer set his jaw. "I die in the morning. You'll all get your wish." Rayelle searched the air over his head, hunting for a message that could set her mind at ease. Had she not seen his brilliant aura and then an image of herself in his arms, she could have accepted this man's fate without question. As it stood, the reality of his existence and her understanding of the laws, of the prophecy, swirled inside her like oil and water. Whenever she sought understanding in the past, she'd relied on her study and hard work. That took time, patience, two luxuries neither of them had. The balancer put a hand on the bars. "You're the one who was on the pedestal, in the temple." His eyes narrowed. "A little too old to be consecrated." Rayelle's cheeks burned. "You're one to talk?" With his battered features, she couldn't tell how old he was, but his broad chest and shoulders did not look like those of the men her age. He had to be at least 25. The corner of his mouth curled. "I thought I wanted a different life." "What kind of life?" His gaze raked over her. "A life less consecrated." She shivered and clamped her arms over her torso, then cleared her throat. "Something changed, then?" "Everything changed." His lip twitched and he drew a breath. "Why are you here?" A million responses flashed through her mind, all of them inadequate. She'd come because of her questions, because of her doubt, because Shamir believed in her visions, her sight. That was the thought she had in the library, the lesson Ariadne might be trying to teach her. Rayelle ignored his question and instead closed her eyes, then relaxed her shoulders and opened herself to the fount. Warmth flooded through her and she gasped. Never before had the magic poured into her so effortlessly. Had this been how it felt for Syphonia? Simple? Fluid? Her skin tingled as heat blossomed in her chest and flowed into her extremities. Her feet became one with the hum of the soil beneath her, even through her satin slippers. A cool breath of air whispered against her cheek. Somewhere down the tunnel, water dripped. The thrum of the balancer's heart sped up. Rayelle dropped her arms to her side and opened her eyes. With magic flowing through her, she again searched the air, this time without expectation. Nothing. Tears of frustration pricked her eyes. "The order forbids the mixing of blood. Yet your aura is light and—" Her voice shook. She couldn't bring herself to admit what else she'd seen. She could barely admit it to herself. The balancer observed her curiously. "You can't see the dark. What if that aura is stronger?" He made a good point. She hadn't considered that. He cleared his throat. "I'm a balancer with mixed blood. I'm as bad as a herald of Sidoni, so it should be impossible for me to present with a light aura. Do I have that right?" "Exactly." "Good. Continue." It was a command, not an invitation. Heat pulsed through her, and she pressed her hands behind her, tethering herself to the solid stone. "Your existence disrupts the world I understand." His grip tightened on the bar of his cell. "If you're seeking answers, you've come to the wrong place." Her time was almost up, and she'd gained nothing. Why would Ariadne send her a vision of impossibility? She couldn't bond with anyone because of her curse, and she could not bond with him because he was a balancer with mixed blood. Doubly unthinkable. Any hope Rayelle had of finding an explanation began to drain like the sands of an hourglass. She was about to be sent out who knew where as a blessing giver, to uphold the laws of Ariadne and bind the people of the Passage Realm to the goddess through the magic she held. How could she do that if there was proof, right in front of her, that the laws didn't align? Her chest tightened as she pushed off the wall. "Please, you must know something about your heritage. If your blood is polluted—" "I know nothing." His knuckles turned white. Don't you think I've tried to make sense of this? To understand how one moment I was celebrated and the next sentenced to death? Your parents, my parents are dead. He spit. Rayelle flinched and the balancer gritted his teeth. We've all been fooled. Taught that if we do what we're told, we'll be blessed by the goddess, that our blood is a gift. Rayelle flinched, and the balancer lowered his voice. Maybe you and I are trying to fit into a mold we have no business forcing ourselves into. You and I. The tender warmth of the fount pulled from her as anger bubbled up and took its place. She had no answers, and now he accused her of pretending? Rayelle stormed forward and slammed her hand against the cage. I'm nothing like you. I've spent every waking moment. His arm shot between the bars and clamped around the back of her neck, forcing her violently against the cold metal. She yelped and reflexively scratched against any skin she could reach. Then, without warning, her hand stiffened as the fount that had closed to her moments before swelled, and magic seared through her, twisting her insides with a force that punched the air from her lungs. The balancer gasped and pulled his arm away in shock. Rayelle's knees buckled. She slid down the bars, but strong hands clamped around her ribcage and lifted before she slammed into the ground. Just as quickly as the rush of energy came, it disappeared. As strength infused back into her limbs, she threw herself away from the bars, hoping to catch the balancer off guard. He caught her arm and snapped her forward, then locked both hands around her throat. Please, she choked out, prying at his fingers. I can't breathe. The edges of her vision grew dark. I don't want to hurt you, but I refuse to die here at the hands of the Order. Stop fighting, and I'll loosen my grip. Rayelle's head swirled as his breath whispered against her cheek. She nodded in desperation, and the pressure against her windpipe released. He hooked his arm around the back of her neck, and the muddiness in her vision retreated as she gasped for breath. Her eyes filled with tears, and she angrily blinked them away. You're exactly who they said you were. The muscles in his arm tensed, and when he spoke, his lips brushed the lobe of her ear. You shouldn't speak of things you don't understand. Pressure built behind her eyes. How could she have thought she'd find answers here? Why had she allowed her vision to distort the truth she'd been taught her whole life? Why had Shamir pushed her to question? This man was dangerous, a threat to the magic, and right now, an imminent threat to her. The smooth skin of her neck burned under his rough fingers, and she forced her arms between her body and the bars. She wasn't strong enough to break free, but she wouldn't let him think she was a willing captive. His free hand brushed her thigh, and she screamed. She trembled as the balancer's hand trailed over her hip, then dropped inside her pocket. Heat flashed through her body, and she gasped, then struggled with renewed fury to free herself from his grip. His hand froze when he found what he was looking for. Keys. She cursed herself for being so transparent. As soon as he pulled the metal ring from her pocket, he released her neck, and she fell back into the dirt. Don't ever put your hands on me again. Her tailbone throbbed as she scurried to stand, then flattened herself against the tunnel wall until the world stopped spinning. I'm sorry. The balancer's voice was ragged. His shirt was ripped, his lips still caked with blood. You're not, she hissed as she straightened the bodice of her dress. He blinked as if shocked by his own actions moments before. He jangled the keyring. I'm not sorry to have these, but I don't make a habit of taking what I want. A sob threatened to break free, and Rayelle bit the inside of her cheek. She turned and bolted past the other cells, turned left, and retraced her path through the hall. Her legs shook, and her thoughts raced. Tears streaked her cheeks as she cautiously opened the door before darting past Gaul's empty post. She should tell someone. Alert the guards so they could intercept the balancer before he escaped the tunnel. Her face blanched. Then she'd have to explain why she was near his cell in the first place, and what explanation did she have? Her mother would never believe she'd gone down out of curiosity. As it stood, nobody besides Taryn would ever know she was there. Nobody had seen her leave the library, and the staff were so busy preparing for the banquet, they hadn't noticed her slipping through the door to the basement either. Rayelle groaned. She couldn't allow the balancer to escape. She had to tell someone. She took the stairs 2 at a time to the main floor, wiped the tears from her cheeks, then strode as normally as possible down the hall and exited through the side door into the gardens. She would wrap around to the other side of the house and pretend she saw something, a man with dark hair in the house. Rayelle raced along the path, and when she finally rounded the corner, she screamed for the guards. Book of Ariadne, Words of Piantu, Prophet under the Order of Ariadne, Chapter 1, Verse 3. In the darkest night, my soul pleads for restraint. I cry out for tethering. My heart yearns to break free and soar, but wisdom cautions, only bonds will set me free. Chapter 5. Paladin stared after the blessing giver a moment before coming to himself. He had keys to his cell, keys to his freedom. He'd have plenty of time to unpack what just happened, but right now, he needed to get out of this hellhole. He shoved the ring through the bars and jammed one key after another into the lock. Finally, one took. He twisted it until the mechanism audibly released, then pulled back and kicked the door open. He snatched the keys from the lock and shoved them into his pocket. He might need those later. The blessing giver had run down the hall to the left. His battered muscles complained as he dragged his legs forward. Whatever tincture they'd slipped him back home still hadn't fully worn off. His limbs felt heavy, and his thoughts seemed to fade in and out simultaneously, which was why the energy that pulsed through his body when he touched the blessing giver's skin had come as such a shock. Had it been magic? Hers or his? He pressed a hand against his forehead to lessen the throbbing. The dank tunnel split in two directions. Which had she taken? He had no way of knowing, nor could he tell whether her way was safest for him. He needed to find somewhere to hide, to escape notice until he could figure out where he was and how to find a way out of Aerith. With how many witnesses there had been in the temple earlier, the news of his defect had likely spread faster than measlepox in a children's ward. Paladin, son of Prior, you are this day reserved as a balancer, a servant prepared to bear the burden of human darkness and suffering. He slammed a hand to his forehead. He could not think about that now. He couldn't think about the way the steward's eyes had widened, or the way the consulate's voice had twisted as he'd ordered his banishment without a second thought. He couldn't think about how the blessing giver had looked at him with disgust. No. He needed a way out. Paladin continued straight down the passageway until he reached a spiral staircase, then launched himself up the steps. It had been torture sitting in that cell, staring at a blank wall with only the flickering shadows as a distraction from his thoughts. How could his parents have done this? Raised him in the enclave and taught him to seek consecration when they knew their bloodline was impure? Or had they known? If only they were alive to question. He growled in frustration. Each scrape of his boot against metal sounded like a warning bell. He stepped as lightly as possible on the final few stairs, then reached for the handle of the door at the top. Light poured into the darkness as he pushed out, momentarily blinding him. He pulled the door closed and blinked, willing his eyes to adjust before trying again. Paladin blinked and peered out into a shelter of some sort. The stone walls were high with narrow openings. A lookout. He was on top of a wall, which meant he was going to have to find his way back to the ground. Past the shelter, there was cover in the trees. If he could get there, he would have a better chance of escaping notice. Then, once darkness fell, he could plot his next move. The blessing giver was right. He should sacrifice himself for the sake of the realm. But at the moment, he couldn't convince his body to stop fighting or fleeing for life. Without thinking, Paladin bolted forward and hid behind a pillar. Even crossing a small section of floor left him breathless. If he could cross to the next wall without being spotted, he could... Someone has to report him. I don't care if he's the ambassador's son. The voice sounded close enough, Paladin's stomach jumped into his throat. Be my guest, a second man laughed. It's irresponsible, especially when we have a prisoner on the loose. Their boots slapped against the stone. They were heading his direction. He turned but couldn't yet see their shadows. He had to move. He hunched and darted toward the next section of the shelter, but didn't stop there. If he didn't run for the trees now, he'd be a sitting duck when these men rounded the corner. What? Too late. Adrenaline coursed through Paladin's veins, waking up his sore muscles and groggy mind. He flat out sprinted to the wood. He would either make it to the trees or they'd shoot him. There wasn't any time to worry about which outcome he'd earn. His lungs screamed as the raw skin of his ankles beat against the rough leather he'd been dragged around in half the day. An arrow whistled through the air and thunked into the dirt ahead of him. Paladin pushed harder. He waited for something to slam into his back and tear through his flesh. He waited for blackness. But then he passed the first tree. And the second. Soon the forest sprung up around him, but he still didn't let up. The guards had seen where he went, and if they weren't idiots, they'd put two and two together, figure out that he was the prisoner they were supposed to be guarding. They weren't going to allow him to disappear into the woods. He turned right and pumped his legs faster. The ground sloped upward, forcing him to slow to a brisk walk. He pounded his fist against his chest, willing his heart and lungs to keep up. It wasn't until the blood stopped rushing in his ears that he heard the dogs. Rayelle sat stiffly between her parents inside the banquet hall. So far, they were oblivious to the escaped prisoner, and she hoped her luck would last for a while longer. The enclave guards were committed to protecting this important family event, and for once, their rigidity worked in her favor. If the rest of the evening passed without anyone causing a ruckus, she could assume her cry had done enough. She'd know they'd caught the balancer and returned him to his cell. Her heart raced at the thought of the guards relaying the details of the debacle to her parents at reconciliation later that night. Would the balancer rat her out? Tell the guards she'd been the reason he escaped? She had no alibi. Rayelle closed her eyes and drew a breath. For now, she was safe, but she doubted her guilty conscience and riled nerves would allow her to enjoy this moment. Her mother's friends chatted at the tables around them. The walls of the great hall were draped in celebratory fabric. The candles were lit. Rayelle floated above it all as if in a dream. She could barely convince herself that the events of the past hour were real. Had the balancer left the cell? Had she betrayed the law? She hadn't meant to, but if he was gone? Her stomach dropped out from under her. Shamir had told her to trust her sight. That narrative wasn't going to hold water if she had to explain an escaped prisoner. Rayelle, did you hear me? Her mother put a hand on her arm. I asked if you wanted a biscuit. Elora held out a small basket lined with a linen cloth that held crisp, golden pastries. Rayelle shook her head, then passed them to her father. Elora waited until Caius selected a biscuit, then cleared her throat. I need to apologize. You asked for a small ceremony today, but I didn't listen. I felt it was important for others to see your example of tenacity. I should have spoken to you about it. Rayelle was instantly present. Her mother's apology sparked something within her, and her defenses lowered. She suddenly wanted to blurt out everything she'd discussed with Shamir, comb through every shred of information that choked her until she couldn't breathe. She probably would have, had they not been surrounded by council members and her peers. Instead, she smiled as tears welled in her eyes. Thank you. Where were you? After the ceremony? Her father slathered his steaming biscuit with fresh currant jam. Your mother and I came to discuss your assignment, but your room was empty. Rayelle frowned. I didn't think you were allowed to discuss assignments beforehand. Caius raised an eyebrow. We're a bit more flexible when it's our own flesh and blood. He lifted his buttery creation to his lips. You didn't answer my question. Rayelle sighed inwardly. She'd hoped to avoid it. I went back to the temple. After what happened this morning, I needed clarity. Her mother sniffed. Why didn't you come to us? It seemed you were occupied with your guests, Rayelle answered quickly. By the look on her mother's face, the comment stung. I'm sorry, she whispered. Elora set her fork next to her plate. Taryn caught Rayelle's eyes from across the room and held up the roasted leg of a fowl. He put on a show of attacking it like a feral mountain man before one of the servants swatted him. Rayelle laughed under her breath, then snapped her focus back to her mother. I know you think that the only person I'm concerned with is myself, Elora whispered. Rayelle frowned. I don't think that. Please, let me get this out. Rayelle nodded and her mother continued. Since taking on the ambassadorship, I have felt torn between doing what is best for my family, doing what is best for the enclave, and doing what is best for the city of Aerith. Ultimately, what is best for the realm in which we live. What is best by the goddess. Rayelle leaned forward to interject, but her mother held up a hand. I know this responsibility doesn't rest wholly on my shoulders, but with the times we live in, I do not feel that I can take my responsibilities lightly. Rayelle sighed. You've never taken your responsibilities lightly. She thought back to all the times her mother had knelt by her bed in prayer, worried over a matter placed before the committee, or stayed up late into the night to counsel with someone. Whatever weaknesses her mother had, putting off her responsibilities wasn't one of them. Elora sighed. Yet I haven't done enough. You've done your best. Grease dripped into Caius's beard as he put a forkful of braised meat into his mouth. They denied my request for a petition, for the third time. Elora gritted her teeth. I don't know what else I need to do to convince them that balancers are a threat to the order. Caius patted her back. We'll try again. Elora smoothed the crease in her brow with her thumb and forefinger. We live in troubled times, and protecting the magic requires sacrifice. Rayelle's heart softened. The weight of her mother's calling was visible in the sag of her shoulders and the dark circles under her eyes. Ariadne doesn't want us to stand where the sun shines, she whispered. Elora lifted her head and observed her curiously. What did you say? Rayelle drew a breath. Ariadne doesn't want us to stand where the sun shines. She asks us to hold her hand and take a step into the dark. Maybe there are things we don't understand. Did Shamir tell you that? Her mother's eyes narrowed. Rayelle blinked, then nodded. At the temple. I was confused about what happened this morning, and... She stopped short as one of her father's guards approached the table. He leaned over and whispered something in Caius's ear. Rayelle's stomach dropped, and her breath grew shallow. Was he informing her father of the prisoner's escape? Would they dare interrupt if the situation wasn't contained? Caius's brows drew together, and he held out his palm beneath the edge of the table. The guard placed something into it, and her father's face reddened. Caius, what is it? Elora leaned forward, concerned. Her father's lips trembled as he spoke. The balancer has escaped the holding cell. Elora gasped and clapped a hand over her mouth to cover up the sound. Caius focused his attention on Rayelle and clenched his jaw. Where did you say you were? After the ceremony? Rayelle's heart raced. At the temple. I told you already. Caius leaned toward her, and his fist shook as he stretched it out, low enough that only the three of them could see. Then why was this found on the floor outside of the balancer's cell? He uncurled his fingers, and the blood drained from Rayelle's face. The ice blue gem. The delicate gold chain. Her necklace. Chapter 6. Rayelle wrung her hands as she waited outside the council room to receive her assignment. She felt nauseous. She'd never been a good liar. When she walked into that room, every council member would be able to read the truth of what happened this afternoon all over her face. The fragrance of winter's heart wafting from the vase on the table wasn't helping her stomach settle. She stared at the dainty flowers perched on their stems, white and unblemished, the perfect symbol of virtue. Her mother loved them. Though they didn't propagate here by the sea, her mother made a point to order seeds at first solstice. The gardener planted a handful every 2 weeks to give consistent blooms all season long. She said they reminded her of home. Her mind replayed the hushed conversation she had with her parents in the servants' hallway after Caius whisked them away from the banquet hall. She tried to explain, tried to justify her actions, but she couldn't. Anything she said only made them more furious, and eventually she'd shut her mouth and nodded, only answering the questions they asked. Who knew she'd been there? Nobody. She wouldn't pull Taryn into this. Who had she talked to beforehand? Only Shamir at the temple, like she'd already explained. She broke down and told them about seeing a vision of the balancer alive. She left out the actual visual, and how Shamir was certain it was a message. That only seemed to make things worse. Did anyone witness her going past the guard post? No. Nobody could know their family had anything to do with the balancer's escape. The guard, he knew. Had he said anything? No. He'd been with them for over 15 years. He was trustworthy. The dark paneling and rich, swooping window treatments in this foyer made her claustrophobic. Her neck flushed, still raw from where the balancer had squeezed. She tightened the knot in her scarf to hide the raised skin. Even though her parents knew what had transpired, nobody else did. Nobody else could. There would be a bruise there by nightfall without question, and she'd have to figure out how to hide it. She'd already let her parents down. The last thing she needed was for members of the council to sniff around and ask questions. Had the guards caught the balancer? They would have executed him on sight. Her stomach clenched, and she put a hand over her midsection. The balancer was dangerous. He hadn't thought twice about harming her for his own benefit. She should be thrilled that he'd met his fate. But the queasiness in her stomach didn't dissipate. It had to be because of her. She was a disappointment. At every turn, she'd frustrated the hopes of her parents, and this had to be the pinnacle of her blunders. Her consecration day was supposed to be different. Perfect. But today had been a bigger disaster than the months leading up to it combined. The double doors opened into the foyer. Rayelle? Camilla poked her head out. Rayelle stood and smoothed the fabric of her dress. This one was more prudent and comfortable than the one she'd worn this morning. Plus, the navy blue floral went with her scarf. You must look as if nothing is wrong, her mother had insisted. She forced a smile to her face and walked forward. She followed Camilla into the room she knew so well. Before Alora became ambassador, Caius had taken a turn on the council. The blessing givers, under the order of Ariathne, were to do nothing without the council's knowledge and approval. Though the enclave served 7 provinces and over 52 townships, they kept a firm grip on the leash. Take your seat. Her father sat in the center of a long, arcing table next to an empty chair. Where was her mother? With her missing, the council members would surely be suspicious. Did they know about the escaped balancer? Were they already whispering? The beat of her heart thrummed in her ears as she lowered herself into the singular chair in front of the council. Rayelle Abordeaux, why do you approach the council this day? Camilla recited after she planted herself further down the table. I approach the council to receive my stewardship. I have received my sight, and desire to serve the goddess wherever she sees fit to send me. She'd practiced those words countless times over the past week, and they easily rolled off her tongue as she clawed for control over her racing heart. Camilla nodded. As a member of the Blessing Giver Council and with the ambassador's authority under the order of Ariathne, I have the distinct honor of presenting you, Rayelle, with your assignment. Rayelle's nails pressed into her thighs. She hadn't thought about her assignment through all the chaos, but now her chest was cinched so tight she could barely breathe. Whatever place was announced today, she would have to travel there. She would leave the family she loved and the only home she'd ever known, directly after ruining her consecration day, after making it possible for a dangerous man to flee the enclave. Maybe she'd be assigned stewardship here in Aerith. Yes. Relief washed over her at the thought. If she were here, she'd be able to make amends. Fix this somehow. She could... Vivier. The word left Camilla's lips, and Rayelle blinked. Vivier? The name was so far outside the realm of possibilities. She couldn't decide whether she'd heard it or made it up. What? She shook her head and leaned forward. You have been assigned to Vivier, Camilla repeated. This time the word beat upon her heart like a stone mallet. She found her father's eyes. Vivier. The township hidden so deep within the mountains, the people only came down once a year to gather supplies. Vivier. The place people threatened their children with if they were naughty. But wasn't that exactly what she'd been? Her father's face was stony and cold. They'd come to discuss her assignment earlier, and she wondered if Vivier would have been brought up then. or if it could have been somewhere different. Before she threatened her mother's stewardship. If she stayed here and members of the enclave caught wind of her part in the Balancer's escape, that would only cause more problems for her parents. She shivered. Vivier was a 9-day journey at best through strenuous mountain terrain. She wouldn't be able to fix anything from there. She'd have to walk away from a mess of her own creation, abandon her family when she'd made them most vulnerable. Rayelle? Camilla waited for a response. But what was she supposed to say to this? She silently pleaded with her father. Why? She knew why. For how long? All the questions that flooded her mind reeked of entitlement, or at best, immaturity. She was 21, and yet this announcement thrust her back into the jumble of fears and insecurities of a small girl. Tears stung the corners of her eyes as her soul opened wide and vomited out all of her collected failures, putting them on display for her to inspect. Her blessings had given her parents expectations she'd never been able to meet. The words Shamir pronounced over her tiny head had given them false hope. Now, to add insult to injury, she'd given credence to a gift her mother had all but commanded her to ignore, and betrayed their trust. Her father stared straight ahead. Thank you, Rayelle murmured. It was the best she could do. She stood and spun to keep the council members from witnessing the tears now pooling in her eyes. She strode with as much decorum as she could muster toward the door. Rayelle stalked through the foyer, out the door, and across the patio toward the manor house. The prophecy scrolled through her mind. Only when my power is whole will it become a protector. Only when the magic is complete will it fail. She lowered her eyes as she entered the house through the side door, ascended the steps, and rushed down the hall to her bedroom. Once inside, she slammed the door and slumped against it, sliding to the floor. After the prophecy, her blessing rolled through her head. Today, more than any other day, it felt like a curse. You will restore that which was lost. You will turn the people of Ariadne to a past they have forgotten and lead them to truth they have corrupted. The emotions she'd barely repressed through the banquet and her meeting with the council welled up inside her and overflowed now that she was alone. When the magic is whole, lead them to truth. She growled in frustration. None of this made sense. She wasn't meant to lead anyone. She couldn't even make it through her own consecration day. She stood and crossed the room, then flopped onto the chair next to the window and glared out into the courtyard. Vivier. They were casting her aside. They were her parents, but they were also the leaders of the enclave. They had to do what was best for everyone, and yet their love had never felt more conditional. At least there weren't many people she'd mourn when she departed. This assignment hammered home the reason she'd cut off friendships or looked the other way when men tried to catch her eye. Why she protected her heart and the hearts of others as much as possible. As a young child, she hadn't done it consciously, but it had always stemmed from fear of her curse. How could she choose to care about someone when it would only lead to heartache, to betrayal? It was safer to keep everyone at arm's length, for her sake and theirs. No love meant no pain. Her lower lip trembled as she thought of Siphonia, how she'd hoped to spend some time together before her sister left in the morning. Of Taryn, whom she hadn't spoken with at the banquet. Of Shamir. Rayelle drew a deep breath and stood. Where could she always count on finding peace and clarity? She needed to go to the temple. Maybe Shamir could make sense of this, because right now, it seemed that trusting her sight had been her worst decision yet. Shamir pressed her tongue against the top of her mouth. It tingled. She looked down at the elixir in her hand, the one she kept in her desk drawer and had shared with Rayelle before her consecration. Rayelle had been fine. She hadn't mentioned any adverse reactions after drinking a drop. Shamir put out a hand to steady herself. Are you ill? Paladin asked, and gently gripped her other arm. Shamir shook her head. No, I'm not sure what's happening. The room is... Her legs buckled, and Paladin lowered her to the stone floor of the temple. He rubbed her hands between his. You're cold. Tell me where to find a blanket. Shamir shook her head. You shouldn't be here. They will come back. He clenched his jaw. I'll get you a blanket first. His slate gray and violet eyes stared back at her with stubborn resolve. Through the door. She pointed with what little strength she had left. There's a chest next to the bookshelf. Paladin jumped to his feet and lumbered through the archway. He was good. She'd seen it just as Rayelle had when he walked in. That was why she'd hidden him when he burst through the temple doors earlier. That was why she'd lied to the captain when he questioned her on the steps, as his dogs frothed at the mouth on their leashes. She'd never believed the rumors about the balancers, but truth be told, she'd never believed rumors about anything. She couldn't trust the words of other humans, even the words of other blessing givers. She could only trust her sight. And what she'd seen this morning was a man who didn't deserve the treatment he was receiving. She flexed her muscles and worked to shift the weight on her hips. Her limbs were leaden, weighing down on the stones so heavily she wondered if she might sink. Light no longer flooded through the colored windows above the rings, which meant it was almost dusk. How long had she been lying here? Her eyelids drooped, and her breathing slowed as a weight settled on her chest. What was she waiting for? And where were the dogs? Shamir! Footsteps pounded against the floor and sent painful waves reverberating through her being. She tried to lift a finger to her lips, but her hand was stiff. Shamir! The voice was closer. She focused all her energy on her eyelids, and they slowly blinked open. Rayelle. Her visage shimmered in the dim light, but it was her. Shamir, what's wrong? Can you speak? Did someone... The girl's head snapped up. You, she hissed. You did this to her. No. Shamir screamed inside her head. Rayelle seethed. How dare you desecrate my temple? Guards! The girl screamed the word, and the sound pierced her like 1,000 needles. He came seeking refuge. He did nothing. The words pounded against the inside of Shamir's skull, but wouldn't leave her lips. Your skin is like ice. Rayelle pulled her hands from the stone. Shamir, you have to tell me what happened. If he hurt you... Tears spilled over onto the girl's cheeks. Why won't you talk? She put a hand on Shamir's chest. Breathe, she commanded. Shamir, you have to breathe. She was breathing, wasn't she? Ah, the rainbows. They were back. Light danced across Rayelle's face and spread across the altar. It must not be as late as she thought. Even so, she needed sleep. It had been a long day. Such a long day. Aebis. Shamir's tongue felt like cotton. Don't worry about the cat, please. Rayelle pressed her ear to Shamir's heart. Shamir, stop it. You need to breathe. The girl had lost her mind. She was blubbering nonsense and leaking tears all over her tunic. A high-pitched tone rang in her ears. She finally gave in and allowed her weighted lids to close. Sleep. Then she could remind Rayelle to be more reverent in the chapel. Chapter 7. Rayelle! Someone called her name, but she didn't lift her head. Her arms draped limply around Shamir's cold body, with Aebis curled up by her side. How long had she been here? The balancer had run the second she started screaming, but she hadn't been able to force herself to leave Shamir and follow. Rayelle, what are you? A gasp. Her father's voice. What happened? Is she... Shamir's dead. Rayelle's voice was raw. The balancer poisoned her. It was all her fault. If she hadn't let curiosity and questioning get the best of her, if she hadn't gone down to the balancer's cell, Shamir would still be alive. Caius knelt beside her. How do you know? Rayelle pushed herself up with shaking arms. She pointed at Shamir's tongue peeking out from between her parted lips. Black. I came to tell her about my assignment. He was here. The balancer? Why didn't you? I yelled for the guards," she whimpered as fresh tears filled her eyes. "I couldn't leave her." "Shh." Caius pulled his daughter to his chest and murmured under his breath, "I don't understand how the guards didn't seize him before he made it here." Rayelle lifted her head when she heard footsteps. Her mother. She hadn't seen her following behind her father. The sky outside the windows was dark now. How had her parents thought to look for her here? "Rayelle, I'm so sorry." Elora crouched and rubbed her back. "I know how much she meant to you." Rayelle sniffed. Did her mother regret not reconciling with her oldest friend? Did she hate that she clung so tightly to her calling that she couldn't see a different point of view? They'd had plenty of opportunities to compromise, but Shamir was always the one to put forth effort. Now, Elora had lost her chance. Permanently. "How could he do this?" Rayelle murmured. The image of the balancer standing in the doorway flashed through her mind. His aura was light, and yet he'd taken Shamir's life? A pit opened up inside her. It sucked every last bit of goodness into its soul-crushing depths and clamored for more. "We will find him," Caius growled. Rayelle wiped her face with the back of her hands and straightened. "I want to help." "With what?" Elora asked. "With the search." She pointed to the inner sanctuary. "He left through that door. Maybe—" "Rayelle." Elora shook her head. "That wouldn't be prudent." "Mother, he killed Shamir, the steward of the Temple of Glass. It's my fault, and—" "It won't be possible." Her mother's lips trembled. Not possible? She wasn't a guard, but she did have her sight. With his aura as bright as it was, if he was still in the woods— "Your coach is being prepared, as we speak," her father murmured, and Rayelle nodded. Perfect. At least he understood. A coach would allow her to search from the road, possibly to take you to Vivier, her mother whispered. Rayelle blinked. "What are you talking about?" Caius looked down at the stone steps. "Your mother and I felt it best." She had heard her mother correctly. They were sending her off to Vivier? Now? To what? Rayelle's eyes flashed. To get rid of me? Elora pursed her lips. Rayelle, we have to think about— Her body is barely cold, Mother. I can't go to Vivier tonight. I need to be here, at the enclave, to find the balancer and make him pay for what he's done, to dress her body and honor— You lost that privilege when you chose to ignore the rules and allowed the balancer to escape. Elora trembled with barely suppressed rage. Shamir's carelessness is the reason— She sucked in a breath and waited for her emotion to pass. You both have put the entire enclave at risk, the entire realm at risk. Caius's face was grim. We've kept it contained. Only 2 guards know of your involvement, the ones who came across the necklace, and we've ensured they won't speak to anyone else. With you gone, our hope is that nobody will ask questions. Realization hit, and Rayelle pulled her knees to her chest. She was a risk to the enclave and a risk to them. If the council found out that she had been involved in the balancer's escape, her mother would take the blame. How could she explain her own daughter freeing the man they'd sentenced to death on her consecration day? She stared at Shamir, lifeless on the steps. How she wished her friend would suddenly take a breath, sit up, and remind her that she was blessed, that Ariadne had plans for her, that this wasn't at all what it seemed. Her hand shook as new tears traced old trails down her cheek. It's time to go. Elora motioned for her to stand. Rayelle shook her head and rocked back and forth, still holding herself in a tight ball. Her mother brushed a hand against her cheek. 5 minutes to say goodbye. Then you'll come with us. Elora avoided looking at her dead friend as she rose, then turned on her heel and retreated down the aisle. Rayelle dragged her trunks one by one through the hall. Abis chased after her foot, and she quickly shooed the cat back into the room and shut the door. Shamir was dead. and she hadn't the heart to leave Abis alone in the temple. Shamir was dead. Rayelle lugged the trunk out onto the landing, then paused and put a hand to her midsection. A strange feeling had taken up residence there, a subtle itch. Like there was something she was supposed to do, but she couldn't quite remember what. She blinked back tears and felt for Shamir's coin in her pocket. Syphonia and Taryn cowered against the far wall. This was not the last impression she'd hoped to leave on her younger siblings, but what choice did she have? Her tongue was black. Her body was cold, and her tongue was black. Rayelle coughed to disguise her gagging. Elora stepped out into the hall. I asked the cook to prepare rations for the journey. She nodded at Taryn, and he obediently jogged down the hall toward the stairs. Rayelle stifled a sob. She turned back to her room and poured herself into lugging her last chest into the hall, to avoid a complete breakdown in front of her family. I'll help you, Syphonia offered, and Rayelle nodded. Elora spun on her heel to find Caius as the two girls reached out for the handles on the first trunk. Thank you, Rayelle whispered, as they started down the steps. What happened? At the temple? Syphonia slid her free hand along the banister to keep her balance. Rayelle shook her head. She couldn't talk about it. Father said something happened with the balancer. From the temple this morning. Anger swelled through Rayelle at the mention of him, searing her heart and flaming into her fingertips. She wanted to kill him. She would kill him. If he ever showed his face again, she would scratch his impure eyes out. I don't want you to go. Syphonia carefully lowered her side of the trunk and turned back to the stairs. Rayelle sniffed. You've been gone for months. How is this any different? I wasn't in Vivier, Syphonia muttered, then spun to her sister in shock. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Rayelle scoffed. No, I understand completely. Taryn appeared around the corner with 2 sacks dangling in his hands. Should be plenty, don't you think? The cook gave me a bag of scraps, too. He winked at his sister. Sweet Taryn. She would miss him the most. Perfect. Set them here. Rayelle motioned back to the trunk they'd just placed by the front door. With Taryn's help, they were able to transport the rest of Rayelle's things easily. By the time Elora's maid had reached the driver, everything was organized. Where's Father? Rayelle asked. Her mother's eyes flashed. He's in our room. In Aeon. Sending a message to the guide who was supposed to meet you in 2 days' time, but will now need to meet you sooner. Aeon. The dream world. It was the preferred communication method for members of the Order, though it usually required an elixir. Rarely, people found a way to enter through sleep, but that wouldn't be her father's situation tonight. Rayelle brushed past Elora in the hall and opened the door to her bedroom. Her father relaxed in his favorite chair by the fireplace, with his hands clasped peacefully in his lap. She walked forward and put a hand on his cheek. The bottle of purple elixir sat on the side table. Her heart hammered as she cautiously pulled down his lower lip, to ensure his tongue was still pink. She breathed a sigh of relief. Father, I know you can't hear me, but I wanted to say goodbye. Having never traveled into Aeon herself, she didn't know if her voice would get through, but she wouldn't be able to wait until the elixir wore off. The coach was ready. She had to go. Rayelle planted a kiss on her father's forehead. Rayelle, her mother whispered. She turned. Her mother held out a small case. You'll need these for your journey. Rayelle set the case on the dresser and opened the top. Elixirs. Batches she only gained access to as a consecrated blessing giver. She'd hoped to have some time with Shamir to learn more about these, enter Aeon together for the first time. She swallowed the lump in her throat. Thank you. Her mother handed her a small crystal vial that hung on a silver ribbon. Keep this one around your neck. Take a drop for strength. Rayelle nodded and looped it over her head, then closed the case. Elora turned toward the door. Pray you don't need them, then use them when you must. Rayelle nodded. I'm sorry, Mother. Elora paused, then turned to meet her daughter's gaze. Rayelle's face twisted in anguish as words poured out of her. I never should have gone to the balancer's cell. I'm so sorry. If I would have kept the rules, everything would have been fine, and Shamir would be alive, and... Rayelle, her mother murmured as she rushed to her and pulled her close. Rayelle. Her tears soaked the shoulder of her mother's dressing gown. Elora didn't tell her it was all right. She didn't pretend the situation would blow over and everything would be resolved. It wouldn't be. They both knew that. But she held her. She comforted her. That was what a mother was supposed to do. And despite the fact that she hadn't given her speech or doted on her after the ceremony, her mother was there for her when she needed her most. Everything else is downstairs, Elora whispered as she pulled back. Rayelle nodded and followed her out into the hall. There's one more thing. Rayelle handed the case to Sophonia, then pushed open her bedroom door and scanned the floor. Where was he? She should have put him in one of the trunks so he couldn't disappear. Abis, where are you hiding? Rayelle pulled back the curtains, then dropped to the wooden floorboards to search under the bed. 2 eyes flashed green in the ambient light from the candles. She didn't have time to coax the cat out, so she scooted forward and wrapped an arm around his soft, furry body. You're coming with me, sir. The cat complained but quickly snuggled into her arms as she stood and walked back to the hall. Elora's eyes widened. You're taking that animal? Who else is going to care for him? Rayelle trundled the cat down the stairs, and her mother didn't argue. The coach is here, Taryn announced. 2 servants with shirts not quite tucked in arrived in the circular drive and loaded Rayelle's things into the luggage compartment behind the coach. Rayelle stepped out into the warm night air with Taryn and Sophonia. This was it. She was leaving Aerith and didn't know when she'd be back. Abis blinked curiously at the men loading the trunks. The compartment looked pathetically empty, which only punctuated the truth that she was setting off utterly alone. Don't worry. You can ride in the cabin with me. She leaned down to kiss the top of the cat's head, but a low growl made her pull back. None of us wished for you to leave like this. Elora tightened the tie of her nightgown around her waist as she stepped out onto the cobblestone. The cat dug his claws into Rayelle's arm as her mother approached. Abis, my goodness, Rayelle scolded. Just a moment. She walked to the coach, opened the door, and shook the cat off her arm. You honestly think you can be responsible for that thing, as you're traveling through the mountains? On foot? Elora stared back at the coach skeptically. I have plenty of space for him to rest. Plus, Taryn found me some scraps. I'm sure he did, Elora muttered. She sighed and wrapped her arms around her daughter one last time. You will learn much in Vivier. It's only for a time. Mother, about Shamir. Shh. Her mother hushed her. We will honor her appropriately. She served the enclave and her life will be celebrated. Rayelle pursed her lips and stifled a sob. Taryn and Sophonia rushed forward and wrapped their arms around their older sister. Rayelle pulled back. I'll be home to visit before you know it. Sophonia sniffed, and Taryn gave a small wave as Rayelle retreated toward the coach. She cautiously opened the door to make sure Abis wasn't itching to escape, then climbed in and closed the door. Chapter 8. Rayelle woke from a fitful sleep as the coach pulled to a stop. Abis, curled on the seat opposite her, stretched his paws and blinked lazily. You and me both, Rayelle yawned, then jumped at a heavy knock on the door. Yes? The driver opened it. Excuse me, Lady Rayelle. I apologize for the unintended stop. I have a wheel that needs tending to. Rayelle looked past his shoulder to the faint glow peeking over the horizon. It was almost dawn, which meant they'd been traveling for nearly 8 hours. Had she slept that long? The ache behind her eyes and pounding in her head argued otherwise. Where are we? She yawned and covered her mouth. Township of Krim. Another day's travels to the meeting point in the foothills. They'll have a warm breakfast there. He pointed across the road at the worn entrance of a public house. Of course. Rayelle scooped Abis into her arms and accepted the driver's help as she descended the steps and landed on the dirt road. Guilt pricked at her when she noticed the dark circles under his eyes. It hadn't been her decision to leave in the middle of the night, but it hadn't been his either. Will you be able to rest while we wait? The driver nodded. I'll find you when the coach is right. Rayelle thanked him and was about to cross the road when he stopped her. Be cautious. In some pockets, blessing givers aren't as well regarded as in Aerith. He dropped a handful of coins in her palm. Rayelle's brow furrowed, but she nodded. Nobody within the enclave had to travel with money in Aerith. Blessing givers and balancers were given anything they required free of charge for their service. The members of the realm didn't pay for blessing companions to attend their births, so it only seemed fair. She closed her fist over the money and walked toward the pub. Crim. She'd never heard of it, but scanning the street, she understood why. Besides the public house, there were only 6 other shops she could count. A few small houses dotted the land behind the road, but beyond that was only farmland. Her stomach grumbled, and Abis mewed in her arms. I know. We both need a hot meal. She patted the cat's head and pulled on the heavy wooden door. She was glad not to break into their rations quite yet. She had a feeling they'd need every morsel on their trip through the mountains. Every inch of her wanted to turn the coach around and head back to Aerith. The guilt of Shamir's death spun uncontrollably in her head, like a top that lost its balance and skittered across the floor. None of her reasoning or excuses mattered. The fact that Shamir believed in her visions only deepened her shame. The steward couldn't have meant for her to visit the balancer in his holding cell. What had she been thinking? She should have waited, given herself time to find answers without betraying her mother's orders, or really done anything besides walk down into the tunnel and let her frustration get the best of her, with the keys to the man's cell in her pocket. Mernon. A man with thick arms and grizzled beard nodded to her behind the counter of the dimly lit dining room. His aura was interesting. No streaks of light, just a simple, soft glow. What can I get for ya? The man's eyes stopped on the cat. He grunted but didn't complain when she set Abis in the chair closest to the fire. Whatever you have for breakfast would be perfect. She looked up and the man froze. She waited for him to speak, but he only stared at her with his mouth slightly parted. Right. He'd noticed her violet eyes. He cleared his throat. Sorry, my lady. I ne'er seen a blessing giver before. She smiled and nodded, accepting his apology. Will you be needing food for your companion also? Rayelle glanced down at Abis, then looked up as the man chortled a laugh. He pointed through the mottled glass of the window. Not the cat. I ne'er seen a man ride in a luggage cart. The man laughed heartily as he wiped out a glass, and Rayelle's stomach dropped as her head whipped to the side. Her driver stood next to the mules and motioned for a man in dirty overalls, presumably the blacksmith, to join him by the front wheel of the coach. But that wasn't what drew her attention. The hatch to the luggage compartment behind the coach stood open, and a man with dark, wavy hair wobbled with one foot planted on the road as he awkwardly pulled his other leg free of it. Rayelle clenched her fists as anger welled up inside her. Breakfast will only be for me. She kept her gaze locked on the balancer, who crouched low behind the coach and waited until the driver followed the blacksmith into his shop. When he bolted across the grass, Rayelle dropped the coins on the counter and dashed for the door. Excuse me. Rayelle could barely maintain common courtesy through her pounding heart. She forgot all about Abis in the chair and the breakfast she'd ordered as she darted back into the street. She needed to see where he was headed, and she needed a weapon. Rayelle bolted to the coach, grateful she'd worn breeches, and barely caught the balancer disappearing into the dark shadows of a barn across the pasture. She scanned the area and found a shovel propped against the outer wall of the blacksmith's shop. That would do. She stalked over and grabbed the handle. It was heavier than she'd anticipated, but that was to her benefit. Though she was taller than most women she knew, she didn't pride herself on being overly muscular. This tool would give her weight. Her long, slim arms gave her leverage. One swing, and she should be able to knock the balancer down flat. How dare he stow away in her coach? It was brilliant, actually, but he wasn't going to get away with it. He wasn't going to get away with poisoning Shamir. Blood rushed in her ears as she crept toward the barn. She heard every cricket in the grass and the flutter of birds' wings as they danced between tree branches. The balancer had sight, and while she hoped he was distracted, she had to be absolutely silent. She crossed the field in a slow arc, so he wouldn't be able to spot her from the open door. As she approached, the stacked bales of hay came into her field of view. Hay. Old farm equipment. No animals. That made things easier. The balancer was larger and stronger than Rayelle. She'd been completely helpless when he'd pressed her against the bars. She had to take him by surprise, hit him from behind. If he thought he could hide here, he was wrong. She had her sight, which meant she'd be able to see his aura, especially one as bright as his. She frowned and snuck along the outer wall of the barn. Why was his light aura so brilliant? It made no sense. Everything he did, everything he was, rebelled against the laws of Ariadne. Maybe it was exactly like the balancer suggested. His dark aura was all-consuming, but she wasn't able to see it. A boot scuffed lightly against the floor, and her head snapped toward the back corner of the barn. She lifted her slippered feet and placed them gently with each step, all while holding the shovel in position to swing. Another scrape. She was close, and the fact that he was making noise meant he likely didn't suspect a thing. She moved to the edge of the last row of stacked hay bales and paused so she could catch her breath silently. Light emanated from the corner exactly as she suspected. She would rush forward and whip the shovel against his head, drop him to the ground, then call for help and find men in town to restrain him until what? How would she get him back to Aerith? She couldn't do it herself. Her father had already notified the guide that she was coming and required passage to Vivier. She swallowed hard. Her elixirs were in her trunk. She could try entering Aeon, find someone to be there with her as she sent the message. She did have Abis. Did he count as someone she trusted? Rayelle nearly laughed at this thought. He was probably more loyal than most humans she knew. She shook her head and snapped back to reality. She was about to attack a dangerous fugitive, and thinking about cats wasn't helping her feel powerful. Rayelle glanced up to make sure the light was still there in the corner. It was, which meant it was time to make her move. She drew a deep breath and adjusted her grip on the handle, then charged forward and swung with all her might. "This is for Shamir!" The shovel connected, but she hadn't accounted properly for the balancer's height. The metal spade slammed into his shoulder, and he cried out as she pulled back for another blow. She wasn't fast enough. As she catapulted the shovel forward, he blocked it with his muscular forearm and wrapped his hand around the handle, then worked to wrench it out of her grip. She held on fiercely, then let go when he threw his weight into it. He stumbled back and landed hard against the wall as she turned to run. Her feet slipped on the loose hay, but she scrambled forward and sprinted toward the field. She couldn't beat him without a weapon, especially not when he had the one she brought. Footsteps pounded on the ground behind her, and just as she was about to break out into the open air and yell for help, he grabbed her arm and yanked her back. Rayelle yelped before he could clamp his hand over her mouth, but it wasn't loud enough. She was too far from the shop and the pub for anyone to hear her, and the barn wasn't visible from their windows even if, by some miracle, the sound had traveled. She struggled against his grip as he dragged her back behind the hay. Angry tears stung her eyes as she fought his pull with all her might. She'd been fueled with hatred and hadn't considered the consequences of her plan going awry. This was becoming a frustrating pattern for her. "Stop." The balancer hissed in her ear as she dug her nails into the flesh of his forearms. "I don't want to hurt." She bit down hard on his hand, and he pulled back just enough for her to rip free of his grip. She darted forward and had just cleared the first row of hay bales when she skidded to a halt. A formidable black dog stood in the grass, its hackles raised and teeth bared. It glared at her and snapped its powerful jaws, then growled low in its throat. "Don't move," the balancer whispered next to her. Move? She could barely breathe. She stood rooted to the spot with her eyes lowered in an attempt not to anger the animal. Paladin took a step forward, and the dog snarled in warning. "What have we here?" A lanky man in tall boots and a worn, oversized collared shirt ambled up next to the dog that must be his. "Outsiders. Stealing from the barn?" Rayelle shook her head desperately. The man had barely a flicker of an aura about his person. So small, it almost disappeared when he turned to face them. The balancer rubbed a hand over his shoulder. "No," he growled. "There's nothing to steal." The man's face reddened, and his eyes narrowed as he inspected the balancer's face. "Your eyes? That's not right. No magic can be mixed. The prophecy. I know the prophecy." The balancer's voice was low and menacing. The lanky man's face hardened, and his eyes raked over Rayelle. The sleeve of her dress was torn, and she hastily reached over to pull the fabric over her shoulder. The man licked his lips. He chuckled and motioned for his dog to back down, never taking his eyes off of her. "Members of the Order don't come round these parts often." Rayelle shivered as he took a step closer. "Yeah, think you're high and mighty, touching the magic none of us get. That's not. Close your filthy mouth." The man snapped his fingers, and the dog lunged at the balancer, then resumed his defensive position. "I don't like blessing givers, and I like balancers even less. Since you're both." He chuckled, then turned back to Rayelle. "I'm feeling generous at the moment. I'll take her inside. Make up for you both ruining the morning." His breath washed over her face, and Rayelle nearly gagged. She shivered in earnest now, her adrenaline kicking into high gear. She was alone, between two men who threatened to harm her. Between the two of them? She couldn't believe she was even thinking this. She trusted the balancer more. He'd let her go when he'd gotten what he wanted in the tunnel. She'd attacked him in the barn. While she would never turn to him under normal circumstances, she couldn't stand here and wait for this man to... At the man's command, the feral dog barked and raced forward to nip at her heels, and she threw herself toward the balancer. He pulled her quickly behind his back. She cowered there as his boot connected with the dog's head. The man's lip curled, and he pointed an angry finger at the balancer. "You! Get off my property before I kill you myself." Rayelle shrieked as the dog collected himself and approached a second time. She gripped the balancer's arms. "I'm not going anywhere with you." She looked down and saw a wooden handle protruding from the gap between the bales. "You do what I say," the man sneered. But before he could give the dog another command, Rayelle threw herself down and snatched the shovel from the barn floor. She shoved it into the balancer's hands. "No." The balancer commanded more than spoke. She clutched at his waist and hid her head as he brandished the shovel in front of him. "Call off your dog." The man scoffed. "Look at your eyes. You're a demon, and think to threaten me. In Crim, thieves are punished. Don't matter if you're the Order or not." "I said, call off your dog." The balancer raised the shovel and took a step forward. Rayelle walked with him, unable to unclench her hands. When the man didn't move, the balancer swung the shovel forcefully near the animal's head. "No!" The man spit and lunged forward, but the balancer jabbed the shovel in his direction and stopped him in his tracks. "The two of you won't get anything in this town. We don't plan to stay long." The balancer stared him down. Finally, the man bore his yellow teeth and whistled, then turned and stormed toward the house with his black dog in tow. Rayelle stood stiffly in the dirt and worked to catch her breath. When the man broke into a jog, she finally let go of the balancer and backed up. He'd protected her. Why? She'd jumped to him out of terror and desperation, but he had no reason to help. It would have been better for him had he let the man take her. The balancer panted and looked up. She met his eyes briefly before lowering them to the floor. "I'm not going to thank you." Did he think that would somehow absolve him of what he'd done? He dropped the shovel to his side, but still gripped the handle. "Move." "Don't tell me—" "He isn't going to let this go," the balancer growled. "Move." Rayelle's heart jumped into her throat, and she broke into a run back toward the blacksmith shop. The balancer stayed behind her, but she didn't look back. Why had she worn her slippers? Her feet were killing her. She caught sight of the coach, but her driver was nowhere to be found. "Our wheel, it's being fixed." "Take another coach," the balancer commanded. Another coach? This town was almost abandoned. Where was she supposed to come up with another mode of transportation? Avis. She'd left the cat in the pub. I'll stay in the pub and wait for... The balancer reached for her elbow and pulled her to a stop by the street. You're not safe here. Rayelle planted her hands on her hips. You're not safe here. That had nothing to do with... You saw how he looked at you. You think one driver or pub owner can keep you safe? We know nothing about this town. Rayelle swallowed hard and gasped for breath. I have to get my cat. You have to leave. Her cheeks burned. Get away from me, and don't you dare get in the luggage compartment of my coach. You won't be taking that coach, so it doesn't matter. She let out an exasperated groan and spun on her heel. Just then, her driver emerged from the shop. Rayelle hollered and waved her hands. Help! I've been attacked by... She turned to point at the balancer, but there was nobody behind her. Across the field, the man and his dog stepped back out of the house. The man held a long object in his hands, and Rayelle's stomach dropped. We need to go! Now! The driver blinked. The wheel wasn't as bad as I thought. It needed a bolt, but it should last for... Is it fixed? Rayelle glanced nervously across the field. The driver nodded, and Rayelle raced across the road, slammed through the door of the pub, and found Avis on the counter, eating something out of the pub owner's hands. Your cat is sweet as pie. The pub owner chuckled as Avis licked his fingers. His eyes glinted as he inspected the cat's collar. Thank you. She scooped the cat up into her arms. Without another word, she turned and ran back toward the door. Ya forgot your breakfast? The man called after her, but she didn't so much as wave. She pushed the door open and ran with the cat to the coach. The driver had thankfully picked up on her panic and was already seated, ready to go. She felt sorry for him. No nap and no breakfast, but she didn't have another option. As much as she hated the balancer, he was right. This was no place to be stranded. The man with the dog caught sight of her and picked up his pace. He whistled, and the black dog shot forward. She lunged for the door, but the dog reached her first. He nipped at her heels, and Avis launched out of her arms. Shamir's cat hissed and scratched the dog across the nose, giving her just enough time to scramble inside. Avis! Rayelle called for the cat, and he jumped in after her. She slammed the door closed, and Avis huddled by her feet, his fur standing on end as the coach lurched forward. It wasn't until she took a breath and looked up that Rayelle noticed the balancer. Chapter 9. Rayelle gaped at the man with dark wavy hair in the corner as Avis crawled into his lap. I told you not to hide in the luggage compartment. He reached down and stroked the cat. Beautiful collar. Don't touch it! Rayelle pushed herself off the floor and hugged the far wall of the coach as she sat on the bench. She couldn't beat him. Not physically. His tall, muscular body made the coach feel 2 sizes too small and made her long for fresh air and open space. Avis wouldn't be so friendly if he knew what you did to Shamir. The balancer gazed at Rayelle steadily, and she held her breath. His aura seemed to flare as his charcoal and violet eyes bored into hers. Shamir? The temple steward, she hissed. The balancer shook his head. I did nothing to harm her. You poisoned her! The balancer clenched his jaw. I had nothing to... You ran! Rayelle's eyes filled with tears, and she angrily wiped them away. If that doesn't confirm guilt, I don't know what does. How could I have poisoned her? He threw his arms out in exasperation. I ran to the temple for refuge, and the steward took me in. Someone left through the side door as I... Get out! Rayelle clutched the elixir that hung around her neck as pressure built behind her eyes. She couldn't think, couldn't process what he was saying. She needed sleep, and she needed him gone. I require passage to the next township. I don't care what you require, she seethed. His face hardened. I saved you from a dark man's hands. You couldn't see his aura, but I could. I bless you that in a moment of great personal risk, you will choose to save a life. Rayelle's mouth snapped shut. Those words of her blessing hadn't flowed through her mind in years. She swallowed hard and searched for a response. She wanted to scream at him, to physically throw him from the moving coach, but couldn't force any part of her to move. Those words had nothing to do with him. Her ankle stung where the dog had nipped. Her back ached. And as she sat there listening to the rhythm of the mule's hooves and the squeak of the wheels, she noticed something. The empty feeling, the tug she'd felt ever since she'd noticed it at the banquet, was gone. She felt weak, anxious, livid, and deeply sad, but not hollowed out. Rayelle pursed her lips. He had helped her, and he didn't seem to be motivated by harming her here in the coach. Who knew how far they were up the road? If they stopped now, they might give the man with the dog time to catch up. Fine, she sighed wearily. You'll get out at the next township. The balancer's jaw clenched, but he nodded as Abis nuzzled his hand. Traitor. Thank you, Rayelle. She glared at him. How do you know my name? Shamir mentioned you. A lump formed in Rayelle's throat, stifling her stinging response. Why would Shamir have told him anything about her? Had she known she was the one who set him free? How dare he? Paladin. He extended a hand, but she whipped her head to the side. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing her eyes turn red or the tears slip onto her cheeks. She didn't care what his name was, and she didn't want to hear him explain what happened in the Temple of Glass. If it wasn't him who poisoned Shamir, who could it have been? He had plenty of reasons to lie to her, and very few to tell the truth. Besides, even if by some miracle he was blameless, he was still a threat to their magic. He still had to be dealt with. As soon as they reached the next town, she would find a way to report him to the ambassador. That thought brought her solace as she stared out the window and allowed her grief to wash over her. The fount suddenly opened to her as tears rolled down her cheeks. It was only a flicker, but she clung to it desperately. Despite her discomfort at having Paladin seated across from her, Rayelle couldn't keep herself from dozing. She faded in and out until the ground became even and her head bounced too violently to sleep. Then she sat stiffly and watched out the window as they passed meadows full of wildflowers, trees with vibrant green leaves, and brooks that meandered through grasses along the dirt road. Her stomach grumbled, reminding her of the warm breakfast she'd missed, thanks to the man and the dog, and she reached into the bag Taryn had retrieved from the kitchen. Abis stretched his front legs and hopped to the floor, then curiously poked his head inside the bag. This isn't all for you, Rayelle whispered as she shooed the cat. She found a tin of smoked meat, pried open the lid, and used a fork to drop a piece on the floor as a peace offering. Abis ate it gratefully. She glanced up at Paladin. He was awake. The corner of his mouth curled as he watched the cat. If he wanted any food, he'd have to get down on the floor with him. She looked away, then took a bite and chewed. They had to be stopping to feed and water the Carpin mules soon enough. Paladin drew a breath. I didn't receive a stewardship assignment. Of course you didn't. It's what she would have said if she were talking to him. Since she wasn't, his words hung in the air between them. He shifted in his seat. What was it like? I wouldn't know. She'd spent the entirety of her meeting a bundle of nerves, trying to hide the truth of her actions from the council members. She ground her teeth. Why was he talking to her? Fine. I was trying to help, but if you don't want it, I'll stop. She resisted the urge to snap at him and sat back on the bench. It would be easier to turn him in if she could convince him she wasn't an immediate threat. Trying to help? How, exactly? You're upset. I'm fine. He scoffed. Your dark aura says otherwise. Her eyes widened. You don't have permission to inspect my auras. He shrugged and focused on the passing landscape. Rayelle crossed her arms over her chest. How would my dark aura tell you anything about my mood? Auras change by the minute. Yours has become agitated. Her nostrils flared. Auras don't become agitated. He sniffed. Light auras don't. Dark ones do? He nodded. She clenched and unclenched her hands. I'm fine. Right. Rayelle held back a growl and chewed on her lower lip. Paladin stretched his long legs out across the floor, careful not to brush her slippered feet, then pulled them back to his own side of the coach. He stared out the window and, without her permission, her eyes lingered on his jaw as he ran a hand through his dark waves. She blinked and looked away. She'd become extremely skilled at ignoring attractive men over the past 2 years, and they hadn't been half as violent or dangerous as Paladin. You had to have expected you wouldn't receive an assignment when your eyes presented that way. She reached into her pocket and flipped Shamir's coin between her fingers. I didn't know anything when I showed up at the hall that morning. She frowned. But why talk about this with me? Paladin exhaled. Because you're the only one here who's been through it? Rayelle had no response to this. A pang of empathy flashed through her, and though she tried to stuff it away, it was too late. What would her day have been like had one of her eyes changed to the charcoal gray of the balancers? What would her mother have done? Especially if it had happened in front of all those people. Would the council have sentenced her to death? Taken her parents into custody as traitors of the bloodline? She didn't have to ponder this long to land on an answer. Yes, they would have. Prophecy was prophecy and law was law. Though her parents had protected her last night when the guard found her necklace. That was something. What are you going to do? She asked. Let him think she planned for him to leave. You saw how that man looked at you in Crim. Anywhere you go, you'll be hated. I'm aware. Rayelle nodded. His aura danced brightly around him, in complete opposition to everything he represented. It was maddening. Why would you run, then? His eyes narrowed. What kind of question is that? If you know what your eyes prove, and if what you're saying is true, you take the order of Ariadne seriously. So, why would you... She couldn't finish the sentence. Why would I want to live? Exist was the word I was going to use, she muttered. She was honestly curious. His actions and assertions didn't match. You think I should have stayed in the cell? Been shot? Or hanged by the blessing givers? Her face hardened. Better than attacking someone or poisoning the steward of the temple or risking the magic. I didn't poison anyone, he growled. Rayelle set her jaw. She didn't want to hear his excuses a second time. You're poisoning everyone by polluting the fount. How can you live with that? Something flashed across Paladin's face, but then his eyes hardened. I did nothing to bring this upon myself. I understand, but you don't understand. Rayelle's cheeks flushed. She didn't understand what it meant to have mixed blood, but she did know what it felt like to be a disappointment, to live below her privilege. Still, that was nothing compared to being a complete and utter outcast. He had her there. Before she could come up with a response, the coach slowed to a stop. She settled for, "This is where you get out." Gladly. Paladin reached down and scratched Abis's head. The cat purred gratefully. Rayelle rolled her eyes and stood to block the driver's view of the interior as he knocked on their door. She opened it and leaned her head out. Time to break for the mules, milady. I'll sleep for a bit, then only a few hours more to Coralie, in the foothills. Where I'm meeting the guide? The man nodded. You can rest in the coach, or I'll be fine. She scanned her surroundings and was surprised to find a quaint township with shops lining the main street. The trees were thick here, and she craned her neck to find their tops against the cloudless sky. A wave of trepidation and excitement washed over her. She'd never been this far from home. Rayelle jumped down from the coach and closed the door, then walked up to the driver as he kicked wedges under the coach's wheels. If anything happens, if I needed help, or if I saw something untoward, do they have guards here? She kept her voice low, and the driver took her lead. Yes, milady. He pointed up the street to a building with a gold star. In towns like this, always look for that symbol, and you'll find the help you need. The driver ambled over toward the mules. Their backs stood higher than he did, and he pressed gently on their foreheads until they bowed for him to remove their harness. Sweat made their coats glisten in the dappled afternoon sunlight. "Could you wait here a moment?" Rayelle asked. "By the coach?" Rayelle nodded. "I left my cat. I need to take care of something quickly, and then I'll let him out." The driver nodded and stifled a yawn. Poor man. She had no idea how he'd stayed awake and kept them on the road. She would be quick, and then he could sleep in peace. They both could. Rayelle pulled her cloak around her as she walked down the street. It was colder here, evidence that they were approaching the Satyas. She'd only ever seen the mountain range on a map, and even on paper they were formidable. She shivered. Maybe she should search for better cold weather clothing here. She hurried toward the small building with the gold star and glanced back at the coach. It was angled away from her. Even if Paladin watched her from the window, he wouldn't know where she was headed, and he wouldn't leave the cart with her driver right outside the door. A small bell rang as Rayelle pushed through the door. Here it was, Divin Day, the Order's day of worship. But instead of worshipping at the temple as she did each week, she was searching for law enforcement. At least turning the man in could be seen as service to Ariadne. A stout man in a navy uniform stood as she entered.
"Yes, can I?"
He stopped when he saw her eyes, then collected himself.
"Can I help you?"
She nodded. "I'm in need of guards. Men who can detain a dangerous prisoner, who are strong enough to fight back, if necessary." The man glanced around the empty room.
"Right. It's just me, at the moment."
Rayelle blinked. "You're the only guard on duty? In the entire town?" He shrugged.
"Normally we have more, but Erov's helping his brother with—"
He shook his head.
"It doesn't matter. We normally don't have many instances where our services are needed."
Rayelle swallowed her disappointment. "Do you have a weapon?" The man nodded and scurried to the back wall to pull an axe from the wall. It looked sharp. As the guard walked back toward her, she shifted on her feet and lifted a hand to her midsection. It was back. The void that sat against her spine.
"Are you okay?"
The man asked. Rayelle nodded. "Can you come—" She sucked in a breath. A brilliant flash of light and heat pulsed through her. She doubled over.
"Miss, are you—"
Rayelle put up a hand as energy pulsed through her and she fought to catch her breath. What was this? The flicker of magic she'd felt since this morning suddenly bloomed into a raging fire, threatening to consume her from the inside out. Then, as suddenly as it flared, it drained out of her and settled into a low hum. She reached up and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. The guard's face was pale as he searched Rayelle's expression for some explanation. Rayelle forced a smile. "Thank you. I think—" The magic continued to pulse, tugging her outside the shop and somewhere. She needed to follow. Without another word, she turned and raced toward the door. Book of Ariadne. Words of Josephine, Prophetess under the Order of Ariadne. Chapter 1, Verse 8. In dreams, the goddess will find thee. In dreams, the goddess speaketh. Chapter 10. Paladin braced himself, then dove under the water. The icy cold lit up his nerve endings and shocked every inch of his skin to life. He found his footing on the rocks and stood, then reached over to the boulder where his clothes lay to find the small piece of soap he'd stolen from the pub bathroom. As long as he didn't drop it in the lake, it would be enough to get clean. What had just happened? He'd left the coach while the driver was tending to the mules and had kept his eyes down in the public house. Even when he asked the bartender about a bathhouse, he hadn't made eye contact. Somehow he'd still attracted attention. Once the men had circled him, he had no choice but to look up. He'd tried to leave peacefully, but their auras roiled, and when the burly man with the beard lunged at him, he had no choice but to defend himself. It was what occurred next that terrified him. A whisper inside his head. Draw from me. He'd listened, and the power had been intoxicating. His skin prickled at the memory, and he shook his head. It had to have been his fear talking, nothing else. Paladin raised an arm and had barely begun to scrub when he heard something crashing through the woods. Had they found him? He scrambled across the rocks but clipped his foot on a fallen branch and fell back into the lake. When he surfaced, he swiped the hair out of his eyes to find Rayelle, planted on the bank above him, breathing hard. "You started a fight?" she hissed. Her already flushed cheeks grew a deeper shade of red as she looked between him and his pile of clothing on the rocks. Her throat bobbed before she recovered and planted her hands on her hips. "Explain." Her chest heaved against her cream top, and her full lips parted with each breath. He held up his fist and opened it to reveal a pat of soap. "I'm bathing." Her eyes flashed. "I was in a shop when the fount. It transformed. I followed it first to the pub and talked with the men there. Then when they talked of a man with mixed blood, I went searching for you. Something, the magic, I think, bid me here. To you." Rayelle's jaw clenched and her expression hardened. "Explain." Paladin's teeth chattered. "This water is freezing." "Does it look like I care?" He pressed the soap against his skin and continued to wash. Her eyes wandered over his chest and down his torso before she looked toward the trees. "I don't have time for this." "You're the one who interrupted my bath. This isn't my problem." Rayelle's nostrils flared, and he could practically see steam pouring out of her ears. He stifled a smile. All that rage in such a tiny frame. The scratches from her nails on his skin stung as suds washed over them. As much as he wanted to take his time purely to get on her nerves, the water felt like it had melted directly off a glacier, and his toes were already numb. He rubbed the soap between his hands until it disappeared completely, then spread the lather over his face and hair. He plunged himself under the surface and rinsed, then traversed along the rocky bottom of the lake toward the bank. Rayelle's eyes widened as the surface of the water sank lower on his torso, then hurriedly turned her back. He smirked. After the way her eyes had lingered on him in the coach, he'd suspected she found him attractive. Now he was certain. He didn't know why that mattered, since she clearly disdained him, but to him, it did. He'd never lacked for female attention in his enclave before, but now? A weight settled on his chest. He'd seen the fear and revulsion in the eyes of those at his consecration. He'd witnessed that same look on Rayelle's face in the tunnel. And now that he was this, attraction or not, he'd be forced to live his life alone. Nobody within the order would ever risk a partner with mixed magical blood, and nobody outside would understand him. He squeezed the water from his hair and pulled his clothes on over his wet skin. He'd planned to dry on the rock before getting dressed, but he doubted Rayelle would appreciate him sprawling out in the sunlight. At least not without a healthy dose of blessing-giver shame and self-loathing eating her from the inside out. "You can turn." He threaded his belt through the loops on his pants as the sun-cooked granite warmed his icy feet. "Tell me what happened." Her breathing had slowed, but she still watched him as if he was a predator and she was prey. He deserved that, after how he'd treated her in his cell. Rayelle had said then that his light aura was noticeable. He doubted it would be more than a flicker next to hers. As she stood in front of him and tapped her foot, light and dark filled the air around her and made it difficult to focus. "I don't know what happened." Paladin didn't want to admit he'd been a target, or that he didn't understand the forces warring inside his own flesh. He opted for ignorance. Rayelle's shoulders stiffened, but before she spoke, she closed her eyes and drew a slow breath. When she exhaled, her skin seemed to glow from the inside out. "I felt something pulling me here." Her lashes fluttered, and Paladin let his eyes wander over her flushed cheeks and full lips. "At my consecration, Shamir told me the fount would always be available to me, but what just happened was—" She lifted her lids and her violet eyes searched his. Her sudden vulnerability took him off guard. and he felt the urge to step closer, to protect her, like he had from the dog in Crim. He laughed mirthlessly at this thought. He was exactly what she needed protection from. You think it's funny? Her face hardened. Paladin quickly shook his head. No. He cleared his throat and met her eyes. The least he could do was tell her the truth. Again. I snuck out of the coach. I went to the pub across the street. I asked about a bathhouse, and the men there didn't appreciate my coloring. Rayelle's eyes bore into his. What happened, Paladin? He sat down on a boulder and brushed the dirt from the sole of his foot before pulling on a sock. They wouldn't let me leave. A man attacked and I fought back. He shoved his foot into his boot and continued. I felt the fount crack open, so I drew from it. It filled me with power, strength. I barely had to try to keep them back. Rayelle frowned. Sight, sense, service. The fount doesn't give us anything beyond that. Paladin tugged on his second sock and boot. She was right, and yet he couldn't deny what he felt. As large as he was, he couldn't normally take on 6 men without a scratch on him. Well, no extra scratches, beyond the ones she'd left earlier. He dropped down from the rock to stand next to her. She watched him unsteadily. He remembered the voice he'd heard in his head, and his heart sped. He was telling her the truth, but he wasn't going to include that. Rayelle's eyes flashed as she took a step toward him. She reached out and tore a strip of fabric off the bottom of his shirt. Hey, to cover one eye. She motioned for him to tie it around his head, and he did so, choosing to cover the dark. Rayelle sighed and pressed a hand to her temple. Something's wrong. The magic. It feels different, and I can't tell if it's because I'm newly consecrated or... She shook her head, then swallowed hard. Only when my power is whole will it become a protector. Only when the magic is complete will it fail. Her eyes glistened. I don't understand. She folded inward and wrapped her arms around herself. I don't understand, Shamir. Even with his increased sensory ability, Paladin couldn't make out her next words as she murmured under her breath. Her body was fragile beneath the towering trees, and he ached to comfort her. From the moment he'd touched her, something had changed within him. He hadn't noticed it at first, not while he'd been running for his life, but when Shamir had let him in, when he'd hidden in the inner sanctuary and been alone with his thoughts, that's when he'd felt it. Felt her. He couldn't explain how he knew that the glow he felt within him was connected to Rayelle, but it was as clear to him as the water in this lake. As he'd waited for Shamir to assure the guards she hadn't seen the prisoner, he'd been absorbed by her fear, her uncertainty. If he'd been able to lift himself above the temple and look down on the grounds below, he could have pointed out her location in seconds. Then he'd felt her grief, her anger. Worst of all was her hatred as she'd approached him in the barn. He hadn't expected the shovel, though with the rage pulsing through her, he should have prepared for something worse. But how could he tell her all this? He lied to her when he'd said her dark aura shifted. Auras didn't change dramatically like that, just as she'd said. But it had been the only way to explain how he knew what she'd been feeling. How could he, a balancer of mixed blood, explain to her that he believed they were connected? She didn't owe him anything. So, while he wanted to apologize for what he'd done, to apologize for what he was, and give comfort in some way, he stood, with his arms at his side. She'd told him in no uncertain terms not to touch her, and he wasn't going to test her resolve. He couldn't explain this, and he couldn't help. His presence here was a choking waste. Rayelle looked up. Paladin? The way she said his name sent a shiver through him. Why would the magic call me here? Her question gave him courage. I don't know, but I'll come with you to figure it out, if you don't mind sharing your coach. Chapter 11. Rayelle scanned the road between the shops as she snuck Paladin back into the covered car of the coach. She shut the blinds and stepped back down to the ground to give Avis a chance to explore. Their driver was nowhere to be found, but the mules were unhitched. He'd likely settled down in the corner of the pub to get a few hours' rest. Much needed, and well deserved. She crouched to scratch the cat behind his ears and remove his collar. Based on the pub owner in Crim, she didn't want anyone here getting ideas of tearing it off and selling it. Avis's whiskers twitched as he sniffed the grass. He tolerated her affection for a moment, then slunk away and pounced on a grasshopper. Rayelle smiled. If only life could be that simple. Did Avis miss Shamir? Did he know he'd probably never return to the Temple of Glass? And if so, did he mind? How blissful it would be to not be so entrenched, to simply take life as it was, with zero expectations. A small market bustled down the street past the guard station. Canopies stretched across the wide alley between buildings, and the smell of spices and roasted nuts wafted on the breeze. Paladin needed to stay hidden, but that didn't need to prevent her from picking up a few things for a meal. What was this town called? Their driver said it was only a few hours to Coralie, but hadn't mentioned the name. People milled about her as she strolled toward the vendors, walking in and out of shops on their daily errands. Those who noticed her violet eyes bowed respectfully, which gave her confidence that this township was nothing like Crim. Rayelle had been surprised to find such open disdain shown to the members of the order so close to Aerith. Though, as she pondered this, she realized it made all kinds of sense. Here, people could go about their business without interference from the enclaves. In Crim, they had to deal with Aerith's politics on a regular basis. It had to be easier to respect the order when leaders weren't constantly interfering with your life. The rules and policies implemented were always intended to improve the lives of those in the Passage Realm. With direct access to the Fount and increased sight and sense, the Order was better suited to govern, though they hadn't been fully granted that right. The ambassador of the Blessing Givers and the consul of the Balancers sought guidance from their councils, and then reported to the assembly and the minister himself. He, in turn, gave recommendations to leaders of provinces and townships. They usually followed their advice, especially in Aerith. Rayelle walked down the aisle of the market and admired the carts of local fruits, bins of spices and dried herbs, and jars of honey. She picked out 2 elongated orange fruits with ridges, a large pastry with glaze, and 2 sandwiches piled high with cured meat. Finally, she found a pair of walking boots to replace her highly impractical slippers. They required no payment from her, as was customary, and she warmly thanked each vendor before ambling back to the coach. Once she was seated on the bench across from Paladin in safety, she opened the sack and shared. Paladin devoured his sandwich and barely hesitated before unpeeling the fruit. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't tease. The bruises on his face served as a sharp reminder of how the last day had been for him. Funny how much things changed in an hour. When they'd arrived, she was ready to turn him in to be hanged. Now, she didn't know what she wanted to do. The unease rippling in her gut was almost worse than hating him. "Thank you," Paladin grunted as he licked the fruit juice dripping down the edge of his hand. "You're welcome." Rayelle tore a light, flaky piece from the pastry and offered it to him. He shook his head, and she took a bite. Her heart sped as she chewed. Where did they go from here? The 2 of them had a connection, that much was clear. Here in the coach, the feeling of being scooped out from the inside was gone again, just as it had been the first time. Her sight had compelled her to find Paladin at the lake. But why? She'd never heard of anything like it. Though, until this week, she'd never heard of anyone consecrated with mixed blood either. "How old are you?" she asked. It was the first question that popped into her mind. 26. Rayelle's eyes widened. 5 years older than her. And she'd been embarrassed to be consecrated at 21. "You?" Paladin looked up. It was strange to see him with only the eye of a blessing giver. He looked almost normal, handsome, though his unruly hair, scuffed-up face, and stubbled jaw set off warning bells in her head. He was dangerous, fierce. Heat pooled in her lower abdomen, and she cleared her throat. 21. Paladin nodded as he wiped his mouth with the edge of his tattered sleeve.
Not a solstice bloom.
Rayelle's mouth dropped open at the insult and Paladin's eyes danced.
I'm kidding. Like you said, I'm one to talk.
Rayelle raised an eyebrow. Had she said that to him in the tunnel? She leaned back against the bench. Do you have any family? Paladin shook his head.
No. My parents are...
I know. I meant brothers or sisters. Aunts? Uncles? Paladin frowned and looked down at his boots.
None that I know of. My parents died when I was 11. They left me in the care of my mother's best friend and her husband.
Are they still around?
Yes. Misty and Berm. Good people.
Were they there? At your consecration? Paladin's jaw flexed as he nodded, but he didn't volunteer any more details. Rayelle didn't push. She pulled off another piece of pastry as a wave of compassion rolled through her. He'd been abandoned by the people he loved. Misty and Berm hadn't been with him when he arrived at the temple, which meant they'd let the guards take him. He'd lost his parents. Twice. But he was still a balancer. He'd grown up within the enclave and learned their ways. They lived in darkness, bound people to the magic through curse instead of blessing. His mixed blood damned him further by the prophecy. What was it Shamir said? That she and her mother lived in a village where they interpreted the prophecy differently?
What are you thinking about right now?
Paladin asked gruffly. He gathered his fruit peel and sandwich wrapping and dropped them back in the sack. His eyes flashed, and Rayelle drew a breath. She wouldn't want pity either. I wondered if you knew how to access the fount. Paladin's brow hooded his eyes as he looked up.
Of course.
As a blessing giver. Paladin pursed his lips and observed her curiously. Why had she said that? She couldn't offer him anything, couldn't teach him how to find the magic when she struggled to figure it out for herself, let alone the fact that she was forbidden from sharing that information with someone outside of the enclave. Her cheeks flushed. Unable to bear the weight of his scrutiny or the silence between them, Rayelle finally opened the door to the coach and went out in search of Abis. That night, Rayelle watched Paladin as he slept in the muted light from the fire. He wore the patch she'd made for him even when his eyes were closed, and she'd been more successful at avoiding thoughts of her vision today with less time sitting directly across from him in the coach. Now, it was almost impossible. Her mind felt like it had been wrung out, like a used sponge and left in the sun to dry. Entertaining a fantasy, even one she didn't choose, was like popping a hard candy into her mouth and letting it dissolve on her tongue. He was asleep. What he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. Rayelle ran her eyes over his neck and shoulders. They were the only parts of him visible above his blanket, but they were enough to keep her mind occupied, to prevent thoughts of what might be skulking in the shadows of the trees. She had the strange sensation of falling, followed by warmth and tingling along her thighs. This was all new to her, both terrifying and intoxicating. She didn't know her body could respond this way, and wasn't sure how to control it. Rayelle had never allowed herself to think about men in any kind of romantic way. She'd felt attraction, but it had been easier to pour her energy into her training. Even Colin, who was more persistent than most, eventually stopped searching for her when he made his deliveries. She was always polite, but never open. Always busy and never available to spend time with anyone outside of training hours. Her strategy had worked well. Until now. Here, she had all the time in the world and nothing to focus on but questions she was equally motivated to ignore. They'd met their guide Kins around dinner, and he'd insisted on making some headway into the Satyas before making camp. Rayelle wondered if he was a member of the Order. Without violet eyes, she couldn't immediately tell. But when she saw him use the indigo elixir before bed, she knew he must be. The color was instantly recognizable. It was the same elixir her parents always kept by their bedside, the same one her father had taken the night she'd left. While they slept by the fire, their guide was walking in Aeon, the dream world that layered over their own. Hopefully not talking to her parents. If he was, at least she'd been cautious with her introduction of Paladin. She instructed him to wait until the driver, still oblivious they had a stowaway, was well out of sight before he approached Kins and requested passage. He explained he was a traveler on pilgrimage, and wasn't it fortunate to have found a guide? Rayelle pretended to know nothing about him. If Kins did report this new addition to her father, it was much less incriminating to say they'd picked up another blessing giver in Coralie than admit a stranger had traveled in her coach since Aerith. As long as Paladin kept his charcoal eye covered, they could hopefully get away with nobody asking questions until they could figure this out. Rayelle swallowed hard. In sleep, Paladin's face looked almost boyish. She couldn't tell if she liked him better that way, whether she preferred the soft slope of his brow or the way he arched it in frustration. Perhaps both. In only a day she'd gone from wishing she'd never set eyes on him to engaging self-discipline to force herself to look away. She sighed. No more candy. Rayelle watched the dying fire instead, mesmerized by the flickering coals and glowing embers. The magic was responsible for this. It was this bond they shared, not an issue with her own emotions or self-control. Paladin was unknown, unpredictable. His proximity put her constantly off balance, and she didn't like any of that. Rayelle mentally ticked off the number of events she'd witnessed in the past day and a half that poked holes in the doctrine she'd clung to her whole life. Each of them was connected to him. How could the magic pull her to someone like this? How could an aberration with mixed magical blood be closer to Ariadne's fount than she was? If he hadn't poisoned Shamir, then who did? There had to be some variable she was missing, because none of this made sense. She rolled over and squeezed her eyes shut as she pulled the blankets up over her head. She hadn't slept outdoors like this since she was a child, and now she remembered why. The mat underneath her provided some comfort, but the rocks on the ground burrowed into her hips. The shadowed woods and ominous sounds echoing through them put her on edge. She counted to 10 with each breath, and finally her eyelids drooped. She pulled her knees closer to her chest, then prayed she'd drift off so this night would pass quickly. A branch snapped next to her, and Rayelle startled awake. She sat up and peered into the darkness. The fire had long since died, but a few coals still glowed in the pit the guide had dug in the ground. Another snapped twig. Rayelle spun toward the trees as her heart raced. "Abis?" she hissed. After sleeping happily in the coach, then riding in the cart from Coralie, the cat had run off again as soon as she gave him food for the night. Maybe he'd decided to come back to camp. The same warmth she'd felt in the building with the gold star descended on her heart and pulled her toward the sound. Paladin? She shivered as she shrugged off her blankets and reached for her cloak. After wrapping it around her, she pulled on her boots she'd picked up that morning. The light grew heavier, more forceful, and she hurried into the trees. What was happening? This force that clutched her soul was of Ariadne, she was certain. That glowing warmth couldn't be from any other source. Her insides seemed to flow like syrup, and the fog in her mind instantly cleared. She rose from her mat. The power urging her forward was unassailable, but came with no explanation. She'd never felt so close to the goddess and, at the same time, so utterly out of control. Rayelle crept through the trees with only the light of a half-moon to guide her. These woods were foreign, and a voice of caution fought for space against the deluge. All her internal warnings were snuffed out by the visceral need to follow the pull, to delve deeper into the trees. Rayelle obeyed, walking forward until finally the trees thinned and she stepped out into a clearing. Tall grass grazed the bare skin of her legs under her cloak as she stepped forward and cautiously walked toward a dark shape in front of her. A low hum emanated from the shadow, growing louder as she approached. The orb was larger than she'd initially thought, 3 times her size at least, and it flickered and flashed in dark streaks. It wasn't solid in the center, and she could almost see inside. Another few steps, and the gaps became clearly visible. Rayelle gasped. Someone was there, inside. Between the vibrations, she caught sight of a woman's profile, the curve of her shoulder, the arch of her neck. "Hello?" Rayelle called out. The woman remained motionless. What was this place? Whoever it was, she was trapped, probably unconscious. This woman needed help. "Hello!" she called again with only the primal hum echoing back in response. Rayelle glanced back toward the trees. Maybe Paladin had felt the same pulse she had. "I'll find a way to help. The words died in her throat. As she turned back to the flickering orb, the woman rose and clasped her hands around the vibrating streaks of black. Her raven hair flew in frenzied waves around her crown, and a wicked grin spread across her face. Rayelle opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Ice flowed through her veins, and her breath plumed in the air, freezing into tiny crystals that tinkled as they dropped to the ground. She turned to run, but her legs didn't budge. They were buried in the earth. Panic clutched her heart as she looked up. Inside the orb, the woman's features shifted. Rayelle stared in horror at a face she'd only seen depicted in stone. A face of anger, of a sister scorned. The face of Sidoni. Chapter 12. Paladin hovered over Rayelle as her face twisted in anguish. "No!" Rayelle cried out, and a tear slipped down her cheek. Her breathing came in fast bursts, and she clawed at the neckline of her nightshirt. "Rayelle." He leaned closer. She told him not to touch her, but she wasn't waking up from whatever was terrorizing her mind. Fear pulsed through him, a mirror of what she felt, and it took his breath away. He placed a hand on her shoulder and shook. Her eyes finally flew open, and as soon as she registered his face, her hands flew free of the blankets and latched onto him with such force, he reared back. Rayelle scrambled onto his lap and buried her head in his chest as sobs racked her body. She was freezing cold. He wrapped his arms around her and rubbed his hands against her back and shoulders to warm her up as she trembled. She wasn't in her right mind, but she couldn't blame him for attempting to comfort her, could she? Paladin pulled her blanket off the mat and wrapped it around them both. What had she seen in her sleep? Rayelle's hair smelled of warm spice, and he breathed her in without meaning to. Her breathing slowed, and her hand slipped down his chest and she clung tightly to his shirt, her nails pressing lightly into his sides. This felt nothing like the last time her nails had scraped his skin. He drew a deep breath to clear his head as her body shook against his. She was a blessing giver. She'd made it clear how she felt about his kind. Everyone under the order was supposed to serve together for the safe passage of all humankind, but it hadn't worked seamlessly in years, since before he was born. Probably since before his parents were born. Blessing givers believed they were the true keepers of Ariadne's magic, and Rayelle was no exception. They were wrong, but he couldn't tell her that. The scriptures were rife with verses that explained the need for opposites, the need for balance. The word curse had never been attached to fear or negativity in past generations. It referred to a weight to carry, equal to the blessings in its ability to shape humans into creatures capable of becoming a part of the magic, becoming like Ariadne. The blessing givers had lost that understanding long ago, or they'd buried it themselves. Already the minister drew more on the ambassador than the consul. For some time, Paladin had suspected the teachings of the blessing giver enclave were motivated by power rather than truth. While the political games and tensions within the order had initially driven him away, convinced him he wanted nothing to do with consecration or a life in the enclave, something about Rayelle's challenges and accusations lit a fire within him. Their connection, and the things he felt because of her, had kept him alive 2 days longer than he'd expected. 2 days longer than he'd intended. Rayelle's body calmed, and he held utterly still. What would she do when she came to herself and discovered she was pressed against his chest, seated in his lap? His heart thudded in his chest as he braced himself for her reaction. An owl hooted in a tree above them. Rayelle's tense muscles relaxed, and her fingers slackened around his clothes. She lay heavily against him, finally breathing in a regular rhythm. He waited for the inevitable moment when she would become fully present, push against him with revulsion, like she'd pushed against the bars. Paladin. She breathed his name against his chest, and warmth flashed through his body.
Mm-hmm.
Words didn't come. I saw something. He cleared his throat. His lower legs were going numb, but he ignored them.
In your dream?
She nodded, and as she lifted a hand to wipe her cheek, her finger traced against his ribs. It wasn't a normal dream. It was more like a vision. She lifted her head and scooted from his lap to kneel on the damp grass in front of him. No pushing. No anger on her face. She pulled the blanket over her shoulders. The magic drew me to it, like it forced me to the lake. The cool night air took her place over his thighs, and his arms felt empty.
What was it?
He stretched out his legs to bring feeling back to his feet. Her lips quivered and she shook her head. I can't. I don't want to say it out loud. She shivered. Paladin waited, not sure what to say next. Rayelle glanced over at their guide, still snoring softly next to the cart. She reached into her shirt and pulled out a vial on the ribbon. My mother gave this to me for strength. Her eyes flicked to his. Do you have one like it? He nodded. Though he had none of his own, he was familiar with this one. Misty had often given it to him when he missed his parents in the middle of the night. He'd only learned later it was frowned upon to use them before consecration. With shaking fingers, Rayelle unscrewed the top and placed a drop on her tongue, then secured the lid and slipped it back under her nightdress. I'm going for a walk. He wanted to argue, to tell her it was late and she was chilled. But instead, he said,
I'll come with you.
He expected her to balk, but she didn't. She reached for her boots and Paladin stood to find his. The mule's ear twitched as they passed, but he didn't open his eyes. Incredible that animals like this could sleep standing up. Rayelle kept the blanket wrapped around her as she waited for him. He pulled on his boots and coat and weaved around their sleeping pads to meet her. The moon gave enough light to keep from stumbling, and they walked in silence into the trees. He couldn't remember the last time he'd wandered in the woods at night. Darkness wasn't feared in his enclave, but now it felt more comforting than usual. In the dark, nobody would discover his secret. In the dark, he was just another man. This was the way I went. Rayelle brushed her hand along the bark of a tree as she pressed forward. Paladin didn't respond. It hadn't felt like the words were for him. The magic. It filled me, and I couldn't stay still. Strands of long, dark hair fell loosely against her skin, pulled from her braid during her struggle. It made her seem softer, more approachable. There. She stopped walking and pointed through the trees. Ahead of them, the woods opened up into a meadow. Rayelle's eyes fixed on it, wide with fresh terror. Paladin again felt the urge to stand between her and whatever lived in that clearing, but he wasn't going to push his luck. He took a step closer under the guise of peering past a broad trunk. To his surprise, she reached for him. His heart sped at her touch, and warmth flashed through him as he absorbed her need for him. She wanted comfort and felt safe enough to choose him. Granted, she didn't have many options. Still, she was nervous, agitated. He pulled her to his chest as she stared out over the moonlit grass. She melted into him like suet on a hot pan. This wasn't the first vision, she whispered.
You've seen it before?
She shook her head, then pushed back and tilted her chin to look at him. Different. Her gaze was like the sun before it rose over the horizon in the morning, hopeful, but not quite warm, leaving a promise of more to come so he couldn't bear the thought of tearing his eyes away. His throat thickened as liquid energy pulsed through their bond. He held his breath as his skin tingled, and his nerve endings burst to life. For a moment, he struggled to tell where her body stopped and his began. He swallowed hard, and when he spoke, his voice was low and raw.
Different how?
Her lips parted, and as the moonlight glinted off the whites of her eyes, he was drawn to her, pulled into her orbit. His body, He thought it was his, craved closeness. He tightened his grip around her waist and she sucked in a breath. This time, he was sure the fire that flashed through him and singed his bones was his, and his alone. He lowered his head, drawn to the curve of her mouth. His heart beat against his ribs as he brushed a lock of hair from her face, and just as he was about to seal his lips to hers, her body tensed, her eyes widened, and she stumbled back. He dropped his arms and they stood facing each other, breathing heavily, until Rayelle whirled toward the clearing. Her emotions twisted again, swirling around each other so fast his head spun. Had he done something wrong? He nearly laughed out loud at the question. Yes, he'd most definitely done something wrong. She was a blessing giver, a consecrated member of the order. He was a balancer with mixed blood, an aberration. He was wrong. How had he thought he could run his hands over her like that? How had he let himself get carried away? He frowned. What he'd felt. It hadn't only been him, had it? The way she'd looked at him, the way their bond ignited. Focus. He cleared his throat. Different, then. What makes you sure this vision was real? His question wasn't accusatory, but curious. He'd felt the shift in the magic as she slept, the widening, the opening. He'd felt her terror. Rayelle stood, her silhouette frozen in the light of the moon. She mumbled to herself as she turned away from the meadow and began to stalk back toward the trees. He thought he caught the words whole and protector, but wasn't sure. She'd repeated the prophecy before, a bit of scripture that everyone, including young balancers, knew by heart. He hadn't ever paid much attention to it. Why worry about something that was set in stone? Why work to prevent a cycle that had already been foretold? No. He'd stressed more over his own people, his enclave. He'd worked to maximize his physical strength and practice bearing the weight of the worst parts of mankind. But all of that was moot. Now that the whole world heard his secrets before he was ever aware he had one, for the first time, the prophecy seemed much more relevant. It was real. Rayelle paused and slumped against the trunk of an oak. Sidonai is awakening. I can feel it. She clutched the blanket to her chest. Paladin bristled. He believed the prophecy was real, but in the future. Stories of Ariothne and Sidonai had never felt more to him than myth. How do you know? What did... I know. She straightened and forged back the way they came without another word. He followed, and was suddenly desperate to know what she'd seen in that clearing. By her own explanation, if Sidonai was gaining strength, it was his fault. The prophecy warned of polluting the fount. It warned the realm of people like him. He shuddered as he flashed back to the inner sanctuary of the temple, felt the cold blade against his throat. He'd waited as Shamir, the temple steward, had asked him to. But once he had a moment to breathe, a moment to think. He'd felt Rayelle's fear and hatred then. A singular point, concentrated with judgments the entire order shared. He couldn't allow them to take his life. But should he live? That was another question altogether. He'd sought consecration to serve, but now would he preserve his life if it risked the realm? He'd found the knife hanging on the wall. The blade was sharp. How close he'd been to sliding it across his own throat. It had been Shamir's words that caused him to lower it. Just because humans have interpreted the prophecy doesn't mean they understand it. He clung to them still in the hopes that new understanding would come, that he wouldn't be damned to destroy the world as the order seemed to believe. Shamir's words, along with the bond he shared with Rayelle, had been his passing grace. Rayelle felt more than hatred. She wasn't convinced of what her enclave taught. He'd seen that when she appeared in the tunnel. Rayelle had questioned. And now, the two of them were connected in some way neither of them could explain. But if what she saw in the clearing proved that he was the pollution the prophecy warned about, that the magic was warding her off, he'd have no choice but to go through with his original plan. They found their camp after only a few wrong turns. Paladin let Rayelle lead, even when she curved too far north. The sky over the eastern horizon was darker than his left eye, which meant they still had time to sleep. Rayelle barely looked at him as she sat on her mat, removed her boots, and slipped under the blanket she'd carried through the woods, spreading it over her. Kins was still sleeping, thankfully. They wouldn't have to answer any questions. As Paladin sat on his mat, Rayelle rolled to the side so he couldn't see her face. He waited a moment before lying down, but she didn't turn back. She was uneasy, unsettled. Her emotions swirled and he couldn't make sense of them. She knew. She knew what he was. He gritted his teeth and lay back to stare into the shadows. He needed to know what she'd seen. But what could he do? Hold her against the bars? Bile rose in his throat. He'd been desperate. He wouldn't lower himself like that again. Rayelle clutched the quilt to her chest. She could still smell him. The woody, earthy scent of the oil he'd rubbed into the cracked skin of his hands after they'd started off with Kins. It clung to her, and she lifted her head to breathe clear air. He'd held her, and she hadn't wanted him to let her go. She'd enjoyed it. She'd wanted him to kiss her in the woods, ached for the feel of his lips on hers. The shame of that truth settled in her abdomen. It was one thing to watch him and imagine from afar, but a very different thing to act on it. They had a connection in the magic, yes, but it was more than that. Something about him wore down her walls. He was sincere and genuine, and acted as if he knew her, saw her deeply. She'd known love. Her family loved her. Shamir loved her. But this was something else entirely. It felt as though he was a part of her, even though she'd never made the decision to let him in. You will open your heart. You will feel deeply. And you will be betrayed by the person you love most. She shivered. No amount of what she'd felt moments before was worth betrayal. Not only that, Paladin was a balancer with mixed blood. She didn't want to open her heart to anyone, but especially not to him. The illusion she'd seen had led her here, but this is where it stopped. It had to. She would have to avoid him, to keep her mind free of distractions and focus on finding her own answers. Once she got to Vivier, she could begin her search. What was the truth about the prophecy, and why had the magic led her to Paladin? What was the truth surrounding Shamir's death? And why had she seen Sidonai in the clearing in her dream? She turned and flicked a glance past the fire. Paladin had helped her, stayed with her. His aura was light. All of the accusations she'd hurled at him ticked through her mind, but one stuck out in particular. He was the only person she saw in the temple when Shamir died. As he wrapped the blanket around her shoulders tonight, he triggered a memory. Paladin had been holding a blanket. That night, when she spotted him in the doorway of the chapel, he had a blanket in his hands. Why would you poison someone and then offer them a blanket for warmth? Chapter 13. Rayelle woke to the sound of a spoon scraping against the sides of a pot. She lifted her head and found Kin stirring breakfast over a small fire. Abis lay happily curled up under Paladin's arm. She rolled her eyes. "Mornin'." Kins nodded in her direction and scratched his bearded chin. She smiled and stretched an arm over her head. He was a slight man, but strong and wiry. His home was in a village in the foothills, but he regularly accompanied travelers on pilgrimage through the mountains to Calwain, Vivier, or sometimes even the maritime villages at the base of the southern cliffs. He hadn't said more than a handful of words since their brief introduction, preferring hand motions or head nods to verbal communication. It worked for her. Much easier to handle than Paladin's questions. Rayelle sat up and pulled the tie from her braid, then worked to smooth her hair and pull it into a new weave. Paladin's eyes were on her, but she refused to look over. Whatever had come over her the night before was buried. She'd been vulnerable after seeing Sidonai's face, and hadn't been thinking clearly. While she was grateful for his concern, she didn't want or need it. It wasn't safe. She had work to do, and feeling meant risk. Caring meant betrayal. She didn't have time for either. The only thing Paladin could be to her was a question that needed answering. Abis stretched, then trotted over to her as Paladin stood and rolled up his mat. She gave his furry chin a scratch. It was comforting to have a piece of Shamir with her, even if the treacherous cat played favorites. Rayelle pulled on her cloak and boots, then patted her pocket and froze. Empty. She dropped to the ground and lifted her blanket. Nothing. She moved her mat to the side and brushed her fingers across the dirt.
"What is it?"
Paladin asked. She ignored him. How could it have fallen out? Her pockets were deep, and she— A flash of gold appeared in front of her, and she breathed a sigh of relief.
"It was by the fire."
Paladin handed her the gold coin. Thank you, she muttered as she scrambled to her feet. Paladin watched her a moment, then turned back to his things. Rayelle drew a breath and squeezed her eyes shut. She should put the coin somewhere more secure, but it brought her comfort to have a piece of Shamir so close. She slipped it back into her pocket and got to work. Rayelle folded the blankets and rolled up the sleeping mat, then stacked her supplies back into the cart where Kins had removed them the night before. Her trunks were still safely stowed, along with the food she'd packed and the extra rations she'd asked the driver to purchase in town for Paladin. Abis zigzagged in and out of the trees. She pulled his collar from her trunk and secured it back around his neck when he got close, only to have him dart away from her. He ran to Paladin and rubbed against his legs before taking off again. Paladin smiled and straightened. Their eyes met, and Rayelle quickly looked away. He looked tired, maybe a little sad. Though what should she expect after waking him up in the middle of the night and forcing him to traipse through the forest? "Anything I can help with?" she asked Kins a little too loudly. The guide shook his head, then dropped a spoonful of hot cereal into a bowl and handed it to her. The warmth from the porridge seeped into her and warmed her fingers. Thank you. Kins passed her a spoon and she dipped it into her bowl. She stirred and blew on the steaming sludge, but before she could take a bite, footsteps sounded up the path. "Ho!" A burly man with a long beard held up a hand to greet the group. He strode forward with his companion, and when he met Rayelle's eyes, she gasped. His eyes were violet. "You're the one, are you?" The blessing giver ambled up and stopped next to her. Rayelle didn't answer. "But who is this?" The man narrowed his eyes at Paladin, who thankfully still wore the patch over his incriminating eye. "Two of you? I was never told there would be two." "Neither was I," Kins muttered. "He's traveling through. Who are you?" Rayelle pulled her cloak closer around her. "The blessing giver assigned to Vivier. Previously assigned. You're about to take my place." The man glanced over at his companion. "You going to introduce yourself?" The man standing next to him was slight in comparison, shorter, though still robust. His hair was tied into a topknot and his stance was defensive. He scowled. "No need." The blessing giver with the beard laughed out loud. "You're being too humble." He clapped his friend on the shoulder. "This is Garv, our balancer. He offered to— required." Garv glowered at him. "I know a little about that word," Rayelle murmured. The blessing giver chuckled. "He's accompanying me to the village for safety. You'll meet the steward soon enough, but—" "There's a steward? A steward for what?" Rayelle was positive there wasn't a temple, or even a spiritual structure in the small mountain town. "A steward doesn't need a roof over their head to watch over the people." The man winked at her, reading her thoughts. A steward. That was comforting. All this time she thought she'd be responsible for everything on her own. But if she had someone to lean on, someone who could help her gain her bearings in this new place, her assignment might actually be bearable. They also might have answers to whatever bond existed between her and Paladin. Rayelle frowned. If you're leaving and I'm not there yet, who's taking care of blessings? The man smiled broadly. "Where are you from? Aerith?" She nodded. "This is my first assignment." "Ah, well, this will be different than what you're used to. How many blessings do we see a year, Garv?" 10 to 15, he grunted. Rayelle's eyes widened. 10 to 15? Total? That was barely one a month. "What do you do when you don't have a blessing to give?" "I think you'll find the way of life in Vivier exciting." The man winked at her. "Time to be off. You'll see Garv back home. He's loading up supplies and heading back. Might be faster than you lot." He pointed at the cart. The blessing giver waved genially, then continued down the path. Garv glowered and followed after him. Rayelle shivered. I was never told there would be two. What had she been thinking? She'd gotten so wrapped up in protecting herself and proving her worth, she hadn't thought at all about her actual assignment. Or had she ignored her assignment because it was easier to focus on doing something of her own choosing? Easier than owning up to her mistakes. What would this journey look like if she was solely focused on being a blessing giver? Tears formed in her eyes. How lovely that would be. To walk across these mountains knowing she had her family's confidence and trust? But she didn't. She'd messed everything up and had to put it back together. Only then could she relax and fulfill her assignment in peace. She grabbed Paladin's sleeve and pulled him out of Kinz's line of sight. What are you going to do when we get to Vivier? What happened last night felt too similar to what had happened in town. The way the magic filled her, pulled her. Somehow Paladin was in the middle of it. His aura was light, and yet the magic had shown her Sidonai. The magic had sent her to him for a reason, and as much as she didn't want to admit it, they had to figure this out together. They needed to find answers to the prophecy, and she had a feeling Shamir's death held the key. Until they had something to go off, Paladin couldn't be exposed. Paladin's face hardened. You don't need to babysit me. You haven't exactly been keeping a low profile on your own, Rayelle muttered. I won't get you in trouble, if that's what you're asking. Her eyes flashed. Like you didn't get me in trouble in Aerith? Or Krim? You did that all on your own. His face was unsettlingly calm. The guide whistled for them to walk. As the cart rolled forward, Paladin turned and trudged alongside it. His steps landed heavily against the soft mulch, and Rayelle's nostrils flared. He'd told Kinz he was a traveler on a pilgrimage. The least he could do was look like he wasn't on his way to a funeral. The path grew steadily steeper throughout the day, and in the evening when Rayelle snuggled under the blankets next to the fire, her breath plumed like smoke into the chilled air. Though she shivered much of the night, she was too exhausted for the discomfort to keep her awake. The next day, they stopped only to wrap her blistered feet. Paladin walked behind the cart, and she walked in front with the guide. Paladin wasn't speaking to her, and it was better this way, safer. The small bits of himself he'd shared in the past activated her goddess-given compassion, which only made it more difficult for her to see him as he truly was. A threat to the magic. A threat to the realm. And yet, Shamir's words blended with her frustratingly relentless inner voice. What if what she'd been taught wasn't the whole picture? What if the wheels were already turning, barreling toward the destruction of the world they knew? What if there was nothing she could do to stop it? A thought stopped her cold. Was Shamir murdered for asking these same questions? Shamir pushed against the status quo, but never publicly. Her musings were kept private, one-on-one. Had she said something to the wrong person? Had someone higher up in Trill caught wind of something she'd said and taken it as dissent? Rayelle shook her head. No. Even if someone believed her to have crossed a line, they'd remove her from her stewardship, not kill her. As far as she knew, Shamir had never even been given a warning. The days on the mountain blended into one monotonous round. Walk, eat, sleep, walk some more. Her questions pushed her to search in Shamir's scriptures, but she couldn't bring herself to open the book, even when they had downtime. Her feet and legs ached. She didn't speak much to either of her traveling companions besides communicating necessities: what to eat, how to traverse an area of the path that had been washed out by a mudslide. By the 8th night of their journey, Rayelle could scarcely remember her life before she'd started along this mountain pass. Somehow, after a week, there were still new muscles to complain as she prepared for bed. They'd walked downhill for much of the day, which she assumed would be easier than climbing, but twice they had to jump ahead of the cart to keep it from careening down the path. Her shoulder had the bruise to prove it. She pulled a blanket around her shoulders and gazed at the dancing flames. She should be winding down for sleep, but her brain was too agitated. Tomorrow, they were projected to arrive in Vivier around noon. She would unload her things into the blessing giver's quarters. Where that was, she had no idea. In a house like her parents'? A cottage of her own? If she could only be so lucky. She would hopefully meet the steward upon arrival and get her legs under her. Though, from the sounds of it, there wasn't any rush. That thought was only comforting. Shamir seemed to have unending confidence in her ability to give her first blessing, but Rayelle's stomach clenched at the prospect. As the fire warmed her knees and cheeks, she closed her eyes. With all the chaos and confusion of the past 2 weeks, she'd lost herself. She needed to get back to the basics. The scent of pine trees and campfire filled her nostrils as she drew a deep breath and reached for the vial that hung around her neck. She pulled it out and poured a drop, then placed it on her tongue. Shamir had been right. She didn't have to reach for the fount like she had in training, but she still had to prepare her mind, and she needed added strength. The light couldn't reach her when her thoughts were cluttered. She relaxed her shoulders and opened herself to the warmth that hovered above her. As added energy diffused from the elixir, she opened herself, and the fount began to flow, settling her nerves. What had she been so worried about? She'd worked herself up, convinced herself that she needed to make the right decisions on her own, but she was merely a vessel. She only needed to be willing and open. The very first time she'd succeeded in touching the magic, Shamir had sat on the floor of the temple with her, knee to knee. The rest of Rayelle's class had figured out how to draw on the light, but for Rayelle, it hadn't been that easy. She'd reached, begged, tried to force the light to come to her, but despite an iron will and resolute determination, she'd failed. For over a week. "You're trying to control it," Shamir had explained. "You must let go." It still didn't make sense, but now she at least had enough experience to know what it felt like. Her heart still raced every time she made the choice to surrender, to trust, to drop her walls. She felt naked and vulnerable, even as she sat there wrapped in cloth and surrounded by solid rock and the deep cover of ancient trees. Her eyes flew open as a bluish light prodded against the bubble of her awareness. She blinked and scanned the campsite. Had she imagined it? Maybe her mind was playing tricks on her after such a strenuous day? The light again pressed against her thoughts, like a finger prodding an old bruise, and she winced. "Rayelle?" Paladin spoke her name, the first word he'd said to her in days. When had he sat down across the fire? Rayelle stood, then walked to the cart in search of her trunks. One case in particular. She spotted it wedged between a box of root vegetables and the side of the cart. Thankfully, the top opened easily without her needing to pull it out and reorganize. She reached for the vial with indigo liquid. At least, she thought this one was purple. She held it out toward the fire to be sure. Before she could close the case and make it back to her mat, the pressure came a third time. "All right, I hear you," she muttered. She'd never felt a pulse before, but it was unmistakable. In lessons, her teachers described it as a soft hand reaching inside your head and knocking politely on your mental door. This time, it felt more like the slam of a fist. Aeon. She'd heard it described and seen others enter, but had never felt it herself. She sat, pulled the blanket around her, and untwisted the cap to the vial. This wasn't how she envisioned it. Shamir had offered to be there her first time. And now? "Rayelle." Paladin's voice was soft. Somehow it made it even harder for her to hold back her tears. Rayelle cleared her throat. "Have you entered Aeon before?" She looked up and met his eyes. He shook his head. She looked back at the open vial in her hands. The purple elixir swirled ominously, and her stomach twisted. She squeezed her eyes shut as the push came again. This time she recognized the energy. "My mother." She blinked, and Paladin's jaw clenched. "She wants me to enter Aeon to speak to her." The guide glanced up. He held a long metal hook in his hands and had just reached down to lift the carpin mule's hoof and clean it. The poor beast with its load of trunks. Rayelle only had to drag her own body up and over these rocks. "Can it wait? I have to get her hoofs clean." "I'll keep watch." Paladin stood, but the guide still waited for Rayelle's approval. She didn't want Paladin's help. Would it even be safe for someone like him to be near her while she was helpless? Would he? He sat next to her, and she looked up. The same sadness she'd seen in his face by the fire flickered through his eyes. His aura shone brightly around him, even more brilliant now that the magic filled her being. He was safe. She could feel it. He had physically accosted her and harmed men in the village. Despite this, that truth embedded on her soul. She was a vessel, open, no judgment. She added this moment to her growing list of things that no longer made sense. I'm scared. She hadn't meant to say the words out loud, but they escaped anyway. I know. Paladin steadied her hand, then helped her pour a drop of the indigo liquid onto her tongue. Chapter 14. Rayelle carefully set the vial on the ground next to her blanket and secured the top. She worked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. Bitter. Paladin stayed close as she lay back and curled on her side. She couldn't look at him. It was hard enough to ignore the pull when she had full control of her faculties. The fire flickered in front of her, then began to undulate, swelling, and then shrinking to the size of her baby finger. Her heart raced as the elixir took effect. It was as if she could taste the light, sweet and floral. Paladin stood, and now her eyes clung to him without permission. His smell enveloped her, and her breathing quickened. He walked away from her, but even 5 paces away, the heady scent of the oil mixed with his skin swirled around her. Where was he going? The world spun, and her mouth went dry as he reached to unbutton his shirt. What was he doing? Wasn't he supposed to be keeping watch? She opened her mouth to chastise him, but then he turned. Heat flashed through her body as she caught sight of the dark hair on his chest. She momentarily forgot to breathe. She squeezed her eyes closed before a sigh could escape her lips. Not safe. Not safe. She felt for her coin in her pocket and flipped it between her fingers. The elixir had stolen her ability to control herself, that much was clear. She'd been taught to expect this, but hadn't been prepared. How could she have been? She never expected her first walk in Aeon to be accompanied by someone like him. It was an inconvenience, a distraction. This was nothing more than her mind magnifying her natural experiences and desires. But she did not desire Paladin. She was merely a woman who had desires. In general. Theoretically. Her cheeks burned, and she hoped if Paladin looked up, he would assume her coloring was from lying too close to the fire. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of torture, her thoughts thickened, and her head dropped deeply into the earth. The sounds of Paladin's footsteps and the guide's file scraping against hooves faded and blurred into silence. Rayelle opened her eyes and rose, but her body stayed peacefully on her sleeping mat. Paladin was closer than she'd expected. He stood next to her, staring down at her sleeping form. He ran a hand through his hair. His aura was even brighter here, if that was possible. Light poured out of him, and outlined his body in a celestial halo. Rayelle? It was her mother's voice. Not audible, but noticeable. She hastily moved away from their camp toward it. Even though her mother wouldn't be able to see her surroundings, she didn't need the distraction. The trees faded behind her as she floated deeper into Aeon. It didn't look or feel the way she'd expected, though how could anyone have prepared her? To have lived solely inside your body and then to be free of it was both exhilarating and disconcerting. She depended on her physical senses, especially now that they were heightened, and now they were stripped from her. All she could feel was the fount, that endless source of light and power. Rayelle. Her mother felt pleased as she came into focus. Your guide tells us you've almost arrived in Vivier. Rayelle pushed words to her mouth, but was blocked. She thought back to her lessons. Projecting, they'd called it. Willing your thoughts into the space around you. We will arrive tomorrow. She stretched the thought away from her being. Good. Elora smiled. You're doing wonderfully for your first time. As quickly as it had come, her smile faded. Now tell me why you have an additional traveling companion. Rayelle held back the flood of thoughts and emotions evoked by her mother's question. At first, it was strange to let her thoughts out, and now she found it difficult to hold them in. Thankfully, over the past days walking in near solitude, she'd solidified her explanation. Whether her parents would buy it was another question. We found a blessing giver on pilgrimage to Calwain. He was inexperienced and didn't have means to secure a guide through the mountains. Elora's frustration seeped into her soul, souring the happy feelings she'd had at seeing her mother again. After everything that's happened, you thought it was smart to allow a complete stranger to sleep next to you? He isn't sleeping next to me, Rayelle responded without thinking. She collected herself. His aura is light. He seemed kind. You need to focus on your assignment. Guilt niggled at her. Yes, I plan to seek out the steward as soon as I arrive. She paused. Dare she ask about Paladin? If he wasn't sitting next to her, it would have been her next natural question. Did the guards find the balancer? Elora's anger was palpable. Not yet. He escaped into the mountains. We honored Shamir yesterday. It was a beautiful service. This felt like a slap to the face. She was grateful they'd celebrated Shamir's life, but devastated she'd missed it. That her parents forced her to miss it. Grief and frustration pulsed through her, and she struggled to rein it in. Shamir was poisoned, but I'm not sure if it was the balancer. How would he have done that when he was running for his life? Wouldn't he have chosen another method if he wanted to shelter in the temple? Wouldn't Shamir— Rayelle, stop, her mother commanded. The balancer is responsible for Shamir's death. But what if— Shamir walked dangerously close to the line between light and dark, Rayelle. You loved her, and I know she loved you. But Ariadne won't allow her truth to be corrupted. Anger flooded through her. Was her mother suggesting Shamir caused her own death? Shamir was light. Only light. Energy swelled and threatened to consume Rayelle. Every emotion was raw and unbridled here. How could anyone, especially her mother, believe Shamir was anything but light? Shamir had said their time was ending, but Rayelle thought that statement had referred to her assignment, an impending departure. Was it possible? But then why hadn't Shamir done something if she knew someone would try to take her life? Rayelle, get a hold of yourself. Her mother's voice faded, and the darkness deepened. She couldn't feel the cold, but she knew it was. All warmth and light retreated, and she spun to go back to camp, but couldn't tell which direction she faced. Something was wrong. Her anger and hatred fed on itself, soaking up every last drop of goodness and plummeting her soul into despair and anguish. The blessings you give have no meaning. She sank deeper. There is no purpose to the stewardship you're given. Deeper. The world is wrong. There is no passage. The thoughts buried her alive, and she believed them. Rayelle twitched, and Paladin moved so he could see her face clearly. She lay motionless for a time, but now her body was restless. Had she taken enough elixir? He'd never used it himself, and without consecrated parents, he had nothing to compare it to. Hooves are clean, Kins announced. He stowed the long metal file in a leather bag, then tucked it back into the cart. I can take over now. Paladin shook his head. I'm fine. She should be back soon. The guide frowned. Worst part of my job, that. Visiting Aeon? They're like the place. 'Tis wrong to remove the soul from the body. Paladin frowned. He didn't believe the soul ever left. More that people were open to a layer of reality that existed above, possibly within, the realm. He wasn't going to argue the point. Rayelle groaned, and he looked back. Her lips parted and she stiffened as a void seemed to open up inside him. He shuddered. It felt as if everything in the world was wrong, that he would never smile or laugh again. She'd said she was communicating with her mother. What could be causing this depth of hopelessness? His stomach dropped to his knees. She'd been anxious about her family discovering his existence. He'd kept his eye covered. Besides that incident back in that small town, and the incident in Krim. Could her mother's anger be the cause of this? He cursed under his breath. Someone must have seen him, put the two of them together. He was the reason she'd been sent away from the enclave in the first place. She didn't want to leave her family, especially after Shamir's death. And now, he'd convinced her to seek answers, at the risk of angering her parents and the Order. As soon as she'd dreamed of Sidoni and seen her bonds weakening, he could have left, hung himself from a tree, or drowned himself in the lake. saved her from whatever she was suffering now. He was the reason for her pain. He was exactly what she didn't need in her life right now. Shamir's words came back to him. Just because humans have interpreted the prophecy doesn't mean they understand it. He clung to this, fanning the small flicker of hope. Rayelle's breath came in short bursts as the darkness grew and swirled within her. It seemed to absorb her light, to feed on it. His chest tightened. He'd never seen an aura swell like that. "What's happening?" Kins asked. He paced across the ground and wrung his hands. Dark auras were typically stagnant over time, decreasing or growing with age, but gradually. Even in situations where a traumatic incident catalyzed an aura shift, it didn't happen in minutes or seconds, as he was now witnessing. Perhaps he hadn't lied to her after all. Rayelle's knuckles turned white as her hands clutched the blanket he draped over her. Something was wrong. He laid a hand on her forehead and pulled back in shock. She was burning up. He returned a hand to her skin, this time prepared. "Rayelle." He whispered her name. He could barely see through the swirls of inky black rolling and twisting in the air above her. He leaned closer, but before he could speak, a streak of darkness slammed into his chest and took his breath away. Kins darted forward, but Paladin put up a hand, warning him to stay back. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he fought to stay focused. What was that? Auras didn't transfer. By their very nature, they were reflections of the soul, not something that could be felt by another human being. Rayelle's chest lifted off the ground in a sickening arch. Her arms hung limply at her side as the color drained from her face. He had to do something. Paladin crawled across the dirt and clasped onto her shoulders. The heat from her body made it nearly impossible to maintain his grip. Darkness stabbed his skin, and he forced himself to breathe. This was a force, not an aura. Something was fighting for control, claiming her as its own. He lowered his head and searched for the fount. It was there. He'd felt the promise of power hovering near him for days, begging him to draw and partake. After what happened in town, he'd promised himself he wouldn't touch it again, but now he didn't hesitate. He calmed his mind against the barrage of blackness and opened himself. Power surged through him, just as it had the first time. Instead of lashing out in anger, he pushed against the darkness. Every fiber of his physical body swelled with raw energy. Light and dark melded and cascaded from his fingertips into Rayelle, cooling the heat that threatened to burn her to a crisp. The strikes against his body lost their strength as he drew even more freely from the fount. His body trembled as he pushed against the darkness, an ache of hopelessness, a draw to the depths. "Come back," he commanded. "You don't belong there." Rayelle's neck stretched until he thought it might snap. Then her body dropped violently back to the mat. He maintained his grip. His legs shook, and the trees around them swam in his vision. Rayelle's hands clamped over his as she gasped for breath, but he barely noticed. The world was spinning. Darkness encroached on the edges of his sight, and he blinked. Rayelle groaned. "Paladin?" His name on her lips was the last thing he heard before his world went dark. Chapter 15. Rayelle woke with strong arms wrapped around her. She stiffened as she realized who they belonged to. Paladin's body pressed up against hers. His chest rose and fell against her shoulder blades. Goosebumps prickled on her skin as his breath whispered against the nape of her neck. The air was cool, and as liquid heat flashed through her, she was desperate to throw her blankets off. A memory, an echo. She scrambled to move out of his grasp, only to be met with searing pain in her lower back. She gasped and fell still as her muscles spasmed. It felt like she'd fallen off a cliff. Maybe she had. Her memories of the night before were muddled. She'd talked with her mother. She'd gotten angry. Then everything was dark and clouded. She couldn't remember what she saw, but she remembered how she felt. Like the world had opened up and swallowed her whole. Like there would never be light again. Just when she'd been dragged so deep that the pressure threatened to turn her to dust, a brilliant burst had appeared. It pierced the darkness and lifted her. Something had dragged her through the muddy depths and ferried her back to the surface. She remembered opening her eyes. She remembered Paladin's face. His eyes were blazing, and his aura was on fire. Paladin groaned as he rolled onto his back, and his hand trailed across her midsection. She shivered. His chest was bare, and the image of him unbuttoning his shirt in the firelight flashed through her mind. Had he never put it back on? He rubbed his eyes. "Rayelle?" "Yes?" Her voice was weak. He grunted. "You're awake. Can you move?" She lifted her left arm into the air so he could see proof. "Just don't ask me to sit." Paladin coughed and drew a labored breath. What happened? She inhaled cautiously and blinked at the lightening blue sky, not brave enough to turn her head. His face was dangerously close to hers. Paladin winced as he attempted to lift himself from the dirt. "You tell me." "Something dark." Their guide stamped angrily on the coals of their fire. He held no pot or spoon. Rayelle's stomach grumbled. "Get up. Time to walk." "Not in front of Kins," Rayelle whispered. She held back the whimper that bubbled up in her throat as she pushed herself off the ground. Her spine felt as if it had been fused together, and each movement cracked her shell. Paladin stood silently, but swayed on his feet and dropped back to a crouch. She gritted her teeth and fought through the pain to pull on her boots, roll up her mat, and pack it in the cart. Her skin was caked in sweat and dirt. She wished there was a lake or stream nearby, even if it was as cold as the one Paladin jumped in. Since that wasn't an option, she'd have to walk fully aware of her own stench. Tendrils of hair that escaped her braid during the night hung untidily around her face. She did nothing to fix it. It was all she could do to remain upright, and they still had miles to walk into Viviers. Water? She wouldn't ask for breakfast. Her stomach complained, but she could see the fear and anger in Kins's eyes. He motioned to the other side of the cart. Rayelle rounded the back and pulled her assigned flask from the bin. The water was a soothing balm running down her throat. Every inch of her felt parched, singed, like her skin had been rubbed raw with sandpaper or she'd spent days working the ovens. Paladin reached over the edge of the cart and she jumped, spilling water down the front of her blouse. This hadn't been the bath she'd hoped for, but it was the only one she was getting. The guide urged the mule back toward the path before they'd replace their water, and Rayelle forced her aching body forward to tuck the flask back into the cart. She could barely carry her own weight, let alone a heavy flask. Paladin kept his and continued to sip. "My mother was in Aeon." "Your mother harmed you." He stated the words as if they were the most normal thing in the world. Rayelle shook her head. "No, we were discussing..." Her stomach twisted as she recalled her mother's cutting remarks. Shamir walked dangerously close to the line between light and dark. "We were having a discussion, and then..." She couldn't find the words to describe what happened. Or the words she found weren't favorable. She'd lost control of her emotions. Her anger had flared out of control. She frowned. But there had been something else. Another force. Another voice. What then? Paladin's toe hit a rock and she reached out a hand to steady him. As he stood, he twined his fingers in hers. Rayelle's heart sped. Touching him was not a part of her plan. "What did you do to me?" "What I had to." "What you had to?" She glanced at his face while trying to keep her eyes on the path. It was... How could she describe it? Like her body had been split in half. Painful. It wasn't a completely fair description. It also felt like he'd filled her lungs with air when she'd been drowning. He adjusted his grip on her hand. "You would have died." "I wasn't..." She clamped her mouth shut. Had it been that desperate? "I would have woken up when the elixir wore off." "I've never seen an elixir boil a person alive," he growled. Rayelle lengthened her stride to keep up with him as he walked faster. Her skin was parched, her body stiff. Something went wrong. "You were bathed in darkness." She blinked. "My aura? It changed?"
No, this was... He paused as if searching for the right words. Auras don't change that quickly. This was something else. A force of some kind.
Rayelle furrowed her brow. She thought back to their conversation by the lake. Didn't change that quickly? But you said...
I know what I said.
She bit her bottom lip. Dark auras. They aren't different than light? Paladin shook his head. Then why?
Because I needed to explain how I could sense your feelings.
His voice was low, and she stiffened, pulling him to a stop. You can sense my feelings? He pursed his lips, and her heart started to race. She dropped his hand. What do you mean by sense? Can you...
I feel what you feel. I've sensed you from the moment I touched you in my cell.
But... Rayelle blinked rapidly. That had been over a week ago. He'd sensed her since then? He'd been able to feel everything she did? Her fear and anger, grief, insecurity? And her cheeks flushed. She'd watched him when he wasn't looking and felt plenty of things she didn't want him to know about. Had he felt that too? I don't understand. I can sense something, a pull. It disappears when you're beside me, but I can't... She looked up, and her face blanched. Everything? He nodded, and it felt as if her ribs shrunk 2 sizes. She turned away from him and forced her stiff legs to catch up with the cart. Here she was, hiding her face when he could feel embarrassment washing over her. She thought about running into the trees, getting as far from him as possible. But if he'd sensed her from the time she'd left the tunnel, proximity didn't matter. She couldn't escape this. That day at the lake? All those moments in the coach? The other night in the woods? She groaned. He'd had direct access to her most private emotions, and she'd been none the wiser. Her head spun, and she put a hand on the cart to steady herself.
Rayelle,
you should have told me. He jogged to walk next to her.
Would it have helped?
She searched for her flask as the cart rumbled along the path. Her mouth felt like the Campari desert. No, it wouldn't have helped, but she wouldn't admit that. He'd been spying on her innermost self without her permission, and then he'd lied to her about it. She finally pulled her water and pulled off the top, then took a long drink, dribbling water down her chin. She wiped it with the back of her hand. Paladin walked next to her stiffly. His body was just as sore as hers. He'd helped her last night. Rayelle reattached the lid to her flask and slammed it back into the cart. Did you feel what I felt in Aeon? Paladin nodded. A little anger drained out of her. He had been the light that pierced the depths. He pulled her out of that soul-crushing darkness, and he drew too much of the magic to do it. She couldn't feel his emotions, but she'd felt that. The same tug she'd experienced in Crim and in the meadow. It forced the darkness to retreat. Or had the darkness gone willingly? As she'd risen, she hadn't felt resistance. She hadn't felt fought for. That other force had capitalized on her weakness, then gladly given her back. Paladin had been in the depths with her, experienced the same pain. Then he'd reached for more magic than he could hold. Something told her the darkness had liked it. Vivier didn't look anything like Paladin had anticipated, though what he'd envisioned was surely based on childhood myths. His parents had never threatened him with being sent past the Satya Mountains, but his friends had. When he was 16, a company from Vivier had come to Aerith seeking audience with their consul. Since Misty and Burm were both teachers, they didn't have access to the official meeting, but he'd heard whispers. Something about a balancer harming a shop owner in Vivier. Stories like that did nothing to improve their public image. What stuck with him was the way their group had looked. Weathered, hardened, and formidable. Like if their cartwheel had given them trouble, they would have hauled the whole thing up onto their shoulders and carried it into town themselves. That image, combined with the swapped stories of horror in his youth, coalesced into an idea that didn't agree with the pointed roofs, curled smoke drifting from chimneys, or beds of brightly colored flowers adorning the front steps of the houses they passed. Kins, still spooked from the night before, pulled their cart in front of a large stone building on the main street and unhooked the mule. He didn't say a word before tromping off with the animal and leaving the two of them dumbfounded on the street. Rayelle hadn't said much since he told her the truth. There was nothing he could say to make it better, so he gave her space and time. He didn't ask for this, and deep down she knew that. He wondered how he would react if their situation was reversed, if he had nowhere to hide. Paladin walked to the back of the cart. He didn't have much to retrieve, only his flask, remaining rations, and a blanket, all of which had been paid for by the blessing givers who wouldn't be happy about financing an extra traveler. He'd find a way to pay them back once he got his feet under him. This building looked as good a place as any to start. He pulled his meager belongings out of the cart and wrapped them into a bundle, then tucked it under his arms. He needed to secure work, then shelter. He'd sleep in the woods if he had to, but he needed a way to feed himself. He needed to survive until they could come up with their next step. The front doors of the building swung open and a tall, impeccably dressed man descended the steps. He adjusted his pants, then looked up and noticed Rayelle. Paladin bristled as soon as he saw his violet eyes. "You must be our new blessing giver." The man's eyes wandered over Rayelle's figure. He wet his lips as his mouth curled into a wolfish grin. His smile dropped when he noticed Paladin behind the cart. "Yes," Rayelle answered quickly. She straightened her blouse and reached up to smooth her hair. "He's on pilgrimage to Calwain and sought safe passage through the mountains." The man's eyes narrowed. Paladin fought the urge to hold his gaze and instead glanced away. This had to be the steward. His golden hair hung in waves to his shoulders, and his overcoat looked like it cost a small fortune. "It's late in the day to continue on to Calwain, traveler. Do you need assistance securing lodging?" Even his speech oozed wealth. "No," Paladin answered quickly. Rayelle raised a brow, but he ignored her inquisitive look. He'd find a place to stay on his own terms. The man nodded approvingly and turned his rakish attention back on Rayelle. "Now you, love. Has anyone pointed out your habitation, or am I lucky enough to have the pleasure?" Was that a blush he saw on Rayelle's cheeks? Love? He nearly gagged. "We barely arrived. I would very much appreciate the opportunity to unpack my things. A bath would be even better," Rayelle answered. "There is a bathhouse 2 doors down from us." The man clapped his hands and gestured to the cart. "Your trunks, I assume?" Rayelle nodded, and he jumped to haul one from the cart. "As steward of this region, I've been given permanent lodging in a dwelling near the square. The docents of Vivier were generous enough to include an attached extra room on either side for members of the order serving our community." He grunted as he adjusted his grip on the trunk. "Garv, our balancer, is in one, and you'll be in the other." Rayelle smiled gratefully. Paladin couldn't help himself. "You all live together, then?" The steward turned to him as if only now remembering he was still present. "In a way, yes. We have separate living quarters, but we do share a common room. It's convenient for planning and coordinating the spiritual needs of the community." Rayelle's face blanched. "You share space with a balancer?" Paladin's chest tightened. The look of disgust on her face cut deeper now that they'd spent time together. Held hands even. "It's definitely not ideal, but up here we have to take advantage of every space we have available. Garv rarely makes his presence known, but I always enjoy my conversations with our blessing givers." He smiled at Rayelle. "I'm excited to hear more about Aerith." Rayelle reached into the cart and pulled out a few loose belongings, then followed the steward down the street. She looked back and gave a small nod. It wouldn't be wise for either of them to admit they had secondary purposes for being here in Vivier. She needed to settle into her assignment, and he needed to. He pursed his lips. At least he knew where to find her. Paladin watched until they turned the corner, then took the steps 2 at a time and entered the building the steward had just exited. The interior was smoky and dimly lit. Probably a tavern or public house, but at this time of day there was nobody taking advantage of their services. "Can I help ya?" A young woman approached. He'd wondered what a steward was doing in a public house at this time of day, until right this second. The girl's blouse exposed inches of youthful, rosy flesh that swelled with each breath. He ground his teeth, thinking about Rayelle staying in the room next to the oily steward. He could feel her. If he walked out the door, he could follow that pull like a compass and find her wherever she was. It was unsettling.
Paladin cleared his throat. I'm traveling through.
You'd like a room, eh? She sized him up.
If you have one available.
She turned, but he quickly stopped her.
I don't have any payment. I'd be looking for work for room and board. Only for a time.
She turned back and eyed him curiously. You're traveling through with no payment? He nodded.
Pilgrimage.
Relief crossed over her features. It wasn't unheard of for poor souls to spend their last derrick on a journey seeking spiritual salvation. Give me a moment. She flounced behind the bar and disappeared into the back room. The door to the inn swung open behind him and he scooted to the side. A man with dirty blonde hair that curled around his ears and a petite woman with bird-like features and hair shorter than his burst into the room. I need it, Mel. I wouldn't be asking unless you were an absolute bag grabber. The man scoffed in disgust. Bag grabber? What kind of language is that for describing your best friend? She scowled and pointed her finger at him. Not my best friend. Not even in my top 3. He rolled his eyes as the girl with heaving bosoms reappeared behind the bar and waved at the 2 newcomers. 2 piles and a fanker, Mel called out to the barmaid. Her voice was different than the other 2. She formed her words closer to her lips and enunciated clearly. Mel and her friend found their way to a table, while the girl behind the bar filled their glasses. Paladin hoped the barmaid had an answer for him, but it seemed he'd have to wait to find out. The man with the curly hair sat down and leaned across the table. I just wanted one more. Perhaps 2, if I told you no, Leeds. Tinctures and elixirs aren't for messing about. Elixirs. Paladin's ears perked up. He was asking for something from her, which meant she might have a connection to someone who understood herbs and concoctions, like the elixir Rayelle had taken to enter Aeon last night. He marched over to their table, and Mel looked up, annoyed. This pub is empty, and you decide to stand here? Paladin ignored her dig. She didn't come off as one who abided by social norms, so he skipped the small talk. I need to know about elixirs. She scrutinized his face as her companion sighed heavily and leaned back on the long legs of his chair. She gestured to an open seat. Tie up, then. Chapter 16.
This is it.
The steward nodded up at a small home with a pitched roof. Vines covered the stone, making it look as if it had sprung up out of the mountain itself. Rayelle, with Abis in her arms, followed him through the arched doorway into a cozy living area with 2 chairs arranged in front of a fireplace.
Kitchen's in the back, though we hardly use it. Toria, our caregiver, makes our meals and does the laundry.
Rayelle's eyes widened. Without common chores to do, how would she spend her time with only 1 birth a month?
Here we are.
He grunted and carefully set her trunk on the floor of the next room.
This is all yours.
Rayelle slipped through the door and stood against the wall. The room was small, but held everything she'd need. Drawers for clothing, a bed with plenty of blankets, and a small desk with a chair in the corner. Abis pushed against her arms, and she lowered the cat to the floor. He cautiously patted across the floor and sniffed the new furniture. A door on the opposite wall caught Rayelle's eye. Where does that lead?
Into the gardens.
He strode forward and pushed it open. Rayelle set her things on the bed and followed. She craned her neck to see over the steward's broad shoulders. Flowers and shrubs wound around a rock wall, and a bench sat up the hill a ways. It's gorgeous. Before she could stop him, Abis darted between their legs and bounded through the greenery. The man laughed out loud. Don't worry. Put out food and he'll be back. Did you give me your name? Abis. The man turned and observed her curiously. That's an odd name for a beautiful woman. Rayelle blushed and took a step back. No, sorry. That's the name of my cat. I'm Rayelle. Stavro. He put out a hand and she placed hers in it. He raised it to his lips and brushed a kiss against her skin. Rayelle wanted to recoil, but forced herself to hold still. She didn't want to offend him, though the feel of his breath on her hand made her skin crawl. He slowly lowered his arm and smiled. I'll bring the rest of your trunks. Once you're settled, we can meet in the common room and I'll answer all of your questions about Vivier. I'm sure you have many. Rayelle pulled her hand back and nodded gratefully, and he whisked out of the room. Paladin set his bundle on the floor and sat at their table. "You'll help an absolute stranger, but not your best friend?" Mel shot daggers at Leeds, and he pursed his lips. She turned to Paladin. "What do you want to know?" Leeds rolled his eyes, crossed his arms over his chest, and leaned back in his seat. "It's not like you're the only expert." Paladin ignored him. "A friend of mine. She had something happen after dreamwalking in Aeon." "What kind of something?" Mel raised an eyebrow. Paladin shrugged it off, not wanting to draw too much attention to himself and the story. "There was a darkness. It pulled her out of communication with a family member. Made her sick." "Sick?" "She was tired and didn't feel well," Paladin clarified. Mel's eyes narrowed. "Many people don't feel well after dreamwalking." This was different. Mel tapped her finger on her lower lip as she considered this. "I've made the purple elixir for members of the Order before. Never tried it myself." "You'd be called in if you did," Leeds muttered. Mel shot him a look. "You're one to talk." "Right. If a town council ever found out that Masani utilized elixirs not meant for them, they'd likely drop the hammer." "Where are you from?" Paladin inspected Mel's face. "Did you train somewhere? Learn to be an herbalist?" Mel's expression hardened. "What happened to your eye?" "Injured," Paladin answered without hesitation. She crossed her arms over her chest. "I learned my craft in Calwain, just north of here." He had to ask. "Are you a member of the Order?" Leeds laughed out loud, and Mel shot him a glance. She drew a deep breath, then leveled her gaze at Paladin. "Not all herbalists are of the bloodlines." "But most are." Her smile tightened. "Most aren't as good as me." "How did your eye get injured?" Leeds sat up in his chair. Paladin turned. "I don't discuss my personal affairs with strangers." Mel tilted her head curiously. "You're a blessing giver. Must have heard the rumors." "Rumors?" Paladin nodded slowly. "Been away from Aerith a long time," he lied. "Heard a rumor or two, but haven't been able to dig deeper than that." Mel planted a fist on the table and set her jaw. "There's nothing wrong with the elixirs, or those who make them." Paladin blinked. There were rumors of something being wrong with the elixirs? The girl behind the bar approached their table and dropped off the drinks they'd ordered upon their arrival. "Anything for you?" She winked at Paladin. He shook his head. Mel gulped from the glass, then closed her eyes and swallowed. "All I know is that a blessing giver in tarot I've been supplying for years told me she wouldn't go back into Aeon." Paladin leaned in. "Why?" Mel shook her head. "Blessing givers read into things more than they should. No offense." His brow furrowed until he realized only his violet eye was visible. He cleared his throat. "None taken." Mel drew a breath. She was frightened. "It made me reconsider what I'd heard." "Doesn't matter for us, does it?" Leeds took a drink. Paladin frowned. "How so?" He scoffed. "If the magic is corrupt, it doesn't affect the likes of us." Mel kicked him under the table. "It's fine." Paladin leaned back in his chair. Leeds scowled at Mel and rubbed his leg. "The magic is supposed to serve us. Help everyone gain passage to the next life. Seems the only people it serves are members of the Order." Paladin nodded and let his words sink in. Was this how people viewed them? Out to use the magic for themselves? "Were you not blessed, then?" Leeds scoffed. "Of course I was." "But we're just lowly Masani. Isn't that what you call us?" Mel raised an eyebrow. Paladin stiffened. He'd never liked the word and didn't make a habit of saying it out loud. Judgment and hypocrisy within the enclave were both reasons why he'd waited so long to consecrate, and he didn't want to be a part of it. "I avoid that word." Mel's eyes narrowed. "Why are you here in Vivier?" "Only staying for a time. Passing through." He glanced up at the girl behind the bar. She hummed to herself as she dried and stacked clean glasses. If he didn't have a place to stay tonight, he needed to move on to the next option. Mel looked down at the bundle on the floor and her shoulders slumped. "Your friend?"
isn't the only one who's noticed a darkness. Many here are beginning to wonder if it's safe to be touched by the magic. Mel and Leeds reached for their glasses as he bent to scoop up his belongings. Thank you for your help. He nodded to both of them, then walked to the bar. The young woman smiled as he approached and pulled a key from her apron pocket. Malik, the owner, needs help mucking out stalls. Your room is upstairs, last door on the left. Come down in an hour. Book of Ariadne. Words of Josephine, prophetess under the order of Ariadne. Chapter 7, verse 10. The light seeketh to give, the darkness to take. But a gift profiteth nothing, if there be no empty hands to fill. Chapter 17. Rayelle folded her last dress and tucked it onto the shelf. There wasn't much room for her empty trunks, but she slid 2 of them under the bed and stacked the smaller 3 in the corner. She inspected her appearance in the circular mirror that hung on the wall next to the door that led to the gardens. She blinked at the violet irises staring back at her. She hadn't had more than a passing look at her eyes since her consecration, and she still wasn't used to it. She loosened the tie and pulled it from her hair, then searched for her brush. The emerald fabric bag caught her eye. It sat on the top shelf. Her mother had made it for her when she turned 16, and now she used it to hold her hair things and oils. Abis mewled behind the door, and she grinned. Sure enough. She'd put out a small scrap to entice him back home, but not enough that he'd feel satisfied. She opened the door, and the cat rushed in and wove between her legs. Is this all I'm good for? She pulled the bag of scraps from the dresser and dumped a handful on the floor. Abis purred and crouched to lap them up. Rayelle sat on the bed, then pulled out the brush and ran it through her tangled locks. She hadn't thought to make herself presentable after what happened last night. She was focused on surviving the rest of their journey. But when Stavro had appeared on the steps, she found herself wishing she'd taken a moment to freshen up before entering the town. After a few passes with the brush, the tangles loosened, and her dark hair was silky once more. She pulled her long locks into a braid next to her right ear, wrapped it around her head, then finished the braid so it hung over her left shoulder. A little fancier than what she would normally do at home, but she was in a new place. It would do well to make a positive impression. Satisfied, she tossed the brush to the side and reached for Shamir's coin. The metal was cool between her fingers as she inspected the inscription. 4th year of the age of Luce. The coin was 7 years old and barely had a scratch on its face. If it had been made 4 years later, her mother's face would have been on one side instead of Ambassador Sarah. She grimaced as she flipped it over and saw the balancer's consular. Even etched in gold, his eyes looked sinister. This coin, meant to represent the order, couldn't have been more accurate. Opposites. While one faced the light, the other was shrouded in darkness. A soft knock sounded at the door, and she hastily set her brush on the bed. Come in. Stavro peeked his head in. I thought I'd check to see if you need anything. His eyes widened when he noticed the change in her appearance. Rayelle smiled. Thank you, but I think I've got everything I need. Stavro opened the door a little wider and took a step toward her. I'm sure you have to be ravenous after your journey. Would you like to accompany me next door for an early dinner? She nodded. Food would be wonderful. Stavro led her out of the house, then turned left toward the restaurant. The houses weren't anything like those in Aerith. They were farther apart, had significantly higher roofs, and they had stone facades. Probably needed to stand up to harsh weather. She sighed. So far, so good. She hadn't made a fool of herself or put her foot in her mouth. Perhaps small-town life would suit her for a time. Rayelle glanced up the street as they walked. She could feel him. Paladin. The instant she thought his name, the sensation of his chest pressed up against her back flashed through her, and her heart sped. She chastised herself. It didn't matter where he was. Until she had new information, she didn't need to see or talk with him. Watch your step. Stavro held open the large wooden door as she stepped over the threshold of the diner. The interior was quaint. 2 windows along the far wall let in natural light, and it seemed well cared for. Clean floors, sturdy tables and chairs. A portly man with a ruddy face approached, drying his hands on a clean towel. Ah, Stavro, you're early. Stavro flashed a winning smile. Yes, I apologize for the lack of notice. We have a new blessing giver in town, and she's famished. The man turned to Rayelle and gave a small bow. Then you came to the right place. The stew is almost finished. Tie up, and I'll bring out some bread and butter to start. Rayelle blinked, then smiled gratefully as Stavro motioned for her to take a seat at the table closest to them. How long have you been a steward here? She asked politely. Stavro laughed. What, do I look ancient? Rayelle's cheeks flushed. Not at all, that's not what I meant. It seems people know you well here. Stavro reached out and patted her hand. I'm only teasing. I know I still look young and strapping. He grinned, clearly amused by her nervousness. I've been responsible for this area for the last 7 years. This area meaning Vivier? Stavro shook his head. No, I only settled in Vivier 2 years ago. I've traveled around to many of the mountain towns on this side of the Satyas. That must have been quite an adventure. It has been. Very unexpected. I was only a blessing giver for 2.5 years before I was given this stewardship. Rayelle blinked. 2.5 years? You must have been excellent. Stavro waved her off. More like they were desperate. Rayelle laughed and crossed her legs. I highly doubt that. Stavro was eye-catching, to be sure, but it was his energy that felt magnetic. His movements were smooth, elegant, and cat-like, and he oozed confidence and charm. His teeth were brilliantly white, and his violet eyes seemed to twinkle with good humor. It was a refreshing change from Paladin's brooding nature. I'm hoping to be of service here. What can I do to help? The man with the ruddy face brought them each a mug of spiced wine, and she sipped it gratefully. Her body still felt parched from the night before. This community needs us, Rayelle. They need the influence of our light. She nodded and took another sip. He hadn't answered her question, but she barely knew him and didn't want to push. How many people live here in Vivier? Approximately 300. Nearly 4, if you count the people who live in the hills. Do we count them? I do. Though I count everyone between here and Calwain. He chuckled to himself and ran a hand through his hair. Rayelle's heart sped and she drew a deep breath. I'd like to visit there, if there's time. Calwain? Of course. We'll make time. Everyone should have the opportunity to visit our birthplace, at least once in their life. In fact, I'd be happy to take you myself. Rayelle smiled gratefully. A boy appeared with 2 steaming bowls of stew in his hands. He set both of them on the table, then pulled spoons and napkins from the apron around his waist and set them alongside the bowls. Thank you, Cam. Stavro dipped his head in gratitude and the boy's neck flushed. He's Emil's son, he explained after Cam walked back to the kitchen. That's the man we met when we first walked in? Stavro nodded. This diner has been in his family for 4 generations. Same recipes. He opened the napkin in his lap and filled his spoon with meat and broth. You said we come here for all our meals? He nodded as he chewed. As much food and drink as you need. When we travel, we have other stops that welcome us. Travel? She paused with her spoon halfway to her lips. Of course. You didn't think we stayed in Vivier full time, did you? Rayelle thought about denying it, then opted for the truth. I know nothing about this area. Vivier was only a childhood threat to me until yesterday. Stavro laughed out loud. Does it seem threatening now? She shrugged. Less so. Stavro winked. Well, glad to be of service. Stavro walked Rayelle home after dinner. Before she finished her stew, her eyelids began to droop. Her body had been pushed to its limit, and she could barely force her legs to carry her back to the cottage. Stavro opened the front door for her. I'm not sure how you'll feel after a night's rest, but I plan to visit Diderot in the morning. Only an hour's carriage ride from here. There's a woman there due to give birth within the next 2 months. Rayelle's eyes lit up. I'd love to come. At the moment, her body didn't agree with that level of enthusiasm, but she was sure after a good night's sleep on a proper bed, she'd be fine to travel, especially if she didn't have to go on foot. Stavro grinned. Perfect. Be out front at 7:15. Rayelle nodded and walked to her room. She shut the door behind her and collapsed on the bed, then winced. She'd forgotten she set her brush there earlier. She pulled it out from under her back and settled on the soft mattress. Abus mewled as he slunk out of the closet, stretched his front legs, and approached the bed. He cocked his head to the side, then sprang onto the mattress and curled up next to her side. I miss her too. Rayelle stroked the cat's fur, then glanced at the bedside table. Shamir's book sat there, still unopened. Rayelle had studied scriptures her whole life, but now it seemed like the most unappealing thing in the world. After striving to keep every rule meticulously, what did she have to show for it? She was in a small town with hardly any births to bless. She'd lost the one person she felt most safe with, and she may have facilitated the end of the realm as they knew it by allowing Paladin to escape. She missed her own bed, missed the enclave. Most of all, she missed her family. She sighed and curled her knees into her chest. Diderot was the wrong direction, but Stavro had said they could go to Calwain at some point. Tomorrow, she would plan a date. Rayelle closed her eyes and dozed, never fully falling into a deep sleep. Images of flickering black bonds and swirling, soul-sucking emptiness kept her mind hovering above relaxation and rest. She turned on her side in groggy frustration and noticed the room was dark. How long had she lain here in her clothes? Abus lifted his head next to her. Sorry. Rayelle sighed and patted his head. She yawned and was about to pull off her blouse when she froze. Something, or someone, was tapping on the window. Chapter 18. The tapping sounded again, and Rayelle's heart raced. The rhythm was too calculated to be a tree branch waving in the wind. But who would be outside her window in the middle of the night? She swung her legs over the edge of the bed and felt her way to the door that led to the living area. She was about to call for help when her stomach dropped. She knew exactly who would knock at her window, because he couldn't be seen coming to the front door. Rayelle drew a breath and cautiously crept in the opposite direction. When she reached the garden door, she paused. The tapping stopped, and she waited. When it didn't sound again, she turned the handle and pulled the door open an inch. The moon was hidden in the clouds, and she couldn't see more than a few inches in front of her face. Good evening. Rayelle jumped and slammed the door closed as adrenaline rushed through her veins. When she finally drew a breath, she opened the door. Was that the wrong thing to say? Paladin spoke, but she still couldn't find him in the shadows. You scared me. I tapped lightly. She put a hand on her hip. On my window in the middle of the night. Would you rather I walked in? Paladin growled. I'd rather you conversed with me under normal circumstances, she hissed. The cool night air rushed past her bare feet, and she shivered. It was dark, and they were alone. She didn't like how her stomach swooped at this realization. How did you find me? Paladin was silent a moment. I have something to tell you. Can I come in? Rayelle hesitated. She didn't want to let him into her room, but she also didn't relish standing out in the cold. She acquiesced and moved to let him in. Goosebumps lifted on her skin as the warmth of his body radiated next to her. She quickly closed the door behind him and turned the latch. Her eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and she could just make out his silhouette. I only have one chair. She pointed, but realized he likely couldn't see the motion. Instead, she reached out and wrapped a hand around his forearm. He flinched, then relaxed when she pulled him toward the seat in the corner. She held her breath as he passed. It had been a long day. She wasn't thinking clearly, and the feel of his skin under hers caused her heart to race and heat to pulse through her midsection. She didn't need the smell of him to further distract her body from her goals. Rayelle retreated and sat on the edge of the bed. She tapped her foot on the cold floor. Hurry up, then. I have an appointment in the morning and would like to get some sleep tonight. An appointment? For a birth. She stared at his shadowed figure in the corner, but he didn't move. His aura created a halo around his shrouded figure. Every time she saw him, she was surprised anew. With each new person she met, she secretly hoped to find an aura that was brighter, but she hadn't found one yet. Had she even noticed Stavros? A birth here? Close. She reached for her cloak, but realized she'd hung it up. Instead, she pulled the top quilt from the bed over her bare legs. I met someone who makes elixirs at the pub tonight,
Paladin whispered. You were at the pub? He grunted. Rayelle couldn't see his face, but she took that as a yes. I need to secure a good herbalist. You found one?
Her name's Mel. She relayed reports of darkness in Aeon. You aren't the only one.
Rayelle frowned. The herbalist was a she? What do you mean?
Herbalists have been accused of making bad batches.
She pondered this. Could it be possible? Her elixirs had come from the same herbalist who served the manor house and the temple. Rayelle gasped. Maybe that's what killed Shamir. Maybe there was something wrong with the elixirs. She thought back to the vial Shamir had in her hand, and her heart immediately sank. It was the same one Shamir had shared with her that morning. Nothing bad happened when she'd taken a drop. Rayelle shook her head. No, I don't think that's it. She closed her eyes and searched what she knew. There's a darkness in Aeon. Shamir knew her time was short. The fount, it's opening in a new way, a dangerous way. The prophecy says the magic must be whole. It says it will fail. She bit the inside of her cheek. In my dream, I saw... She didn't finish her sentence. She hadn't told Paladin who she saw in her dream or what she'd known in Aeon, and for good reason. He would think she was crazy. And since she partially believed that herself, hearing it from another person wouldn't be beneficial.
What did you see?
Shh, I'm trying to think. Rayelle pinched the bridge of her nose. She muttered to herself, repeating the facts she knew. Suddenly, she looked up. You live by the same prophecies. Under the order?
Of course.
What do you know of the signs leading to the great and dreadful day of Sidoni? Paladin sniffed.
Division. Restlessness.
Rayelle nodded. Right. Which we're seeing throughout our cities and townships. Paladin barked a laugh and she pursed her lips. What's so funny? She hadn't even gotten to her main point.
Nothing. Continue.
She crossed her arms over her chest. No. Tell me why you laughed. Paladin shifted in the chair and leaned forward.
You think division and restlessness are sequestered to our townships? What about the order?
Rayelle scoffed. What about the order? We are unified in...
We? There is no we. The blessing givers cut us out of we years ago.
The blessing givers cut you out? Was it the blessing givers who forced Adiron to seek the prophet's life? Was it the blessing givers who refused to participate in the joining of the river ceremony, or
Rayelle?
Someone knocked sharply on the door.
Rayelle, are you okay?
Stavro. Yes, she called out quickly. I'm fine.
You don't seem fine. It's almost midnight and it sounded as if you were talking to someone.
He turned the door handle, and as a small sliver of light appeared from Stavro's candle, Rayelle bolted upright, flew across the room, and stood in front of Paladin, blocking his body from view in case the door opened fully.
Rayelle,
Please, Stavro, don't come in. I've got a terrible headache and I can't stand the light. Rayelle froze in place and watched the door, willing it to stay put. Stavro didn't move further into the room.
You sounded upset.
I'm not, she assured him quickly. I've got a lot on my mind, and sometimes it's easier to put things in perspective when I say them out loud.
Of course, I understand.
He sounded very much like he didn't understand, but Rayelle didn't care as long as he stayed beyond the threshold. He cleared his throat.
Can I bring you something for your head? Do you need an elixir?
Thank you, Stavro, but I have what I need. I was about to take something and go to sleep. He pushed the door open slightly.
You're sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Thank you, Stavro. I'll see you in the morning, as we planned.
All right. Remember, my room is only a few paces away. You're welcome there for anything you might need.
Rayelle turned as the door closed and clipped her leg against Paladin's knee. She stumbled, and Paladin reached out to steady her, but her forward momentum took him by surprise. She landed in his lap and froze. She held completely still until Stavro's steps disappeared, then drew a breath and reached down to push herself up from his lap. Her hands landed on his upper thighs instead of the arms of the chair, and she hurriedly pulled back.
which only served to drop her heavily onto his legs where she started. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean—" She gasped as his hands wrapped around her waist and he hoisted her to standing. His fingers left streaks of fire across her skin, and her insides seemed to melt. Nothing like the response she felt when Stavro kissed her hand. As she desperately drew a breath, she realized her mistake. His scent filled her nostrils, and she wobbled on her feet. He needed to leave. Now. Paladin stared in front of him and imagined Rayelle's backside. He could feel her there, standing in front of him in the dark. He'd lifted her off his lap since she wasn't comfortable doing it herself, but now she stood frozen, and her stomach fluttered nervously. Idiot. She'd asked him not to touch her, and he'd done it anyway. Twice. To be fair, it wasn't his fault she fell on top of him. Or had he stretched his leg out next to her? His chest tightened as he remembered the man at the door. Stavro, the blessing giver who met them on the steps of the public house, after visiting the young, buxom girl behind the bar. If you need something, don't go to his bedroom, Paladin muttered under his breath. Rayelle whirled to face him. His eyes were adjusting, and he could just make out her silhouette. If I need something, I'll go wherever I want. She spun on her heel and felt her way toward the bed, then jumped out of her skin when the cat yowled. Avis! Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. She leaned down and hunted for the cat, finally locating him in the small closet. She stroked his fur, then sat back on the bed. You should leave. Paladin did his best to ignore her words. What she felt inside was wildly inconsistent with her tone of voice. You asked about the prophecies? He offered gently. He would leave, but first he needed to know what she planned to show him. Before, they'd been so rudely interrupted. She sighed audibly. I asked before you laughed. Right. I'm sorry. He wasn't sorry, but it was the right thing to say. It had been ridiculous for her to assert that the people they served were the problem when the order itself was on the verge of being torn apart. Though, from what she'd said before, she and her ambassador mother believed the Balancers shouldn't have ever been a part of the order in the first place. The prophecies state Sidoni's bonds will weaken, but I don't understand how. Ariadne pulled from the fount to seal her up. The fount is never ending. Paladin considered this. Not necessarily. What do you mean? He leaned over and propped himself on his knees. The prophecy says her power must be whole. To be a protector. And complete. So it can fail. Rayelle reached for something on her nightstand. She fiddled with the object, and with the sound of a match chafing against the lighting strip, he understood. She tried again, but the match still didn't light. She muttered under her breath and tried a third time. Matches were notoriously inconsistent. He sometimes had to go through 3 or 4 before finding one that lit. A thought niggled at him as he watched her struggle. My magic could light it. The thought was so unexpected it rolled around in his head a few times before he took it seriously. He could light the match. He hadn't ever lit a match before, nor had he heard of Balancers doing such things. Their magic under the order of Ariadne didn't affect the physical world, at least not outside of their own material existence. Members of the order could be filled with the magic. Based on his experience in the village and next to Rayelle in the mountains, he could pull enough to increase his senses and physical strength. That wasn't typical. Not based on what he knew. Members of the order couldn't transform objects or create something out of nothing. They could only see enough to bind each one of the goddess's children to their path. Sight, sense, service. But he'd already reached beyond that. Twice. Rayelle pulled a new match from the box and struck it. Nothing. Paladin rose from his chair and strode toward her. She looked up and blinked as he put out his hand. If he touched the tip of the match, it would light. He understood this as clearly as he knew the sun would rise in the morning. It simply was. His heart sped as the fount opened to him. Raw power poured into him and filled his being. This time it felt less volatile, almost gentle, friendly. He didn't have to call it or do anything other than allow it to move through him. Paladin exhaled and extended his finger. He closed his eyes and touched the tip of the match. He didn't have to see it to know it burst into flames. Chapter 19. Rayelle stared open-mouthed as Paladin pulled his hand back. He acted as if the flame were a part of him, as though it couldn't possibly lick his skin with more heat than he could handle. How had he done this? Heat moved further down the match, and Rayelle quickly shared the flame with her candle, then waved the burnt stick until it smoked and dropped it into its depository. Paladin watched her. He was wearing new clothes, clean clothes. Without a word, he dropped down next to her on the bed. For the first time in her life, she was speechless. How could she explain what she'd witnessed moments before? His aura had glowed brightly as he approached her, and then it was beyond the power of description. What she'd seen, what she'd felt. Every hair stood on end. Every nerve ending tingled in recognition of the energy twisting around her as he'd extended his hand. As the flame exploded from his fingertips, the magic enveloped her, enveloped them both. She hastily reached up to wipe the moisture from her eyes. She'd had plenty of memorable moments in her life. The day she first saw someone living on the streets in Aerith. The day she discovered her parents disagreed with each other. And, most recently, the day Shamir left her. While each of them were life-altering, devastating even, they were nothing compared to this. Her fundamental understanding of the world had been shaken, disproven, all with the appearance of a flame, the size of her thumb. Sitting here on a strange bed in Vivier, there was her life before the flame erupted in front of her, and then there was life after. Sight, sense, service. The magic lived inside of them. It changed the way they viewed the world, but it didn't change the world itself. It didn't give them the power to create, destroy, or alter. Her mind raced as she tried to make sense of it. Nobody had done this before, she was sure of it. If they had, it would have been spoken of throughout the realm. Unless it happened like this, in front of only one person, in a dark room. She thought of the prophecy. My magic is given freely, but protected with a purpose. And I give unto you a warning that upon the day my fount is polluted, ye shall know the great and formidable day of Sidoni is near. Rayelle could almost hear Shamir's voice whispering, the prophecy doesn't end there. But I shall not leave my people unprepared. My power, sealed to their blood, will awaken. Was this what it meant? Was this why mixed blood polluted? Paladin drew more from the fount. Did it give him access to more power? What if that power sealed to his blood was awakening? What if he was both? He polluted and protected. She turned her head and looked at Paladin in the flickering light. Every ounce of hatred and fear drained from her being the moment he'd touched the match. She couldn't remember why she'd hated the balancer, why she'd been afraid to travel to Vivier. The anger that simmered within her over Shamir's death was simply gone, erased. Instead, her body hummed with love, pure, unadulterated love, for everything and everyone. The flare of magic she'd felt when he touched the match had burned through her, incinerating everything that warred within her. She was lightheaded and weak, and yet everything felt exactly right. Paladin trailed off. He turned to face her, and his hand brushed hers. Rayelle's body vibrated with energy, and her skin felt as if it might split at the seams. She needed strength, or she was going to pass out, and she wasn't ready to leave this moment. Not yet. She pulled the glass vial from between her breasts and opened the top. Turning it over, she placed a drop on her finger, then swiped it on her tongue. Vitality spread through her as the elixir absorbed into her skin. Her head cleared, and her eyes and ears sharpened. Paladin's heart beat next to her in a quick rhythm, and he looked as weary as she felt moments before. Without thinking, she poured a second drop on her finger and offered it to him. His soft lashes brushed his cheek as he blinked, and his violet eye never left hers as he pulled her hand toward him. Without hesitation, he slipped her finger into his mouth. Her breath caught as his tongue swirled over her skin. She jerked back, but he held onto her wrist and slowly lowered her hand with his to his chest. "Thank you." His voice was rough and raw. He could feel her. The shame and embarrassment she'd felt at learning this fact was gone, and that simple truth lay there between them. She didn't need to tell him how her body was vibrantly alive or how her heart was bursting with love and gratitude. Did he feel the same thing? Or did he only feel it because she did? "How do you know? Which feelings are yours and which are mine?" she asked. Paladin watched her lips, and the skin of his neck flushed. "I don't. Unless your emotions are different. Then I can guess." "Are they different now?" Paladin shook his head, then lifted his hand from hers and pushed her hair behind her ear. His fingers trailed a path down her neck, and just as he was about to pull away, he hesitated. Uncertainty flashed momentarily across his expression, as if what he wanted to do next and what he knew he should do weren't in alignment. Rayelle was intimately acquainted with this emotion, but in this moment what she wanted to do was far and away winning out. She met his eyes and allowed her longing free rein to push through her. She yearned for him, not just because the magic within her pulled for his presence at every waking moment, but because she loved the feel of his arms around her, adored his unruly hair, strong features, and brooding expression. He was somehow both unpredictable and trustworthy, deliciously provocative and thoroughly safe. She wanted him. She wanted him to want her. Paladin's breathing quickened as his hand wrapped around the back of her neck and pulled her closer. She tilted her head as his head dropped and his lips brushed over hers. He trembled, and she trembled back. She'd never done this before. Not with someone she knew she shouldn't, and not with anyone else. She hadn't studied this, had barely heard other people describe what it was like since she didn't keep many close relationships. It was a step, no, a leap, into the dark. Under normal circumstances, she would have gotten lost in fear and worry over whether she was doing it right. That's what always happened with new experiences. She'd analyze everything, whether she should move her mouth like this or that, whether he wanted something different. Luckily, these were not normal circumstances. Rayelle felt the urgent desire to be pleasing, to please him. The magic still buzzed within her, and she sighed. The sound surprised her, but before she could feel embarrassed, Paladin's mouth covered hers. His breath was hot, and he tasted of spiced wine. As Paladin's lips moved against hers in slow, gentle motions, she opened to him. As she'd done with the fount, she pushed aside her trepidation and trusted. She didn't have to take this step into the dark alone. As warmth filled her, she lost herself in every sensation. The brush of his nose against her cheek, the way he tugged on her lower lip and kissed her with more urgency. Before she understood what she was doing or how, she was arching against him, kissing him back. Her body sank into his as she yielded to his strength. All awareness of the room, the candlelight, and the bed beneath them faded into nothingness. His earthy scent was everywhere, and Rayelle could barely catch her breath. She wanted more closeness, more of his touch, more of his lips on hers. It was as if her outline began to blur, blending into his. She curled her fingers in the fabric of his shirt and tugged. He was easily convinced. Paladin pressed against her and lowered her head to the pillow. She wrapped her arms around his neck and explored his hair with her fingertips. How had she waited this long? How had she been so afraid of her curse that she'd spent years missing out on this feeling? It wouldn't have been like this. Somehow, even without any experience, she knew this was beyond anything she could have expected with someone like Cullen. Paladin ground his hips against hers, and she gladly met his urgency. He felt so good, solid and heavy against her chest. The stubble on his chin rubbed hers raw, and her lips parted as his mouth grew taut and impatient. More skin. She pulled at his shirt, and just as her fingers slipped beneath the fabric, she froze. A tendril of ice slithered along her spine, slicing through the warmth and love that filled her. Darkness. A thread of it slipped through the fount and swirled within her. She gasped, and Paladin stiffened and then quickly pulled back. Rayelle blinked her eyes open and scrambled to sit. What was that? She hoped he had an explanation different than the one already forming in her head. She'd felt it before, in Aeon, then again in the clearing. I have to go. Paladin's clothes were in disarray as he stood and rushed to the door. He paused with his hand on the door handle, then slipped into the night. Chapter 20. Forbidden. The word etched itself in her mind as she jostled on the seat of the couch. Bonds between balancers and blessing givers were forbidden. Members of the order had crossed that boundary years ago, which was why they were both in this mess in the first place. Did you get some sleep after I left you last night? Stavro patted her knee. She started and shifted closer to the wall. Yes, slept just fine, thank you. She hadn't slept a wink. Even after she blew out the candle, she'd stared into the darkness as her mind spun. The prophecy was true. She'd always believed it, but now she had physical proof. At least proof within herself that she couldn't deny. Paladin was an aberration, just as everyone had asserted in the enclave. He pulled from the fount more freely, accessed more power, and somehow that allowed Sidoni's energy to slip through. It had to be the weakening of her bonds. But Paladin was also light. She'd seen his goodness, and when he'd lit that match, the bond between them had bloomed into something unimaginable. Her body remembered the love she'd felt at that higher vibration, like she'd been lifted beyond this realm and entered a new layer of existence. Her body remembered other things as well. Things she kept trying to push away so she could focus, but couldn't. She relived the tantalizing sensation of Paladin's tongue on her skin as she splashed water on her face at first light, the press of his lips as she pulled on a clean blouse and slacks, the hitch of his breath as she sat across from Stavro in the diner and ate her porridge, and now the brush of his finger against her neck as she rumbled along the path to Diderot. Her body didn't care that their magic was at risk. She had waited her entire teen and adult life to experience pleasure like that, and every inch of her wanted more of it. Prophecy be damned. Rayelle unbuttoned the top of her blouse and fanned her neck and upper chest. Does it feel hot in here? Stavro frowned. I'm comfortable, but if you need me to open a No, I don't need anything. She leaned back in her seat and inhaled deeply. Tell me more about your visit to... where was it? Dan Swain. He smiled brightly, thrilled that she showed any interest. Right. I've never heard of it. He leaned forward and his eyes glittered. Most people haven't. It's tucked away at the base of a crevasse. She nodded and smiled, giving appropriate reactions whenever he paused for dramatic effect, but didn't hear a word he said. Get a hold of yourself, Rayelle. She needed to think clearly. The darkness she'd felt, the way it had seeped into her soul, was terrifying. She had to protect herself from it. That meant no Aeon and no Paladin. But she'd felt it without him, too. Her vision of Sidoni was proof that it existed beyond their connection. But had that been the same? Had it posed her the same threat? Her visions were real enough, but they'd never made her afraid or threatened her in any way. She'd been sleeping. Was it possible that her mind had conjured that up? Then there was the fact that Paladin created fire. She'd felt the power he drew, been consumed by it, and he'd altered the physical world. Something that wasn't possible with the magic of Ariadne, at least not the way they understood it. She clung to her thought of the prophecy, polluted and protected. Could Paladin's power be both a blessing and a curse? None of this was consistent with the lessons she'd been taught, but the Order had been right. Paladin's magic was dangerous. The fount had been polluted, just as the prophecy foretold. But was it his fault? Or would killing him and forcing his rebirth protect it? Strengthen Sidoni's bonds? These were the questions she needed answers to, and until she knew the answers, she couldn't act so reckless. They knew nothing of their bond and nothing of what they could do, what damage they could cause if they flirted with it. Which is why I believe everyone should go. Stavro sat back in his seat and folded his arms over his chest. His golden hair flowed over the tops of his shoulders, and he waited patiently for her response. It sounds wonderful. Stavro frowned. Wonderful? I guess, if you have a sense of adventure, which you obviously do. He raised an eyebrow, and Rayelle's cheeks flushed. She remembered nothing of what he'd said. What impression had she given him with her mindless reactions during his diatribe? The coach pulled to a stop, and Rayelle couldn't have been more grateful. She didn't know what else to say to Stavro, and now she wouldn't have to come up with something. Tell me more about the woman we're visiting. She straightened her blouse and smoothed her hair. Stavro moved to open the door for her. This is her first child, so she's nervous, as you can imagine, especially because we had a stillborn in the next village over last year. Rayelle's eyes widened. Oh, I'm so sorry. Has the parents, have they recovered? Stillbirths were the worst thing that could happen to a couple. To grow a child to term and then have the goddess determine you unfit? I don't think so, not yet, Stavro admitted, though their village has been supportive. Rayelle nodded and stepped out onto the road. At least there was that. When her mother talked about stillbirths over the years, she made it very clear how they were supposed to be handled under the Order. If a couple wasn't fit to receive a child, they were encouraged to split up, find another partner. It was unlikely that two people, when the goddess had already denied them once, would find a way to earn another chance. She has faith in Ariadne, faith in the magic, Stavro added. What did it mean to have faith in the magic? Up until recently, Rayelle had trusted it wholeheartedly, but now that the fount was tainted? Could they draw the way they always had, or would Sidoni eventually gain enough strength that darkness would leach through to them too? She thought back to Shamir's words. They were missing something. Something that sat just out of reach, close enough she could almost touch it. Stavro led the way to the front door. It was already open, and two smiling faces waited for them on the other side. Thank you for coming. The woman bobbed her head. She was young, probably close to Rayelle's age if she had to guess, and her cheeks glowed with excitement and nervousness. Her husband stood next to her with his arm on her shoulder. He had pale features and strikingly green eyes. The woman ushered the two of them in, and they sat in chairs that had clearly been prepared for their visit. The living room was quaint, but clean. Swept dirt floor, a stove in the back corner, and a small table next to the far wall. Their bed sat behind a small wall that created separation from the main living space. You're the new blessing giver? The woman errantly rubbed her hands over her protruding belly. Rayelle smiled. I am. May I have your name? Bex. He's Harv. Nice to meet you both. You have support for the birth? Both their mothers live close by, Stavro explained. When the baby's close, they'll send a message to Vivier and we'll be here, along with Garv. She still hadn't caught sight of the balancer since arriving in Vivier, and the mention of his name raised her heart rate. She would give the blessing, and he'd give the curse. She shivered. I can't believe I'm about to be a mother. Bex beamed at them. I already love the babe, and I haven't even met her yet. Hopefully she'll live up to your expectations. Rayelle couldn't help but think of her own mother as Beck swirled her hand over her protruding belly. The look on Alora's face when her father held up her necklace flashed into her mind. She'd seen her mother's disappointment 1,000 times, but in that instance, it felt binding. Beck stared at her stomach in awe. Rayelle left Aerith wanting to make things right, to fix the mess she made. She was sure that if she turned Paladin in and fulfilled her assignment, she'd finally be the daughter her mother wanted. But the magic had other plans for her. It always had. She'd had to choose between her mother and her rigid rules and expectations, or the truth she felt inside her. In this instant, she knew she'd always chosen wrong. Ignoring her illusions and fighting against the pull within her to question hadn't satisfied anyone, her least of all. Her mother had never looked at her the way Bex gazed at her unborn child, and no amount of sacrifice on her part was going to magically change that. Rayelle had gone to the balancer's cell for one reason: to find the truth. She'd come to Vivier to fulfill her stewardship, but even now that she was seated in the room where she'd give her first blessing, it didn't feel like an endpoint. I didn't raise you to confine your mind to the expectation of others. Rayelle had always wanted more answers than her parents could give. She'd gone to the temple in search of peace, yes, but also in search of understanding. She hadn't found it yet, which meant no matter what she did, she wouldn't be able to stop seeking. She'd tried. Oh, how she'd tried. With all her heart and soul, she'd pled with the goddess to help her be just like all the other members of the enclave. She loved her mother and had ached for her approval all her life. Perhaps it was time she accepted that she may not ever get it. She was going to continue to be a disappointment to Alora unless she fully erased a part of herself. Even then, she wasn't convinced it would stay hidden. She thought of the inescapable pull toward the lake, the darkness in Aeon, the flame bursting into existence. Erasing was something she simply could not do. Rayelle? Stavro put a hand on her shoulder. She looked up and smiled. Yes, I'm thrilled for you both. After a few more minutes of small talk, Bex and Herve walked them back outside. Rayelle and Stavro waved goodbye, with a promise to be on high alert after 4 more weeks passed, just in case the babe came early, then climbed back into the coach. Stavro sighed. So, what did you think? They're lovely. Rayelle adjusted the cushion beneath her as the driver pushed the mules forward and the coach began to roll. Rayelle, can I be frank? Of course. She met his eyes for possibly the first time that morning. You seemed distracted, and I assumed it was probably because of the poor night of sleep, but I find myself frustrated. She held her breath. Why is that? Because you won't let me help. I offered to assist you last night, but you turned me away. Now today it feels as though you're a million miles away. I'm the steward of this region, responsible for the spiritual growth of the people under my care. You, as my blessing giver, rank at the top of that list. If you aren't full of light and goodness, he shook his head sadly. I'm not fulfilling my obligation. Her cheeks flamed with embarrassment. Shamir had been their steward, and she'd always been open with her. Perhaps it had been because Stavro was so young. She'd judged him as inexperienced. Or maybe because he was a man, and Paladin had spoken negatively about him. Regardless, she hadn't been fair. He was her spiritual authority here, and she did need guidance. Maybe he had information that would lead her to the answers she desperately needed. She drew a deep breath. To be honest, I've had a lot on my mind, and haven't been quite sure where to look for answers. Stavro laughed with relief. Answers I can help with. Please, ask away. Rayelle wet her lips. How much did she want to reveal? If it had been Shamir, she would have blurted everything out, but she wasn't quite ready to do that with Stavro. Baby steps. What do you know about the magic forming bonds? Chapter 21. Rayelle raced to her room as soon as the coach pulled to a stop. She'd asked Stavro about everything she could without revealing anything that would make him suspicious of Paladin. It didn't seem anyone here knew of the balancer with mixed blood, so she was probably being overly cautious. Still, she couldn't risk being exposed in Aerith. Though she'd put being a perfect daughter on the shelf, she still wasn't willing to run her family into the ground. She kept her inquiry of magical bonds purely intellectual. Ariadne and Sidoni were described as sisters bound together. How did Stavro think that was possible? She'd played the innocent young blessing giver, and Stavro had eaten it up. When she brought up the prophecy, Stavro made an offhand comment that hit her squarely in the chest. Personally, I've always thought the magic we hold must be missing something. I've waited for those who would gather the lost. Though I'm not sure what is lost exactly. He'd prattled on, but Rayelle seemed to be frozen in time. A swirl of light clouded her vision. It was as if her entire body had been doused in ice water, then filled with the strangest sense of completion. As if she'd been chasing the end of a rope and had unexpectedly reached the end. The words he'd used. Those who would gather the lost. Her blessing stated that she would restore things that were lost, and yet, after all her study of the prophecy, she'd never connected the two. Could they both be referring to the same lost pieces? The same truths that would make the magic whole? It was ridiculous to even think it. She'd have to be insane to believe that she, the girl who struggled to hold the magic and who didn't consecrate until 21 years old, could be a chosen one of Ariadne, spoken of in the prophecy. And yet? Rayelle's heart pounded as she reached for Shamir's scriptures. She unwound the leather cords and flipped to the book of Josephine. The book smelled of the temple of glass, clean and dusty, all at the same time, and she held back tears as the well-worn pages brushed against her fingertips. She stopped when she got to book 2 and read the words she'd studied with Shamir. My magic is given freely, but protected with a purpose. And I give unto you a warning that upon the day my fount is polluted, ye shall know the great and formidable day of Sidoni is near. That day, when Sidoni shall be loosed upon my people, free to tether them to the passage realm for eternity. But I shall not leave my people unprepared. My power, sealed to their blood, will awaken. Many have I called to gather those that are lost, and they will rise in new power as the bonds of Sidoni weaken. Only when my power is whole will it become a protector. Only when the magic is complete will it fail. Power, sealed to their blood, will awaken. She lay the book in her lap as a tingle ran down her spine. She couldn't shake the feeling that she and Paladin were living this prophecy. Rise in power as the bonds of Sidoni weaken. Restore that which is lost. She flipped to the first book of Josephine and scanned for a section she hadn't read in months. It took her a moment, but when her eyes finally landed on the verse, she read it twice. The light seeketh a helpmeet, a pure heart to bind. Light and dark, set free to wander, drive the soul to madness. She frowned and pursed her lips. She'd hoped to find an answer, but this meant nothing to her. A pure heart to bind? She closed the pages and stared at the wall. If she accepted that she was a part of this, and that was a big if. The prophecy still didn't give her clues of what she should do next. How could she possibly know what to gather or restore? How could she know which truths were corrupted? If that wasn't frustrating enough, none of this had led her any closer to figuring out who murdered Shamir or why she felt pulled toward the public house at this very moment. And Paladin was there. She was sure of it. After last night, the tug she felt constantly when he was away strengthened. Like an itch she couldn't scratch. She lifted the book to close it and place it back on the stand, but as the binding flexed, a page floated to the floor. Rayelle frowned, set the book on the bed, and reached for it. Not a page of scripture, but a folded piece of paper. She flipped it over and gasped. It had her name written on the front. She hastily pulled it open and began to read. Rayelle, by the time you read this, I'll likely be gone from this realm. I don't know how, but I felt for weeks that my time here is over. Don't grieve for me, child. Passage is what we all seek, and if I haven't earned it, rebirth will allow me to try a second time. A tear dropped onto the paper and smudged the letters. She reached up and wiped her cheeks. I wish I could have told you everything in my heart before I left, but I had to keep a promise to an old friend. Yes, I know you're already thinking it. Your mother. Years ago, our paths took different directions. I felt drawn to question the truths we'd accepted in our enclave, and your mother felt she needed to uphold them. Her ambassadorship only solidified her resolve. You can imagine how frustrated she was by your insistence on visiting the temple, where I could fill your head with everything that terrified her. I kept my promise then, but you are now a grown adult, and I won't be around much longer. If I've pushed too far, and there are some who won't be willing to let that go. If Alora hates me for this indiscretion, I doubt I'll need to suffer her wrath. Perhaps in my next life. I do not share to convince. You must ponder this, and come to your own determination of the truth. But I gave your blessing, Rayelle. Your aura is like nothing I've seen before or since the day I held my hands around your cherubic cheeks. I believe you have a great work ahead of you, and need to be privy to all the information we hold, even the secrets. Love always, S. Rayelle flipped the letter and examined the paper behind it. She frowned. It was a map. But a map of what? She examined the markings, then noticed a label and flipped the paper horizontally. Calwain. This was somewhere in Calwain. The Terrine Pool. She'd never heard of it. Shamir had drawn an arrow in the middle that pointed to a second, smaller pool behind the first. Even the secrets. Rayelle set the book on the bed, folded up the note, and rushed out the garden door. Chapter 22. Paladin stood with Mel in the small shed next to her cottage. At least, he thought it was hers. She clammed up any time he asked her about her personal life. And this is where I keep my crushed herbs. Mel pulled a box from the shelf. Someday I won't be able to fit them all, but for now it works. She set it on the long wooden work table in the center of the small space and smiled. Paladin looked into the box and his eyes widened. Quite the collection. Each paper bag was folded neatly and labeled, then stacked in tidy rows. How long have you made elixirs? Mel scoffed. I don't just make elixirs. She lifted the box, then rose on her tiptoes to shove it back into place. I make healing tinctures for anyone who needs them, not just the order. Paladin chuckled. Anyone? She raised an eyebrow. Anyone who can pay. He shook his head. He never had to wonder where she stood, and that was refreshing. She brushed the dust from her tight black shirt. Since you asked, I've been practicing for 4 years. Mel took in his surprised expression and rolled her eyes. I'm 26. I know. I look a lot younger. Paladin stepped out of her way as she rounded the table. What's this one? He pulled a triangular vase with a cork stopper from the windowsill. Ah, an eye for the perilous. She draped herself over the table and stared at the soft yellow substance. Paladin thought it looked like sand. It's harmful? He asked. It's deadly. Pollen from Ebony's kiss. Only blooms on the north side of the mountains. She stared reverently a moment, then pulled the vial from his grasp and shot him a sidelong glance. If Stavro dies in his sleep, I'll know who did it. Paladin's eyes widened and Mel barked a laugh. He plucked 2 vials from the shelf on the opposite wall and changed the subject. Are these what Leeds wanted? No, too strong for his blood. That's for the balancer up the way. Paladin stiffened. The balancer. He'd forgotten there was one here in Vivier. Have you ever seen this before? Mel held up a smoky vial and Paladin shook his head. Mel grinned mischievously. I thought not. My own recipe. What does it do? Mel raised an eyebrow. You'll have to try it to find out. She pulled a small bottle and a funnel from the shelf, then poured a few drops. If you trust an herbalist in the mountains, that is. Use it when you're worried you might get sick. She winked, then returned the bottle to the shelf. Paladin pocketed the vial. He'd need to find a place to keep it safe when he arrived back at his room. He sighed internally. The room he had yet to pay for today. He'd likely be mucking out the chicken coop or splashing down the outhouse. Something to look forward to. Paladin nodded. Thank you. I'll pay as soon as— Stop. You saved me from Leeds this evening, so consider this my thanks. Mel put the bottles away and they exited the shed. Saved you? I thought you two were friends. Mel smiled smugly. He's my best friend, but don't tell him that. It'll go straight to his head. Paladin chuckled and patted his pocket as they walked back toward the pub. How did you learn to make these? I told you I trained— No. I mean your own recipes. We had an herbalist for our enclave in Aerith, but there didn't seem to be much variation from the old tried and true. Well, my teachers would have loved if I was willing to stick to those. I wasn't a good student. Mel drew a deep breath. I don't know what it is. It's like I see the way plants work, how they blend, almost like they give off signals. She laughed and waved her comment off. I must sound crazy. Paladin shook his head. No, I understand that. Mel elbowed him. You have sight. Don't pretend that's the same thing. Paladin! Rayelle ran toward them. She held something in her hands, but Paladin barely noticed. She was upset. Or excited? He couldn't quite tell. Her cheeks were flushed and her hair hung loosely down her back. Had he ever seen it free like that? Heat flashed through his body as moments from the night before bombarded his mind. Her lips parting in surprise, the soft skin of her hand, the pink flush on her cheeks as he— I've been looking everywhere for you. Rayelle fought to catch her breath, and her eyes held the same longing he felt. Or was he imagining it? She flicked her gaze to Mel and looked her up and down. Who's this? Mel. She bowed politely, not waiting for an introduction. The herbalist? Rayelle's eyes widened and she froze. Was she staring at Mel or at the air just above her head? Mel shifted uncomfortably on her feet. Paladin's brow furrowed. Rayelle? Rayelle blinked, then drew a breath. Yes, nice to meet you. She turned to him. I need to talk to you, if you have a moment. Of course. Mel took the hint and continued on toward the pub. Thank you, Mel. She turned. Want me to order you a finker? No. I'll be put to work as soon as I cross the threshold. Mel laughed. I'll order one then. You can sneak a drink as you mop the floor. Paladin smirked. A finker? Rayelle tapped her slippered toe on the dirt road. Her eyes flashed. She was giving him emotional whiplash. First, she was desperate to talk to him, and now she felt angry? Cold? He clenched his jaw and motioned for her to walk into the trees. She followed, but kept her distance. After what happened last night, he didn't blame her. He pressed his forearm against the trunk of a large oak tree and squeezed his eyes shut. He was dangerous. Something was wrong with the magic, like she'd said. Before he received his sight, the light he'd touched left him better. Now, he was left with a bitter aftertaste, a residue. Last night, after he'd lit the candle, it hadn't been there. He'd been filled with everything good. He shouldn't have assumed and gotten carried away. Rayelle put a hand on his lower back, then quickly pulled away. That wasn't helping. I'm sorry, I didn't mean— Rayelle swallowed hard. You seem upset. Are you all right? Whatever he'd felt moments before was gone. She was worried about him. After he'd exposed her to darkness, she was concerned about his welfare? He dropped his arm and drew a deep breath, then turned to face her. I'm fine. She twisted a length of hair around her fingers and took a step back. I talked to Stavro about magical bonds. Find anything? She shook her head. Nothing that makes sense. Not yet. I did find a note, though, from Shamir. His brow furrowed, and he glanced down at the paper she held in her hand. What does it say? She looked as if she might hand it to him, but thought better of it. She made a promise to my mother not to corrupt my thinking, but now I needed to know more, because of my blessing. Paladin's eyes locked on hers. Your blessing? She nodded, but didn't open her mouth to speak. He was suddenly dying to hear it. He wanted to know everything about her. Even with their connection, the information he had wasn't enough. He thought of his own blessings, and a pang of regret hit his stomach. For years, he hadn't paid any attention to them. Ironic. Now that he cared, they were irrelevant. She said there are secrets. Rayelle pulled out one of the sheets of paper. This time, she did extend it to him. It's a map. He inspected the markings. What's the Terrene Pool? Your guess is as good as mine. She moved next to him to look at the drawing, and the hairs on his arm stood on end. He took a step to the side and handed the map back. Someone here must know what it is. I can ask at the pub. Someone? Or Mel? She pursed her lips. Paladin frowned. Maybe. There are plenty of people there who have been to Calwain. It's only a day's travel north of here. She nodded and folded the paper, then slipped it into her pocket, and he couldn't help notice how the movement exposed a sliver of skin over her hip. Rayelle cleared her throat. I talked with Stavro. The steward. Yes. We have a birth to attend in 2 months, which means I have a few weeks to safely travel. I thought we could go to Calwain. See if this pool holds any answers. I'll come with you. When? Stavro offered to take us. He's coming? Paladin stiffened, and it didn't escape Rayelle's notice. She raised an eyebrow. He's providing the coach. He has business to attend to there and offered for me to come along. I told him you'd be accompanying us. He glowered, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Fine. When? The sooner the better. Tomorrow, if we want. She hesitated. But once we get there, Paladin, I don't think it's a good idea for us to spend any more time together. Alone. The words were a gut punch. Even though he knew that what she suggested was the only way to ensure he didn't do something stupid. He'd come to the same conclusion, but hadn't wanted to admit it. He coughed to cover his frustration. She wrung her hands. I don't understand why the magic has pulled us together, but we can't risk tomorrow then. He needed to walk, move, distract himself. She nodded, and he stalked past her toward the pub. He clenched his jaw and drew a breath. Calwain tomorrow, then, with Rayelle and Stavro. He was really going to need that fanker. Chapter 23. Rayelle packed her last blouse into the trunk and closed it. Her head pounded as she hoisted it off the bed. Her mother had pressed upon her mind and tried to contact her during the night, but after her last experience in Aeon, there was no way she was going back in. Elora was probably furious. Rayelle would have to explain in a few months' time when she finally had a chance to see her in person. Hopefully she'd witnessed the darkness herself and would understand. Abis mewled at the back door and Rayelle's stomach dropped. She'd forgotten all about the cat and hurried to open the garden door. Abis wrapped around her ankles and she leaned down to scratch him behind his ears. Who would watch him while they were gone? It was only a few days, but still. She ignored the throbbing in her head as she carried her trunk out into the living room. She glanced at Garv's door across the way. No, she'd barely met the man once. She couldn't ask him to watch her cat. Stavro immediately jumped in to help her with her luggage as she walked out into the living room. She followed him to the coach and saw Paladin standing next to it. He was dressed in a fresh black button-up shirt and black slacks. Her heart jumped into her throat. Good morning. Paladin nodded stiffly. Stavro put her trunk in the back as he opened the coach door for her. She hesitated. Abis, Shamir's cat. I don't know what to do with him. Paladin looked back toward the cottage. He's inside. Rayelle nodded. Paladin left the side of the coach and strode toward the house. Excuse me, that's... Stavro started, but Paladin held up a hand. He walked inside, then returned a few moments later with Abis curled in his arms. Why did the cat like him so much? Rayelle shook her head, and Paladin smirked. I'll be back in a moment. Paladin rounded the coach and disappeared down the street. Stavro motioned for Rayelle to get in, but she stepped back. Had she just asked Paladin to find a place for Abis? It wasn't his responsibility, and what if he asked someone she didn't approve of? The pub owner, for example. Who knew if that would be a suitable place for a cat? Just a moment, she mumbled and hurried after him. She walked briskly to the corner and strode down the main street, scanning for him. Townsfolk milled about, but Paladin wasn't typically hard to spot. There. He crossed the street in front of the public house and headed down the lane. Rayelle sped up but didn't call his name. She didn't want to attract attention to either of them. This was where he was the other day, which meant... Rayelle slowed and watched from the corner as Paladin waved to Mel, who was walking between a house and a small shed. Her face lit up as he approached, then laughed as he showed her Abis. Rayelle's cheeks flamed as Mel put a hand on his shoulder, then slid it down his arm to carefully pull Abis to her. Her chest tightened as the herbalist smiled up at him and nuzzled the cat. Suddenly, Paladin turned. As his eyes met hers, Rayelle whirled and sped down the street, using the small shops to block his view of her. She crossed at the next corner and broke into a jog. She was winded by the time she hopped into the coach and took a seat next to the window. Stavro switched to sit on her bench and sidled up next to her. She barely paid attention to him as she worked to calm her heart and breathe normally. When Paladin appeared in the door, gasping for breath, he was forced to sit across from the two of them. His legs were long enough that his knees nearly touched hers, so she quickly turned her legs to the wall. Mel liked him, and he obviously liked her back. He spent time with her whenever possible, and she was too pretty for Paladin not to have noticed. If Mel would have been a normal person, she could have pushed it away, assumed that it wouldn't turn into anything. But after yesterday, Rayelle knew that wasn't true. The air above Mel's head had shimmered as soon as she introduced herself, and what Rayelle had seen chilled her to the bone. Mel, her face twisted in anguish, holding something in her arms. A baby. Mel pulled the fabric off the infant's face to reveal blue skin and purple lips. Dead. Mel was clutching a dead baby to her chest, screaming into the night. Was Mel pregnant? Would she become pregnant and deliver a stillborn? If so, how was this information important? Her old frustration over her illusions came back with force. How was she supposed to know what to do with this? Should she warn Mel? She barely knew the woman. How could she walk up to her and tell her she shouldn't get pregnant? Rayelle didn't know if her illusions were all the same, whether they were meant to come true if they already had, or if they were only there to lead her, to inform her next step. The vision she'd seen over Paladin's head in the temple, while not exact, had almost come to fruition the other night. The coach moved forward, and Rayelle kept her eyes trained out the window. She couldn't look at Paladin. He'd seen her at the top of the street and knew exactly what she felt then. Rayelle cleared her throat. I think I ate something bad. This morning? Stavro turned to her, concerned. Do we need to stop? Are you... No. She shook her head. I'll be fine. I only need to rest. There. She did feel sick, and hopefully that would give Paladin a different explanation for the emotions swirling within her. Plus, she could excuse herself from any conversation. Double win. She closed her eyes and leaned her head against the seat. 2 hours, sandwiched between Paladin and Stavro, seemed like the worst possible torture, for 2 very different reasons. Remind me of your name. Stavro flashed a winning smile at Paladin as the coach pulled forward. Paladin hesitated. Kins.
Smart, Rayelle thought. Using a false name. Had he done the same with Mel? Stavro nodded.
Rayelle and I talked about many things yesterday on our travels, but she neglected to explain why you are accompanying us on this journey to Calwain.
He nudged Rayelle's shoulder.
I'm surprised you were willing to set out so quickly on the heels of our other trip.
I didn't want to risk being gone when Bex gave birth. Stavro beamed.
Already such commitment to her assignment. Don't you think that's impressive?
He looked back across the seat. Paladin's brow furrowed, but he nodded.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Rayelle blinked her eyes open and met his gaze, but he quickly looked away.
Paladin adjusted the fabric covering over his eye. Pilgrimage. That's the answer to your question. Ah, I think you may have mentioned that when we first met. I apologize for my lack of attention. Did you have a pleasant stay in Vivier?
Paladin's jaw flexed. Why was he being so standoffish?
He didn't like Stavro, but that didn't mean he had to give him the silent treatment. What do you expect to gain from your pilgrimage?
Stavro prodded. Paladin drew a breath.
What everyone hopes. Enlightenment.
Stavro clapped his hands together.
Well, I think that's wonderful. Shows a commitment to the goddess. Have you ever heard about the man who...
Rayelle felt a small twinge of guilt at pretending to sleep,
while Paladin had to endure what was sure to be another one of Stavro's long-winded stories, but she quickly pushed it away. She hadn't slept well, again, and it felt good to shut out the world for a moment, especially shut out the view of Paladin directly in front of her face. It made no sense. Of the two men, Stavro was exactly the type of man she should be interested in. He was well respected, within the enclave, kind and considerate. He took his stewardship seriously and would sacrifice his own well-being for that of someone in his care. But every time Stavro touched her, she cringed. What was it about him that was so off-putting? And what was it about Paladin that made her heart race every time he looked at her? The words of her curse suddenly jumped forward in her mind, and fear gripped her heart. Had she felt deeply? Surely her emotions the other night had been amplified by the magic. Anything she felt there couldn't be her own heart and soul, could it? Still, that was yet another reason why she needed to be more careful. She couldn't risk a betrayal, not when she was finally so close to gaining understanding. She put her hand in her pocket and felt for Shamir's note. Even the secrets. She was desperate for answers, but already worried this search wouldn't produce the answers she sought. How could it? The Terrine pool in Calwain? What secrets could she possibly find that would explain everything that had happened? But it was one more clue. A breadcrumb, leading her one step closer. Her inner voice wouldn't be silenced, and she had to believe it was there for a reason. Say that again? Rayelle blinked. She thought she heard Stavro explaining to Paladin that there was only one room left in the small inn they'd stopped at in Calwain, and he'd booked it for the two of them. Her and Stavro. There was only one room left. You can take the bed, of course. I'll sleep on the chair. Paladin shot daggers at the back of Stavro's blonde head. Is this the only inn in town? She asked, but before he responded, she knew the answer. She looked up and down the quiet street. Only 2 shops had their blinds opened, and the only people she saw stood at the end of the walk, where the spires of the temple lifted above the roofline. The only one I'm familiar with. There are other houses that rent a room here and there, but nothing fitting for a blessing giver, such as yourself. Paladin grunted. Thank you for passage. He glanced at Rayelle with a brooding expression on his face. She wasn't happy about staying with Stavro either, but what could she say? She couldn't do anything to make Stavro suspect she had a connection with Paladin. He had to leave, and she had to pretend she was fine with it. She smiled thankfully. It was better this way. Whatever had passed between them was dangerous at best and catastrophic at worst. It was good she hadn't shared her suspicions or asked him to come with her to the pool. She'd planned to. She'd planned to tell him everything. Thank goodness Mel had been there to bring her to her senses. Stavro rounded the coach and pulled both their trunks from the back. "Will we see you at the temple in the morning, Kins? I assume that would be your first stop. I have business to attend to in the afternoon, but I'll accompany Rayelle there first thing." Paladin had no belongings besides the satchel he carried slung over his shoulder. Rayelle's heart twinged as he backed away from them. "Not likely." He bowed his head quickly. "Safe travels." He strode away from them and within seconds rounded a corner and disappeared out of sight. Rayelle found it difficult to breathe. "It's the magic," she reminded herself. "It's playing tricks on you." Stavro walked along the road until he found the door to their room, and Rayelle hurried ahead to open it for him. He grunted as he lifted their trunks inside, and she followed him over the threshold. He set the luggage down and put his hands on his hips. "It's not much, but it will do nicely for the next 2 days, don't you think?" The next 2 days? She wanted to throw up. The room itself was lovely. A stone floor, a fireplace, and a bed with a thick quilt. But there was only one bed. Rayelle frantically spun, scanning the room. There was a chair in the corner. It would barely fit her sideways, let alone a grown man. "I'll take this. You can have the bed." She hurried over to demonstrate. "See?" She plopped down and lifted her legs over the ample arm. "A much better fit for someone of my size." "Absolutely not. I could never allow such a—" "It's not for you to allow. This is my choice, and you only need to accept it." Stavro's mouth opened and closed. She smiled quickly. "How about some lunch?" Stavro grimaced, then ran a hand through his wavy locks. "I know just the place." After briefly organizing their things in the room, Stavro led her to a small cafe a few blocks closer to the temple. The cobblestones in Calwain were charming, and every building seemed to have its own unique flair. They passed the bones of what must have been an old marketplace and almost an entire block of lifeless shops. Rayelle tried to imagine the empty streets filled with townsfolk and merchants. How impressive this place must have looked at its peak. The next section of the street was much more vibrant. Shops with fresh paint and thriving garden boxes. The sound of conversation and laughter wafted onto the street, and yet Rayelle caught herself wishing they could walk back in the opposite direction. Paladin was there. Somewhere. She could feel him. Eventually, she forced herself to ignore the tug and settle into defeated companionship with Stavro. Lunch was delicious. She had to work to convince Stavro that whatever she'd eaten this morning had passed, so he didn't insist on her only ordering soup. Now, she only had to survive the night. Tomorrow, they would go to the temple. Then, when he had business to attend to, she would go to the pool. Paladin knew that's where she was headed, but she didn't invite him along. It seemed safer to go on her own. Then meet up and tell him about it later. Stavro wasn't sure if he'd be back that night or not. Hopefully not. Worst case, they could reconvene, in a public place, back in Vivier. They spent the afternoon strolling through town and perusing the shops. When they reached their door at the inn, it was late afternoon. Stavro inserted the key. He flung the door open with a flourish of his arm. It was a relief to pull off her boots, and when Rayelle saw that the innkeeper had delivered a bucket of water next to a small wash basin on the counter, she sighed with gratitude. She walked over to the bucket and cupped her hands, then splashed fresh water over her face. "Better?" Stavro brushed up against her backside and she jumped. Why was he standing so close? "Yes." She moved to the side and held the towel tightly between her hands. "It's all yours." Stavro took a step toward her, not the wash basin, and dread pooled in her limbs. As she tried to move backward, she ran into the table. He smiled and reached out to brush her hair behind her ear. "Rayelle, I hope you know what a delight it's been to have you in Vivier, even for only a few days." Had she somehow given him the wrong impression? She racked her brain, running through all of their interactions. No. She'd never said or done anything that could have given him the impression that she wanted anything other than a professional relationship. He was her steward. Her stomach twisted. Stavro, thank you for... You can imagine it gets lonely, being up here in the mountains, especially as a member of the order with only a balancer to keep me company. She nodded and ducked around him, pretending to have missed a spot with the towel. He thankfully gave her space, and she drew a desperate breath. You and I make a good team, don't you think? The corner of his lips curled up as he again turned to face her. The look in his eyes was devilish. She stood frozen, unable to speak. When he'd said they'd be sharing a room, she'd felt uncomfortable, but never imagined he would put her in this position. He said there was only one room left. Sharing was a necessity. Now? She doubted the truth of that statement. Stavro again stepped closer, and she had nowhere to go, besides backward toward the bed, which was exactly the place she was hoping to avoid. She panicked as he prowled closer and slipped a hand around the back of her neck. Her limbs went numb. She should run, lash out, scream for help, but she couldn't. Her voice stuck in her throat as Stavro leaned toward her. Bile rose in her throat as his hot breath hissed against her skin. She'd only ever shared one kiss with a man, and this would be her second? Unwanted, with a man she barely knew. She recoiled at the thought, but the absurdity of his advances sent her body into shock. She stared at the door, hoping that somehow Paladin would feel her fear and come running. Could he still feel her? Stavro closed the distance between them, and everything inside her went quiet. Her skin was cold where his fingers caressed. No heat flashed through her as he ran a hand over her back and then groped below her beltline. He smelled nothing of wood and earth. A distant part of her screamed for escape, and yet she could do nothing to stop him. Book of Ariadne. Words of Josephine, prophetess under the order of Ariadne. Chapter 10, verse 3. The goddess descended that her children might have magic, and her children are that they might become joy within the fount. Chapter 24. Paladin switched the strip of fabric to the opposite side of his head. He stared at himself in the window of the abandoned shop and blinked. He'd gotten so used to his violet eye, he barely recognized himself. His face was instantly darker, menacing, which was exactly what he hoped to accomplish. No blessing giver could ever go where he was heading. When Mel had given him these directions, she'd been kind enough to not ask many questions. She must have been suspicious. Though they hadn't known each other for long, he had a feeling she saw more than she let on. Her business didn't require her to pass judgment, only to collect payment. She served members of the Order, townsfolk, and dark souls alike. None of them, besides the people she knew personally, met her at her own home. She had meeting points, which was how she knew where to send him. Rayelle would never approve of this strategy, so he never shared it with her. In a way, their quest for answers followed the same general direction, but he had never been so self-sacrificing. A week ago, he'd wrestled with taking his own life. That would have been a true act of altruism, erasing himself so nobody else would have to suffer. Now, after everything he'd seen, he needed proof that he'd made the right choice. If he hadn't, and he was as dangerous as everyone said, he shuddered. Could he live any of his lives with the knowledge that he had been the reason for Sidonai's escape? After generations of meticulous protection of the magical lines, could he accept that he had been their downfall? But it wasn't his fault. He growled in frustration, wishing he could confront his parents. They had both been balancers. How could they have produced a son from both magical bloodlines? That wasn't an option, and never would be. Thankfully, there was a different story. The one Shamir told him in the temple when she found him with her own knife against his throat. He'd left the cell not because he didn't believe he needed to die, but because he wanted to do it on his own terms, not at the hands of blessing givers or even members of his own enclave. This was between him and Ariadne. Shamir knew instantly who had facilitated his escape. Her wise old eyes had locked onto his as she recited her conversation with Rayelle before she'd appeared in the tunnel beyond the bars of his cell. Rayelle didn't have to care about him to accomplish what she did that day. Even in the midst of her anger and hatred, she'd done something he'd never been brave enough to do. She had questioned. If only for a moment, she broke outside of the story they'd been taught and asked whether it still made sense. Not once had he done that. He hadn't been obedient to the laws by any means, but it wasn't because he questioned them. Every time he drank himself into oblivion or wasted money on a game of terrapin, he'd never felt justified, only ashamed. He'd run from the doctrine, hidden from it, even, but never questioned its validity. Now, he questioned everything. What he'd felt over the last week made his prior existence feel like a dream, like he'd been asleep, simply drifting through life until he awoke in this moment. Now, Ariadne's magic pulsed at his fingertips. It was invigorating to finally trust his own strength and understanding, intoxicating to drown himself in power from the fount, electrifying to connect with someone who felt the energy he did. And all of it was wrong, according to the order. He was the living, breathing consequence of broken laws, the destroyer they had been warned about. Or the truths they'd been taught were false. He had to know which. Walk to the north side of the temple, then turn right. Follow the dirt road until you find the skull of a guinea fowl planted on the end of a pike. Turn left and find a house with a faded blue door. Knock, but don't expect an answer. Those were the instructions Mel had given him. The skull was obvious enough. He turned and walked for some time, searching for the door she described. A run-down old farmhouse set back from the path and hidden by thick, gnarled trees caught his attention. He walked ahead a few paces to get a better view of the front porch. Sure enough, the paint on the door was pale blue, at least in the places where it hadn't already peeled. Based on Mel's description, he didn't expect this greeting to be friendly. He steeled himself and stalked forward. There were no stepping stones or a tidy path to follow. Instead, he waded through the tall grass. Jude, a regular customer of exotic tinctures from Mel, clearly did not want visitors. Paladin ignored this. He climbed the front steps and rapped his fist on the wood. As expected, no answer. He tried again, this time with more force. Again, nothing. He peered through the window, but the house seemed empty. Then a loud thwack echoed through the trees. It had come from the backyard. Paladin stepped back to the grass and cautiously rounded the side of the house. It took him a moment to spot the man. He stood unnervingly still between the trees, until with one swift movement, he struck forward and launched an axe through the air. It sliced into the trunk of an alder. "Oi!" Paladin called out, using the greeting of the enclave. He wasn't sure if this would be to his benefit or detriment, since, according to Mel, Jude had chosen to leave years ago. He'd see the charcoal gray of his eye soon enough. Might as well get it out in the open. Jude ignored him, but Paladin took that to be a good sign. He hadn't turned to hurl an axe in his direction, yet. Paladin did his best to look relaxed as he strode closer. Jude's rolled ropes of hair were pulled into a bun atop his head. He scratched his beard as he threw another axe on his shoulder. Mel had described his muscular physique in detail, but even that didn't do him justice. Jude's upper arm had to be nearly the size of Paladin's thigh, yet the streaks of gray in the hair at his temples and peppered in his beard belied his true age. He had to be old enough to be his father. Paladin flinched as the blade flew through the air and embedded in the tree trunk. Paladin stopped a safe 10 feet from the balancer and observed. "Leave." Jude turned his face to the side briefly, and Paladin caught sight of the eyes Mel had mentioned. They momentarily took his breath away. When the patch over his eye had slipped in front of Mel, he'd assumed he was done for, that she would turn him in and the people of Vivier would finally put him out of his miserable existence. Instead, she'd blinked. Then informed him he wasn't the first man she'd seen with 2 different eyes, and she wasn't rich enough yet to pass judgment. She hadn't been willing to share much, which forced him to disclose more about himself. He told her the true reason why he had traveled through the Satyas in the first place. She believed him. Now he stood 10 feet from the only man he knew who could possibly understand his predicament. "No," Paladin answered. He waited for the man to launch an axe into the center of his forehead. Part of him thought it might be a relief. Finally, the balancer turned and met his glare. One eye charcoal gray, and one gold like that of a wolf. Paladin started, but fought against the instinct to run. The strange color paired with the man's intimidating build struck fear into his heart. Mel had told him this man had mixed blood. He'd assumed Jude would look exactly like him. Gold? What did that mean? He had barely remembered to breathe again when the man spoke. "I can't help you." Paladin swallowed hard. "Nobody can." The old balancer grunted. Mel hadn't known where he hailed from, but she had mentioned he'd lived here alone for as long as she could remember. She wasn't old enough for that to mean much. Jude stomped past him toward the house, and without an invitation, Paladin followed. He walked with him up the stone steps and in through the back wooden door that hung wearily on its hinges. This door wasn't blue. "How did you find me?" "It doesn't matter." Jude slammed his fist against the counter and dirty dishes stacked next to the window rattled. "Answer the question." Paladin needed answers. He wasn't going to get them if he didn't tell the man the truth. "The herbalist." He reached up and pulled the fabric off of his face. Jude stared at him, as if he wasn't surprised by what lay under the patch. How many others had shown up on his doorstep? "I was taken to the blessing givers. I escaped. Mel found out my secret and was kind enough to throw me a branch." "If she were kind, she would have slipped you some Ebony's kiss." Jude gritted his teeth and lifted the mug to his lips. Paladin drew a breath. "Something is changing with the magic. Something dark. Sidoni's bonds are weakening." Jude looked him up and down. Whatever he saw, he wasn't impressed. "You pretend to tell me about Sidoni's bonds?" Paladin frowned. While he very much wanted to charge forward and slam his fist into Jude's face, he swallowed his pride. "Teach me then." Jude inspected his face. "The Order has abandoned you like they once abandoned me. But when Sidoni breaks free, I will be the one prepared." Paladin scoffed. "You think you can fight Sidoni with an axe?" Jude bared his teeth. "You do not know of what you speak." Paladin focused on the mug in his hand. The fount opened, gaping for him to draw freely from it. Energy filled him, pouring through the crown of his head and spreading into each limb. He watched the mug, peered deeper into the shaped glass, then directed the magic toward it like Jude had unleashed his axe. The mug shattered, and Jude flew back against the countertop. Paladin breathed heavily. "I'm not here for your help. I'm here for answers." Jude was mid-sentence when it happened. Paladin sucked in a breath as his world imploded. Rayelle had felt distant all morning after she'd made up the excuse of feeling sick. She was angry about Mel, but it felt like more than that. Trepidation, fear. He'd wondered if it had been about him, about what happened in her room. He'd wanted to give her the space she asked for and hadn't jumped in even when Stavro had asserted himself. But now, something was wrong. He clutched at his chest and stood, knocking over his glass on the table. It felt like he was going to be torn in half if he didn't start running. Rayelle was in trouble and he had to get to her. "Thank you," he growled. "A friend, I have to." Another wave of fear and anguish rolled over him and he couldn't finish his sentence. Jude rose as Paladin bolted for the door. "You can't have both. Remember that." Paladin nodded as he charged out into the tall grass and sprinted down the lane. Stavro roughly pulled Rayelle away from the counter, and something inside her finally snapped to awareness. Every sensation was blurry moments before, like she'd been pulled behind a wall of coated glass. Then, with that movement, she'd suddenly crashed back through. She couldn't let this happen. "Stavro!" She found her voice and pushed against his shoulders, hard. Stavro's nostrils flared and he refused to drop his grip. His pupils dilated as he forced her body against his. "I've always enjoyed a challenge." Rayelle yelped as his hips ground against hers. "Help!" she cried out, but before the word was fully formed, Stavro yanked her head back by her braid. "No, The door to the inn slammed open, and Stavro jerked back, taking her head with him. Tears formed in her eyes from the pain, and she clutched his wrist, trying to take the pressure off her scalp. Someone was here. Had they heard her scream? She blinked, but could barely see anything through the spots in her vision. Then, miraculously, she was free. She gasped and stumbled back as Stavro hit the floor. She wiped her eyes, and when she opened them, her heart stopped. Paladin. He was on top of Stavro, swinging his fists into the steward's face. Chapter 25. "Paladin!" Rayelle ran to him and put a hand on his back. "Paladin, stop! You're going to kill him!" "That's the goal," Paladin roared. "No, you can't! You have to stop, please!" She pulled on his shoulders, and finally he dropped his arms, heaving for breath. Stavro lay splayed out in a bloodied mess on the floor. Rayelle dropped to her knees and watched his chest. Unconscious, but still breathing. Tears formed in her eyes and she started to shake. Paladin lunged toward her and pulled her into his arms. She clung to him as he lifted her off the stone. He trembled as he carried her across the room and sat down on the bed, cradling her against his chest. "I came as fast as I could." Paladin's voice was throaty and raw. "Did he?" "No," she whimpered. A sob ripped from her chest and he stroked her hair, soothing her raw skin. "I couldn't do anything. He started, I couldn't think, and then—" "You did nothing wrong," he murmured, somehow gathering her closer to him. "You did nothing wrong." She lay against his chest, listening to his heartbeat as her breathing slowly returned to normal. She wiped the tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand and stared at Stavro's limp body on the floor in front of them. "I can't stay here." "No." Paladin drew a deep breath. "I'll help you gather your things." Rayelle reluctantly unfolded herself from his embrace and reached for anything that was hers, throwing it into the trunk. Thankfully, she hadn't removed many things before Stavro took her for lunch, because now she could barely focus. Her head spun as Paladin closed her trunk, picked it up, and grabbed the handle of her elixir case in the other hand. "Follow me." Paladin led her along the darkened streets, careful not to walk too fast as she stumbled along next to him. It wasn't until they reached the corner near the temple that she wondered if they'd remembered to close the door to the room. "Where are we going?" she asked. "A friend." Paladin turned up a lane to the right and she followed. Her legs gained strength as she breathed the cool night air. Stars began to prick the sky overhead, and the soft croak of frogs in the distance grounded her. After another turn, Paladin stopped and set her luggage on the ground. "Can you wait here a moment?" Rayelle nodded. His frame was silhouetted in the light of a single lantern through the window of a small house, set back from the road. She wrapped her arms around herself. She said she could wait, but now that he was walking away, she regretted her response. Breathe. She inhaled deeply but couldn't keep her mind from projecting terrifying possibilities spurred by the events of this night. Stavro lay beaten to a pulp in the room of their inn. He knew people here in Calwain, and she still had her assignment in Vivier. Where would she stay? How could she serve when the steward had pushed himself on her? What would Stavro do to her or Paladin in retaliation? The darkness around her shifted from calming to ominous. Paladin knocked on the door, and a large man answered, taller than Paladin. Even as a shadow in the doorway, his broad shoulders and aggressive stance were intimidating. Paladin turned to jog back to her through the tall grass, and the man kept the door open. "You know someone in Calwain?" Rayelle asked, when Paladin was only a few paces away. Met him this morning. Paladin picked up the trunk and case. Come on, we'll stay here tonight.
Rayelle was in no position to ask questions. The grass swished against her hips, and she walked as close to Paladin as she could without clipping his heels. He walked inside, and she followed, closing the door behind them. When she looked up, she started. The man she'd seen in the doorway sat at the table, but now she could see his eyes. One charcoal of the balancers, and one. She'd never seen anything like it. Gold. Not light brown or any color that could be natural. It seemed to shine in the light of the lantern.
Room is at the end of the hall. It's not much.
The man motioned behind him.
Thank you, Jude. We'll be gone at first light.
Paladin adjusted his grip on the luggage, and Rayelle gasped. His knuckles were flayed and bleeding, and his fingers swollen, his hands already bruising a deep purple. Do you have a cloth? Some salve? Rayelle asked, nodding to his hands. Paladin started to protest, but Jude waved him off.
I'll get it for you.
Rayelle smiled thankfully. Jude pushed his chair back and rummaged in a cupboard behind him. Paladin walked the trunks to the room as if he couldn't bear the thought of someone going through extra effort to help him. Jude handed Rayelle a cloth, then poured a small amount of water from his wash basin into a bowl. He set it on the table along with a small pot of salve and a strip of thin fabric.
For wrapping.
Thank you. Rayelle bundled the items into her arms, then carefully carried the bowl of water down the hall. The room was exactly as had been advertised. Not much. She barely had enough space to skirt around Paladin's knees to set her things on the side table. Jude had already lit the candle, and she was careful not to knock it too close to the edge. There was one small bed, this side table, and just enough floor space to set their things. Where did that come from? She motioned to the bundle on the floor.
I left everything here when I ran to find you.
Paladin sat down on the bed. This is where you came? After we arrived? Rayelle dipped the cloth in the bowl, then wrung it out.
It is.
She turned and knelt in front of Paladin and motioned for him to put out his hands. I'm sorry, she murmured as she pressed the cloth to his split and bruised knuckles, cleaning off the dried blood.
You have nothing to be sorry for.
She flicked a glance up to him. I'm sorry your hands are hurt.
I'm not.
Rayelle exhaled as she focused on the task at hand. He didn't make any complaints, though she was sure the cloth stung. When his hands were clean, she applied the salve and wrapped and tied the cloth strips around them. They may not be comfortable while you sleep, but that will keep the salve from rubbing off. Paladin nodded.
Thank you.
Rayelle stood in front of him and had the urge to climb into his arms. The feel of Stavros' hands on her and his hot breath against her cheek were still too fresh for her to relax. He was in no condition to hunt them down tonight, but she had no doubt he'd want to as soon as he woke. It seemed that at any moment the door could swing wide open and Stavro would be standing there, with the town guard, ready to accuse and arrest them both. Rayelle turned hastily and set the rag in the bowl. You need sleep. Paladin stood and stepped up behind her, and the heat from his body radiated against her back. With slow and careful movements, he turned her to face him, then pulled her into an embrace. He held her with the perfect amount of pressure, loose enough to let her breathe, but tight enough to let her know he wanted her right where she was. She melted into him, forming her body to his. The earthy, slightly sweet smell of his skin was intoxicating, and she inhaled deeply. The juxtaposition of his embrace to Stavros was so jarring, she almost ached. This was what she wanted. She wanted Paladin, all of him. His surly remarks, his unpredictability, the raw power that made her tremble and aggressive protectiveness that convinced her she would always be safe. She wanted his unruly hair, his stubbled chin, his strong shoulders and masculine chest, his lips, his skin. She wanted it all to be hers. With this realization came an overwhelming flood of grief. She couldn't want him. She couldn't have him. They had to live by the rules of Ariadne, the guidance of the order. Their kiss the other night proved that. Their bond was dangerous. It had allowed darkness to pollute the fount, and until they had answers, They couldn't flirt with disaster, for both their sakes and for the sake of the realm. Paladin slowly moved her toward the bed, and Rayelle stiffened. Paladin, Shh. He tipped her chin up and gazed at her intently. I won't. It was all he had to say. Rayelle climbed in under the covers, then watched as Paladin stripped off his shirt. Her breath hitched each time she saw more of him. He was beautiful. She knew he felt her eyes on him, but she couldn't stop staring. He turned, and the corner of his mouth lifted as he caught her gawking. He leaned down and blew out the candle, then slipped into bed next to her. Rayelle rolled to face away from him so he could pull her close and curve his body around hers. They lay there in silence for a few moments, and Rayelle's muscles relaxed. You were right about me, Paladin murmured. Rayelle brushed her thumb lightly back and forth over his bicep. How so? Jude, we're the same. His breath whispered against her ear. I gathered as much, but he doesn't have the blessing giver blood. Paladin exhaled. No, I don't think he understands his own blood. I've never seen anything like it. What could it mean? Paladin shrugged, and the motion sent a pleasant shiver down her spine. I don't know, but he pulls from the fount the same way I do. He paused as if searching for the right words. He feels it too. I don't know how, but each time I open myself, her darkness comes with it. Paladin was silent a moment. I never meant. I'm sorry you had to experience that. Rayelle didn't know what to say, so she ran her thumb along his forearm. Eventually, Paladin continued. Jude believes Ariadne's magic is limited. Rayelle frowned. She's a goddess, Paladin. How could her magic be limited? Whole. Complete. The prophecy includes words that have an endpoint. Rayelle thought back to her conversation with Stavro. She hated that he'd said something that stuck with her. It made sense that the magic could be missing something, but limited? Her magic isn't whole. Paladin shifted and tightened his arms around her. The image of Sidonai and Ariadne on the walls of the temple suddenly popped into her mind. Ariadne placed herself between Sidonai and the passage realm. What if she's not limited? She's torn, stuck in the middle. The idea took hold. Rayelle's heart raced and she turned onto her back, then onto her side to face him. She could barely make out his features in the moonlight filtering through the window. Paladin, when you pull from the fount, I pull through her. Paladin pondered this. My blood pollutes because I draw too freely. Maybe Ariadne can't hold it back. Can't use her magic to keep us both. Rayelle ran her eyes over the contours of his face. Paladin, that doesn't mean... I think it does. The prophecy is correct. My existence, unless I refuse to touch the fount, weakens Sidonai's bonds and allows her to enter the passage realm. Rayelle swallowed hard. So you could not touch the magic? That would... No, Rayelle. We both know that's not possible. But could you do it? Spend the rest of your life with the fount open to you and never once pull from it? Even now, without reaching for it, it's there. I feel you, and there's no way... You could try. Maybe... Rayelle, please. It's all right. His voice was ragged, and a lump formed in her throat. It wasn't all right. Nothing was all right. She needed to find a different answer. I didn't raise you to confine your mind. She was missing something. She'd been missing something ever since she caught sight of Paladin in the temple on her consecration day. Shamir, what is it? What do I not understand? She reached into her pocket and found the coin Shamir had given her. What are you? Shh, I'm thinking. Paladin quieted and Rayelle closed her eyes. One violet eye, one charcoal. She flipped the coin over her knuckle. Proof that his blood was mixed. Proof that his family line, balancers within the order, had broken the laws of Ariadne.
Somehow, his mixed blood increased his ability to access the fount. It allowed Sidoni's darkness through. Preserve the bloodline set forth in the beginning. Flip. Now he drew Ariadne's magic from the fount, and the darkness crept along with it. Flip. He was a vessel for that darkness, and yet his aura was light, full of light. His aura. Her stomach dropped to her knees, and she yanked the coin from her pocket. Paladin, light the candle. He didn't question her. He rolled over and fumbled for the matches. Rayelle's heart raced as she waited. Finally, he struck the match, and light flickered through the room. Rayelle stared at the coin, at the ambassador's face etched in gold. Darkness. She flipped the coin. Light. Paladin. Her magic isn't whole. His brow furrowed. We established that. She shoved the coin in front of him. It's protected, with a purpose. I know. To bind Sidoni. My power, sealed to their blood, will awaken. Paladin groaned in frustration. Rayelle, my blood is polluted. She lifted her voice over his. They will rise in new power as the bonds of Sidoni weaken. Tears streaked his cheeks as he fought to control himself. Rayelle, I know what I am. She put a hand on his cheek. The prophecy tells us everything. Rayelle, I don't. Light. She flipped the coin in front of him. Darkness. They aren't opposites, Paladin. They're the same coin. Rayelle pinched the piece of metal tightly between her fingers. Two sisters bound together. You pull through Ariadne. The blood drained from Paladin's face. And Sidoni draws through us both. No. She draws through all of us. Chapter 26. Paladin woke to the smell of peppermint, and the weight of Rayelle's head nestled in his shoulder. The first hint of dawn turned the sky light blue on the horizon, barely visible out the window. They had to get going, but he didn't want to disturb her and ruin this moment. He didn't know when he'd get it again. They couldn't stay in Calwain, not with Stavro in his current condition. If he'd woken or been discovered by the driver, the whole town could be alerted by now. They'd decided last night that they'd go directly to the Terrene pool. Jude hadn't been thrilled to talk with them after they'd rushed out and politely knocked on his bedroom door, but he'd answered their questions. The pool was popular during light season, but not typically until the afternoon. If they went at first light, they'd likely have the place all to themselves. Paladin drew a deep breath. What would they find there? His mind was still reeling from Rayelle's revelation the night before. Could it be possible that Sidoni's bonds were connected to the fount? Then he'd asked why. Why would Ariadne bestow her magic on anyone in the Passage Realm? Why wouldn't she keep it to herself and protect the world from Sidoni? He grinned, remembering Rayelle's angelic face and deep elation as she'd answered. Because the magic binds us to her, Paladin. If she removes her magic, why would the realm need to be protected? We'd already be lost. As fascinating as it was, it didn't solve his problem. If Sidoni drew through all of them, people with mixed blood still posed the greatest risk. The Order, as much as he hated to admit it, was correct in their assertion that the only way to keep the fount pure was to protect the bloodlines. Yet it wasn't his fault. He squeezed his eyes shut. He had to stop cursing whatever ancestor broke the laws, but how could he? Here he had a woman in his arms, a blessing giver, whom he was quickly beginning to love. As dramatic as it sounded, that was the only word to describe how he felt. He hung on her every emotion, her every desire, and yet they had no future, through no fault of his own. Though that wasn't due to the mixed blood. Even if he'd been a balancer, they never could have matched. He couldn't decide if he wished he'd never met her, or if he'd live 1,000 lives like this, if only he could. He pondered the possibilities. Jude had cut himself off from the magic. As impossible as it seemed, could he do it? Could he give it up to have a life with someone? though Rayelle would never be willing to make that sacrifice. To be with someone like him would mean being completely cut off from the Order, from her enclave, and her family. Rayelle shifted in her sleep, and he froze as she sighed against his chest. When they left this room, the bubble they'd lived in for the night would pop. After the pool, he would help Rayelle find her way back. Where? She wouldn't be safe in Vivier, not with Stavro there. Unless she found somewhere else to stay, which he already knew she'd suggest. She had an assignment, a birth looming on the horizon that she promised to be there for. She wouldn't let that go lightly. But the idea of her being there with that... I overslept! Rayelle shot up in bed and her eyes flew to Paladin's face. You were awake and you didn't get me up? He didn't have a ready excuse. I'd just woken up myself. Rayelle raised an eyebrow, then threw off the covers and dropped to the floor, shuffling between the bed and the wall. What should we do with our things? We'll need to carry them with us. Rayelle nodded, then pulled the map from her pocket. Do you remember Jude's instructions? Paladin stretched and threw his legs over the side of the bed. Yes. Rayelle's eyes lingered on his torso. He'd taken his shirt off to sleep, and she liked it. He smirked, and she rolled her eyes. Let's go then. They gathered their things and left without waking Jude. Rayelle insisted on carrying her case, even though Paladin could have easily shoved his sack under his arm and packed everything himself. She was resolute, so there was no point arguing with her. How are you feeling? He asked. Don't you already know? She marched next to him on the road. The sun was slowly rising, touching every building and tree with gold. A soft mist rose from the grass and made the world seem softer. I know how you feel. I don't know how you feel about it. Rayelle exhaled. I feel fine. After what happened. Paladin paused as something swirled within her. Guilt? Shame? He walked ahead of her and turned, forcing her to stop on the road. Rayelle, I need you to hear me. You did nothing wrong. She swallowed hard and her eyes grew glassy. I froze. He started, and then... I don't know what happened. I couldn't think. Paladin clenched his jaw. He's a snake, Rayelle. When a snake bites, you don't blame yourself for going numb. Rayelle blinked, then slowly nodded. He waited until the self-hatred drained from her, then turned and continued on down the road. They walked in silence a moment, and then Rayelle asked, Do you think the water will be blue? Most ponds are green, aren't they? It's not a pond, it's a pool. Paladin chuckled to himself. Rayelle looked up and her eyes sparkled. What's so funny? Nothing. You laughed. Did I? He smiled, amused. Her head was outlined in the rising sun and she looked otherworldly, like a goddess herself. Rayelle grabbed his arm. Do that again. Paladin frowned. Do what? She giggled. Not that. I've seen that face 1,000,000 times. Show me the other one. Paladin stared at her blankly a moment, then realized what she meant. She wanted him to smile, but the fact that she asked him to made it next to impossible. His nostrils flared and he started back down the road. Even his annoyance wasn't enough to dampen her exuberant mood. She skipped next to him. Now that I know it's there, I'm going to pull it out of you. I smile regularly. That was the first time I've seen it. Maybe you haven't been watching. Rayelle pursed her lips and her cheeks flushed. She'd been watching, and he knew it. He smirked as she drew a breath and looked away. Do you think you'll go home? Paladin scoffed. No. Even though... No. Rayelle marched ahead of him, and he regretted snapping at her. He watched her hips sway gently and admired the way her slacks cinched at the waist, then fell over her curves. She was stunning, captivating. If he wasn't a threat, then... He shot the thought down. Hope wasn't a luxury his heart could afford. How could two people so new to their sight uncover a truth that thousands of spiritual leaders before them had missed? Wasn't it equally as likely that they were attempting to explain their reality in a way that benefited them? Him, most of all. The pit in his stomach opened afresh as they turned right and connected back with the road that led into the foothills of the Satyas, then wound through the mountains back the way they'd come. Rayelle glanced behind her a few times as they made their way into the trees. His curiosity gnawed at his insides. The man said to follow the path once we saw the cairn. Didn't sound like it would be too far down the road. Rayelle kept her eyes peeled, scanning the grass and bushes on both sides of the path. A mule cart trundled toward them, and Rayelle called out, "The path to the Terrene pool?" The driver waved behind him, and Rayelle broke into a jog. She ran ahead, and he didn't try to catch up. Paladin was bone weary. After his conversation with Jude, he'd searched for somewhere to rest his head for the night, but had come up empty. It probably would have helped if he'd remembered to switch the patch over to his other eye. He reached up and changed it now. "Paladin!" Rayelle's voice reached him before he rounded the bend. "Hurry!" He did as she asked. As he followed the curve in the road, he spotted her next to a tower of stacked rocks. It almost reached her waist. She beamed at him, and her aura seemed more dazzling than normal in the dappled light of the trees. The path led up a small hill, then leveled out. The forest floor was soft under his feet, and he inhaled the scent of the pines, mixed with a hint of rosewater. The pool, he reminded himself. He had to stop getting distracted. Rayelle frowned. Jude made it sound like they wouldn't have to walk far along the path, but the forest floor looked like it stretched on like this forever. She clutched Shamir's note in her hand. It had to... Paladin dropped a trunk and grabbed her arm roughly. She flew backward. When she caught her footing, she opened her mouth to tell him how she felt about him pulling her away from the path. But then she looked up. The earth seemed to disappear in front of her, sinking away into nothingness. Rayelle breathed heavily with Paladin's hand still clinging to her. That was unexpected. Paladin nodded, and she noticed his violet eye was now exposed. When had he changed that? His grip loosened, and she cautiously stepped forward and peered over the edge. Her breath caught in her throat. She stared into a shallow canyon with a pale turquoise, almost milky pool, cradled between the walls coated in shimmering crystals. It was otherworldly. A literal gem hidden inside the dull browns and grays of the Satya rock. Why had the man wondered why a blessing giver would want to visit this place? Why hadn't she heard of it before? It seemed anyone who traveled to Calwain would come home raving. She scanned the canyon wall closest to them and found a narrow set of stairs built into the rock. There. She pointed it out to Paladin. He nodded and stood close as they cautiously navigated the edge of the precipice. They started down the stone steps, and Rayelle's heart began to pound. They'd found it. Shamir wanted to come here for answers, and they'd made it. But now what? As they descended, the canyon opened up behind them. Water seeping through the rocks had carved out an opening underneath the canyon wall. The pool was at least 3 times larger than it had looked from the top. Rayelle's head snapped to the side as a laugh echoed off the rock ceiling. 3 women sat on a blanket spread over the pebbled rocks at the edge of the pool. Her limbs began to tremble. Based on Jude's description, she hadn't considered the fact that others might be here when they arrived. The sun was barely up. She didn't know what she was looking for, and wouldn't feel free to search with others watching. And they would be watching as soon as they caught sight of her eyes. Paladin stumbled as they reached the crushed rock at the base of the stairs. She grabbed onto his torso, even though she wouldn't be able to do anything to hold him up if he truly fell. "I'm fine," he whispered. His face was ashen. "You're not fine." She led him across the narrow beach and sat on a boulder with their backs facing the bathers. "Tell me." Paladin's lashes brushed his cheeks as he looked at the ground. He shook his head. "Have you eaten anything since last night?" He didn't answer, which was all the answer she needed. She reached into his satchel and pulled out a piece of dried fruit. Jude had kindly left them a bag with light snacks. Paladin didn't want to take it, but she'd snuck it into his bag. Paladin balked as she held the food out, but she fixed her eyes on him. "Eat." He obediently put it in his mouth. She cupped her hands and held them to a slow trickle of water working its way down the sheer rock beyond the crystals. "Drink." She lifted her hands to his lips, and he sipped the water from her palms. She repeated the action, then took a drink herself. When he'd swallowed the fruit, she ripped off a piece of cured meat and handed it to him. This time, he didn't complain. "Thank you." She nodded. "You men are all the same. You think you're invincible." "Usually we are." The corner of her lips curled up, but she closed the sack, set it next to her trunk, and turned. She followed the edge of the pool and dropped her gaze as she entered the bulge of the cave where the women sat chatting. They glanced at her, but she busied herself with inspecting the crystals attached to the stone wall. Here in the shadows, they glittered in the reflected light of the pool. She hesitantly touched one with the tip of her finger. Sharp. She pulled back, then brushed lightly over the flat side of the gem. "Teodolite." Rayelle turned her head. One of the three women pointed at the rock. "Is teodolite. Be careful." Rayelle walked toward them. The woman who spoke was thin, with a gap in her front teeth. Next to her, an older woman with gray streaks in her hair stretched her legs and rested on her elbows. The third woman had a stone pierced through her nose and markings along the side of her neck. Their hair was dripping down their bare backs and over the thin strips of fabric that covered their chests. Rayelle swallowed. "Is it dangerous?" The older woman laughed. "Depends." Rayelle frowned. "What do you mean?" The gap-toothed woman muttered under her breath, something about city folk and ignorant. She pressed 2 fingers to her temple and sighed. "Teodolite kills your magic. Most folk like you don't dare come here." Fear struck Rayelle's heart. Kills magic? She reached for the fount and felt it hovering where it always was, then breathed a sigh of relief. "How does it work?" The mouth of the woman with the piercing curled into a cruel smile. "How do we know? We're just Masani." A cold shiver ran down Rayelle's spine. People here hadn't responded with the same respect and awe to members of the order as people in Aerith, but she hadn't expected outright disdain. Didn't they understand how the magic blessed them? She shivered. Maybe she couldn't blame them. If nobody used the magic, Sidoni would remain bound. The world would continue on in peace. But nobody would receive their passage. She stared in silence as the older women stood and walked toward her. She reached out and broke a small crystal from the wall. Without a word, she slipped it into her satchel and walked back to her friends. The 3 of them laughed, sharing a private joke, then slipped on their shoes and made their way along the crushed rock back to the stone stairs. Paladin passed them and gave her a questioning look. Rayelle shook her head and scanned the walls full of crystal. "Shamir," she hissed inside her mind. "What am I looking for? Why did you send us here?" Before Paladin reached her, she turned and slowly crept along the wall, searching for anything unique or different. All the crystals looked the same. She reached the end of the wall and stopped at the edge of the pool. The surface of the milky, tourmaline pool was smooth as glass. Her brow furrowed. Across the water on the other side of the sinkhole there was a gap in the crystals. Boulders haphazardly stacked on top of each other, with none of the glittering shards of stone. She pulled Shamir's map from her pocket. Paladin stepped up next to her as she twisted the paper to orient herself. The road was there, which meant the path arced this way. She stared at the image and looked up at the pool. "The second pool." Paladin spoke aloud the words in her head. "It should be there. Inside the rock." Chapter 27. Rayelle slipped the shoes from her feet and tentatively touched the rocks with her toes. They weren't comfortable, but they also weren't sharp enough to cut her feet. Maybe Shamir didn't know what she was talking about, Paladin grunted. Rayelle flashed him a look. She fiddled with the button of her slacks. Paladin's neck flushed, and he turned to face the cave. Her heart sped as she imagined what might be running through his head. The image of him pulling his shirt open on their journey through the mountains still kept her company most nights. Though, last night, she didn't have to imagine it. Despite her body's insistent reminders that she was alone in a dark, private location with the man who no longer frightened her, Rayelle was singularly focused. Shamir had sent her here for a reason, and she had to know what it was. She slid her slacks over her hips, then stepped out of them. She folded them and laid them on the rocks. Goosebumps raised on her legs as the cool air of the cave hit her bare skin. She had longed for a bath this morning. No matter how cold this water was, it had to be better than the stream at the top of the satyas. She tugged her blouse over her head. After setting it on her slacks, she wrapped her arms around herself and tiptoed toward the water. She shivered. The fabric of her underclothes was thin and did nothing to protect her body's warmth. She had half a mind to strip it off too, so she wouldn't have to redress soaking wet. But Paladin was barely 5 paces from her. Rayelle gasped as she dipped her toes in the water. Warm. She buried her foot and sighed with relief. This wouldn't be difficult at all. She yanked her foot out and stumbled back. Paladin rushed to her and gripped her around the waist. Are you hurt? Rayelle fought for breath. Her skin tingled, all of it, not just her foot that had entered the water. She struggled to sort through the impulses flashing through her mind, the beat of her heart, the whoosh of air in her lungs, the blood throbbing in her veins. She felt them all. It was as if someone had opened her up and stretched out each bone, each sinew, each vessel, then snapped her back together and bathed her in fire. I can feel everything. Paladin pulled her closer. What do you mean? Rayelle began to shake as the sensation dulled. Everything, except the fount. Rayelle, She grabbed his arm and lurched forward, pulling him to the pool. Careful not to touch the water herself, she plunged his hand under the surface. Then she waited. Paladin watched her, confused as he swirled his fingers in the water. Then his pupil dilated. His lips parted. He pulled his hand out and fell back on the rock. He stared up at her as his chest heaved. She waited for him to come to himself. When he did, his eyes lowered, then quickly flicked back to her face. She folded her arms over her chest and turned to the side. What was that? His voice was low and raw. Rayelle searched for an answer. Just as she was about to confess she didn't have a clue, a rivulet of water dripped from a crystal overhead onto her arm. She brushed it away, then drew a breath as the fount retreated and her body lit up a second time, but at a fraction of the strength. She looked up. Tutolite, she whispered. What? She turned to Paladin. It's Tutolite. The women explained it to me. A crystal that kills magic. They were swimming in it. They were Masani, Rayelle muttered. Paladin shot her a disapproving look, but she ignored him. Jude's reaction when she'd asked about the pool suddenly made sense. It didn't last long. Rayelle reached for the fount. It was still there, albeit a bit distant. She stared at the pool. I'd have to swim across. Paladin stood and followed her gaze. Those boulders, even if they are blocking the pool, there's no way you could force your way in. Maybe you could. Rayelle pursed her lips and Paladin turned to face her. With your magic, you could. Rayelle, I've never done anything like that, and even if I could, it wouldn't be safe to draw. I know. I was only thinking out loud. Paladin frowned as Rayelle walked back to the edge of the pool. It hadn't been fair for her to suggest that, but she had to figure out what was on the other end. She braced herself and stepped in. This time, when her body seemed to shred from the inside out, she held her ground. Her muscles tensed. Her spine felt as if it would snap in two. She took a step forward. Rayelle. She barely heard Paladin's voice behind her. Blood rushed in her ears, and it felt as if her skin had been stripped from her bones. She opened her eyes and forced herself to draw a breath. She was fine. Her body was fine. She took another step. The fount disappeared completely, and her bones seemed to crumble into ash. She'd felt this before. Something similar. On her consecration day. Be patient. Wait another moment. The searing energy slowly transformed and settled over her. Her heart beat. Her lungs breathed. Her blood pumped. There wasn't any pain, but there was something. She lifted her hands over her head and dove forward. The warm water enveloped her and ripples of pleasure undulated over her skin. The feeling intensified, and she surfaced as a sigh escaped her lips. She swam further, closer to the rocks on the other side. She had to keep moving. She had to... Suddenly, the calamity inside her went still. She felt with her feet and found the bottom, then stared at the rocks in front of her. She squeezed her eyes closed, then blinked them open. "Rayelle!" Paladin called again. She turned and found his face twisted in anguish. The water came to her shoulders as she stood. Paladin. The sight of him ignited her midsection. She thought back to the night she entered Aeon, how her body betrayed her as she caught sight of his chest. That had been nothing. Now, every inch of her skin, the singular hairs of her head, each cell of her body, blazed with desire. None of her rationalizations worked this time because her body knew what it wanted, what it had wanted, since the first second she'd laid eyes on him in the temple. The temple. She shook her head. Shamir, I have to focus. She was here to... Rayelle, say something, Paladin growled. What was she here to do? Paladin clenched his fists as he paced on the shore. He was good. She'd seen it. He'd proved it. Plus, now she knew the Order had been wrong about him. She'd hated him because of their narrative, been terrified of him. Paladin yanked the patch from his eye and ripped his shirt over his head, then threw them on the rocks. He dropped his pants and ripped off his socks and boots. Tears carved down Rayelle's cheeks. She should tell him she was fine. She didn't need him to come in after her, but the words wouldn't leave her lips. When was the last time she'd done something she wanted? She only ever focused on what she was supposed to do. Could she even remember a time she'd allowed herself to want? Paladin splashed into the pool and dove in after her. His arms cut in graceful arcs over the surface. When every muscle clenched, he struggled against the water and pushed forward in agony until he stood directly in front of her. He was what she wanted. Maybe the first thing she'd ever truly wanted in her life. She waited until the lines in his face relaxed, until he opened his eyes and looked at her. She gasped. The eyes that marked him an outcast had retreated, which meant, your eyes, they're green. She lifted a hand to his cheek. Paladin put a finger under her chin and lifted her eyes to his. I didn't know you had brown eyes. She gave him a moment to stare in wonder, but then it was her turn. She took him in. All of him. His eyes, his defined chest, the strong arms she desperately wished were wrapped around her. She shamelessly raked her gaze over the stubble on his jaw, the vein that pulsed in his neck, the muscles that stretched over his shoulders. All of him looked different without his sighted eyes, the proof that he was an aberration. She missed them. With the heightened sensation caused by the pool, Rayelle's body began taking on a mind of its own, and she hastily dropped her hand and took a step back. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have... I'm sorry. Paladin exhaled. I've never experienced anything like this. Rayelle licked her lips and tasted salt. I know. I had no idea. I only thought if I swam here, maybe... She turned and walked closer to the wall, feeling along the rocks. There had to be something. The map clearly showed a second pool, and... She gasped. Paladin, I think there's something here. Paladin started to protest, but Rayelle dove under before the words left his lips. He scrutinized the surface of the water, and when she finally burst back above it, his heart leapt. There's a gap, she announced excitedly. She swiped the water from her gorgeous brown eyes and licked her lips. What had she said? Her mouth was still moving, but he couldn't pull his eyes from the bruise blooming on her neck, where he'd... Paladin! She patted his cheek. Are you listening? He blinked and nodded. She forced him to look into her eyes. I said, there's a gap in the rocks. It's large enough for me to swim through. He frowned. Large enough to... She dropped her hand and turned, then dove back under the water before he could catch her arm. A gap in the rocks? And she was going to swim through it? With no idea of what lay on the other side? Had she no sense of self-preservation? He watched the surface of the water, but she didn't reappear. His heart sped in his chest. She could die under there, drown. He growled and ran a hand through his wet hair in frustration. This was madness. As the seconds ticked away and the surface of the pool lay motionless, he had no choice. He had to follow her. He couldn't live with himself if she got stuck and sat here waiting like an idiot. Paladin dove under the water and felt frantically along the stone. He only had to sink a few feet before he felt it. An opening. A slow current pushed against his legs as he surfaced and drew another breath. Where did it lead? Would he follow Rayelle into an underwater tunnel with no idea whether it was safe or where it led? It turned out, yes. Yes, he would. He gulped in as much air as he could hold, then dove into the pool. Chapter 28. Paladin swam toward the gap and shot forward into the pitch darkness. The rocks around him were too narrow for his arms to paddle, so he kept them straight in front of him and kicked with his legs. His chest constricted as he bumped the rocks on all sides. Too close. They were much too close. How long was this passageway? He panicked and kicked as hard as he could with his limited mobility, but the tunnel continued on. At least there wasn't much current, but there was no way to stop and turn around. No way to go back the way he came. His lungs burned. He felt the water in front of him, sure he would bump into Rayelle's lifeless feet at any moment, when suddenly the walls opened up. Paladin lunged forward and followed the rocks upward until his head finally broke the surface. He drew a desperate breath. "Rayelle," he spluttered. "Paladin!" Splashes echoed off the cavern walls as she moved toward his voice. Her hand smashed down on his head and he grunted. "Oh, I'm so sorry." She caressed the sides of his face as they both kicked their legs to stay afloat. Paladin gulped in the dank air. "I can't see a thing." "I know. I'm trying to find a place where we can stay." "Rayelle, what were you thinking? You could have died in that hole." "I'm sorry. I felt the vent and knew there was something here. Shamir's map highlighted the second pool, not the first." He followed the sounds of her moving in the water to his right. "Next time, can we discuss it first?" "Yes, absolutely." He knew she meant it, and also knew it was a promise she'd never be able to keep. He'd felt her excitement about Shamir's note and Calwain. It was as if she was led by something outside of herself in those moments, like she could see the path in front of her and couldn't deviate, even if it didn't make sense. He envied that confidence. "Here," Rayelle called. "Come this way. It's shallow." His body bombarded him with warnings. You could spear your foot on a rock. There could be a sinkhole or a drop-off. But he ignored them and swam toward her voice. Eventually, his foot brushed smooth stone. Rayelle reached out and found his hand. Together they walked forward, then crawled out of the water and lay down on the dry, worn rock. The absolute, soul-sucking darkness was unnerving. "We have no idea what's in here," Paladin muttered. "We're in a cave, at the second pool." She said the words aloud, mostly for her own benefit. Paladin shifted, and she lifted her head. "Still can't see a thing," he grunted. As soon as he exited the pool, the heightened awareness began to dull. Rayelle sat up. "It's there again, Paladin. I can feel the magic." He sat up next to her and she leaned against his shoulder. Though he couldn't see her, the touch of her bare skin brought the image of her in her underclothes vibrantly into his mind's eye. Paladin cleared his throat. "I feel it, too." The fount bloomed back into existence, and he felt a hint of disappointment. How easy it would be to live if he would cut it off, if he didn't have to make the choice. He didn't want to pull from the magic, but if he didn't, they'd never be able to accomplish anything here, and likely wouldn't be able to find their way back through the vent. He cautiously opened himself and tilted his head to the ceiling. Rayelle frowned as something moved in front of her. A hand. Her hand. How could she see her own hand? She held her breath and watched as a small orb of light winked into existence next to her and swelled until the cavern around her was illuminated with a soft glow. Paladin held the orb in front of him, and she laughed out loud. She threw her arms around him. "You did it. I don't know how, but look at this." She stood and carefully turned in a circle. The cave arched high into the rock, and spires of rippled rock dotted the ceiling. She was about to make her way to the wall closest to them when she caught sight of Paladin's face. "What is it?" She kneeled next to him. He shook his head. She tried again. "Paladin, what's wrong?" She reached out and smoothed the crease in his brow with her fingertip. "I drew on the magic." He pushed the orb into the air, and it floated upward and hung above their heads. "It's like breathing. I don't think I can stop, especially when you need—" He stopped in frustration, and she searched his face. "I drew from the fount, Rayelle. Each time light fills me, I can sense her darkness." "They're connected. We've established that." "And I'm making it worse." He squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth. "But I won't be able to stop. I'm not like Jude. I can't close myself off from it. When I was in the pool—" "You felt free," she whispered. She knew, because she'd felt the same thing. Finally loosed from the responsibilities that weighed her down. Free to feel. Empowered to act. For a moment, she allowed her mind to explore the possibilities. What would life look like if she could erase her magic, her blessings and curse? If she could sit and bathe at the pool with no worry for the future and no burden pressing down on her shoulders? Paladin frowned, and his eyes narrowed as he peered at something over her shoulder. "What is it?" He pointed. "On the wall, there. Do you see that?" Rayelle turned and stared across the pool. A line. It curved, then connected with... She scrambled to her feet and felt along the wall, putting one foot in front of the other, careful not to touch the edge of the water. She made it to the other side and ran across the stone until she stood in front of it. A drawing. Paladin stopped next to her and pulled the orb closer. The picture took form as the light increased. The creation. Rayelle searched the faded brushstrokes. She could just make out the familiar image of Sidonai and Ariadne. She took a step to the right. "There. Do you see it?" She pointed at a shadow met by a series of lines. Ariadne's hands, connected in prayer. "And there." She pointed to a swirl of blue and gold. "The same as in the temple." Rayelle nodded and continued on. Sidonai standing above the passage realm. Her face was non-existent, but her arm and cloak stretched forward over a pale green and blue circle. Rayelle paused. "Do you see that?" She stepped closer and ran her hand over 6 depressions in the rock within the sphere. Shapes. All different. She traced the edges of the triangle and then moved on to the hexagon next to it. This wasn't anything like the panels in the Temple of Glass. She stared a moment, then moved to the next picture, but couldn't find it. She searched the wall for Ariadne standing next to the blessing giver. Random lines and scratches dotted the surface of the wall, but didn't match anything she could make sense of. Paladin stepped forward and pointed at a small fleck of gold. Rayelle moved closer. Next to it, there were 2 small dots of green. Rayelle. Paladin moved to the side to allow the light in. She stared at the wall where he'd been standing. Violet. The curve of a face. A blessing giver. She knelt on the stone to lower her shadow. 2 violet eyes. She shifted to the right. Blue. Then green. Charcoal. She looked up at Paladin. A balancer. He nodded, and she continued on. Red. Then gold. Her knees complained against the cold stone, but she stayed put. A blessing giver. A balancer. Dots of color. All in a line. Paladin dropped next to her and pointed to the flecks of gold. Jude. Paladin shuffled down the line. Their eyes, Rayelle. Each color is a different set of... Rayelle gasped as the air shimmered in front of her. First, a blessing giver, from the past or future she didn't know, with a robe like Shamir's. An image of a balancer took his place, and then a man whose eyes shone like emeralds. A woman with fire in her eyes. A man with eyes as golden as a hawk. Then the last woman with the eyes the color of her gem, ice blue. The illusion changed shape and all of them stood together in a circle in the middle of rings. The rings from the Temple of Glass. They took each other's hands and raised them to the colored windows, and brilliant light engulfed them. The image faded, and Rayelle again stared at the marked rock. "What happened?" Paladin whispered. "I felt. There's something I have to tell you. I should have told you long ago." Paladin's face took on a serious and troubled expression as he sat down on the nearest rock. Rayelle sat next to him and clasped her hands together to keep from shaking. "I see things." Paladin frowned. "What kind of things?" "They're always different. The air glimmers and illusions appear. It's something I've experienced since I was a child. I could never explain them until—" "Until what?" Rayelle sighed. "Until Shamir encouraged me to take them seriously." "So you saw a vision just now?" Rayelle nodded. "Tell me about it." Rayelle drew a breath, then explained what she'd seen. The people with colored eyes. The image of them connected in a circle in the temple, bathed in light. When she finished, Paladin remained silent, staring at the glassy surface of the pool. "What do you think it means?" she asked. Paladin turned and inspected the drawings on the rock. When he spoke, it sent a shiver down Rayelle's spine. "Many have I called to gather those that are lost, and they will rise in new power as the bonds of Sidoni weaken. Only when my power is whole will it become a protector. Only when the magic is complete will it fail." Rayelle stood and moved further to the right. Another circle on the rock. It had to be the passage realm, half obscured in darkness, half bathed in light. Two sides of the same coin. She turned to Paladin as Shamir's words flowed through her mind. "The prophecy. It isn't a warning. It's a promise." "What does that—" Rayelle laughed and it echoed off the walls of the cave. "We can't stop Sidoni's bonds from weakening. Ariadne never expected us to close ourselves to the light and avoid the darkness. She intended for us to rise in power to meet it, to make her whole, Paladin. I bless you that you will restore that which was lost. You will turn the people of Ariadne to a past they have forgotten and lead them to truth they have corrupted." Tears stung the corners of her eyes as she remembered the words of her blessing. Paladin cleared his throat. "My blessing." He paused to collect himself, then spoke the words out loud. "I bless you with strength to protect the wanderers and the wisdom to find them." Rayelle forced herself to breathe as Paladin's blessing hung in the air. Restore. Lost. Wanderers. What were the chances that they were bound by Ariadne's magic? And somehow both of their blessings spoke of the same things. Paladin, what if there are 6 bloodlines? What if the prophecy meant we needed to protect them all, to grow in the magic until we had the power we needed for when Sidoni comes again? That means you aren't a threat to the magic. The fount being polluted is a sign, a marker to tell us it's coming, not something to be avoided. The magic was already corrupted years ago when the bloodlines were lost. She's called us, Paladin, at this time to find them. That's why. Rayelle trailed off, and her breath caught in her throat. Paladin watched her closely. Could he feel the sudden heat that flashed through her, the fluttering in her chest? Paladin swallowed hard. Why, what? Rayelle lowered her eyes to her hands as her heart sped. Why, I saw a vision. The day you were dragged into the temple. Your consecration? Paladin's brow furrowed. What was it? Rayelle's cheeks flamed, and her throat constricted. Her heart felt like it might burst out of her chest. It was us. Together. That's why I came to your cell. Paladin's breathing quickened. You came to my cell because you had a vision of us?
Rayelle nodded. But I knew it couldn't be possible. You were a balancer. You had mixed blood, and I was consecrated. I couldn't break the laws of Ariadne. I couldn't... She paused to catch her breath. Now, the laws, they don't mean what I thought. She met his eyes. His gaze seared into hers with an intensity that sent her stomach swooping to her knees. My vision. What if it isn't impossible? Book of Ariadne. Words of Calamine, Prophet under the Order of Ariadne. Chapter 1, verse 9. If men seeketh understanding through the fount, they will receive it. Magic binds, in body and soul, to that truth which will lead us to passage, the truth which will make us whole. Chapter 29. Rayelle locked eyes with Paladin. His body trembled as her words sank in. She thought of Shamir. Impossible information is the best kind. If their understanding of the prophecy was wrong, everything she felt, he'd felt it too. But had it only been because of their bond? Rayelle, what if we're wrong? Paladin's voice was low and rough. No, Rayelle shook her head. We're not wrong. Shamir understood this. It's the only thing that makes sense. She ticked off each question she had before that was answered by this revelation. The prophecy, Paladin's aura, her vision, Jude's eye color. The list went on and on. The only thing it didn't answer was how Shamir died. But this had to have something to do with it. Maybe someone didn't want to hear what she had to say. Maybe a herald of Sidoni wanted her silenced. We're not wrong, she repeated, and goosebumps prickled on her skin. She wasn't cold. Quite the opposite, though her underclothes were still damp. Her eyes widened as she realized the cloth was white. She looked down and gasped. Her clothes were almost entirely see-through. She quickly turned from him, her heart racing. Paladin, why didn't you tell me? He stepped up to stand behind her. Because you were busy? Paladin pressed himself against her back, and she melted into him, begging for him to touch her, to run his hands over her body, touch every part of her. But he didn't. Instead, she waited in agony as he spoke again. Even if we're not wrong, if we... His voice caught in his throat. Your enclave, your family, they won't accept this. I'm not... She whirled around and pressed a finger to his lips. I know what you're not. She caught his hand as he lowered it and brought it back to her lips. She kissed his first finger. You're not a danger to the order. Paladin closed his eyes, breathing heavily as she found his second. You're not a danger to the magic. He slipped his free hand around her waist and pulled her closer, and she kissed his middle finger. You're not a danger to me. She let go, and he trailed his hand along her bare arm. She forced him to meet her eyes. I don't care what they say you are. His lips twitched. I can't ask you to give up all of that. You're not asking, I'm telling. Paladin's expression hardened, and a pang of insecurity flashed through her. But if you don't want... I want, he growled, finally curving toward her and giving in. Her heart leapt as he spread insistent fingers over her back and pulled her closer, then buried his face in her neck and kissed her skin. His tongue feathered against her shoulder, and she sighed. His hands grew frantic, dropping down over her buttocks, then dragging over her hips as if using all his strength not to tear her apart. But she wanted him to. She wanted his hands to shred her to pieces. She felt his need and reveled in it, but also desperately wanted this to last. Her entire life had been a practice in pulling back, of not daring to even ask what she wanted. Up until a few moments ago, she'd been trapped in her longing, resigned to sacrificing her desires for what she thought was right.
Now her slate had been wiped clean, and she wanted this, her first sketch, to last. Rayelle clasped her hands over his and pulled them to a stop. Paladin froze, his breathing ragged. "I'm sorry, did I?" "No, you did nothing wrong." She brushed her lips against his jaw. "I thought we could take our time." Paladin's fingers trembled against her hips. His head hung next to hers, his wet hair brushing her shoulder, as she lifted her hands and traced them across the contours of his chest. "I've never done any of this before." She slid her fingers down his side and counted each rib. "You were my first kiss." His skin prickled under her touch, and a shiver ran through her. She made him tremble. The idea that he wanted her as much as she wanted him was intoxicating. His breath hitched in his throat as her hands moved lower and felt along the bone of his hips. Lower. He sighed against her cheek, but held himself still, which suited her perfectly. She wanted more time, minutes, hours, to explore every inch of him. She closed her eyes and set her hands free to rove. A tortured groan sounded deep in his throat. "Rayelle, I have to touch you." She smiled and nodded her head. Paladin's hands trembled as he pulled the straps of her underclothes over her shoulders, then slipped the wet clothing down to her hips. Her flesh tingled as he explored her body. The newness made her head spin, and she clasped her hands to his waist, grounding herself to his strength. She tilted her head to brush her lips against his. Every nerve ending lit up as his fingers discovered her, sending pleasure undulating across her skin like ripples in the pool. Her body had been crying out to her for years, and she'd never listened. She'd ignored it and locked it away as she squeezed herself into the mold her parents had forged for her at birth, that the Order had forged for all of them. Yet this was worth waiting for. She was glad she hadn't gotten close to Colin or other suitors in the enclave. She wanted him, the balancer with mixed blood. The man her enclave was ready to cast aside, the man who knew her and felt her, who protected her. Rayelle slid her hands around Paladin's neck and arched toward him. She flicked her tongue against the lobe of his ear, then nipped his skin between her teeth. "Please," she gasped. "Faster now." "Thank the goddess." Paladin roared to life. His hands grasped under her thighs and he whisked her from the ground. She wrapped her legs tightly around his waist and twisted her fingers in his hair as he carried her back to the smooth rock at the edge of the pool. He braced himself against the cave wall with one arm as he sunk to his knees, then gently lay her on her back. "Is that comfortable?" "Yes." The stone was smooth against her back, but it could have been gravel for all she cared. She dropped her legs and snaked her arms under his to tug him closer. She wanted him. He knew how much she wanted him. She pulled more insistently, and a throaty laugh rumbled in his chest. Rayelle's eyes flew open. He arched his brow, and she nearly purred as his hand skimmed down her stomach to slide the remaining fabric off her hips. He was toying with her, enjoying her angst. "Paladin!" Her toes curled against the granite. "You are exactly what they said you were." Paladin lowered his head and drew the pout of her lip into his mouth. His nose brushed hers as he pulled back and hovered over her, agonizingly close. She writhed, digging the tips of her fingers into his shoulder blades, but still he held. He waited until the energy between them was intolerable, until the thoughts in her head grew more animal than human. "And what do they say I am?" Rayelle's blood lit on fire. "Dangerous." Paladin rolled, pulling Rayelle against his chest as her body collapsed. She draped herself over him, her lips plump and her cheeks flushed. He drew a desperate breath as his heartbeat slowed. His legs trembled. His arms were weak. Yet he wished he could relive this moment 1,000 times over. They lay there, basking in each other's arms. Paladin's mind drifted as he reveled in the feel of her skin against his. Rayelle had seen a vision of them together. He would have to remind her how angry she was when she found out he'd kept the nature of their bond a secret. He grinned inwardly and ran his thumb along her arm. When she came to his cell. His mind replayed that moment. He wondered how different it would have been had she told him the truth. But if she told him about the vision, he wouldn't have had to steal the key. Their bond may not have been formed. Did Ariadne know how well this would play out? Rayelle sighed and nuzzled into him. Had Ariadne known that only this bond could have kept him alive, kept him searching? Had she known that Shamir would die or that she would leave a note for Rayelle? What are you thinking? Rayelle lifted her head, then placed a row of kisses across his chest as she lazily hooked her leg through his. She was perfect. He didn't remember his life before he dived into this pool after her, and he didn't want to remember it. He didn't want to move a muscle in case it brought this moment to an end. About you. Rayelle grinned, slow and content. She reminded him of Abis, perched on the bench after a good meal. Good answer. She lifted and brushed her lips against his. When she pulled back, he clamped his arms around her and wouldn't let her go. She laughed breathily and squeezed him tight. I feel like we should probably leave. I feel something too. I want to continue feeling it. She pinched his waist and wriggled from his grasp. He admired the long lines of her body as she reached for her underclothes and slipped them back on. Ready? Paladin sat up. What was she doing? Rayelle. She plunged back into the pool, then gasped and sputtered as the magic was pulled from her. He growled and jumped to his feet. Her propensity for acting with zero explanation was vexing. If she hadn't just stopped his heart, and then more than made up for it, he would have been annoyed. As it stood, all he could do was wag his tail and follow. Rayelle pulled at her underclothes as she ran down the path behind Paladin. They stuck to her uncomfortably, but they had no time to let them dry. They had to find passage so they could leave for Aerith as soon as possible. She'd suggested going directly to Trill, but then thought better of it. She had connections in Aerith, people who she needed on her side before she went to the Prophet. Her mother didn't agree with Shamir, but now she had proof. She'd seen the drawings on the wall and had a personal vision. True, her mother didn't put much stock in those, but once she explained, she'd have to listen. This truth was revolutionary. It would transform everything the Blessing Givers taught, everything the Balancers taught, for the better. They had to enlighten the realm and find help in preparing for Sidoni's return. Of course, they also had to be careful about how they brought this information to light. They needed resources and help to find people they could trust. If this was the reason Shamir was killed, they couldn't tell anyone other than the people they trusted. This information couldn't die with them too. Rayelle sent a silent prayer to the goddess. We understand. Please help us find our next step. Adrenaline coursed through her veins as they approached Calwain. Paladin slowed and pulled her further into the trees. One of us has to venture to Vivier. It's the only way we can find a cart. No, Paladin. Stavro could be there. What if we walk? We have no supplies. If we can get to Vivier, we can find help there. Ask Mel or Leeds. Rayelle put a hand on his chest. I had a vision of Mel. Her voice caught in her throat. Paladin frowned. She what? Rayelle's lips pulled into a tight line. I don't know what it means, but she was holding an infant. It wasn't breathing. Anxiety gripped her heart. Mel had helped Paladin, and any jealousy she'd felt at seeing the two of them together was fueled by her own desire. It was clear now that nothing besides friendship had been between them, at least on his part. Now she worried for the herbalist. Birthing a stillborn meant more than grief. It meant rejection of the goddess. She shivered. Paladin blinked, then nodded slowly. Should we tell her? Rayelle shrugged. I don't know if it would help. Would you have listened if I'd told you about the vision I saw of you? No. Maybe. He pondered this. Probably not. Exactly. Even though talking to Paladin hadn't brought understanding, it was an immense relief to share the burden of her vision. They could talk more later, on the way to Vivier. Make a plan then of how to approach it. Paladin set the trunks down next to her. I'll go to Jude first. He has to know someone who could help. Rayelle drew a deep breath. I'm not sure, Paladin. He's already given us so much, and what if Stavro is probably still treating his wounds. Paladin growled. He cupped her face in his hands. I'll be back, with a mule and a cart. Rayelle bit the inside of her cheek. Why would anyone give them so much for nothing in return? They wouldn't. Paladin was setting out on an impossible mission unless... Paladin! She dropped down and opened her trunk, then rifled through it until she found her satin bag. She pulled the gold chain and ice blue gem out and watched it sparkle in the dappled sunlight. Take this, if you need something to barter. I can't. You have to. It's the only thing I have that could possibly trade for a mule and a cart. Paladin grimaced as she dropped the necklace into his palm and closed his fingers around it. Where did you get this? It doesn't matter. Use it if you need to, and please hurry. Paladin dropped it into his pocket and adjusted the patch over his balancer eye, then turned and stalked toward the road. Paladin skirted the main street as they had earlier. Get to Jude's, secure a passage, preferably without having to pawn Rayelle's necklace. It had to have some significance to her, or she wouldn't have brought it to Vivier, though he hadn't ever seen her wear it. He broke into a jog, and it didn't take long before he reached the tall grass. The house looked empty, but it had the first time he'd arrived, too. He ran up to the door and banged on it with his fist. Paladin waited impatiently on the front step, but he heard nothing. He pounded again. But after only a few moments of silence, he jumped from the porch and ran around back, hoping he'd find Jude hurling axes at the trees. Instead, something slammed into the side of his head, and his world went dark. Chapter 30. Paladin blinked his eyes open and winced at the bright light. His head throbbed, and he couldn't move his hands. They were bound behind his back. As his gaze focused, 3 figures came into view. Shadows at first, then one face came into focus. So nice of you to meet us here. Stavro. His eyes and nose were so swollen and bruised he never would have recognized him, but he knew that voice. What did you do with Jude? He growled. Stavro pursed his lips. You look like you've had a day. Almost as bad as mine, which is why you're here. Stavro balanced on a desk of some sort and held himself like a king addressing his subjects. Were they in someone's home? Not Jude's. None of his furniture looked like this. Faint laughter and music wafted from somewhere. A back room? In one of the shops? This was enough. He wouldn't sit and listen to this. Rayelle was waiting for him, and Jude was likely in trouble. He reached for the fount, and a pit opened in his stomach. It wasn't there. How could the fount not be there? He'd drawn on the magic hours ago. Did you know I wasn't able to attend my business today? Stavro picked at a fingernail. Did it involve another barmaid? Paladin grunted, and one of the men kicked him in the shins. He gritted his teeth and pressed into the floor, trying to stand and take the chair with him. It wouldn't budge. Stavro laughed. Oh, that's bolted in. And no, I'm saving all that energy for my deliciously tantalizing blessing giver. I love a good hunt. Stavro watched his face, waiting for a reaction. Paladin forced his expression to remain calm. Do you happen to know where she is? I assume you tried to claim your conquest after attacking me in the room last night. Stavro spat. She's not a conquest. Ah, so she didn't let you have her either. Stavro sneered. Fickle, that one. But I will have my way. Eventually. Paladin yanked against the ropes binding his wrists, but they didn't budge. Stavro went on. She simply needs a little more time, a little finessing. She's always talking about boring things, and she adores it when I listen. But she does this thing when she's excited. He leaned forward until the front of his shirt gaped open. So I simply watch what's happening down here. He put both hands on his chest in a cupping shape, and his two lackeys exploded with laughter. Paladin gritted his teeth. He shouldn't have stopped when Rayelle asked him to. He reached again for the fount. Nothing. Stavros swigged from a glass that sat beside him. So tell me, what have you been doing all day? Paladin had half a mind to give him details and wipe that smug smile off his face. Exploring the town. Stavro looked amused. Interesting, because I scoured the entire place looking for you and Rayelle this morning with no luck, until a very timely message came. He motioned to one of the men who walked behind him and opened a door. Paladin craned his neck to see what was happening, but couldn't turn far enough. The man returned with a slight woman, struggling to free herself from his grasp. Mel. Her mouth was gagged, and as her gaze met his, it seemed to say, "I'm sorry." Stavro put a hand on her shoulder, and she pulled away. Mel here came to find us. It looks like our berth in Vivier is coming sooner than expected, but that wasn't the message I was most excited about. He took his time drawing out the story. You see, I'd noticed the two of you talking at the pub a few times when I came around, so when she showed up, I did a little digging. Mel was gracious enough to tell us all about the man you came here to visit. What did you do with Jude? Paladin roared. He was beginning to panic. He couldn't free his hands, and Rayelle was waiting for him. He needed to find the fount. Stavro crossed his arms over his chest. You seem frustrated. I'm wondering if it could be because of this? He lifted a small hand mirror from the desk and held it in front of Paladin's face. He blinked. That's what had felt strange. Both his eyes were working. He'd lost his patch and... No, it couldn't be. How was it possible? His eyes were green. Normal. Like they'd been at the pool. Stavro pulled it back and resumed his perch on the desk. Imagine my surprise when my friends here brought you to me and I removed your patch. The corner of his lip curled. I'd heard reports of a man with mixed blood in a village along the road to the Satyas, a prisoner who escaped our enclave. I heard rumors that he was powerful, that he fought like 10 men. He stood and paced in front of him. I said to myself, how could that be? Then it occurred to me. You're magic. He looked up. Years ago, I'd heard of a man in the northern mountains who had the same strange physical power. A man with mixed blood. Paladin worked on the ropes with his fingers, stretching and pulling on the knots while Stavro glorified himself. He had to break free. He had to get back to Rayelle. Luckily, I know of a tincture. Stavro looked pointedly at Mel, still struggling against her captor. Made from a mineral here in Calwain that has a most intriguing effect. I've tried it once myself, and it removes access to the magic. The fount disappears completely, for up to 2 days. Wonderful, isn't it? Paladin's chest felt as if it might explode. They'd fed him a tincture? 2 days? Shh, 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 shh. Stavro reached out and patted Paladin's knee. It's not as bad as all that. He sighed. As much as I'd like to stay here and talk, I do have a meeting in the morning. And plans. He flashed a wolfish grin and undulated his pelvis back and forth crudely. Paladin again struggled against the chair with no luck. The men laughed, and Stavro ate it up. What? It's not often I get a young blessing giver all to myself in a town where she's helpless and must rely on my knowledge and strength. He turned and took another long swig from his glass. It's important to take advantage of the opportunities life throws at you. Alas, my rakish days are coming to a close. At least until I can convince her. He laughed. Who am I kidding? Until I can convince her mother. Paladin froze. Her mother? Convince her of what? Stavro raised an eyebrow, tickled that he'd hit a nerve. Convince her that she made the right choice. Paladin hated that he couldn't keep the confusion from his face. Stavro leaned in conspiratorially. You're a member of the order, so you must know Rayelle's mother is the ambassador. Well, Years ago, I had a run-in with Alora. Rayelle was a naughty girl back in Aerith. Stavro clicked his tongue, reveling in the drama of his storytelling. It's a sad story, really. She was pulled in, deceived by a temple steward who filled her head with conspiracy theories. Then, a balancer with mixed blood was apprehended and sentenced to death. Stavro paused and stood, then grinned wickedly. I told Alora not to worry, that I would find him and return him to the enclave. However, Rayelle's mother couldn't allow her daughter to stay in Aerith or anywhere near it. She was a danger to the enclave, so I told her I'd help with that too. Paladin's stomach twisted. Rayelle's assignment had been Vivier. Her own parents had handed her to this wolf in sheep's clothing. Did they know his intentions? Or had they merely hoped he'd be a better mentor than Shamir? Stavro put his hands on his hips and walked toward Mel. He snatched her face between his thumb and forefinger. My mother always told me that my charm and good looks would be a curse. But when they get you into the knickers of the future ambassador, well, he turned to Paladin and smiled. Then they turn out to be all blessing. Chapter 31. Rayelle pulled Shamir's book of scripture from her trunk and sat on the other. How long had Paladin been gone? The sun hung low in the sky, so it had to be almost dinner time. Had she eaten anything since they'd left the cave? She reached into the satchel and pulled out a piece of cured meat, then opened the book. The pages landed on the second book of Josephine. Seemed like a good place to start. She read a few verses, then stopped and backed up. The light seeketh a helpmeet, a pure heart to bind, light and dark set free to drive the soul to madness. She read it a third time and blinked. Rayelle had read that verse 100 times, but suddenly it took on new meaning. Could it be that simple? The light seeketh a helpmeet? Her heart swelled. Paladin had been desperate, trapped in a cell with no understanding of his new abilities or access to the fount. Had Ariadne's light reached for her? She looked up and scanned the road for the 1,000th time. Nothing. Each time someone passed, she'd gotten her hopes up, but none of them were Paladin. How long should she wait before going for him? Not for the first time she wished she could feel him the way he felt her. At least then, she would know if it was going well. Rayelle's head snapped up, and her stomach leapt into her throat. She'd waited until the sun dropped low on the horizon, hoping that at any moment Paladin would walk up the road. Now, she had no choice but to go looking for him. She picked up her trunk and elixir case and marched out of the woods. The pull was gone. Their connection? Gone. How could that happen? 1 minute she felt him, then suddenly there was an empty void. She picked up her pace along the road, to fight off the chill from sitting for hours in damp clothing and her rising panic. Her heart raced as she approached the outskirts of the town. Rayelle turned down a side street, the same one they'd taken away from Jude's this morning. She had to go there first. If something happened to Paladin, Jude would know something. He had to have at least made it there before the magic died. Tears stung the corners of her eyes, and she broke into a jog, the trunk and elixir case weighing her down and making her shoulders ache. He would be there. He had to be there. Before she reached the last street, her heart skipped a beat. Rayelle spotted a shadow moving up the street. The moon was only a sliver tonight, and few lanterns had been lit, so she couldn't make him out clearly. It had to be him. She set the trunk down and put a hand on her hip, gasping for breath. In a hurry, are we? The man called. Rayelle's blood ran cold. It couldn't be. How could he know she'd come in this direction unless... Could he have intercepted Paladin? Stavro stopped a few feet in front of her. Her eyes widened as his bruised and bloodied face came into focus. He ignored her reaction and pointed at her trunk. I noticed this was gone when I woke up. I'm curious where you're heading this time of night. His tone was light, even amiable. It made her want to gag. She searched for an explanation but came up empty. She had to get away from him, call for help. Rayelle glanced up the street. Where was Paladin. He's not coming. Rayelle's stomach dropped to her knees. What are you talking about? He came to me at the pub. Told me how you planned to run away together. She glared at him. I don't know what... Stop with the innocent routine, Rayelle. It's played out, Stavro commanded coldly. It didn't work on your mother, and it certainly won't work on me. Rayelle stumbled back as if she'd been slapped. How did he know anything about her mother? She stood straight and tried to collect herself. Stavro, I think there's been a miscommunication. There has been a miscommunication, Rayelle, and I'm afraid I'm to blame. He stepped closer and flashed a predatory smile. You see, I stupidly assumed that if I treated you with kindness and respect, you'd offer me the same decency. Stavro, Clearly, that's not the case. He dropped a handful of coins in the dirt and placed a hand over his heart. What you did hurt me, Rayelle. The fact that you were deluded enough to believe it was better to run off with a vagrant than spend your night with me? He shook his head in disbelief and continued. Paladin agreed with me, but I believe he had your best interest at heart. Rayelle's head spun. What in the world was happening right now? Paladin would never have gone to Stavro. He'd gone in search of a mule and a cart. That was all. Stavro's voice lowered. Ask me, Rayelle. Ask me why I think Paladin had your best interests at heart. Rayelle swallowed the lump in her throat and didn't answer. She wrapped her arms around herself and shivered in the cool night air. Stavro errantly dug the dirt from underneath his fingernails. It's all right. I'll tell you anyway. He told me not to be too harsh on you. Said you've been through a lot. Trusting a steward who'd been deceived, then grieving over her death. Shaming your entire family by releasing an aberration. Who told you those things? She clutched her shirt and struggled to draw a full breath. Stavro looked up placidly. Paladin, I told you. He never would have told you that. Her voice was hoarse, and she hunched over as the edges of her vision receded. Stavro laughed lightly. Rayelle, we're in Calwain. Who else would I have gotten that information from? Do you have a sister here? Perhaps a distant cousin? Tears filled her eyes and leaked onto her cheeks. Paladin would never have told him those things. He loved her. Stavro pulled something from his pocket, and her breath caught in her throat. Her necklace. The blue gem flickered in the light from the closest torch. Panic gripped her heart and she began to hyperventilate. She loved. She felt deeply. You will be betrayed by the person you love most. No, she whispered under her breath. How had she forgotten about her curse? She'd spent her whole life separating herself. She'd avoided forming deep friendships and refused to entertain suitors outright. How could she have been so stupid? She'd been distracted by the changes in the magic and the promises in her blessings, and she'd forgotten to keep herself safe. Did you say something? Stavro goaded her. Rayelle, I want you to know I forgive you. Her face twisted in confusion. Forgive me? Stavro gave her a pitying smile. Of course. I forgive you for plotting to leave, and I even forgive you for your missteps after suffering such a tragedy. However, I'm not sure if the goddess feels the same way. Rayelle's stomach twisted. This wasn't right. She was supposed to be leaving, going back to Vivier, and she couldn't remember. Her plan had been so clear moments before, and now she didn't know what to believe. You broke the laws, Rayelle. Please, she begged. Don't expose my family. My mother is ambassador, and it wouldn't be right for her to suffer. I agree wholeheartedly. Stavro took another step, and Rayelle shuddered like a caged animal. Which is why I believe it would be best if I took responsibility for you. Bile rose in her throat. What are you talking about? He stepped closer and loomed over her. I'm talking about containing the wreckage. Making this a private matter. I'm steward of this region and can take whatever liberties I see fit. Under the order. You must communicate with the council, and you can't take responsibility for another blessing giver. I can do whatever I want. Spittle from Stavros' mouth landed on Rayelle's forehead, and it sent her over the edge. Her face flushed, and she began to sweat. She bolted toward the bushes and retched violently. Not that there was much in her stomach to heave up. This was her curse. She'd been betrayed exactly as she'd always feared. She dropped to the soft grass and wept. The match, the temple, the Terrine pool. By Stavros' telling, Paladin had only been thinking about saving himself this whole time, manipulating her and securing a way to keep his secret safe. She couldn't believe that was true. They were connected in body, spirit, and soul. Whatever Paladin had done in the cell block that day, he'd bound them together. The trails of heat his fingers left over her skin still smoldered, and his words had been genuine. She felt them in her bones. So what, then? Why would he leave? Her mind raced, and finally latched onto a thought that struck terror into her heart. He'd spoken of the darkness, the void he felt each time he drew from the fount. They'd found Shamir's secret. They knew what the Order had forgotten. Sidoni wouldn't like that. "Where is he?" Rayelle shrieked. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she couldn't get enough air in her lungs. She was vaguely aware of the shame that buried itself in her chest at having Stavro stand a few feet away while she broke down, but she couldn't process it. Stavro knelt next to her. "Long gone, I'm afraid. But come with me, love. I can help you make this all right again." Nausea flared inside her, and she dropped to all fours. She gagged, but nothing came out. If she didn't go with Stavro, he would spread her secret across the entire enclave. He would bury her family and destroy her mother's reputation. But if she went with him? She shuddered. How long would she continue to sacrifice her own path to protect her family from the truth? This wasn't right. It was time she took responsibility and accepted the consequences. She slowly rose to her knees. She would admit everything, take all the blame, explain to the enclave it had been her actions, that her mother had tried to warn her, and she hadn't listened. She couldn't keep running from this, but that meant she had to escape from Stavro. Now. "Rayelle, it's time you learned to." She dropped her case and bolted in the opposite direction. Her weary legs burned, but she pressed forward in desperation. She veered off into a thicket, but as she darted behind the first bramble, a hand grabbed her braid and yanked her violently backward. She cried out and fell, landing heavily on the grass. Pain shot up her spine, and she collapsed, gasping for breath. "Get up!" Stavro pulled her up by the hair. "Stavro, please!" "Be quiet!" He shoved her forward, and she yelped in pain. He charged forward and wrapped her hair around his hands, cranking her neck to the side. Lights burst across her vision, and she gasped for breath. "Help!" She cried out internally, scrambling for anything she could do to escape his grasp. She couldn't feel Paladin, which meant he couldn't feel her. He wouldn't rush in and save her this time. A deep sense of loneliness filled her being, and she realized she wasn't a stranger to it. In the woods, in Aeon, she'd felt this before. Dark, cold, empty. Paladin had saved her then, too, but he'd done it with light. The fount. She had to pull from it and hope there was something there. An answer. Strength. There had to be something within her magic that could help. As Stavro dragged her toward the road, Rayelle drew a ragged breath and opened herself. Light poured through her, dulling the sharp, stinging pain and giving her room to think. More. She had to pull more. This wasn't enough. Stavro still held her tightly in his grasp, and though she felt energy surging through her, it was stilted, blocked, as if it couldn't bridge the gap between her soul and her body. But Paladin had done it. He'd found a way to pull that power to the forefront. She had to find it too. Rayelle imagined herself stretching the fount, pulling it open, and drinking every last drop of light that poured through the gap. Her heart burned within her, and she held her breath. Something was happening. Something new. She'd never required the fount to open like this, and it had never been obedient. She pulled against Stavro's hand. As if in slow motion, his fingers slipped from her hair. He grabbed for her shoulder. Before she could pull away, she cringed and collapsed to the ground. Her stomach twisted as a tendril of darkness surged forward, stabbing her with searing heat. She gasped and let go, dropping her pull, and the fount closed. "No," she whimpered. She reached again, but the edges of her vision clouded. "What did you do?" Stavro ripped her off the ground. "What was that? I felt—" Suddenly, he stopped. Rayelle fought for breath as his fingers dug into the underside of her arm. They both froze at the low thud of hooves against packed dirt. "Stavro!" A woman's voice cut through the air. Rayelle scanned the street, desperately craning her neck to see what was happening. Stavro released his grip on her braid, but quickly latched onto her upper arm as the clomping grew louder. Bursts of light clouded Rayelle's vision as she fought to catch her breath. "Stavro, stop!" Someone in the driver's seat of their coach called out. Stavro's nails bit into Rayelle's flesh. "I told you to wait, and I told you Bex couldn't wait." It was Mel. She glared down at Stavro, her hands pulled awkwardly behind her back. But Rayelle barely noticed. Bex. Every thought in Rayelle's head evaporated. "What about her?" she asked, her voice raw. Mel didn't answer, still shooting daggers at Stavro. "What about Bex?" Rayelle coughed. Mel's jaw tightened. "She went into labor this morning. The baby doesn't seem to be coming quickly." "It's her first," Rayelle murmured. Mel nodded, her face a mask of concern. "I came as fast as I could." Rayelle forced her legs to bear her weight and straightened. "We have to go. Now!" Stavro's nostrils flared. Even a few paces away, she could smell sour liquor on his breath. She had no idea where Paladin was, but he wouldn't have stayed here. If Sidonai had him in her clutches, where would he go? She had to free herself from Stavro to find out, and she couldn't leave Bex without a blessing giver. Perhaps both could work for her good. "I won't run. I promise. I imagine the locals won't be pleased if the new blessing giver doesn't show up for her first birth." Chapter 32. Paladin's body jostled as wood creaked against metal. He tried to lift a hand off the flat slab underneath him, but his arm didn't respond. Every part of him felt weighed down by boulders. He fought to open his eyes and eventually succeeded in forcing his heavy lids open, though they didn't want to stay there. They lowered, but not until he'd caught a glimpse of his surroundings. Silhouettes of treetops outlined the charcoal blue of the night sky, dotted with stars. He was traveling somewhere. Had he fallen asleep? Why was he lying down in what had to be a cart of some sort? He rarely traveled at night to begin with, but he'd never slept and left someone else responsible. He tried again to lift his arm and roll to his side, but his body remained motionless. He couldn't even turn his head. Was he dreaming? Dreams were dangerous. He knew that to be true. Why did he know that? A thought scratched at the back of his subconscious, but he couldn't grasp it. He tugged at the thread, but it slipped through his fingers. The cart jolted, and the side of his head slammed into solid wood. Pain radiated across his skull, and he could do nothing to comfort himself. He drew a deep breath to slow the throbbing. He didn't want to hit his head again. He didn't want to be stuck here with no way to get out. He pushed with all his strength, and his thumb twitched. That was something. Rayelle sat stone-faced across from Stavro in the coach with Mel beside her. Stavro had insisted on tying her hands, and Mel's were already restrained. How did he think he could get away with this? He couldn't force them to do what he wanted for the rest of their lives. Her scalp stung, and her arm ached. The lantern swayed side to side as the wheels bumped along the path. Stavro had slipped in and out of sleep during their trip, but this was the first time she was positive he was out. He leaned open-mouthed into the corner, thankfully in the opposite direction of where she sat. He was disgusting. How had she ever found him attractive in the least? Mel tapped her foot nervously. She hadn't spoken a word since being forced into the cart, but even in the dark, Rayelle felt her gaze on her. Had she been a part of this? Mel knew what his plans were. Had she given that information to Stavro? Mel shifted in her seat. Abis as well. Rayelle blinked. Abis. She'd forgotten all about Shamir's cat. "I'm glad. Thank you." They fell back into uneasy silence with only Stavros' occasional snore to break the monotony. Rayelle drew a deep breath. Since leaving the pool, reaching for the fount already felt more difficult. With her emotions raging, it was near impossible, which wasn't acceptable. She was the blessing giver in Vivier, and a new mother depended on her. She thought of Bex and her new baby, who had decided to come early. It wasn't unheard of. When she was younger, she remembered her mother leaving important functions due to an inconveniently timed birth. Not all of them ended happily. She sent a silent prayer to the goddess that this babe would be healthy. While there was always another opportunity to secure one's passage, this life was only gifted once. In the next iteration, there were no guarantees. All mothers and fathers pled nightly for their children to move with them into the next realm. A loss before passage meant a loss from their family for eternity. That child would find rebirth, but not bound to them. Dots of light appeared out the window, and Rayelle sat up. Her body still ached, and her thoughts were swimming through sludge, but she summoned all the energy she had left. They were almost there, and she needed to be ready. "Paladin didn't betray you," Mel murmured as the coach turned to enter Vivier. Rayelle watched Stavro for any sign that he was awake. "What do you know?" The coach hit a rock, and Stavro groaned, then opened his eyes. Rayelle's heart ached. Not now. She needed to know what Mel was about to tell her. The coach pulled to a stop, and Stavro opened the door, then motioned for them to follow. Rayelle had no choice but to let him hold her arm as she stepped down. She couldn't keep her balance with her hands tied behind her back. "I'm going to take this off, but if you run, I'll catch you exactly like I did in Calwain," Stavro hissed. He spun her around and untied the rope. "Bex is inside. I didn't know where else to send her," Mel called as Stavro pulled Rayelle toward their cottage. He didn't give her a chance to stop for her things. Rayelle pulled her arms from his grip and rushed toward the door. She flung it open, and there was Bex, lying in her husband's lap, her face slick with sweat. The balancer, Garv, sat back on his knees, still positioned between Bex's legs. Had he delivered the baby? Bex looked toward the door, then returned her focus to the tiny bundle she cradled in her chest. "She's here!" Bex laughed with relief and sheer awe. Her husband rubbed his hand up and down her arm, never taking his gaze off his new daughter. Stavro pushed through the door behind Rayelle, shattering the sacredness of the moment with the obnoxious clomp of his boots on the wood floor. He hung his coat on the rack, then approached Rayelle. He lowered his voice. "When you're finished here, don't make a scene. You will come to me in my room. We have unfinished business." His eyes were cold, and the warmth in Rayelle's heart at seeing the new infant turned to ice. Stavro turned to the others with a broad smile. "Just in time, I see." Rayelle hyperventilated as he crouched to get a better look at the infant. She shuddered as she thought of his hip pressed against her stomach and his hot breath against her neck. She couldn't stay here. But what were her other options? The only coach she'd seen had Stavro's driver in the seat. She had to think. A hand brushed her arm and she jumped. Mel. How had she freed her arms? Thank the goddess. The driver must have helped now that she wasn't a threat. Now that they were back in Vivier, she couldn't cause trouble or search for Paladin. Her heart squeezed. She had to find him. Mel set Rayelle's case of elixirs on the side table, then looked up and searched her face. Rayelle quickly turned toward Bex. "Rayelle, what's keeping you?" Stavro called, making sure she knew he was watching. The blood drained from Rayelle's face, and Mel took her hand. "It's my fault. I asked permission to give Bex herbs, to help with building blood." She smiled demurely. "I didn't want to do something that would impact the blessing." Stavro's lip twitched. "And?" "It's all right," Rayelle answered. "Breathe." The driver brought her things, and she took her case from him, then walked forward to kneel next to Bex. This wasn't how she'd envisioned her first blessing. She'd expected to be well rested, prepared. It wasn't Bex's fault her baby came on the worst night of Rayelle's life, and this precious child deserved to receive her blessing untainted by her despair. Rayelle closed her eyes and felt for the fount. It was there, but barely. Since the pull had released from Paladin, everything within her felt empty, bleak. Why couldn't she feel him? Please. She repeated the word in her mind and reached for the magic. It faltered like it had so many times over the years. All the fears she'd kept so carefully tucked away on the shelf came tumbling down, crushing her with a lifetime's worth of weight. Not now. She couldn't fail now. Not when someone needed her. Not when everything else in her life had crumbled into dust. She opened the case and pulled out the anointing elixir. Does she have a name? Her voice was smooth and calm, belying the chaos underneath the surface. Garv moved across from her, but she barely noticed. Bex nodded proudly. Shay, Cadell. She lifted her head and beamed at her husband, who still held his wife and new child on his lap. Rayelle poured a drop of elixir on the infant's head. She would give this blessing. Light swelled from the child, and suddenly the world dropped away. The sound of Stavros' boot scraping on the floor as he continually shifted his position on the chair disappeared, as did the hooting of an owl outside the window. The room was as still and silent as the moments right before dawn, when the whole earth was asleep. It was only her and Shay. She observed the child's perfectly rounded nose, the quiver of her heart-shaped lips. Hello, little one. She opened herself to the fount, and Ariadne's magic filled her without hesitation. She held her hands next to Shay's plump cheeks and watched as the babe's aura swelled. Music, humility, a love of all things green. Rayelle smiled as the impressions flowed one after the other. Things she'd learned to love, gifts she had, knowledge she carried with her, all of it wrapped in a tiny body held in her mother's arms. Rayelle breathed deeply and opened her mouth. Shay Cadell, today I give you 2 blessings, binding under the order of Ariadne. These blessings will guide you and serve as a compass as you seek to become whole and move beyond the passage realm to the goddess mother. The words flowed effortlessly, and as she opened her heart, she knew what must come next. I bless you with a connection to the sea. You will be drawn to it, and it will reward you with the wishes of your soul. The sea? Where had that come from? I bless you also with a partner who will love you until the day you die. Rayelle pulled her hands away as the room flooded back into focus. Tears pooled in her eyes as Bex stared at her and whispered, Thank you. She nodded and wiped her face with the backs of her hands. Love you until the day you die. The words reverberated through her being as Garv moved closer and prepared to anoint the child. A heavy grief settled over her, and she hastily closed her case and stood. She smiled apologetically, avoiding Stavros' predatory stare, and rushed to her room. Once inside, she closed the door, set the case on the shelf, and threw herself face down on the bed. Sobs racked her body as Garv's low voice rumbled in the other room. She couldn't watch another child receive a curse when hers had come to fruition this very night. She had been betrayed. But what had Mel meant? Had the darkness taken over Paladin? Her curse was binding under the order of Ariadne. She'd worked diligently to escape it, and now she would pay the price. No friends, nobody to call on, even if she could safely go into Aeon. Think. Her brain was addled, her body exhausted, and she didn't have much time before Stavro invaded her privacy. She had barely rolled over to force herself off the bed when she heard it. She cocked her head to the side and listened again. Her heart leapt as it came a second time. 3 distinct taps on the glass. Chapter 33. Rayelle opened the door to the garden, and her face fell. Mel? What are you? Grab whatever you can carry. Your trunk is still in the coach. We're leaving. Now. Rayelle turned back to her room. But, Stavro. Exactly. Go. Rayelle didn't think twice. She didn't question whether Mel was a friend or a part of Paladin's scheme. She didn't pause to think about where they were going or by what means. She simply grabbed her case of elixirs, stole the blanket from her bed and the box of matches on her nightstand, and ran outside into the garden. Mel silently closed the door behind her and motioned for her to follow. The coach appeared ahead of them, further up the street than it had been. The driver still sat in front and the door was open. "Get in. Don't look back," Mel instructed. Rayelle clutched her things tightly in her arms and did as she said. Mel toppled in after her, and the coach took off down the street. Rayelle dropped heavily into the corner and threw her blanket on the floor and set the case of elixirs next to her. Her heart pounded as she attempted to catch her breath, as she watched frantically out the window, sure that at any second, Stavros' face would appear. They streaked down the main street and past the public house. When they turned and headed up the hill, Rayelle finally drew a full breath and relaxed her shoulders. "That was best case scenario," Mel muttered. "Usually I'm not that lucky." "How did you get the driver to agree to this?" Rayelle whispered. It still didn't feel right to speak out loud. "The driver?" Mel barked a laugh. "Oh no, that's Leeds, a friend of mine. We knocked out the driver and left him in the bushes by the cottage." Rayelle gaped at her. "Why? Why would you help me?" "Because I came to find you for Bex's birth and Stavro accosted me. Forced me to show him where Paladin might be." Mel spat. "You told him about Jude?" Mel's eyes flashed, and she trembled with anger. "Don't pass judgment. Stavro has ways of getting what he wants." Rayelle bit the inside of her cheek. She knew that to be true. "I wondered if Paladin, if he was himself." Mel's eyes narrowed. "He wasn't." Rayelle's eyes filled with tears, and she hastily wiped them away. He wasn't. Could it be true? Could Paladin have lost himself to the darkness? She was sick of crying like a babe any time someone brought him up. Mel continued. "They gave him something, a tincture, to remove his access to the magic." Rayelle's head snapped up. "They what?" She breathed a sigh of relief. That explained why she couldn't feel him. It wasn't that their bond had been severed, or worse, that he'd been killed. He was cut off. She collected herself and clenched her teeth. "Who's they?" Mel's nostrils flared. "You know who. Stavro sent him on a cart to Aerith. Said there was a reward out for his capture." Rayelle gasped. "We have to go. What do you think we're doing?" Mel scoffed. "The trip to Aerith is 8 days." 8? I thought it was 9. "That's on the way here when you have to climb all the way up into the mountains. We'll be going down." Mel scratched her chin. "We could probably make it in 7 if we go through the night. We have 3 drivers." "I don't know how to drive a coach." Rayelle balked. 2, then. Leeds is used to staying up all night. Shouldn't be that difficult. They'll get Paladin there before we arrive." "If we make up time, couldn't we?" "No. It's a shorter trip from Calwain. They don't have to cross the Satyas. He'll get there 3 days ahead of us, even if we make up time." 3 days. So much could happen in that time frame, and who knew what Stavro would do when he saw she was missing? She had to get a message to her mother. If Paladin was on his way there, her mother had to put a stop to his execution. She had to wait until Rayelle could get there and explain. "I have to go into Aeon," Rayelle whispered. Mel's eyes widened. "Paladin told me that didn't go well the last time." "What choice do I have? If I don't send a message, they'll kill him." Fear gripped her heart. She couldn't lose him. Not now. Not ever. "He doesn't have access to the fount, Mel. He'll have no way to protect himself." Rayelle sunk back in her seat. She thought of the icy cold that seeped into her, the hand that pulled her into the dark depths, and shivered. There was no other way. Suddenly, Rayelle sat up straight and sucked in a breath. "Abis, we have to go back. Stop." Mel put a hand on her shoulder. "My neighbor's on strict orders to keep him fed. He's taken a liking to him." Rayelle sighed with relief and felt for Shamir's coin in her pocket. She hoped Abis didn't feel abandoned. She'd let him down. Let Shamir down. The steward had spoiled that cat like a child. Now, he was left to fend for himself in a wild place full of strangers. Rayelle, he's a cat, Mel muttered. He'll be fine. Rayelle nodded, but abandoning the cat felt like the last straw. She couldn't feel Paladin, couldn't save him like he'd saved her. And she'd forgotten all about Avis. She was failing everyone. Mel chewed on her lower lip. When we stop to switch drivers, I'll collect herbs. Anything that could help. Sleep now. You'll need all the energy you can get. Rayelle didn't know how long she dozed before Mel finally shook her shoulder, but it didn't feel like long enough. She startled and sat up. Mel pursed her lips. It's time. Adrenaline pulsed through her as Rayelle forced herself to stand and exit the coach. The sun had already risen, but it was still early. A light mist floated over the grass and wildflowers. She normally would have taken a moment to enjoy the beauty had she not been wholly distracted by what she was about to do. She reached back inside the coach and pulled out her case. Here. Mel handed her a chunk of bread and she hurriedly took a bite. I don't have a full supply, but take this. Rayelle put out her hand and Mel dropped a crushed tablet into it. She didn't think twice before throwing it into her mouth and swallowing. Mel handed her a flask with water to wash it down. Mel scurried around the site and gathered roots and bark, then returned and sat down in the grass. Rayelle finished the bread, then pulled the vial from her blouse with trembling hands and took a drop of her elixir for strength. She drew a deep breath as the warmth spread through her. Mel handed her the indigo vial. Quickly. Rayelle nodded and poured a drop on her tongue. She replaced the stopper on the bottle, then lay down next to Mel. Find her mother. Explain to her what happened. Find a way to bring Paladin back to his senses, then find a way to complete Ariadne's magic and save the passage realm. Simple. The sky above her began to warp and shift. Pale blue turned to strips of indigo, pink, and orange. She closed her eyes to keep from getting dizzy. Then, just as she had the last time, her body floated and drifted. Hurry. She pushed herself forward and felt for her mother, focused singularly on her name, image, her energy, anything that would help her appear. An orb of light appeared in front of her and she raced toward it, prodded it, poked it, threw her voice into it, begged for her mother to answer. She wouldn't stop. She didn't care if her mother was in a council meeting or asleep in her bed. This could not wait. As she continued her barrage, knocking against her mother's consciousness, she felt it. A faint twinge. A small point of uneasiness in the pit of her consciousness. Hurry. Finally, the light transformed into the image of her mother. Rayelle, what were you thinking? Mother, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you have to listen to me. Her mother paused. All right. I'm listening. Rayelle breathed an internal sigh of relief. If ever there was a time she had needed her mother to pay attention, it was now. Mother, I saw things in Calwain. The balancer, the man I accidentally freed from the holding cell, the one with mixed blood, he was with me, and you can't kill him. You have to— Slow down, Rayelle, her mother commanded. What did you say about Calwain? Rayelle started at the beginning and talked as quickly as she could. She told her about her bond with Paladin, how he'd accompanied her to Vivier, how they had traveled to Calwain, and how Shamir sent them to the pool through her note. She finished by explaining how Stavro knew of her treachery and planned to expose their family. That Paladin was on his way to Aerith, and so was she. Her mother listened and didn't interrupt. When she finished, her mother's anger radiated off in waves. Shamir did what? Rayelle frowned. After everything she'd said, that was the piece of information her mother was most concerned with? I know you dislike Shamir's methods, but she was right. There were drawings on the wall, and I saw a vision. The balancer isn't the problem, Mother. There are 6 bloodlines. Silence. If you called me here to recite blasphemy to my face, I will leave immediately. I will— No, it's not— Rayelle, Shamir was deceived. She was convinced that the laws of Ariadne were interpreted incorrectly by the Order. She would have been put to death years ago, when you were a tiny babe, had I not advocated for her. But she refused to stop pushing. Elora shook her head. I told her. I made her promise. Even then, she continued to spew this information to my own daughter. We can talk about this later, but right now the Enclave is in danger. You must have felt it. The darkness. I felt it in my dreams and I feel it here. We have to strengthen ourselves, make the magic whole, like the prophecy states. Her mother growled in frustration. That is why we have laws, Rayelle, to protect us all from Sidonai's darkness. Why would you believe drawings in a cave over the order? I believe my sight, Mother. I believe the order means well, but there are also things we don't understand. Paladin's aura is light. You saw this, Mother. You know it doesn't make any sense. He is good, and he's in trouble. I know you don't want to talk about the things Shamir tried to— I don't want to talk about them because they aren't true. We have a prophet and a council for a reason. Don't you think our leaders of the past took those things into account? They weren't valid then, and they aren't valid now. Rayelle held her tongue as shame, anger, and grief coalesced into a tangled mess inside her. A slow tendril of fear crept up her back, and the void opened a bit wider. This was not the time to try and convince her mother. She had already pressed her luck. Her voice trembled. I'm coming back to Aerith, but I beg of you, do not execute the balancer when he is delivered to you. When I get there, we can— Her mother flickered, and the edges of her vision clouded. She focused harder. Please, I'll be there soon. The light faded, and she whirled in fear, then flew in the opposite direction. Rayelle reached for her body, for Mel, for the grass and the mist. She streaked toward the light as darkness encroached, but she wasn't fast enough. The world around her slowed as if she moved through thick mud. No! She cried out, then fought her way forward like she had in the pool. She could see Mel, could see herself splayed on the green grass. Rayelle stretched out her arm and desperately reached for her own hand. What was the point? They'd already lost. Paladin was cut off from the fount. Sidonai had already found a way into the passage realm, and there was nothing they could do to stop me. Rayelle was suddenly standing at the edge of the lake, observing the flickering orb she'd seen in her dream. Sidonai's face stared back at her. This time, Rayelle stood her ground. What do you want from me? I've already taken everything I need. Rayelle felt like someone had opened her up and scooped out her insides. Then why am I here? Because I can help you have what you want. Rayelle's stomach twisted. Those were her words, inside her head at the pool with Paladin. You don't know what I want. I am a goddess. I know you better than you know yourself. Sidonai's hands curled around the flickering bar, and her black hair swirled around her like flames as she met Rayelle's eyes. Rayelle fought against her pull. I don't want what you have to offer. You know I've already won. The passage realm will be mine. Why do you want it? Rayelle gasped as she struggled to hold herself steady. You and your sister are bound, and yet you fight against her? I will remove your magic. Allow you to live in peace. Allow you to love in peace. Rayelle mulled her words over in her mind. Remove the magic? How would that allow us to live in peace? We need the magic to bind us to Ariadne, guide us on our path to gain passage. There would be no passage, no need to bind, only peace and rebirth. Rayelle shook her head. No passage? Peace and rebirth? You would keep us here, in this realm for eternity. I would leave you in peace. Rayelle thought back to the images in the temple. Two sisters, bound together. Ariadne pleading for a world of her own, using her magic to seal her children hers. You were bound. Before Ariadne ever sealed you in this prison. As long as Ariadne is bound to her children, you are also bound to them, because your magic is bound to hers. Two sides of a coin. One could not survive without the other. Ariadne couldn't destroy her sister without destroying herself, and Sidonai was in the same predicament. But if she could release Ariadne's children, cut the cord. You want your sister back, Rayelle whispered, and the world around her shook. Sidoni's eyes turned to crackling embers, burning as her voice reverberated through Rayelle's being. "Join me, and I will leave you in peace." Sidoni's bonds flickered, and Rayelle crumpled to the ground as the void ate her from the inside out. It was hopeless. They'd already lost. At least if she joined Sidoni, she might see Paladin again, might see her family again. They could live in peace and be promised rebirth. But Ariadne had brought her here, led her to Paladin, led her to the pool through Shamir. Ariadne had guided her through each step, prompting her to turn to the magic, to work together with someone she deemed unworthy. Blessing givers were light. Balancers were dark. Yet together, they'd begun to fulfill their blessings. Blessings that bound them to Ariadne, bound them to the magic. If the goddess wanted them to lose, then so be it. Suddenly, warmth flooded through her and she felt the fount. More than a flicker. It pooled within her, filled her to the brim with light. Ariadne's magic waited for her even here, when she hadn't been able to find it on her own. Here, where the darkness threatened to crush her to dust. She forced herself to her feet. Sidoni's darkness lapped at her essence, but she clung to the fount, fastened herself to Ariadne's goodness. "I will not go willingly. You will lose." Rayelle fought for breath as she backed away from Sidoni's prison. "I will gladly lose if Ariadne wills it. But not yet." She drew every last bit of strength and threw herself toward the light. Book of Ariadne. Words of Josephine, prophetess under the order of Ariadne. Chapter 21, verse 4. In the end, we must return to the beginning, an eternal round of death and rebirth. Unless the goddess teareth a part of herself and planteth it in our stony hearts, she lifteth, and we ascend. Chapter 34. Paladin groaned and twisted to his side on the stone floor. These bars were familiar. His cell in Aerith. The enclave of the blessing givers. The journey through the satyas and then back through the villages was a blur. Each night, a man poured something down his throat, and he had no way to fight it. Once he succeeded in moving each of his fingers, but he'd lost the ability as soon as he was forced to drink. It must be a sedative or paralytic. Something that made it impossible for him to gain control over his body and mind. They'd cut him off from the magic. Wasn't that enough? He laughed internally at how intimidated Stavro must be of him to force incapacitation of this level. It didn't bring much comfort. At times he felt lucid, and at others, his mind drifted. Mostly to Rayelle. He thought of her constantly, and each memory only fueled the rage bubbling within him. What had she thought when he didn't return? What had Stavro told her? A tear slipped down his cheek as he fought to move anything, even a twitch. He had to find a way to tell her what had happened, to help her if Stavro had her in his clutches. He couldn't die here without her knowing the truth. He couldn't die here without the whole realm knowing the truth of what they discovered at that pool. The darkness pressed upon his mind, beckoning for him to draw from the fount, to pull all the magic he could hold and obliterate those who held him captive. He would like to pretend he'd been able to withstand the temptation, but he hadn't. He'd tried to pull from the fount, but he couldn't. Whatever they put in his body kept his mind from working properly. Every time he reached for it, it seemed to slip away. He couldn't draw the light. He couldn't even betray himself and pull from the darkness. He couldn't protect himself. And he most certainly could do nothing to protect Rayelle. He was an utter failure. Tears continued to trail down his cheeks and into his ears as he stared up at the stone ceiling. He drew a ragged breath and worked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. He had to pull himself out of this. He had to get back to her. A shuffle of feet on the dirt sounded in the hall. His heart dropped. Had it already been a full day? He dreaded the bitter liquid he knew was coming. The key turned in the lock, and the cell door creaked open. He couldn't look behind him to see who it was, but it didn't matter. They all hated him, gladly partook in his suffering. He waited for the rough grip of a hand to force his head off the ground, then the taste of a leather glove as they forced his mouth open. But it didn't come. His heart beat in his chest as he listened for any clue of what was about to happen. Then, a boy's face appeared in front of him. He had brown eyes, just like Rayelle. "Are you Paladin?" the boy whispered. His face was still boyish, but his shoulders were broad. He had to be around 15, maybe 16. Paladin couldn't answer but clicked his tongue against the top of his mouth and grunted. "They drugged you up good. Kinda your fault, considering last time." He looked him over. "I helped with that, by the way. Got latrine duty for a week. You owe me." The boy lifted his arm from the dirt floor and pulled. Paladin's body stayed put. He tried again and succeeded in sliding him a few inches to the right. He grunted. "You're heavier than I thought." Who was this young man, and what was he trying to accomplish? He'd never be able to get him out of here, and even if he did, they'd be caught instantly. How had he gotten past the guards? Paladin grunted again, and the boy dropped into a crouch. He needed to find a way to communicate. Paladin formed the word stop as best he could with only his tongue, but it sounded like nothing. Instead, he formed no, and this the boy understood. "No? I'm trying to get you out of here." "No," Paladin repeated. The boy wiped his hands on his pants. "No. Okay. Kind of confusing, but I guess if you want to stay." "Who are you?" Paladin spoke slowly, but his lips still wouldn't move. Even with his tongue, it sounded like 3 grunts. He repeated it 3 times with different inflection before the boy guessed correctly. "I'm Taryn, Rayelle's brother." He sat down in the dirt next to him. "You're probably wondering why I'm helping you?" "Yes." The word was unintelligible, but Taryn explained anyway. "Rayelle told me about your aura, why she wanted to come down here in the first place on her consecration day. Then you escaped, and I knew she must have done that." He put out a hand. "Don't worry, I didn't tell a soul." He sighed and wrapped his arms around his knees. "There's a passageway between my room and my parents' room, through the closet. When I was little, I used to spy on them, pretend I was a Masani, gathering the secrets of the blessing givers." He chuckled to himself. "Now I mostly just listen in on their conversations, find out all the things they won't tell me because they think I'm too young." Taryn leaned over to look Paladin in the eyes. "Rayelle visited my mother in Aeon on Divin Day morning. I heard Mother shriek, so I knew there must be something good happening. When she came back, she exploded, screamed at my dad about how Rayelle had bought into everything Shamir taught, everything she tried to save us from." He lowered his eyes and his brow furrowed. "She said, Rayelle was still convinced you were good, that she needed to wait, keep you alive until she got here." Paladin's heart leapt. Rayelle was coming? To Aerith? That meant she was safe, that she'd gotten out without Stavro finding her. Taryn continued. "I waited to hear what they were going to do next, and this morning my mother said they couldn't wait any longer for the council to make up their mind. It had to be tonight." He looked up and the boy's eyes were glassy. "Rayelle saved you once, and she tried to save you again. My mother never listens to any of us." He noticed the tears in Paladin's eyes and used his shirt to wipe his cheeks. "They're going to kill you, but I trust my sister. A heavy door scraped against the floor down the hall, and Taryn jolted. He jumped up and silently pulled the key from the lock, then pulled the cell door closed. It squeaked on its hinges, and Paladin cringed. What was the boy doing? "I'll hide under the bench. Then, when they leave, we'll figure something out." "Hawk it." Paladin flicked his eyes from Taryn's to the ground on his right side, then repeated the word. Heavy footsteps sounded closer, but Taryn's face screwed up in confusion. Paladin tried again as his heart raced in his chest. The boy was going to be discovered, there was no doubt. Whoever was coming would have a lantern. Their only hope was the small vials he hoped he still had in his pocket from Mel. "Hawk it." He tried again. Taryn searched the dirt as the footsteps thudded closer down the hall. Don't you dare spit that up. Mel clamped a hand around Rayelle's mouth as she gagged. Swallow. Rayelle did as she said, then coughed and spluttered when she finally set her free. What was that? Mel planted her hands on her hips. My personal recipe I've been feeding to you for the last 5 days. It was a lot easier when you were unconscious. I've been asleep for 5 days? Rayelle gaped at her. Changed out the mules twice. Mel did all the cleaning up. Leeds scratched his back against a tree trunk. She wouldn't let me help. Mel rolled her eyes. Leeds, I gave you the herbs. You don't need to ogle an unconscious girl on top of it. Rayelle's face blanched, but Mel patted her cheek. Don't worry. He talks big, but he's harmless. What did you do? While I was in Aeon? Mel shrugged. I knew the darkness had found you. Your skin felt like it was on fire. So I crushed herbs to cool you down, to help your body fight whatever was drawing from it. I felt it. You saved my life. Mel's cheeks flushed, but she waved her off. It's my job. No. Rayelle shook her head. I've never heard of someone who could make things like that, out of nothing, when they haven't been taught a recipe. How did you know what to use? Mel pondered her question. Paladin asked the same thing, but I still don't have an answer. It's like I just know. Like the plants want to be used, and they're simply waiting for someone to notice them. Enough talk of plants. I got you all the way to Aerith in 6 days. Leeds struck a pose and flexed his muscles. Rayelle scrambled to her feet, then reached for a tree to steady herself. We're here? In Aerith? Leeds pointed over the hill, and Rayelle strode forward. There it was. The enclave, settled on the hill on the west side of the river. The sun hung low in the sky. It would be dark soon. Let's go. Leeds grunted. I need a bit of a break. I'll drive. I don't care. I have to get down there. Rayelle, Mel called from behind her. She spun and took in her worried expression. There's something you need to know. The boy gave him the wrong elixir. After all that, after Taryn finally understood what he was trying to tell him and searched in his pocket, after he found the vials, after Taryn opened one and placed a drop on Paladin's tongue, he'd chosen the wrong one. It wasn't the boy's fault the guard arrived and he only had time for one. Guilt bloomed in Paladin's chest at hearing the boy cry out when the guard knocked his head against the bars before dragging him out to his parents. It had been his one shot, and he'd missed it. The guard had taken the vials, and nothing had happened. No shifting, no entry into Aeon. The other vial was Mel's secret concoction. Whatever it was, it hadn't done him any favors. This entire scene was all too familiar. Being dragged up the hill of the Blessing Giver's enclave toward the Temple of Glass. Last time, he at least had a little fight in him. This time, he had nothing. The guards pushed through the temple doors. But instead of a chapel burgeoning with people, the pews were empty. The setting sun shone through the colored windows and projected rainbows across the walls. It was stunning. Exactly how Rayelle had described it in the mountains. Nobody stood where Rayelle had been the day he'd first seen her, radiating light like an angel on top of the steps. Instead, there was a slab of stone, an altar. The guards heaved him up the aisle, then paused when they reached the steps. The woman he'd seen on the day he first came here approached. The ambassador, Rayelle's mother. She nodded, and the guards ascended the steps, then flipped him over and lay him roughly on the stone. His feet hung off the end, and his arms fell over the sides, uncomfortably pulling on his shoulders. This was it. He was the sacrifice, the offering to Ariadne. The entire order hoped would set things right. They were wrong, and it wouldn't. Sidonai would continue to gain strength, continue to reach through those she could, to manipulate events to her advantage. The Balancers and Blessing Givers would continue to fight amongst themselves, while her darkness grew in the shadows beneath their feet. He would die, and be reborn. Rayelle would never know why he'd left her. He gazed up into the glass dome and thought of Shamir. She'd died in nearly the same spot. Poisoned. Who had it been? They'd found answers to many of Rayelle's questions, but that one still dangled above them, just out of reach. The ambassador lit a series of candles around the altar. Under the order of Ariadne and through the authority I hold as ambassador of the blessing givers, we prepare a sacrifice, given in faith and offered for restitution of the wrongs committed and the laws broken within our enclave. Paladin felt for the fount, reached for it with all his might, and nearly gasped when he finally felt a trickle flow through him, enough to ease the pain of his shoulders, barely enough to warm his icy hands. Paladin closed his eyes and felt for Rayelle. Though he couldn't pull from the fount, he opened his soul and reached for her instead. I love you. He threw the words up into the colors, imagined them flying through the glass and out into the sunset, saw them whirling on the breeze and over the satyas, then drifting through whatever door she lay behind and settling themselves on her head. Elora's voice rang out. With this sacrifice, we cleanse our hands of wrongdoing. With this sacrifice, we cleanse the fount. Chapter 35. Rayelle willed the coach to go faster. She insisted on sitting up in the driver's seat with Leeds, unable to contain herself in the coach. Paladin had been restrained and taken back to Aerith. It was the first thing Mel had heard at the pub in the village after they made it through the mountains. How long had he been here already? They'd made it faster than expected, but Paladin had still beat them by 2 days, unless something delayed his arrival. With a price on his head, she doubted the men bringing him in would let that happen. News of the aberration's capture had spread like wildfire. By her mother, no less. She wanted the enclave to trust her ability to keep them safe, and this salacious piece of news would be too powerful to keep quiet. They were too late. The thought wouldn't leave her. Since their bond broke, a piece of her soul had gone missing. When Paladin bolted from the woods, he'd taken it with him. And now, she didn't know if she'd ever get it back. Her throat clenched at the thought of him hanging, his dead body swinging in the square on public display. She had to work to keep from throwing up over the side of the coach. The sun barely disappeared over the horizon as they pulled over the last hill on the road to the enclave. The Temple of Glass approached on their right, and Rayelle's heart squeezed. If only Shamir was alive. She could have sent a message to her. Shamir would have found a way to keep him safe. Tears pricked her eyes, and grief welled up inside her as her mother's words echoed in her head. Until their last 2 conversations in Aeon, Rayelle hadn't known how much bad blood existed between her mother and Shamir. It was heartbreaking. Both of them were dedicated to protecting the magic, to fulfilling Ariadne's purposes, and yet their convictions had led them down such different paths. As they passed the temple, Rayelle jumped. She motioned for Leeds to pull up. Suddenly, her anxiousness to get to the manor house was replaced by a surge of awareness, a tug, a whisper, as if a message had floated through the air and seeped into her being. Energy diffused into her, the kind she'd felt before, the pull she'd waited for, longed for since the moment she left Calwain. Their bond was back, and that meant Paladin's alive! Before the coach rolled to a stop, Rayelle threw herself off the step to the ground and stared up at the Temple of Glass. Paladin was in there. She knew it. Without a word to Mel and Leeds, she took off running up the hill. Her pace was slow, and she couldn't force her legs to move faster no matter how much she begged them to move. Why would Paladin be in the temple? Her panic and desperation fueled her, and by the time she reached the steps, she was drenched in sweat and barely able to draw breath. She flung the door open and stepped inside. It took a few moments for her eyes to adjust to the low lighting. She froze, taking in the scene ahead of her. The atrium was empty. Her mother stood near the rings at the front of the chapel. She stood next to a table of some sort, a table with... She gasped as realization hit, then bolted down the central aisle. "Stop!" Her mother gaped at her in horror and shock, and fear gripped Rayelle's heart. "Stop!" she shouted more forcefully. "Rayelle, you have no business being here. This is a sacred rite." Rayelle crept closer and jumped as the temple doors again scraped open. Mel and Leeds, most likely, but she didn't take her eyes off her mother. "Please," she whispered. "Can I take a moment to explain?" "No," her mother hissed. She set a glass of water down on the curved half wall next to the rings. "You may not have a moment to explain. You did your explaining in Aeon, and—" Rayelle began to shrink as her mother spoke. The disappointment written all over Elora's face triggered the insecurity she'd felt every day since she could remember. Why did she think she had a right to be here, to speak? She'd already explained as much as she could, and even then, her mother had been convinced she was wrong, deceived, just like Shamir. But this time, she couldn't back down. Not when Paladin's life was at risk. She couldn't step back and take a seat in the pews because this time she knew she was right. Nothing she'd seen could be explained by the truth her mother and the Order professed. There were too many holes, too many pieces that didn't add up. She straightened her shoulders and ascended the first step as her mother pointed her finger and commanded her to take a seat. Instead, Rayelle calmly approached the altar, then lay herself over Paladin's lifeless body. Her mother gaped at her. Rayelle reached for Paladin's arms and pulled them over her midsection. "Please be okay," she prayed. His hands were cold as ice, but she could have sworn she felt his thumb twitch as she held his hands in hers. "I won't argue with you." Rayelle's voice echoed off the columns in the now silent atrium. "If you don't want to listen to what I have to say, you can sacrifice us both. Under your assumptions and based on what I believe, we have both disobeyed the laws of Ariadne. We are both threats to the Order and the magic." She stared up at the darkening ceiling and waited. Elora's face flushed crimson, and she ground her teeth. "Fine." Her mother stepped closer and loomed above them. "You believe I am rigid, deluded by the teachings of our people, but I am not, Rayelle. I know of the proof you speak of. There have been leaders in our past who sought to change the Order, but you have heard those stories. Do you remember how Adiron slaughtered an entire township with his sword because he saw their dark auras and thought they were unredeemable? He was a balancer. He touched the darkness of which you speak, and that is what it led to. The answer to saving our magic is not expanding our reach, but limiting who it touches." Rayelle drew a shaky breath. "The prophecy states, 'My magic is given freely but protected with a purpose. And I give unto you a warning that upon the day my fount is polluted, ye shall know the great and formidable day of Sidoni is near.' I know what the prophecy all my life. I believed the magic needed to be protected within our bloodlines in order to prevent the great and formidable day of Sidoni." "You believed correctly." Rayelle turned to her and shook her head. "No. That day was and is going to come regardless. That day when Sidoni shall be loosed upon my people, free to tether them to the passage realm for eternity. But I shall not leave my people unprepared." She paused to give the next section more emphasis. "My power, sealed to their blood, will awaken. Many have I called to gather those that are lost, and they will rise in new power as the bonds of Sidoni weaken. Only when my power is whole will it become a protector. Only when the magic is complete will it fail." Her mother's eyes flashed. "Rayelle, Ariadne didn't ever intend for her magic to be held by only 2 lines. We've lost her truth because we're afraid." She sucked in a breath. "We're afraid of the prophecy." She paused as her mind raced. "Afraid of each other. Afraid of ourselves." Rayelle rolled to the side and dropped off the altar to stand in front of her mother. "We're already living in darkness. Her day is already upon us." Elora scoffed. "Ariadne's magic is strong when we stay in the light. Ariadne's magic is torn because we are divided, because we fear what we cannot control. The prophecy states that her power will awaken, that we need to find those that are lost, that her power seeks to be whole." "Her power is whole," Elora cut in. "You, a barely consecrated blessing giver, think to educate me? We have been charged to protect it, to live the laws of Ariadne and keep Sidoni bound. Yes, Rayelle raised her voice in frustration. Her bonds are weakening. Her darkness is already here. Because of the aberrations. No, Mother. That's exactly my point. Her darkness is not only amplified by those who can draw more from the fount. Each time we draw, we are also weakening her bonds. Ariadne and Sidoni are bound. They are one. Ariadne's magic is bound to Sidoni, and she will come. The prophecy was given because we must be prepared. Enough! Elora shouted. I thought by sending you to the mountain, Stavro could clear your head of this nonsense, but obviously... You sent me? To Vivier? Rayelle put her hand on the stone to steady herself. I thought the council made those assignments. The council answers to me. Elora's face twisted in rage. You have proven time and time again that you could not be trusted to do right by the order. Stavro was kind enough. Stavro is not kind. He is a lech who... He was your last hope. Rayelle stepped back as if she'd been slapped. Her mother had sent her to Vivier, had told Stavro. Paladin. He didn't talk to Stavro. You're the reason he knew those things. Knew what things? I was discreet. Despite what you believe, I want what's best for you. I told him you'd been through a lot. You told him about Shamir. Her mother swallowed. It was necessary for him to understand the level of your deception. Rayelle began to tremble. Her curse had warned of betrayal. How had she been so stupid? She'd avoided connections her whole life, tried to protect herself from the inevitable. But the danger was right in front of her the whole time. Her mother, the person she loved most. Anger and hurt pulsed through her. Her own mother had sent her away, had believed the worst of her. She would never be good enough. She would never make her proud. No, that wasn't quite right. Who had told her that she wasn't good enough? Her parents had never spoken the words, but it had always been written on their faces. Sidoni had said it. But Rayelle had been good enough for Shamir. Always. She was good enough for Paladin. He loved her. She felt it in her bones. But more importantly, whom did she serve? Not Shamir or Paladin. Not her parents. Not even the enclave. Not Sidoni. It didn't matter if she was good enough for any of them. She served Ariadne, and the goddess had never told her she wasn't good. Ariadne had blessed her, had called her and trusted her to lead. Her magic had pushed her to answers. Her magic had pushed her to love someone who the whole order had determined wasn't good enough. Paladin was hers. Rayelle was hers. They both belonged to the goddess. Her anger melted away as the fount hovered closer, and she pulled from it. Let the magic fill her. She wasn't like Paladin. Her magic had a limit, but she'd felt something new on the road in Calwain. Fear gripped her heart as she remembered the pang of darkness. Yes, it had been there. But what would have happened if she hadn't collapsed? What would happen if she faced it head-on and didn't hold herself back? She'd lived in fear of the opinions of others, fear of her curse, fear of disappointing the enclave, and ultimately fear of failing the goddess. Not any longer. She opened her heart and pushed all of it out. Her curse, her parents' opinions, her failures, none of them mattered when she accepted that she was loved. She was trusted, infinitely. She pulled at the edges of the fount, and the magic flowed through her with shocking force. She trembled as a trickle of darkness seeped into her soul and swirled in her stomach. Humans can't be trusted with our magic. Rayelle closed her eyes and fought against the voice. No, we're better than that. Her mother, in trying to protect their magic, was doing exactly what Sidoni wanted. Sidoni wanted them to be fearful, defenseless, divided. Then, when her bonds finally weakened enough for her to break through, Ariadne would be left alone. just as she had been the first time. She thought of the images on the wall. Ariadne never wanted to do this alone. "You're wrong," Rayelle pushed back. She thought to the night Paladin lit the match, how they'd both felt the magic, how she'd accessed something new through him, because of him, because they were bound together. We are weak when we are divided, strong when we are complete, whole. She clasped his hands in hers and pushed the magic through her fingertips and opened her eyes. Elora stumbled back. "Rayelle, we must protect the magic." Rayelle pushed harder, willing the fount to open further. The darkness roiled within her, threatening to draw her away from the light. Only when my power is whole will it become a protector. They needed each other. All 6 lines. And Rayelle drew a breath. And Sidonai. Their magic was tied, bound. They couldn't be divided, even from her. What was her power if fear was stripped away? She stopped fighting the darkness and instead welcomed it in. "I do not fear you, Sidonai." Light and dark flowed through her, hope and hopelessness, love and hate, compassion and judgment. It filled her. It soothed and it ached, but it did not eat her alive. We are one. Her fingertips surged with energy and Paladin shifted beneath her. The hair on her arms stood on end as his aura glowed to life. He looked up and met her eyes, then stared up at Elora's hands. Every nerve ending lit up within her as Paladin's magic blended with hers, and Rayelle couldn't move, couldn't speak. Elora stumbled back in terror as Paladin raised himself from the altar. His eyes blazed, and he turned toward the ambassador. "Don't," Rayelle whispered. She gently placed her hand on his chest. "She's misguided, but she's still my mother." The surge within her dulled, and she held her breath as the darkness and light retreated. It hadn't pulled her down, hadn't buried her like it had before. Paladin reluctantly turned from Elora and slipped an arm around Rayelle's waist. "I didn't leave you in Calwain." Rayelle's eyes filled with tears and she nodded. "I know." "I don't think you know everything." He turned to Elora, cowering against the back wall. "She sent you to Stavro. He forced Mel to talk and came for me at Jude's. There was a price on my head. They cut me off from the fount." He drew a ragged breath. His hands shook. He was weak. Rayelle put a hand on his cheek, then turned to her mother with tears in her eyes. "Mother, can't you see? You're fighting a losing battle. The day of Sidonai is coming, and unless we're unified, unity and purity within the order, Rayelle, that is what I seek." Elora's face was pale as she spoke. "What you're doing, what Shamir sought, you will never find allies here. Sidonai's bonds must not be weakened. Then you can no longer draw from the fount." Rayelle fought for breath. "Ariadne holds her bound with the magic we seek." Her mother pursed her lips. "If you choose this, you will no longer be welcome here." "Rayelle!" Mel called from the back of the chapel. "Guards are assembling at the base of the hill." Rayelle looked at Paladin, still weak. "We need to go." "Is the coach still there? On the roadside?" Mel nodded, and she rushed forward with leads to help her with Paladin. As they approached the steps, Mel paused. Her brow furrowed and she strode past Rayelle to the flower display on the opposite podium. "Where did you get these?" Mel pointed to the white flowers in the center. "Those are my mother's favorite. She has them grown to remind her of home." Mel studied her curiously. "This flower only grows in the mountains. Ebony's kiss." Rayelle shook her head. "This is called Winter's Heart. Winter's Heart is in the northern mountains. Ebony's Kiss is in the Satyas." "I didn't know it had different names. Mother, did you—" Rayelle turned to see Paladin picking up the glass of water next to him and lifting it to his lips. He took a long swallow. Mel sighed. "It's beautiful, just don't touch the pollen. Poisonous." Makes your tongue turn black. Rayelle sucked in a breath as her mind flashed back to the night she found Shamir in the temple. The vial in her hand. Her tongue, as black as the cave covering the second Terrine pool. Chapter 36. Elora's eyes flicked to Paladin, and Rayelle threw herself at him, knocking the glass from his hands. Her mother turned and dashed toward the inner sanctum, and Rayelle stood to run after her. "You poisoned Shamir! How could you?" A sob ripped from her throat as she stopped just outside the rings. She couldn't follow. She had to help Paladin. "It was only water," Paladin insisted. "It tasted like—" He blinked, then put a hand on the altar to steady himself. Rayelle scurried back over the rings and held him. Her mother had held no weapons when she'd entered the temple. She stood over Paladin preparing him for sacrifice, and all she held was a glass of water. Her mother poisoned Shamir by tampering with her elixir, but never once had Rayelle suspected her. She'd racked her brain for weeks trying to figure out who could do such a thing. She never would have thought it possible. But now? She was not the one, deluded. Her mother was. Her mother believed so strongly in the laws and the order she'd do anything to protect it. Even take the life of a woman who used to be her best friend. Mel ran to the altar. "Rayelle." Paladin groaned, and Rayelle helped him carefully to the floor. "She poisoned him," Rayelle choked out. "She poisoned him!" Paladin dropped to his back, lying on the stone, and Rayelle pressed her head against Paladin's chest and listened for his heartbeat. It was there, but just barely. "I need my satchel." Mel grabbed Leeds and ran to the chapel doors. Rayelle pushed herself up onto the altar and straddled his hips, then leaned down and looked into his eyes. "Paladin, listen to me. I need you to stay here with me, okay? Mel is getting help. She'll know what to do. She can find something." Paladin nodded weakly. "Rayelle, Shh." She put a finger to his lips. Her tears dropped on his cheeks, and she kissed them from his skin. "You're going to be okay. Just hold on." Just moments before, she'd pushed away her fear of Sidonai. She almost laughed out loud. It had been easy to have faith when she wasn't at risk of losing the man she loved. It had been easy, until it meant suffering. Paladin's eyes never left hers as she ran her hands through his hair and peppered his cheeks with soft, slow kisses. In this instance, she knew which option was worse. She didn't care if he betrayed her, or if he was under Sidonai's influence. She would gladly exist in a world where he didn't remember her or didn't care who she was, as long as he was still alive. "Stay with me, Paladin. Stay with me." Seconds that felt like long minutes later, Mel burst through the temple doors with Leeds and Terrine in tow. The two of them strained against the pew at the back, pulling it in front of the doors to block entry as Mel ran up the aisle. Rayelle barely recognized her brother. Her eyes were clouded with tears, and he had a nasty bruise over his forehead, along with a swollen eye. She wanted to have compassion for him, but instead lay there, completely numb. Paladin had faded minutes before, and as his body went still, she'd lain down next to him, holding him as long as she could. "Rayelle!" Mel ran forward to the altar. "Rayelle, No," she whispered. "Please, just leave us be." She'd lost him. Paladin was gone. She felt as if she'd shatter into a million pieces if she left his side. Her curse warned of betrayal, but it had never mentioned death. Ultimate loss. It felt like a dagger to her own heart. She wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in Paladin's shoulder. He didn't smell like himself, and she hated it. "Rayelle," Mel gasped. "Please, the guards are almost here. We need to go." She shook her head, and a hand landed heavily on her shoulder. He was her other half, the dark to her light, the other side of her coin. She couldn't exist in a world where he was gone. Couldn't exist with half her heart empty. "Rayelle, it's Terrine. I saw Paladin in his cell." This caught her attention. She lifted her head and blinked at her brother. "He went to his cell?" Taryn moved over so he could look her in the eyes. "I heard Mother talking after you visited her in Aeon. I went down to help him this morning." Aeon? Taryn knew about her message in the dream world? "Why are you telling me this?" Rayelle questioned. Couldn't he see that it didn't matter? Whether he tried to help or not, Paladin was dead, poisoned by the glass their mother had left for him. Mel raised an eyebrow. "Because something happened while he was down there." She lifted a small vial and held it out in front of her. "This is mine. I gave it to Paladin back in Vivier." Rayelle struggled to follow. Mel continued. "It's an elixir I made for members of the Order to combat illness." Tears sprang up in her eyes afresh. "Please," she whispered. "Can we talk about this later? Paladin coughed, and Rayelle's heart jumped into her throat. She startled and would have fallen off the table if Leeds hadn't caught her and helped her to her feet. Paladin coughed again, and his eyes blinked open. Rayelle stared at him in utter shock and disbelief. "I gave this to him," Taryn announced proudly, pointing at the vial. "He told me to look in his pocket, and I found his elixirs. I didn't know which one he wanted, so I gave him this." Something slammed against the locked doors to the chapel, and all four of them jumped. "Move," Mel commanded. She pulled a small jar from her satchel and scooped a fingerful of the poultice into Paladin's mouth. "No complaints, just swallow." His face pulled into a grimace, but he did as she asked. "They've been sedating him," Taryn explained. "He hasn't moved since he arrived." "He'll move soon," Mel muttered. "Just give this a minute to work its way into his system." "We don't have a minute," Leeds growled. Rayelle looked from Mel to Paladin, then locked eyes with Taryn. "Someone please tell me what's going on? How is he awake? Mother gave him the poison. It's clarium, mixed with bitter root." Mel kept her eyes on Paladin. "For anyone with the magic in their blood, it circulates for a day or two and binds to foreign substances, slows the heart, removes pathogens from the bloodstream." "And for people without the magic?" Leeds asked. "Blood poisoning or cardiac arrest, whichever hits first," Mel stated simply. Leeds blanched and backed away as Rayelle stepped forward. "Mel," she whispered. "You're telling me he's safe?" Mel winked. "I'm telling you he's alive. I don't think Paladin will ever be safe. Right now, neither are we. Now let's move." The five of them rushed through the inner sanctum and exited through the back. Rayelle felt a twinge of guilt at not removing her shoes. "Sorry, Shamir." Leeds pulled the coach into the woods and tied the mule to a tree when Mel retrieved her satchel. The animal had fallen asleep and wasn't thrilled about being woken up to pull the coach yet again. "This mule won't last long," Leeds warned as he helped Paladin up the step and onto the bench. "We'll go into Aerith." Rayelle grabbed the rail to swing up into the driver's seat and leave more room for the others in the coach. She paused. "Taryn? You're coming with us?" Taryn nodded. In the moonlight, his face looked even more dramatically bruised and disfigured. "I can't stay here." "But you're training." A lump formed in Rayelle's throat. Her brother had sacrificed for her. For a man he barely knew. He'd taken a punishment twice on Rayelle's behalf. "Taryn, what if this is where you're supposed to be?" Taryn patted her shoulder. "It's not." He jumped into the coach after Mel. Leeds hopped up next to Rayelle and grabbed the reins. "Aerith?" he asked skeptically. "It's a large city. We can disappear for the night." "You think they'll come after us?" Leeds snapped the leather strap and the mule pulled the coach toward the road. "I don't know. My mother thinks Paladin's dead, but when she realizes Taryn's gone?" She shook her head. Who knew what she'd do? Her mother had always been stubborn, but never would she have thought her capable of such violence. She wouldn't change her beliefs, which meant she now saw them as enemies, even her own children. Rayelle looked back and saw lanterns bobbing around the exterior of the temple. Surely the guards would see their departure, but would they follow? She peered into the darkness. Since Calwain, she'd felt unsettled. Understandably, since Paladin was gone and she didn't know where to find him. But now, he was here. They were safe for the moment, and yet that sinking, slippery feeling in her gut hadn't left. She drew a deep breath and turned back. Take the road to the west. Leeds pulled hard on the reins, swinging the coach in the opposite direction. A little warning would be nice, he muttered. I thought Aerith was... It is. It's down the hill. But we'll go this way first, then cut back through the forest. It'll take longer, but at least they won't see where we're heading from the hill. Leeds nodded and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thank you, Rayelle whispered. You didn't have to help us. I did. In Vivier, you don't leave a friend in the mire. Rayelle smiled. But you didn't know me. He pursed his lips and leaned forward, as if inspecting the road closely as it turned to the right. The coach lurched around the curve but stayed upright. Leeds! Keep it steady! Mel called out the window. Leeds' cheeks flushed as he waved her off and muttered an insult under his breath. Rayelle smirked. Maybe it wasn't her he'd been so keen on helping. Whatever his reasons, she was grateful. Her hands went numb every time she thought about what would have happened if she hadn't made it to the temple. He's safe, she reminded herself. They were safe. She couldn't think about next week, tomorrow, or even an hour from now. There was only this minute, this second. She pointed out the path that led into the woods, then gripped the seat with both hands. Chapter 37. This doesn't look safe. And I'm from Vivier, Leeds muttered. Rayelle ignored him and jumped down from the bench. It's somewhere they won't look. Rayelle had taken them into the old part of the city, the section where no blessing giver would be caught dead under normal circumstances. That meant Mel and Leeds would have to secure the rooms. Rayelle's legs and lower back ached as she opened the door to the coach. She met Paladin's eyes with a questioning look. The corner of his mouth curled weakly. We'll get a room. Taryn can find food. Then I'll have Leeds drop the mule and coach. Mel's brow furrowed. We need that to... Rayelle shook her head. Trust me. Mel nodded, and Rayelle rushed to the back to pull her cloak from the trunk. Anything she could do to disguise her appearance would be to their benefit. You never knew who could be watching, even at this time of night. She loosened the hair from her braid and pulled on her cloak, then lifted the hood to shadow her face. Mel stepped out of the coach and readied herself in front of the innkeeper's door. He wasn't going to be happy about being woken up this time of night, but hopefully the gold coins in Mel's pocket would be enough to satisfy him. Stavros' driver had been carrying enough to cover the trip home and hopefully satisfy the fees for tonight. Tomorrow, they'd have to sell Stavros' things that still sat in the trunk in the back. Mel handed Leeds a few coins for food. Rye, I can go by myself. I don't need a babysitter, Taryn mumbled. Rayelle rolled her eyes. You look like you started a pub fight. Nobody's going to trust a scrawny kid looking like that in their establishment late at night. Leeds slapped a hand on Taryn's shoulder. Come on, son. Let's get us some grub, you and I. Taryn scowled and shrugged out of his grip. Leeds laughed. I'm kidding. You can do the talking. Rayelle mouthed good luck as he ran to catch up with her brother. What had she gotten Taryn into? She jumped into the coach and sidled up next to Paladin. You're still awake, she murmured. Couldn't sleep, with Leeds driving. Rayelle laughed and kissed his cheek. You must be doing better if you can complain about the bumpy roads. Paladin drew a deep breath. Head still feels a bit cloudy. You were poisoned. I'd be shocked if you felt perfect. He nodded and clenched his jaw. We have to get away from Aerith. I know. I have a plan. He looked at her curiously, and she continued. I have a friend whose family runs one of the docks at the shipyard. Paladin raised an eyebrow. You have sailing experience? She playfully slapped his chest, and he winced. Sorry. She kissed his cheek to make up for it. But no, I meant he could get us through the gate. We'd have to sneak onto a ship. Simple. I thought so. Paladin smirked. Do we know where this ship is going? Rayelle sighed and lay her head against his chest. They deal in exports from somewhere up north. We only have to hope they have a ship in port. Rayelle had to force herself to eat. Her body needed the nourishment, but the only food Taryn and Leeds had been able to find this late at night were cold sausages and pickled carrots. Not exactly what she'd hoped for on an unsettled, empty stomach. The innkeeper had been exactly as amiable as she'd anticipated, but Mel wasn't one to shrink at a little foul language. She shot insults right back until the man agreed to her requests, purely to get rid of her, so he could crawl back into his warm bed. They had 2 rooms, one with a loft. Taryn insisted on staying with Mel and Leeds after opening the coach door to find Rayelle cuddled against Paladin. Said he'd rather sleep with strangers than witness any more of that. And it couldn't have suited Rayelle any better. She loved her brother, but she didn't plan on taking her hands off Paladin anytime soon. They kept their heads down and hurried to their doors as Leeds parked the coach behind the building and tied up the mule with the others in the barn. He refused to leave them as Rayelle had suggested. She didn't think anyone had seen it, but sent a silent prayer to Ariadne just in case. "Thank you," Rayelle whispered to Mel as she and Paladin slipped inside. She helped Paladin to the bed where he stripped off his clothes and threw them on the floor. They were disgusting and dirty, unchanged since the day they visited the pool. They'd buy him something in the morning. Rayelle pulled off her slacks and blouse and quickly lifted her feet off the chilled stone floor. She shivered as she slid under the thin quilt and threw her arm and leg over Paladin's warm body. The events of the past day left her reeling. What had she done in the temple? How had she drawn that much power and withstood the darkness to pull Paladin back to the light? How had she never suspected her mother of Shamir's death? That question left her breathless. How could you ever suspect someone you love of something so atrocious? But on the other hand, how had she missed the most obvious culprit? Her mother. A murderer that was convinced her actions were protecting the magic. It was what the order taught. Rayelle balled her hands into fists. How could her mother see what she'd seen and not believe there was something missing? Rayelle exhaled and closed her eyes, trying to relax. More than all of that, she missed her friend and mentor. Why had her mother taken her from her? Tears formed in her eyes and she couldn't bear the grief welling in her chest. The pillows were lumpy and the mattress hard, but she didn't care. Her body demanded she sleep, and her heart leapt at the opportunity to escape her emotions, if only for a night. At least she and Paladin were together, alive. They had a room and a bed to sleep in. Rayelle clung to Paladin's chest and breathed deeply, then felt for the fount, just to make certain it was still there. Paladin gently lifted Rayelle's arm off his chest and slid from the bed. How she'd slept next to him all night when he smelled like this was beyond him, but he couldn't stand it for another second. There had to be a bathhouse close by. He would disguise himself, be cautious. It was better that he left her here out of sight. Rayelle sighed and pulled the quilt close, and he paused to take her in. Her hair splayed across the pillow, and her pale skin looked angelic in the dim morning light. His back ached from lying flat on the floor for days. His hips complained each time he took a step. And yet, he ached for her. They had the room for a few hours yet. He quietly pulled on his boots and clothes from the night before, then picked up the key in Rayelle's blouse before slipping out into the street. He tore a strip of fabric from the bottom of her shirt and wrapped it around his head, covering his violet eye. A balancer would draw less attention in this part of town. Mel's door was closed and the shutters drawn. Hopefully they were still fast asleep. He stalked around the corner and scanned for a sign. He spotted the coach first and quickly dug in the luggage compartment for a few of Stavros' things. His clothes wouldn't fit him, but they were fine enough to easily trade for something in his size. He only had to walk a block and a half before he found both a sign for the bathhouse and a merchant who was unshuttering his shop. Paladin stopped next to the man. "I require a shirt and slacks." "Key off. I'm not..." The man stopped when he turned and saw Paladin's face. He flushed and stumbled back, and Paladin caught the shutter before it dropped back to the ground. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were a member of the order." Paladin pressed the shutter up to the roof and clasped it in place. "Don't worry yourself." He held out Stavros' clothing. "What can this get me?" The man hurried into the shop and helped Paladin find 2 pairs of slacks, 3 shirts, and a new blouse for Rayelle. He awkwardly described her size and shape to the shop owner, who laughed under his breath when he thought Paladin wasn't watching. The shopkeeper insisted on wrapping the clothing in paper and twine. Paladin thanked the man and hurried out to find the bathhouse. The last thing he wanted was for Rayelle to wake and find him missing. Even now, he felt the gentle tug urging him back to the inn. It was both comforting and infuriating, this bond between them. When he wasn't with her, he couldn't think of anything else. When he was with her, a tinkle shot down his spine, and he walked faster. Rayelle felt for Paladin before she opened her eyes, but she only felt the cool sheets. She shot up in bed and scoured the room. Empty. Her heart raced. She threw her legs over the side of the mattress and flinched as her feet hit the cold floor. Where were her boots? She pulled on her slacks, then searched for the blouse. The floor was empty, so she lifted the edge of the quilt and looked under the bed. Nothing. Frustration built in her chest as she paced across the room. She couldn't go out with only slacks and underclothes. She stared at the bare floor and was about to mutter some choice words when the key turned in the lock. She whirled to find Paladin standing in the doorway. The morning light streamed in around him, making him glow even more than he normally did. His hair was wet. He was wearing new, clean clothes. His shirt was unbuttoned, and the dark hair showed on his chest. She caught herself gaping and quickly closed her mouth as he shut the door behind him. "Did you sleep well?" Paladin's voice was low. He kept his eyes on her as he set the bundle he carried on the small table by the only window. "Is that from my blouse?" She pointed at the strip of fabric wrapped around Paladin's eye. He smiled and slipped it over his head. "I replaced it." He folded open the paper around the bundle and pulled out a blouse in a pale green floral. "It's beautiful." She walked forward and reached for it, but he held it out of her grasp. His eyes roved over her half-naked torso. "I'm not ready for you to put it on yet." Her heart sped, and heat flooded through her midsection. "You went to the bathhouse?" Paladin nodded. "This suits you." She fingered the collar of his shirt, then allowed her fingers to slip under the fabric. He dropped her new blouse on top of the bundle and reached around her back to unclasp the only stitch of clothing she wore on her upper half. Her breath caught as he slipped the straps over her shoulders. He raked his hands over her bare skin. His voice was throaty as he lowered his head. "This suits you better." She reached for his shirt and pulled it free of the waist of his pants, then tugged it over his head. He laughed as the fabric caught on his shoulders and she worked to pull it free. When she finally succeeded, she tossed the shirt on top of hers and ran her hands along his waist. "Does it hurt?" The remnants of a bruise marked his side, and she gently brushed the edges. His skin prickled under her touch. Paladin shook his head and pulled her close. She sighed as her skin connected with his and breathed him in. That was better. Earthy with a hint of warm spice, exactly like himself. She tilted her head and kissed the underside of his jaw. He curved toward her and softly took her lips with his. His hand covered her shoulder blades as he pulled her toward him. She arched her back and wrapped her arms around his shoulders, reveling in their closeness. Waves of pleasure fanned out across her skin as his free hand grazed over her hip and slid beneath the fabric of her slacks. His lips never left hers as he fiddled with the button and loosened the waist. They fell in a pool of fabric to the floor, and she gladly stepped out of them. She pulled him toward the bed, and his lips moved with more intensity. He slipped his tongue past her teeth, and she massaged it with her own, then tugged on his lower lip with her teeth. He growled as he buried his face in the crook of her neck and hungrily nipped at her skin. She laughed and pulled back as the scruff on his chin tickled her cheek. He caught her waist and lifted her from the floor, then tossed her onto the mattress and climbed on top of her, pressing himself against the length of her body. She stared into his eyes as her body tingled, thrilled with the pressure of his weight against hers. "You came back for me," he murmured. Rayelle raised an eyebrow. "I didn't have much choice, but when I couldn't feel you..." She shuddered. "Thankfully, you led me to the temple." Paladin kissed her cheekbone. "Without that?" Her breathing quickened. "I would have gone straight past it. Paladin lifted his head and met her with a serious expression. Stavro, did he? Rayelle shook her head. He left me alone because Bex had her baby. Then Mel helped me get out. She laced her feet around his calves. You picked a good friend. Paladin smirked. You picked a terrible one. Rayelle laughed out loud and pushed against his chest playfully. Paladin pinned her arms to her sides. You know we have to leave soon. Taryn might knock on our door at any moment. You're the one making conversation. Rayelle wriggled one arm from his grasp and trailed her fingers down his side and tugged on the waist of his new slacks. Be gentle. I like these, he teased. For all his talk about leaving, he took his time getting undressed and sliding back into bed against her skin. His hands roved over her body with longing and need, but it went far beyond that. Each time Rayelle opened herself to the fount, she felt him. He was there with her even when he wasn't. They were bound first by fate, second by choice, and they had barely scratched the surface. They would be hunted by her mother, by the Blessing Giver Enclave, and potentially by the entire order if her mother took it to that level. Since she believed the magic was at risk, she probably would. They needed to get out of Aerith, find somewhere safe to regroup and focus on the task ahead. She put a hand on her stomach, wishing that inkling of dread would leave her. Restore that which was lost. Turn the people of Ariathene to a past they had forgotten. Lead them to truth they had corrupted. Protect the wanderers. Have wisdom to find them. She didn't know how, but together, they would find Ariathene's lost lines and prepare the passage realm for the great and formidable day of Sidonai. Rayelle sighed at the comfort of not having to embark on this journey alone, of finally having a friend, a partner, a lover. All thoughts of the future departed as Paladin's touch pulled her so completely into herself, she forgot where they were going or where they'd been. All she knew was his skin, his breath, his racing heart. They were tied together in soul and body, broken and whole, lost and found, shattered and healed, blessed and cursed. All the light and all the darkness, magnified in unity and purpose. Sight, sense, service. The magic led them to each other. It led them to Ariathene's secrets. Now the goddess didn't ask them to stand where the sun was shining. Together, they would take another step into the dark. Epilogue. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Mel shot a glance at Taryn as she cleaned the dirt out from under her nails. His fist hovered over the door to Paladin and Rayelle's room, and he slowly lowered it. His brow furrowed. But it's time to go. They're obviously not ready. Mel pointed at the closed shutters. Taryn crossed his arms over his chest. You think they're still sleeping? Something like that, Mel muttered. She'd seen Paladin leave the room early this morning and come back looking shiny and new. That had been almost an hour ago. Mel had enough experience with men to know they never spent time on their appearance unless they planned to use it to their advantage. Leeds rounded the corner with a skip in his step. Breakfast? He tossed a morning bun at Taryn and he caught it easily. Where'd you get these? Mel asked as Leeds handed one to her. The spiced bread warmed her hands as she took a bite. Leeds jingled the coins in his pocket. Sold the rest of our things. By our things, he meant Stavros. Mel grinned and clapped him on the back. First time he's been of any use to us. Thanks for taking care of that. Leeds beamed at her approval and closed the paper sack to save the last 2 buns for Paladin and Rayelle. Did my sister say which dock we're heading to? Taryn asked. Mel nodded. Brockelbar. Said her friend's family ran ships up north from there. Colin! Taryn nodded excitedly. He's loved her ever since her school days. Mel snorted. That should be interesting then. Paladin swung open the door to their room, then paused on the threshold as all 3 of them blinked at him with full mouths. Morning. He eyed them curiously as he pulled Rayelle's things out onto the street. Rayelle followed with flushed cheeks and a new blouse. It suited her. Mel repressed the urge to make a comment about how they both looked so well rested and relaxed, given the circumstances. It would have been amusing to see their reactions, but Taryn stood a few paces away. She didn't want to be the one to corrupt the boy, especially not when Rayelle was his sister. Leeds and I will take the coach. Nobody knows us here, so even if we get stopped, it will be easy enough to claim pilgrimage, she offered. Rayelle's face fell. You're not coming with us, then? Mel glanced at Leeds. As exciting as it had been to be wrapped up in higher purposes within the Passage Realm, it was not where they belonged. It wasn't where she belonged. She itched desperately to settle back into her simple life in the mountains. She scanned the boisterous street. There was a reason she enjoyed spending most of her time with plants instead of people. Her eyes widened as Rayelle pulled her into a hug. Thank you for everything, Mel. You saved my life. And mine. Paladin stepped up next to them and gruffly patted her shoulder. Mel met his eyes and nodded. I'm glad my services were useful. She turned to Rayelle. I'll take care of your cat. Rayelle's eyes grew glassy. She smiled gratefully as Leeds handed her a morning bun, then opened her mouth and paused. Mel, I've been meaning to tell you to... She lowered her eyes and picked at the bread in her hands. You should be careful. With any ideas of starting a family. Rayelle's eyes flicked to Leeds, and Mel's eyes widened. Starting a family? Did Rayelle think... You're sure you don't want to go back? Rayelle spoke to Taryn before Mel could respond. The boy bobbed his head. You know more about the magic than the Order does. Mel, still taken aback by Rayelle's advice, wanted to say that their mother was going to kill them. Since the woman had already attempted that, she thought better of it. Off we go, then. She grabbed Leeds' arm and led him around the corner of the inn. She hated goodbyes and avoided them at all costs. If it hadn't been for her dawdling, sentimental friend, she would have taken off at first light. Together, she and Leeds hitched up the mules. Just as they were about to hop up into the driver's seat, Mel paused. I'm not asking. As a steward of the Blessing Givers, I'm telling you to... That voice. She knew that voice. Mel turned and caught sight of a man standing on the next street over, behind the inn and the stables. His blonde hair and tall frame were unmistakable. Stavro. Mel pulled Leeds down, then scurried forward to hide behind a bale of hay peeking out of a sagging lean-to. Stavro shook the shopkeeper until a woman stepped up and pulled his arm back. They aren't here, the woman hissed. You said you could... I can. Stavro jerked away from her. They were here, I can feel it. It led me to the temple, did it not? He stalked further along the street, and the woman turned. The ambassador. She pulled her cloak forward to hide herself, but not before Mel saw her face. Rayelle's mother was with Stavro? But how? Leeds pulled her behind the bale of hay. They're going to see you. No, Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Stavro crossing the road and pushed further into the lean-to. Leeds kept his hand on her arm as she peered cautiously around the edge. This is our cart, Stavro snarled, motioning to the ambassador to follow him. You see? I knew they were here. This is an inn. They must still be inside. She darted forward, and the hood of her cloak fell to her shoulders as she disappeared behind the corner of the inn. Stavro, his face still swollen and bruised, cursed under his breath, and followed. How did they find us? Leeds finally dropped her arm. Mel turned to him, her face stricken with fear. He said he could feel her. Who? Rayelle? Leeds' brow furrowed. How is that possible? Mel shook her head. I don't know. But if he can, if something is leading him to Rayelle, we have to warn them. Mel nodded, then poked her head out to make sure they hadn't returned. She motioned for Leeds to follow, then darted around the lean-to and onto the street behind them. This way. She led him past the corner and ducked into an alley. They knew the dock. If they ran toward the sea, they'd eventually find it. Mel gritted her teeth and ran with Leeds right behind her. So much for a clean escape. So much for a swift return to her simple life in the mountains. Somehow, she kept getting pulled into all of this. But this was her last favor she would offer. Once she warned Paladin and Rayelle she was done. With Stavro here, she wouldn't be able to go back to Vivier. The ambassador had seen her and Leeds in the temple, and the driver had likely spilled all about their acquisition of the coach. Mel scanned the road, then bolted down the next street. She could just make out the top of a mast in the distance. She'd miss Vivier. It had been the perfect, peaceful place to settle. Until it wasn't. It was her fault. She shouldn't ever have gotten involved with the Blessing Givers, and she wouldn't make the same mistake this time around. Mel had run before. She could easily do it again. We hope you enjoyed this production of The Blessing Giver, written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright, Button Press, 2023. Continue the journey with The Herbalist, the second book in the Blessing Giver series.